Chapter 251, Even if we die, we have to persevere. Chinhu sucked in a deep breath. Then, he snorted. He was so happy that he even made a bubble through his nose. I didn't expect that even though I'm a middle-aged man, there would come a day when I would run into a legendary blessing. He slapped his thigh with happiness. Don't be too happy just yet. We have to seal up the hole and the other cracks on the wall, Lucia said. This wall isn't too thick, and the rock is very weak. Otherwise, Meng Zhao would not have been able to knock it down so quickly just now. Soon, the rampaging spirit energy will rush here. If it enters through the hole or knocks down a wall, it will crush us and we will still end up reduced to ashes. We have to use these blue origin crystals to seal up the hole so that the red radiance jade spirit energy will shine on us through a large amount of blue origin crystals. Then, there will be a certain chance that it will turn into absorbable energy that will give us life. I'll do it. Meng Zhao gritted his teeth and used his surging lightning as a crowbar to dig out the blue crystal clusters. A few of the crystals let out cracking sounds and fell off. Chinhu and Lucia joined him in a flurry and they pushed the blue origin crystals to the cracks in the walls. Meng Zhao repeated his actions and uprooted a few more blue origin crystal clusters. The three of them worked together and gradually sealed up the main hole. Lucia pressed her hand on the blue origin crystals and mumbled under her breath. Spirit tattoos spread out on her forehead. The blue origin crystals in front of her drew closer together and gathered into a crystal wall. She swayed and coughed up blood. My spirit energy is already dried up, she said with a pale face. This crystal wall isn't too sturdy. It has fine cracks. There's still a possibility that the red radiance jade spirit energy tsunami will knock it down. Then what should we do? Chinhu asked anxiously. We have to hold it up. Lucia turned around and used her thin back to push against the blue origin crystals. We hold it back like this. At that moment, they could see red light through the blue crystal wall. It was like an aquatic dragon baring its teeth while getting closer to them. They could hear the sounds of a volcano eruption and waves crashing against rocks. Their vitality magnetic field stimulated their cells and let out pain screeches. Meng Zhao and Chinhu moved forward quickly and imitated Lucia. They used their shoulders and backs to push against the blue origin crystals. We'll definitely survive. Meng Zhao motivated the other two. In my previous life, Chinhu was alone. He didn't have any mine explorer helping him to strengthen the crystal wall, so at best, he could only stack the blue origin crystals in the hole randomly, and he still managed to survive the invasion of the spirit energy tsunami. He even got a blessing from it and reached Heaven Realm. Now, there are three of us, and we have a mine explorer who knows the structure of crystals, so there's no way we would be reduced to ashes. But when he thought about it, it didn't sound right. The largest difference between this life and his previous life was that now, they were gravely injured, and their spirit energy had dried up. Based on Chinhu's sleazy personality despite his boorish appearance, he had most likely never got into a conflict with Lin Chuan and the White Spirit, so he had escaped to this place while unharmed. He was at the peak of Earth Realm and had monstrous strength. His physical body was like refined iron, so he could withstand the impact of the spirit energy tsunami. Even if a few wisps of spirit flames crawled in through the crack, he could grit his teeth and endure it. After he withstood the battering of spirit flames, his body was refined into steel. In their current situation, how could they possibly compete against the Chinhu of Meng Zhao's previous life? After all, that man had been at the peak of Earth Realm and at the peak of his health. As they were feeling uneasy, the volcano eruption and the raging wave outside turned into a shocking thunderous roar. The tsunami formed by magma launched its final charge at them. It's here. Lucia said sternly. We have to block it. Even if we die, we have to block it. Don't worry, Ms. Lu, for that 15% of profit from the first mining rights, I will definitely help you block it. Chinhu shouted with his eyes wide. Boom. Hidden within the red radiance jades was a spirit energy tsunami that had been accumulating for billions of years. It surged at them through the winding underground crack and rammed heavily against the wall formed by blue origin crystals. The three humans were deafened by a thunderous roar. But even if their ears could not hear for a moment, the impact wave seeped through the crystal wall and rammed against their cerebral cortexes, brains, bladder, and all the cells. The shock was so great that they felt as if their heads had split up. Their hearts thundered, and they could not help but start peeing. Each of their cells started vibrating rapidly. The millions of shades of red from the red radiance jades and the millions of shades of blue from the blue origin crystals intersected with each other, and it looked like a red army was fighting to the death with a blue army. The red light was like blood as it seeped in. Soon, it occupied the entire blue origin crystal cave. When red was mixed with blue, it should turn into purple. But natural crystal caves never only had one single type of crystal. There were always a lot of other crystals mixed in, and among them were small bits of rare crystals. The resonance of red radiance jades and blue origin crystals caused these crystals to vibrate, and the small cave filled with red, orange, yellow, green, indigo, blue, and purple lights. It was like a rainbow-colored ocean. The different shades of light shone on the group. Then, through their pores, they even permeated into their skin. They charged into them eagerly and illuminated their organs, blood, bones, and every single one of their cells. It occasionally gave them a comfortable feeling, as if they were wrapped up in a warm blanket, but at other times, they felt like their skin was cracking. Their blood boiled, and their bones were about to be burnt dry. Sometimes, they could not even breathe, because their lungs shrank to the size of two very small ping-pong balls, and sometimes, they felt like countless strange underground gases had seeped into their chests through their noses and their lungs were about to burst. "I can't block it anymore." With a scream, Chin-Hu was sent flying when the impact wave formed by the spirit energy tsunami of the red radiance jades crashed into him through the crystal wall. Crack. With one less person pushing holding it, the crystal wall cracked in a dozen places. The spirit energy from the red radiance jades crawled in through the cracks like the tongues of flame monsters and licked at Meng Zhao and Lucia's spines. Lucia grunted and fell on the ground limply. More cracks appeared on the crystal wall. Hundreds of spirit flames crawled in through the cracks and tore at Meng Zhao's body. Chin-Hu and Lucia's eyes were filled with despair. They could already see Meng Zhao being sent flying and the crystal wall collapsing the next second. Then, the spirit energy tsunami would turn the small cave into a furnace that would burn everything inside. But initial stage healing skill, exchange. Intermediate stage healing skill, exchange. Initial stage healing skill, exchange. Meng Zhao was shouting madly in his mind. The contribution points he had been accumulating for months were all exchanged for the mysterious and powerful self-regeneration abilities. Whenever the spirit energy tsunami left a tear in the depths of his cell, new flesh pounced on the tear, just like a warrior who would sacrifice themselves to block a dam when a flood was about to charge through the cracks in it. The biggest obstacle when it came to using contribution points to repair the body was in the usage of energy. If Meng Zhao did not eat enough high-calorie food and did not have enough energy but forced his body to repair itself, he would end up starving to death. But now, he was receiving an endless supply of energy from the red radiance jades, blue origin crystals, and the slight amounts of other crystals. The unstoppable spirit flames continued destroying his body, but as kindling exchanged his contribution points for healing, they became the source his body used to renew itself. All his blood vessels, bones, organs, nerve bundles, and spirit meridians were repeatedly damaged and regenerated. They were refined until they were improving from their essence itself. He can actually block it? Chin-Hu and Lucia looked at Meng Zhao in disbelief. They saw how the rampaging spirit energy shot through the blue crystal wall and rammed against his spine and organs, but he still blocked it alone and did not fall. He persevered while holding back the invasion of the wave. The seven-colored light that was mainly made of red and blue shone on him, enveloped him, permeated into his skin, and nourished him. Meng Zhao's body gradually gained a crystalline quality, as if he was about to fuse with the crystal wall behind him and become one with the crystal mine and the spirit energy tsunami. This is. His 1024 branch meridians could be seen clearly under the semi-transparent state of his skin. After the energy of the red radiance jades was neutralized by the blue origin crystals, it became much more stable and started circulating through the 1024 branch meridians, which gave his organs, bones, and muscle fibers a crystallized effect. His branch meridians have become really thick after the spirit energy that's formed by the resonance of the red radiance jades and blue origin crystals circulated in him. They're now as thick as a normal superhuman's main meridians. Chin-Hu and Lucia looked at each other, and they could see the shock in each other's eyes. It was well known that superhumans had 108 main meridians and 1024 branch meridians. Cultivation theories of the past believed that the volume runoff and strength of the branch meridians could never reach even 1/10 of the main meridians. When spirit energy circulated through the branch meridians, it could only do so slowly, so the branch meridians were used for support class work. It was very difficult to use them for battle. The stimulation from the ultimate style could increase the volume runoff and strength of branch meridians by more than 100%, which meant the practitioners could use branch meridians in battle, but it was very difficult for them to use branch meridians to create spirit energy magnetic fields and release ultimate moves that could plow through everything in their wake. But the current volume runoff and strength of Meng Zhao's branch meridians seemed to be twice as strong as before, and that was based on the basis that he practiced the ultimate style. They now had 1/3 of the main meridians' strength, or even more. His branch meridians were at least 1/3 or half as strong as main meridians. But he had nearly 10 times more branch meridians than main meridians. Besides, as his branch meridians were strengthened, the dozens of main meridians in his body also received incredibly great stimulation. In fact, a dragon meridian that went through his body from his spine received the most severe impact and the greatest refinement because Meng Zhao used his spine to block the crystal wall. It was gradually awakened and started shining, which made him look like a huge dragon who had gained enlightenment in hell and slaughtered his way back to the human world. Some of his spirit meridians are showing a crystallized quality, so he can take an even stronger spirit energy, which will allow him to circulate his spirit energy at even higher speeds and even nourish his organs. This will allow part of his organs to go through superhuman changes. This is the sign of a 2-star superhuman at spirit transformation realm. Qin Hu felt his skin crawl. He could not believe his own eyes. This brat awakened a few months ago in the practical test of the National College exam as a mere 1-star superhuman. He was even a broken star superhuman whose main meridians had shriveled up. Only a few months passed since then, and he managed to become a 2-star superhuman? Chapter 252, A Blessing in Disguise. The spirit transformation realm was only the second grade among the 9 grades of the superhuman cultivation system and could only be considered to be the middle stage of Earth realm, so it was only average. But in the superhuman circle, if they were to use a rather professional phrase to describe this realm, it would be a village mayor was still a government officer even if his rank is low. Superhumans were found only 1 in 100, so 1-star superhumans or even broken star superhumans were very rare. And there were plenty of people who were stuck at Spirit Tattoo realm even after they had cultivated for 4 years in their university. If anyone could reach 2 stars soon after their awakening, it meant that they had the potential to continue growing. Once they entered society, if they were 2-star superhumans, they would definitely be referred to as elites. And when it came to corporations, they would definitely be able to get the position of project managers. In the military, it would be very easy for them to get a position of a platoon commander. Qin Hu had spent 5 years to become a 2-star superhuman. And how long did Meng Zhao take? 5 months? He's not a normal 2-star superhuman, Lucia said with a solemn expression. I've never seen a monster like him before. Qin Hu looked in the direction of her gaze and saw Meng Zhao's body shining with flowing light. His spirit tattoos looked as if they were alive as they traveled through his body. They enveloped and nourished his organs, and he instantly understood what she meant. Usually, after a superhuman awakened to supernatural abilities, unless it was absolutely necessary, it was impossible for them to clear all 108 main meridians and 1024 branch meridians. It was just like how it was impossible for top-class martial artists on Earth to learn all the martial arts on Earth. There were further specializations within every field, and the time, energy, and resources they had did not allow the superhumans to develop in all areas. Even if the rich children had been bathing in super beast blood since young, ate a lot of valuable resources, and were incredibly talented, just like Sunyo of Agricultural University's martial arts course, they still face limitations, even if they cleared nearly 100 main meridians. Most of the superhumans had enough main meridians cleared once they cleared 60 main meridians. During the process of moving from a 1-star superhuman to a 2-star superhuman, a superhuman used spirit energy to repeatedly refine around 10 of the most important and commonly used main meridians among the dozens they had cleared. Then, once they were crystallized, their volume runoff and strength would continue increasing. During the process of moving from a 2-star superhuman to a 3-star superhuman, the superhuman used the 10 crystallized spirit meridians to strengthen certain organs. It could be the heart, spleen, lungs, kidneys, some bones, muscles, and nerves. Those organs would then gradually gain the crystallized quality and turn into something that was semi-energy, semi-material. Once they reached heaven realm, their vitality magnetic field would become stronger. Then, they could use the strengthened organs to target certain parts in the brain and activate all sorts of amazing divine abilities. This was a scientific cultivation method that humans had figured out after decades of research. It was considered to be the traditional cultivation method since it was stable and had a high chance of success. Even those who reached deity realm were not omnipotent. They placed emphasis on certain things, such as certain organs, certain sulci, and certain regions in the brain to strengthen. It was impossible for them to be invincible in all areas. There were quite a number of life science scientists who had imagined a superhuman perfecting each realm before advancing forward to the next. When they were one-star superhumans, they cleared all 108 main meridians and 1024 branch meridians. When they were two-star superhumans, they crystallized all their spirit meridians and turned them into the incredibly powerful crystal meridians. When they were three-star superhumans, they turned all their organs, muscles, bones, blood vessels, and nerves into something that gave off the partial presence of pure energy. If they continued like that and reached deity realm, how strong would they be? In the end, however, they came up with the conclusion that it was impossible. Even if they poured all the cultivation resources in the other world and Dragon City on one superhuman with extraordinary talent, it would be impossible for such a thing to happen. They lacked one resource that they could not lack: time. Time treated everyone fairly. Even if a person had extraordinary talent, was born with a silver spoon, was loved and supported by powerful families, they would only have 24 hours a day and would not have an extra second more or less than a poor person. No one could obtain twice the time. And no one could live twice. No one could reach absolute perfection either. But in Lucia and Chinhu's eyes, at that moment, Meng Zhao was closer to perfection than any other superhuman they had ever seen. Or perhaps it was because they did not have a lot of knowledge of the world and had never heard of any peerless elite in Dragon City who were able to shine with such radiance while they were one-star superhumans or two-star superhumans and ran into an accident like Meng Zhao. Both of them had complicated emotions in their hearts. Suddenly, Meng Zhao grunted and took half a step forward. One spirit flame instantly crept into the small cave from the crack behind him. The temperature in the cave immediately climbed up by at least 5 degrees Celsius. It was only then that the two realized just what terrifying power Meng Zhao was currently blocking. "We have to go back." Lucia moved forward. "We have to help Meng Zhao." There's no need for that, right?" Chinhu said hesitantly. "He's being really brave. He can withstand the spirit energy tsunami alone. I really can't handle it. I'm weak." "Nonsense." Lucia glared at him. "If I die here, don't even think about getting a single penny. If he dies, it's the same." Chinhu slapped his thigh and gritted his teeth. He crawled to his feet, and with his powerful arms, he helped Meng Zhao support the swaying crystal wall. "Stop talking about money. Money is only for bastards. I only care about the code of brotherhood." An unknown amount of time passed with them working together. The spirit energy tsunami from the red radiance jades did not just wreak havoc in the small cave. It also crept up hundreds of cracks and went to raging waves. It shot into the air like a volcano eruption. Countless superhumans who were either cultivating or fighting fiercely in raging waves, graveyard forest, and shattered star lake saw the unbelievable sight. Thousands of red pillars of light shot into the sky, illuminating the cloud-covered sky until it gave off a crystalline shade of red. Then, the red light scattered and turned into various shades of incredibly bright lights. Immediately after, a brilliant, warm, and rich rain of light poured down. The specks of light danced in the air like swan feathers and snowflakes. They were like spring rain that nourished the earth silently. They rained on the mountains, the plants, the lake, and the humans and other living beings generously. It treated all of them as equals. All the humans and monsters could sense their vitality magnetic fields getting stronger. It was as if flames had burst forth from the deepest parts of their cells, mitochondria, and genetic chain. Humans and monsters were all exposed to the rain. The difference between them was that the humans had a scientific cultivation method and could adjust their vitality magnetic fields to resonate with the spirit energy released from the crystal mine deep underground. Then, they could absorb the ancient power that came from billions of years ago into their bodies and refine it. The monsters could only use their instincts to absorb the spirit energy passively. The benefits they gained were less than 1/10 of what the humans gained. But the apocalyptic beasts had some cultivation and ways to evolve. However, before they could make use of them, they were located by the deity realm elites from Dragon City. Raging waves burned with spirit flames, and it was their battlefield. A final fight at a scale never seen before. Meng Zhao had a nightmare. It seemed like an illusion, but also felt like reality. The nightmare was very long. It was so long that he thought that he was living through a completely different life. But the thunderous roars from beyond the nightmare reminded him time and again not to get lost in the depths of his nightmare. When he woke up, he was stunned for a total of 3 minutes. Then, he realized just what mission he was currently carrying out and where he currently was. The world in front of him had become completely different. He remembered that before he fainted, he was in a natural mine. And now, while the blue origin crystals still looked the same, they had lost their luster and turned into dull and brittle normal rocks. With a touch, they would shatter and crumble. This mine is dead. A strange thought rose in Meng Zhao's mind. It fought against the spirit energy tsunami from the red radiance jades, and the fierce resonance caused them to release all their energy, so they were drained and died. As for the spirit energy that they released, Meng Zhao widened his eyes and looked at Lucia, who levitated in the middle of the cave with light surrounding her. She looked brilliant. At that moment, she was no longer covered in wounds and was no longer drained of spirit energy. She no longer looked pathetic. She had regained the domineering air she had when Meng Zhao first saw her, and her ambition could be seen clearly in her eyes. Meng Zhao felt that Lin Chuan's death and the experience from their mission had allowed her to break free of some sort of shackle. She now wore a brand new armor covered in spikes and became even more aggressive than before. She was like a drawn sword. Lucia levitated in the air and carefully observed the tattoos on her palms. Then, she made a light snap. Dozens of sharp spikes immediately shot out of the walls in the cave. They rose and fell like the teeth of a zombie. Immediately, the fangs intersected with each other to turn into a brand new stone snake that was even fiercer than before. The stone snake slithered swiftly over the wall like a living creature. Occasionally, it disappeared into the wall. Then, it would reappear in another spot to snap its jaws at a target that did not exist. At the same time, 2 pits full of spikes appeared on the ground. When Lucia summons those stone snakes in a fight, she could use 2 pits full of spikes to lock down the enemy's legs or make them have nowhere to stand. What a diabolical, ruthless method that can catch people off guard. Qinhu sat in a corner in a state of deep meditation. Even though he did not shine as brilliantly as Lucia, Meng Zhao could vaguely feel that his body was stuffed with a lot of spirit energy, since it spilled out of every pore. He was like a statue carved from a crystal, and his spirit energy was so high that he broke through Earth Realm. We survived. Meng Zhao had managed to live through the disaster, and he was delighted. Big Sisya is right, when the red radiance jades and blue origin crystals crash into each other, they cause waves and resonate with each other, which turn this place into a super cultivation room. Both of you have become so much stronger. His words made Lucia stop testing her spike art. Qinhu also snapped out of deep meditation. Both of them stared at Meng Zhao with a very strange look. It was the type of look poor performing students would give to an ace student when a test's results were announced and the ace student came over to say, "Whoa, both of you did really well. You improved a lot." Chapter 253, The Nightmare Shattered. "Brat, how do you feel?" Qinhu hesitated for a moment before he added, "I feel." Meng Zhao cradled his head and endured the pain. It felt like a volcano had erupted in it. The nightmare a moment ago appeared before his eyes again. The fragments of the nightmare stuffed his eyes, which made them shine with a fierce light. He gave off a completely different air. He was no longer an 18-year-old, hot-blooded youth, but a burning skeleton which had crawled out of hell. Qinhu and Lucia sucked in a sharp breath and retreated to the deepest part of the cave in spite of themselves. "I feel like I had a nightmare." Meng Zhao had a dazed look on his face. His lips twitched, and he said in a great voice, "In my nightmare, the northern offense failed because of various reasons, and Dragon City's first large-scale expansion ran into a wall. All the resources that had been poured into the northern offense were lost, and we couldn't organize a second offense within a short period of time. Dragon City descended into a vortex where it did not have enough living space and resources. This resulted in the conflicts that had been brewing among us for decades to explode. To obtain more resources for the city with a population of tens of millions to continue its operations, the superhumans had to go into the fog to hunt more often, and they had to fight in an environment where the weather was extreme and space and time were distorted. Normal people in the Red Dragon Army could not help them much, so the superhumans could only rely on their individual strength. To increase their individual strength, the city had to pour a vast amount of resources into them. But the more resources the superhumans obtained, the fewer were received by the normal people. And as the superhumans continued improving and evolving through the fights, they gradually learned divine abilities that allowed them to transcend and even destroy the world. Their strength, power, and wealth took another step beyond the normal people. The differentiation between the powerful and the weak in Dragon City grew to the point where it could tear apart our entire civilization. In time, many superhumans became arrogant. They believed that they were the ones defending Dragon City and civilization when they fought in the fog, while normal people were just trash, a burden, and pitiful insects who could only tremble behind them for protection. Normal people might have been grateful for the superhumans' contribution, but they grew increasingly displeased with the superhumans' aggressive and superior attitude. Being protected but not being able to do anything to help did not feel good, and the people did not want to forever rely on the mercy and charitable acts from the superhumans to survive. But the point was that they could not see an end to this life. At some point, we won against the monsters. But a rift that could not be crossed had already opened up within our civilization. Superhumans and normal people had turned into two completely different existences. They had different interests and ways of living. The definition of us and civilization were completely different between the two groups. Dragon City, at that time, seemed to be flourishing and burning with power. We appeared to be winning and advancing boldly. We could still motivate our people by saying that we are doing this for Earth, and while stimulated by the thought of snatching loot, we could maintain the face of unity. But in truth, the people had already divided themselves a long time ago. Once we ran into truly powerful enemies, the war machine that seemed to be indestructible and operated with loud rumbling sounds started crumbling from within until the day of its ruin arrived. Meng Zhao's expression terrified Lucia and Qin Hu. But the next moment, two sparks lit up in his eyes. He clenched his fists and growled, "But that's just a damn nightmare. I will definitely shatter this nightmare." Boom. Dozens of spirit tattoos appeared on his arms. As a thunderous roar rose, he punched the ground and left a deep crack. It crushed countless dim crystal clusters and traveled forward until it reached Lucia and Qin Hu's feet. Even if most of the spirit energy contained in the blue origin crystals had been drained dry, his force was still terrifying. Lucia and Qin Hu gulped. Both of them had the same question pop up in their heads at the same time. His spirit energy ripple was really strong. Was it really something a mere two-star superhuman could create? Meng Zhao's punch allowed him to vent the fighting will burning in his heart. It also allowed him to regain some clarity of mind. Oh, no, he thought. He had absorbed too much of the rampaging spirit energy and his cultivation base had increased by leaps and bounds, which instantly unlocked many memories from his previous life. For some time, the emotions and thoughts from his previous life enveloped him, and he lost control over himself. One of the people in front of him was ambitious and longed for power. She would use every method at her disposal to achieve her goal. The other was selfish. He acted according to the situation and never sided with anyone. When faced with the threat of death, the three of them worked together. But now, the main danger had passed, and their relationship had become delicate. It would be better if he did not let them know too many of his secrets and his real strength. After thinking about this, Meng Zhao circulated his spirit energy in secret and forced out a mouthful of blood from his throat. At the same time, he made his face turn pale and swayed his body a little. He fell on the ground and cried out, "It hurts. It hurts. My head hurts. I think the rampaging spirit energy from the Red Radiance Jades was too strong and I'm suffering from really bad internal injuries. I've always been a broken star superhuman. Now, my injuries have worsened, and I'm going to become useless." Lucia and Qin Hu looked at each other. "Brat, we saw it just now. The spirit energy moved slowly into your organs through all 1024 branch meridians and your organs were all refined. You've already become a two-star superhuman. Why are you still putting up an act?" Qin Hu spat in anger. "And you're not a normal superhuman in spirit transformation realm either," Lucia said airily. "You have hundreds of branch meridians, more than 10 main meridians, and a crystallized dragon meridian going through your spine. I've never heard of such a strange phenomenon before. Your fighting strength right now is probably higher than that of any ordinary two-star superhuman. There's no way that you would suffer from a rebound so bad that you would cough up blood after a simple punch." Meng Zhao got up while feeling slightly awkward. He found it too shameful to continue coughing up blood, so he could only scratch his head and say, "There isn't?" "Duh. Do you think we're blind or dumb?" Qin Hu said angrily. When the spirit energy tsunami rushed inside and the Red Radiance Jades and Blue Origin crystals resonated with each other, you absorbed at least 70% of that spirit energy, brat. Damn it, your body is practically like a black hole. It just kept sucking in spirit energy. There were a few times when we thought you were going to explode and die, but you just kept sucking away. You only left 30% for us to enjoy." With just these scraps, Ms. Lu was able to become a fighting class and supporting class superhuman who is at Heaven Realm, and my spirit meridians were stuffed full as well. I haven't cleared them yet, but once I do, I'll be able to beat up hell beasts with one punch. We became so much stronger from the scraps, while you took the biggest slice of the pie and didn't end up dead from it. So you're definitely so strong that everyone will want to beat you up. Why are you still pretending to be weak?" Meng Zhao was speechless for a moment. "You can say anything you want, and you can cause a ruckus as well, but please be civilized when you speak. I wasn't pretending to be weak. I was just being humble." "Humble, my foot," Qinhu said firmly. "Ever since elementary school, I hated ace students who like pretending to be humble. If it weren't for my spirit meridians being blocked and my strength still exhausted, I would definitely beat you up until I cripple you." Meng Zhao found himself feeling resigned. When he recalled what had happened, he realized that it was really dangerous. The spirit energy tsunami had ravaged his body and mind more than 100 times. The tens of thousands of contribution points he had accumulated after so much effort should have been gone long ago, so how? Meng Zhao blinked. He could vaguely remember that when his body was about to be crushed, kindling shone at the corner of his eyes and a lot of notifications popped up. The ending of the northern offense had changed. With Lin Chuan working together with them, the explosion from the Red Radiance Jade Mine was not as strong as it had been in Meng Zhao's previous life. The spirit energy tsunami that rose up did not turn into a spirit energy magnetic field storm that could destroy the world, either. The numerous superhumans who were fighting fiercely in Raging Waves, Graveyard Forest, and Shattered Star Lake all survived. Hence, he managed to get an astronomical amount of contribution points. He exchanged them all for healing, and with the super healing skill fighting the rampaging spirit flames, his body was refined to the point that he became a new man and was born anew. "Big Brother Lin, you did it. We did it," Meng Zhao mumbled. Even though he could not be certain whether the victory of the northern offense would mean that Dragon City would no longer head to ruin, at the very least, he could now sit down and catch a breath before he went down a brand new path. While thinking about this, Meng Zhao looked at Lucia and Qinhu. These two people's fates had also been changed completely by him and Lin Chuan. Lucia did not die tragically underground. This ambitious woman, instead, gained a brand new ability and weapon. Qinhu no longer had a reason to turn into that dark, ruthless, and lonely avenger who spent the rest of his life and energy on chasing the white spirit, even though he could never kill it. Now, what sort of ripples or storms could these two brand new butterflies bring to Dragon City? Meng Zhao had a thought, and he said hesitantly, "I know that everyone's stances, interests, personalities, and thoughts are slightly different. When we were underground, I had to say certain things that weren't a reflection of what I really think. It was to fight against a powerful enemy. But since we met, it's fate. We managed to escape death together, and we gained a blessing in disguise, which can even be considered a miracle. There's no longer a need to hold any hostility toward each other and suspect as well as be wary of each other, right? We should be able to face each other honestly and carry out Big Brother Lin's dying wish. What do you think?" "Makes sense. A person should be sincere. There's no need for us to keep lying to each other. So, we should start with you." Qinhu's gaze burned intensely. "Let's not talk about anything else, but focus on how you knew that there was a blue origin crystal cave here and that it could help us avoid the disaster. We even encountered a miracle because of it." Meng Zhao was slightly stunned. He shook his head and said, "I didn't know that there was a blue origin crystal cave here." "You didn't know? Then why did you drag us over here? You even said that it had a perfect S-shaped curve. Did you think you were lying to elementary school kids?" Meng Zhao scratched his head. Qinhu sneered. "Go on. Keep lying." "It's fine. Everyone has their own secrets," Lucia said. "There are plenty of times when blood has to be spilled once a secret is revealed. I've seen too much blood over the past few days and don't wish to see us shedding our own blood. Of course we should be honest with each other, but we have to deal with the aftermath of this incident and get rid of the problems so that we can maximize our interests. We'll talk about the other stuff later." Chapter 254, Three Small Holes. "That's right." Qinhu's eyes lit up, and he said, "Even though we're the ones who discovered the Red Radiance Jade Mine first, we were pressed for time and couldn't complete the exploration, so we didn't set up landmarks. Even if we did, everything, including all the living, would have been engulfed by the spirit energy tsunami, which would have reduced them to ashes. This matter concerns the competition between Sky Pillar Corporation and Universe Corporation. Other mining companies might want to profit from this too. If we end up with an internal conflict, it'll be very difficult to ensure that we'll get the first mining rights. Also, the White Spirit's carcass has a lot of research value. It is a monster who evolved on its own and learned to speak to humans. It's a rare creature, And if we sell it to the Monster Research Center, one of the universities, or some rich megacorporation, we will definitely be able to earn a lot of money. These two things are our greatest sources of profit. As for the other secrets, it's fine even if we don't figure them out. I'm an adult, and I do know the logic behind the more you know, the sooner you die. Meng Zhao agreed with her words. If they researched the White Spirit's carcass in depth, it would help them uncover the secret behind the supernatural entities. It was the most important thing. Once he thought of this, his expression changed, and he cried out, "No! The White Spirit's carcass!" While fleeing, they had to climb through a winding crack, and naturally, they could not care about the White Spirit's carcass knocking against the walls. Once they rushed into the Blue Origin Crystal Cave, the three of them could only push against the crystal wall arduously while fending off the resonance from two waves of spirit energy and the impact. They did not have time to care about keeping the White Spirit's carcass in good condition. And monster carcasses were things that rotted and went bad really easily. Under the impact of the spirit energy tsunami, it was hard to say what it was like anymore and whether it still had any research value. Meng Zhao quickly headed to a corner where they kept their items. The White Spirit's carcass had yet to rot away, but it had been torn apart and was already starting to become soft. A faint stench came from it. It was unlikely that it would last through a difficult trek that would take from 6 to 12 hours, then survive the journey on the surface. Meng Zhao did not have any stabilizing solution or liquefied condenser which he could use to slow down its decay either. There's no other choice. I have to dissect it and categorize all of its organs. I'll have to save as much of it as possible. Meng Zhao looked to Lucia for approval. She was the recruiter and sponsor of the mine exploration team. And he was one of the mine explorers she hired. Based on the rules in the field, since Lucia had hired him with a lot of money, the right to make the decision was always in her hands for everything that they obtained in the mission. Besides, if they did not consider when the Blood Flower had turned the White Spirit into an undead, while the Blood Spirit was still a White Spirit, it was killed by Lucia's spy cart. Since she killed it, the game was hers. If they had worked together to hunt a creature, the person with the higher cultivation reel, the one who put more effort into the fight, and the one who landed the final hit would naturally get the larger share. This was the rule that had been adhered to over decades in the field, and it was very fair. Meng Zhao might not like Lucia's ambitious and domineering nature, but he did not want her to break the rules. Besides, he could not win against Lucia. For the time being, at least. "All right, I believe in your skills," Lucia agreed to it readily. If you did not look at her nature of using every method at her disposal to achieve her goal, she was actually not very difficult to get along with. After the accident underground and how Lin Chuan had sacrificed himself like a true hero, whenever she looked into the eyes of the junior who often chatted away into the night with Lin Chuan, she would find that there was another spark in Meng Zhao's eyes. Meng Zhao asked Chen Hu for 2 shooting star blades. The throwing knives were as thin as a cicada's wings. They were made of a material which was both tough and soft, which was one of the reasons they were considered to be top-quality lancet knives. When Meng Zhao cut into the monster's carcass, he felt pleasure all over his body. It was as if he was swinging his brush. In truth, there was not much of the White Spirit's carcass left. Its upper body had been blasted to bits by the self-destruct gun, and its organs had spilled out when the spike pierced its abdomen. Aside from the blood flower bacterial flora, it only had half a thorax, its hind legs, and its 3 bald tails. Meng Zhao thought about the dozens of diagrams of canine-type monsters in his head, especially those of the illusion wolves. With smooth motions, he harvested the legs and tails before he went to handle the remaining half of the spine. The swollen bump of nerves that the White Spirit used to control minds was located at the coccyx, and it was the most important part. The moment Meng Zhao cut into it with the shooting star blades, he heard a plop, and a foul, bloody stench flowed into the air. No matter how gentle and precise Meng Zhao's movements were, the swollen bundle of nerves at the White Spirit's coccyx still turned into sticky pus. Damn it! Meng Zhao could not help but curse. It has been too long, and its second brain has already rotted away. Ah! Chen Hu was incredibly disappointed. Then, we won't be able to sell this for a lot of money, right? There's nothing we can do about it. After all, we've been pressing on for a day and night here, Lucia said. The brain has always been the monster organ that rots and goes bad the easiest. It's already all thanks to the life stone that it still looks like this. Meng Zhao shook his head. Lucia and Chen Hu would never know just how valuable this future supernatural entity was. But now that things had progressed to this state, it was impossible for him to bring it back from the dead. He could only continue with his task and scrape away the rotted pieces of flesh and extract the parts that could still be brought out. Suddenly, he froze up like a statue. He narrowed his eyes, and his fingers trembled. A shooting star blade cut his finger, and a drop of blood fell out. Meng Zhao? Lucia and Qin Hu were a little taken aback. They knew about Meng Zhao's skills. Even though he was new in the field, his harvesting skills were definitely as great as his fighting skills. Unless he had gone through some kind of great shock, it was impossible for him to make this sort of beginner-level mistake. Both of them observed him and saw that he was extracting the white spirit's broken spine. After Meng Zhao processed it, a small dot of different color compared to the rest of the bone around it appeared. It was located 3 vertebrae above the tail. "What is this?" Qin Hu asked curiously. "Is it a pattern on its bone?" "It's a hole." Meng Zhao shut his eyes and used his fingertips to rub it for a long time. Then, he mumbled, "It's 3 holes, actually. They should have been made when the white spirit was a cub. A long, narrow thing that is like a needle was planted in it and only taken out after a long time had passed. So, even though the bone grew well, it's slightly different from the ones around it." Lucia and Qin Hu required half a minute to understand what Meng Zhao said. "Why are there 3 holes on the white spirit's spine?" Qin Hu asked in disbelief. "Was it born this way?" "Based on what I know, it's impossible for natural holes to form on the spines of the illusion wolves, or rather, on all animals with vertebrates. No monster is able to form such fine holes on their spines either. Whoever did it didn't harm nor cripple it," Meng Zhao said. "You need advanced technology and equipment for this." Qin Hu thought about it for a long time. "Are you saying that someone made these holes? Why?" "In the monster controller and biochemical courses in Agricultural University, if we want to make unique biochemical beasts, we might implant chips into their spinal nerves or inject medicine into them," Meng Zhao said. "If we inject medicine into a biochemical beast's spine for a long period of time, we can stimulate their spinal nerves to grow faster. Since it's impossible for us to inject it once every day, we drill a hole into the spine and use special equipment to drip the concoction inside. Once the modification is complete, the equipment is taken out, and bone cell growth serum is injected inside so that the wound will recover. This is something very common." "What?" Qin Hu was shocked. "The white spirit was modified by Lin Chuan?" After giving it some thought, Meng Zhao said, "Not possible. Big Brother Lin might have come from Agricultural University, but he's from the martial arts course. He should not have come into contact with such technology and equipment. Besides, when he got to know the white spirit, he had already graduated, so it'd have been impossible for him to bring the white spirit back to Agricultural University. The equipment in Agricultural University isn't advanced enough to make monsters gain wisdom, anyway. Besides, Big Brother Lin told us basically everything, so I don't think he would have hidden something like this. If the white spirit was really modified before, it was before it met Big Brother Lin. It didn't use its mental channels to tell Big Brother Lin about this, either, otherwise, Big Brother Lin would have said it. Once I combine all that I've said with my analysis of its spine, I can conclude that it was modified when it was very young. It's likely that the white spirit itself didn't even know or remember it." Qin Hu scratched his head. "Then, someone did it?" "Take note, I didn't say that a person did it. I only said that based on the current information about monsters that we have, even apocalyptic beasts don't have such precise surgical abilities." Qin Hu frowned and said, "Isn't that the same? Aside from Earthlings, monsters are the only living creatures in the otherworld. Oh, I heard that there are humanoid creatures who eat raw flesh and drink blood. I think they're mutated ape-shaped monsters, not humans. Who else could have done it?" "I don't know." Meng Zhao shook his head slowly. "The only thing I am certain of is that there are 3 small holes on the white spirit's coccyx, and its wisdom might not have come about naturally. It didn't get it by eating other monsters' brains either. When you think about it, it gained wisdom like this actually makes more sense." "Oh well, it's not important." Qin Hu punched the ground and said excitedly, "What's important is that now, it can sell for a lot of money, right?" Meng Zhao found himself absolutely speechless. Lucia said, "It might sell for a lot of money, but there's also a possibility that we will be dragged into an even bigger storm. Looks like regardless of whether we like each other or not, we're going to be bound together." Meng Zhao fell silent. He knew that the white spirit was a future supernatural entity and was much more clear about just how mysterious and dangerous the storm they were about to get dragged into was. It was one of the 9 great supernatural entities, who were peerless existences that did not make any scientific sense. Just how did they come to be? Thank goodness all three of us survived. Looks like Meng Zhao is right. When the three of us are together, we are indeed ridiculously lucky. Lucia stared at Meng Zhao with an intense gaze. Let's go. Since this dangerous situation has not killed us, I believe that no matter what sort of storm or typhoon we face, it won't stop us from advancing forward. Now, it's time for us to return to the surface and face a brand new future. Chapter 255, Seeing the Sun Once More. They climbed for a total of 3 days and 3 nights up the winding crack. Since the spirit energy tsunami had torn through a lot of walls and made a lot of them collapse, the alignment of the underground cracks changed, and the escape paths that Chinhu had recorded in the beginning were useless. Fortunately, Lucia had been baptized by the red radiance jades and blue origin crystals. Her sensitivity to the fine changes in spirit energy had increased multiple times. She could also change the atomic structure of the stones and turn indestructible stone walls into fine sand. With this method, she increased the size of the cracks and cleared out tunnels for them. Besides, wherever the spirit energy tsunami passed, the originally coarse, sharp and angular stones had all been melted to the point where they were as smooth and round as glass. If the group just squeezed their bodies through the cracks, they could easily move through. Like that, they gradually got closer to the surface. The air that surged into their nostrils became fresher. The faint light above their heads grew stronger until it occupied their entire field of vision. The three people who were used to long periods of darkness felt a piercing pain in their eyes. When they were about to escape from the underground, they felt complicated emotions well up in their hearts. They felt as if they were wanderers who had just returned home. Even if Meng Zhao knew that he had changed a lot of things through the increase in his contribution points, he still felt a little uneasy. Was the wave they stirred up enough to cause a storm that could change the world? Would the apocalyptic beasts and deity realm elites still end up badly injured? Would it affect the countless middle-grade and low-grade superhumans? Would the area around raging waves end up in a mess, and they would temporarily lose the chance to develop and use the area? Just what sort of effect of the red radiance jades continuously releasing spirit energy? Would it be like what Lucia had mentioned? Would it turn into energy that could nourish spirit meridians and stimulate their genes? Would the middle-grade and low-grade superhumans seize this rare chance to cultivate madly and fight as much as they could? Meng Zhao, we'll pull you up. While he was thinking, he heard a voice above his head. Lucia and Chinhu had already crawled out of the underground and turned their heads around to reach out to him. Meng Zhao smiled and extended his arms to them. They grabbed him with firm grips and pulled him up, bringing him back to the world of light. The three of them narrowed their eyes for a total of 10 seconds before they got used to the blinding light that came charging into their eyes. They looked around and were stunned for a moment as they wondered whether they were in raging waves or a brand new world. They could not see a single tree around them. The mountain near them was barren, but filled with holes that breathed hot steam rolling upward. The bottom and the edges of the holes looked like glazed tiles. The holes seemed to have been made by incredibly hot meteors. Intersecting trenches could be found as well. It looked as if deities and demons had used their weapons to create them. The trenches were also colorful, like glazed tiles. This is... Chinhu's eyes bulged out, and he gulped while he mumbled, "Are these marks left behind by deity realm fighters?" Meng Zhao was struck dumb with amazement. Deity realm fighters are truly people who are like deities, he thought. But no matter how strong they are, at the end of my previous life, they didn't manage to protect Dragon City from destruction. Looks like I will have to train harder. I can't just reach deity realm and stand at the top of the supernatural tower. I must surpass deity realm and see just what exists beyond the skies above the supernatural tower. Only by surpassing deity realm will I be able to prevent the apocalypse, and only when I stand above the heavens will I be able to see just how this world looks like under the skies. Look, over there. Lucia suddenly pointed at a meteor pit not far away from them. When the three of them went forward to observe the place, they noticed an incredibly large monster's carcass lying in the pit. It looked like a huge mammoth with metal armor around it, but also like an enlarged iron-armored rhinoceros. It was 10 times as terrifying and monstrous as a regular iron-armored rhinoceros. Its bumpy skin had a metallic shine while its huge tusks were more than 10 meters long. They were covered in profound and complicated patterns, which shone together with the single horn standing tall on its head. Even if the creature was dead, they continued releasing fierce flames. The gravel and walls of the meteor pit had all been glazed, and it looked like a 7-colored glass bowl, but the terrifying monster that looked like a hill was uninjured. Not a single piece of its skin was burnt. This is a legendary apocalyptic beast, Earth-Shattering Bull. I heard that not only does it have super powerful defenses that won't lose to those of the Black Tortoise, It also has the ability to change the structure of the ground and start earthquakes by creating tremors. The powerful fighters from the military once led a platoon of commandos to kill it, but they were all sent to the ground by the earthquake it created. Chin-Hu said in shock. It's no wonder why we couldn't find an exit after climbing for 3 days. Many of the cracks I had taken note of were blocked or twisted. So, this is the one who has been causing us all the trouble. That's right. Raging Waves has the nest of the earth-shattering bull. It's because we were afraid of its ability to create earthquakes that we didn't dare to send many of our heavy weapons, including the railway guns, into Raging Waves. Now, that the earth-shattering bull is done for, our steel army can finally be of use. But how did it die? This is the cause. Meng Zhao finally discovered a hole the size of a finger on the earth-shattering bull's left ear. There was also a finger-sized hole on its right ear. Based on the location of the 2 holes, someone used an incredibly thin weapon. Or rather, it would be better to say that he or she used a steel needle to pierce the earth-shattering bull's head and destroy its brain completely. This discovery silenced the 3 people for a long time. Lucia looked at Meng Zhao and said in a profound manner, "There's no need to be envious of other people's strength. If we work together, there will come a day where we can do this too." "I'll be able to do it even without us working together," Meng Zhao said warily. Even though Lucia was very pretty, not old, was rich, had a lot of power, and long, straight, curvy, and powerful legs, Meng Zhao had his principles. He could not just ride on Lucia's coattails. At the very least, he should think about it carefully before he asked to ride on her coattails. "I'm not as ambitious as you two. I'll be satisfied once I get to Heaven Realm." Chin-Hu stared at the earth-shattering bull and drooled. "Why isn't there anyone harvesting the carcass of the apocalyptic beast? How much is this thing worth?" Before his voice could fade away, a deafening boom came from nearby. A light breeze blew over and got rid of the thick fog around them. It was only at that moment that the 3 of them realized that the extreme weather conditions with lightning crackling and strong wind blowing fiercely were gone without a trace. The fog surrounding the area was real fog, not the ripples formed due to the distortions of time and space. When the sun shone on it, it disappeared without a trace. The 3 people's field of vision brightened. It was as if a brand new world had been slowly opened up in front of them. The raging dark clouds above their heads were torn to pieces and could only hide in the horizon while gasping for their last breath. The sky was occupied by blue and white, along with a brilliant, red sun. As it shone on them, a red cloud that looked like the undying bird spreading its wings rose slowly. It refused to disappear even after a long time had passed. Under the red cloud was a rising and falling mountain range, a lush, green forest, and lakes spreading out like pearls on the bed of an ocean which was an endless meadow. The trio could see all this with just one glance. The world was beautiful, wide, and clear. And in between the wide world were more than 100 armored airships flying with rumbling noises. They were shipping large amounts of heavy weapons, construction machines to the depths of graveyard forest and raging waves to build fortresses, bases, and railways, and transporting the carcasses of the super beasts from deep in raging waves so that they could become valuable raw materials for the development of Dragon City. Some of the large middle-grade or high-grade super beasts like the earth-shattering bull even needed a few armored airships to lift them, and even then, they swayed while being transported away. But it was fine. After 5 days and 5 nights of rain, most of the raging energy that had been accumulating underground for billions of years was gone. The spirit energy magnetic field within the area had become stable, and lightning, invisible wind force, and turbulence did not bother them anymore. Humanity's armored airships and steel army could now do their job. The situation is set. We won. This scene caused the 3 people with different statuses, backgrounds, strengths, personalities, and beliefs to smile in an identical way. Perhaps the battles scattered here and there had not ended, but as long as the apocalyptic beasts residing deep in raging waves were all killed, the extreme weather conditions were gone, and the spirit energy magnetic field interference was no longer around, humanity's steel army would be able to enter the battlefield, and nothing could stop their victory. Look! That! At the horizon. Over there! The 3 of them cried out at the same time. In the direction they pointed was a rainbow that was much more brilliant than the ones that could be seen on Earth. It stretched over Dragon City and Monster Mountain Range until it reached the horizon and ended at a spot far away in the other world. The trio was soon discovered by armored airships. For nearly 5 days, humans had fought fiercely against the monsters in raging waves. The deity realm elites and apocalyptic beasts had clashed against each other, and the impact waves they created affected a lot of middle-grade and low-grade superhumans. There were plenty of other people who were scattered on the mountainside, forest, and even in the underground. There were also plenty of super beast carcasses that had to be harvested, nests that needed destroying, and fortresses that needed building. The military units were so busy that they could not breathe, so they could not see what was extraordinary about Meng Zhao's group straight away. They only thought about sending them and the other injured people back to the bases in Shattered Star Lake. But Lucia had a lot of authority in her hands. She contacted an armored airship with a red cross painted on it. It was a mobile war hospital with advanced equipment. Based on Lucia's words, it did not lose to the private medical centers in Dragon City. Meng Zhao did not want to let Lucia check his body, but once he thought about it, there was just no reason for him to hide his strength in this world where resources were the most important thing. If he revealed his strength at suitable moments, he would be able to attract more people to invest in him and would be able to get more cultivation resources. Besides, the miracle had happened right in front of the other two's eyes and it could help him hide the strange abilities he gained after he returned from the past. Also, Lucia had already seen his naked body while they were at the depths of the cave, so there was no need for him to hide anything right now. After thinking about this, Meng Zhao and Qinhu happily boarded Lucia's medical airship. Chapter 256, Taking in a lackey and forming his own business. The trio might have been refined by the red radiance jades and blue origin crystals, but they were still heavily injured and had crawled through underground tunnels for 3 days and 3 nights while starving. Their bodies were drained and they suffered from all sorts of different sequelae. Meng Zhao was in the best condition. He was just hungry, and after he was injected with a nutritional fluid that had 10 times more calories than what a normal superhuman would take, he slowly recovered. As a spirit sensor, Lucia's spirit energy sensitivity had been magnified several times, which meant that she was now too sensitive to spirit energy. It was just like how a person's brain would not be able to handle a gigantic amount of information flooding into it if their vision and hearing became 10 times better than before. As for Qinhu, he had been too greedy and absorbed too much spirit energy in one go. It was now stuck in his spirit meridians. Some of it had even poured out of his spirit acupoints, so his limbs and joints were stiff. His whole body was filled with power, but he could not use it. The trio lay for a few hours in medical cabins, and after the doctors treated them carefully, they were able to sigh in relief for the time being. While they were being treated, they also received a lot of information about the war. They learned about what had happened on the surface during the 5 days since the Red Radiance Jade Mine exploded. First, Lin Chuan's self-explosion had successfully weakened the strength of the spirit energy tsunami. With the numerous walls and cracks continuously weakening the spirit energy tsunami, the spirit flames that gushed out onto the surface did not reach the requirements to form a spirit energy storm. Instead, they turned into highly concentrated spirit energy that the human body could absorb directly, so all the superhumans in the area from Raging Waves to Shattered Star Lake benefited from it. This was especially so for low-grade and middle-grade superhumans. The sudden appearance of the spirit energy was a rare blessing. Many of the Broken Star superhuman spirit meridians were nourished and repaired. Plenty of people who had been struggling for years at Spirit Tattoo Realm but were never able to get lucky reached Spirit Transformation Realm as well. Second, the spirit energy rain also brought benefits to the Deity Realm fighters. Even though the benefits were not as great as those to low-grade and middle-grade superhumans, they did avoid becoming violent, going through spirit energy deviation, and their bodies exploding. Under the stimulation of the spirit energy, the apocalyptic beasts hiding deep in Raging Waves were all forced out. Hence, under the leadership of the military's Deity Realm General, Thunder God Shao Zhangyang, humans engaged in a shocking battle against the Earth-Shattering Bull, Demonic Amethyst Gold Ape, and Heaven-Devouring Dragon. They killed them as well as their descendants. Once the apocalyptic beasts no longer posed as a deterrent to the humans and all the monsters in Raging Waves to Shattered Star Lake lost their leaders, the monsters became terrified. The humans chased after these monsters while seeing victory in their grasp. Quite a number of Earth Realm and Heaven Realm fighters who had become much stronger killed a lot of nightmarish beasts and hell beasts. Monster carcasses stuffed the winding rivers flowing from Raging Waves to Shattered Star Lake. The spirit energy rain lasted for a few days, which meant that a lot of the rampaging energy squashed underground was spent. The spirit energy magnetic field gradually became stable and the fog scattered. The sky became blue once the clouds faded away. Humanity's Steel Army could then enter freely. The internet became smooth again, and the Red Dragon Army could fight at full strength. There was no longer any doubt that they would win the northern offense. Dragon citizens were finally able to take their first, firm step toward colonizing the otherworld. Something else worth mentioning was that Meng Zhao saw a few familiar names in the war reports. They were youngsters who had performed outstandingly during the battle and were future stars worthy of being nurtured with plenty of resources. Wu Wu was among them, and the other 3 specially recruited fighting course students from the Alliance of the 5 universities were also in the list. Based on the war report, they had been fighting fiercely in Graveyard Forest. Even though their lives were not at stake underground like what Meng Zhao and the others went through, they still had terrifying experiences while surrounded by danger. With their strength of 1-star superhumans, they killed hell beasts in Graveyard Forest. Even if their strength increased because of the spirit energy rain, it was still an astonishing achievement. What was even more surprising was that Meng Zhao actually saw Chu Feixiang's name on the list. Apparently, he had followed Xiao Jianqing to fight and stood out as well. The war report did not say what he did in detail, and Meng Zhao could not puzzle it out. Just how did the white bear, no, the black bear, stand out? Did he end up standing out even more than he? These brats are really lucky. It's the first time they went out on a mission and they encountered a spirit energy rain. It's something you can only encounter once in a blue moon, you know? Many people managed to reach a breakthrough in battle. There was a lack of space in the medical airship, so Qinhu and Meng Zhao could only squeeze into one medical room. When Qinhu recovered, he put a hairy leg outside the medical cabin and said in a jealous and pained voice, "But the spirit energy rain also took away most of the spirit energy contained in the crystal mines. If the crystals could have been mined and sent to crystal refinement factories to be turned into the purest spirit gas, everyone would have benefited even more." That was true. Spirit energy should be conserved because blessed grounds did not appear out of nowhere. The price for a large number of middle-grade and low-grade superhumans reaching a breakthrough during battle was a sharp drop in crystal mine grades. Many of the mines even became completely useless. And it was impossible for the superhumans to absorb all of the spirit gas that gushed out. A lot of it flew 1,000 kilometers away or even escaped to the ozone layer. If they were to talk about the event from the perspective of efficient spirit energy usage, it was not a profitable deal. But Meng Zhao knew about the ending of the Northern Offense in his previous life. All the crystal mines, raging waves and a large area around the place had been rendered useless. A lot of powerful fighters and future stars also died because of it. He was already very happy that he could get so many benefits in this life. "At least we won," he told Qinhu. "We did win, but I'm still pained over the profit we lost from the first mining rights." Qinhu covered his chest. After this rain, the Red Radiance Jade mine should have fallen by at least 2 grades and its value by 2/3. I fought for it with my life, but in the end, all the brats managed to profit from it. When Meng Zhao saw that Qinhu was still not satisfied even after he managed to survive, he could not help but say, "Mr. Hu, do you really like money that much?" "You don't like money?" Qinhu glared at him and extended his hand to Meng Zhao. "Cool. Give me your wage from the mission and all the extra benefits that woman promised you. I'll enjoy half of it, and I'll donate the rest to poor children. How does that sound?" Meng Zhao found himself speechless for a period of time. After not knowing what to say for a long time, he said, "What I mean is, aside from money, we should be concerned about something else." "Such as?" Qinhu asked. "Such as this mysterious medical airship. Don't you think that the equipment here is a little too advanced? The doctors we saw just now were really professional as well. Many of the doctors' vitality magnetic fields were really powerful. They should be, at the very least, at Heaven Realm. At first, I thought that this was a private medical airship that belonged to Sky Pillar Corporation, but after observing it for a while, I found it strange. The medical staff here work in a very militarized fashion." "So it's a medical airship that belonged to the Red Dragon Army," Qinhu said casually. "There's nothing wrong with it. In any case, no matter which organization this medical airship belongs to, it won't stop me from healing my wounds, reaching Heaven Realm, becoming a hero, and getting rich. It's not the Red Dragon Army." Meng Zhao shook his head slowly. "I observed it. This airship doesn't have a single insignia from the Red Dragon Army. The medical staff and the people wearing black uniforms in the corridor give off a different presence from actual soldiers. They seem more mysterious. Also, you saw those war reports? The area around raging waves is still in a state of chaos. Even though the apocalyptic beasts have been killed, there are plenty of super beasts and normal monsters still hiding in the forest. Forget about monsters, even if there were thousands of pigs hiding in the forest, it would still take some effort to capture all of them, right? But in such a chaotic situation, these people managed to write such clear war reports. Everything in them is logical and well recorded. They even managed to detect new superhumans like Xu Feixiang, who only shown a little. This sort of information gathering ability is not something a normal hospital or any other industry should have. So? Chinhu was still unbothered by it. Before we came here, we saw a lot of Red Dragon Army soldiers, and we even told our families that we're safe. You also contacted Agricultural University's martial arts course so that everyone knows that we're together with Lucia. Why are you still worried? I say, you've been underground for too long and you're a little paranoid now. But that can be easily treated. In any case, all of the medical cabins, high-calorie nutritional fluid, and gene medicine over here is free. We can just eat, drink, and rest comfortably for a few days while waiting for the high wages and profit from the first mining rights. Ha 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 ha. Meng Zhao looked at how carefree Chinhu was and felt that they simply could not communicate with each other. But once he thought about it, he felt that Chinhu was not the selfish kind of sleazy person. After all, once he escaped from the underground in his previous life, he gave up on most of the profit he could get and dedicated his entire life to hunting the White Spirit. Meng Zhao did not know the reason behind his actions. It could be because Chinhu wanted to take revenge for Frenzied Saber, because all of them had died aside from him. It could also be because he regretted that he did not prevent the White Spirit's scheme and wanted to atone for his crimes, for running away and causing the Northern offense to fail. No matter which reason it was, it meant that while there was a sleazy heart hidden under his bold and crass appearance, there was some loyalty and honor deep in that sleazy heart of his. Meng Zhao thought of something. While Chinhu had become alone again, he had obtained a miracle, so he should be able to easily reach Heaven Realm. If he had the 10% from the first mining rights, he might even surpass his level in Meng Zhao's previous life and go higher than a 5-star superhuman, which would mean he would stand at the peak of Heaven Realm. He would become someone like Soul-Breaking Saber Luo Wu. Also, Chinhu had already been in the hunting circle for years. He had a lot of connections, tricks, and was experienced. He could be considered to be a person of great skill. If Meng Zhao wanted to change the future, it would be impossible for him to fight alone. He had to form his own force. If he took in Chinhu as his lackey, it would be much easier for him to do a lot of things, such as creating his own superhuman squad. After thinking about this, Meng Zhao said, "Mr. Hu, what do you say if I take you in as my lackey?" Chinhu was stunned. "What did you say?" Meng Zhao's expression did not change. "I mean, we went through a mission in which we nearly died, but we survived. Now, what sort of plans do you have? Have you ever thought about working together with me to form a business?" Chapter 257, A Stupid and Lazy Normal Person. Well. Chinhu scratched his beard and thought about it. "I didn't really have any plans. I was just thinking about rebuilding Frenzied Saber. With this miracle, I can get to Heaven Realm with no problem. I'll also get 10% of profit from the first mining rights. If I ride on Lucia's golden coattails too, I'll definitely be able to rebuild Frenzied Saber and make it stronger than before. But now that you said it, kid, you're right. I'm already a married man, and I'm an honest person. I have a harmonious relationship with my family, so it's not very appropriate for me to ride on Lucia's coattails. You're different, though. You're Lin Chuan's junior, and your background, experiences, and every other aspect is really similar to his. You're even considered as his kindred. From a certain sense, you can absolutely turn into his substitute. Even a blind man can tell that Lucia has feelings for Lin Chuan. Now that he is dead, her coattails must be feeling really light. You can take advantage of her weakness, and I'll even give you technical pointers from behind. Then, we'll definitely be able to become her left and right hands. We might even be able to help her seize major authority in Sky Pillar Corporation. We'll definitely be able to rise to the top." Meng Zhao stared at Chinhu expressionlessly. Chinhu's face was hidden by his mustache and beard. He did not know if his face had turned red, but he coughed dryly and said, "Don't look at me that way. I'm just pointing you in a clear direction. If you settle with Lucia, you can cut down your cultivation time by 20 years. When we become the right and left hands of the boss of Sky Pillar Corporation, we'll be able to eat all the good food and have all the money." "Do you really like money that much?" Meng Zhao could not help asking. "What else am I supposed to like aside from money? Dreams?" Chinhu snorted. He paused for a moment before he started talking earnestly. "Kid, I'm not a petty person. The things that happened in our past are now buried underground, and whoever mentions it is a bastard. I'm really thinking about you. Seriously, don't be too extreme. Lin Chuan's sacrifice was really heroic, I know, but that doesn't mean that his thoughts were not problematic. In truth, most of the powerful fighters in Dragon City are pretty good. After they get cultivation resources, they fight for Dragon City with everything they have, including me. When I want to earn money, I earn it, but when I need to risk my life, I risk it. Don't you agree? Due to his personal experiences, Lin Chuan got himself stuck in his thoughts, though he managed to see light in the end. Don't be influenced by him and take things too hard. Meng Zhao thought about it and said, I admit that most of the superhumans in Dragon City, including the deity realm fighters who fought their way here from the Dark Ages, are all heroes. Including you, Mr. Hu. But what about their children, grandchildren, and great-grandchildren? If the distance in power between powerful fighters and the weak keeps becoming wider, I think that in less than a few decades, Dragon City will become completely different, and by then, even if we want to change, it'll be too late. That's something that will happen decades later. Who would think so far ahead? We might have already conquered the other world by then or cleared the way back to Earth. Qinhu laughed. Besides, there are plenty of higher-ups who are really smart in Dragon City. They will think of these problems and deal with them accordingly. No matter what, these are not things that a newbie like you should worry about. Do you think that I'm overestimating myself and entertaining groundless fears? A little. But that's normal. All youngsters are like that. When I was young, I was worried about everything like you as well. Qinhu grinned. Haven't you heard of this joke before? Teenagers think of the fate of the universe, the meaning of civilization, and the future of Earth. Young adults wonder about whether the country will fall in Dragon City's war strategies. Adults in their 30s wonder about how they can get rich overnight and marry rich so that they can become presidents of companies. When they're in their 40s, all they think about is how to live a comfortable life or just get by. That is enough. Trust me, you're still young. You just lost the status of a normal person not long ago, and you're yet to get used to the world of superhumans. You haven't been beaten down by society, which is why you're going through all these conflicts. You still want to save normal people to satisfy your cheap hero complex. Once you're at my age, you'll understand that it's pretty good if a person can take care of themselves and their family. As for those normal people who have nothing to do with us, they should just do their best to save themselves so that they can be happy. Meng Zhao stared at Qinhu for a while and shook his head. He said seriously, no, even if I reach your age, I won't become like you. It's fine. We'll see about that. Qinhu shrugged. In any case, you gain the most benefits from the Red Radiance Jade Mine explosion. Lucia and the other forces of power will definitely regard you even higher than before. They will continue pouring investments on you, and you'll definitely be able to reach higher heights easily. It will be easy for you to stand out. So, if you have any good projects that will lead to good money or can help me get famous, you can come to me. If you want to do business or something else, I will definitely help you. As for the other stuff, like helping normal people, rebuilding elementary schools, rivaling the wealthy and powerful megacorporations, destroying the scheme hidden behind the White Spirit, or all the other thankless tasks, I will support you in spirit. Meng Zhao frowned again. I really don't get it. You seem to have a lot of biased opinions about normal people. I don't have any prejudice against the normal people who work hard, but those normal people are the ones who usually become superhumans. Qinhu pursed his lips. In the past, I had nothing in my hands. After eating lunch, I might not have dinner. I had no money in my pockets. But even if I started empty-handed, I became someone at the peak of Earth Realm. No, now, I leave and reach Heaven Realm soon. Since I could do it, why can't the normal people you mentioned do it? They're either stupid, lazy, or stupid and lazy. Humph, I've seen plenty of such people in the past. They don't work hard, and when they're on the battlefield, they only know how to cry. When I became a superhuman, they came to guilt-trip me and shamelessly said things like the stronger you are, the greater your responsibility becomes. All of them wanted to trick me into working for them. Meng Zhao could not help but say, Mr. Hu, your situation in the past is different from the situation at present. In the past, Dragon City was in chaos, and even though there were dangers everywhere, there were also fortuitous chances everywhere. As long as someone was brave and willing to risk their life, it was easy for them to get cultivation resources. But no matter how hard the current youngsters work, if they don't have a good father. Hold the phone. You're talking about an important point here. It's their problem for not having a good father, right? That's not my fault, I'm not their father. Qinhu interrupted Meng Zhao and stuck out his thumb to jab his chest. I only believe in one thing. I relied on my abilities and risked my life to earn my money, strength, and status. I earned everything I have through upright and honest methods, so my wife and children can enjoy life however they want. If the normal people find it an eyesore, they can work hard and learn from us. They can go to the underground to explore it, fight against fierce monsters there, then run while they have a spirit energy tsunami hot on their tails. They can work hard in the caves. But if they're lazy, stupid, and afraid of death, then there's nothing they can do, right? They can only be normal people their entire lives and live through their tedious existence. This world is just that normal, ha 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 ha. Chin-Hu threw his head back and laughed. His legs were outside the medical cabin and he swung them. At that moment, a few people in white coats entered through the door. "Doctor, how's my situation?" Meng Zhao could not be bothered to continue talking rubbish with Chin-Hu, so he stood up from the medical cabin. "Meng Zhao, you're in very good condition." A doctor in white smiled. "The activity of your cells and your spirit energy value have all gone over the normal values for spirit transformation realm by a large degree. Also, we noticed that you have hundreds of branch meridians, dozens of main meridians, and most important of all, one of the dragon meridians surrounding your spine that are showing signs of crystallization. That's what we call crystal meridians. This is a very rare condition. You have fully recovered and can resume training or fighting at any moment. I believe that you will shine brilliantly into the near future." Meng Zhao released a long breath. "Thank you, doctor." The doctor waved his hand and turned away from him. Chin-Hu longed to hear such things as well, so he asked eagerly, "What about me, doctor? This kid will soon shine, so when can I recover and train? Have I already reached Heaven Realm? Why do I feel like my limbs are still numb and my joints are stiff even though I've stayed in the medical cabin for so long? It's like there's something blocking my nerves, so I can't bring out any of my strength, even though I'm filled with strength. Is this a normal phenomenon for those who reached Heaven Realm? Or did I become one of those legendary Heaven Realm superhumans?" The doctors looked at each other with troubled expressions. "Mr. Chin, calm down, take a deep breath, and try to relax as much as possible. This is your current situation," one of the doctors said. "You should know that cultivation is not you crudely sucking in a large amount of spirit energy and turning it into fighting power and your cultivation base, right? It's just like how you're not supposed to eat too much high-calorie food in one go. If you ignore the limits of what you can digest and absorb, you end up with indigestion or your stomach or intestines rupturing. You absorbed a lot of red radiance jade and blue origin crystal energy when the spirit energy tsunami charged at you. That energy has filled up every part of your meridians. But you were heavily injured at that time, and your organs had nearly collapsed. The activity in your cells was also at its lowest. That's why you didn't manage to absorb the spirit energy. Instead, it crystallized in your body and completely blocked up your meridians. That's why, over the past few days, you have been feeling that your limbs are numb, your joints are stiff, and you can't bring out your strength even though you're filled with it. Based on the examinations and estimates we made, your body is currently only slightly stronger than that of a normal person. Regardless of whether we take your mobility or fighting strength, you're not that different from a normal powerful human." Chin-Hu's smile stiffened up. What do you mean?" he stuttered. "I'm not highly educated, so I don't understand all your professional jargon. Doctor, just tell me when I can go back to training and reach Heaven Realm." The doctors looked at each other again. "It's very hard to tell. We've never met anyone with conditions like yours, Meng Zhao, and Ms. Liu, and you're the one with the most problematic situation among all of you," the doctor said tentatively. "We don't know how to dissolve the stagnant spirit energy in your body. With Dragon City's current medical standards, all the extreme treatments might end up with your body going through a mini red radiance jade energy explosion. It'll result in you going through spirit energy deviation and exploding. So, our suggestion is that you wait calmly for a period of time. The stagnant spirit energy might end up dissolving on its own under the vibrations from your vitality magnetic field. At that time, not only will you be able to reach Heaven Realm in one go, you might also become a 5-star superhuman in one breath and witness a miracle." Chin-Hu scratched his beard. "How long is this period of time? If we're being optimistic, it might dissolve on its own in 3-5 days, and you'll reach Heaven Realm. And if we're not being optimistic? If we're not being optimistic, it might take 3-5 months, a year, or even 3-5 years. 3-5 years? You might as well say that it'll take 100 years. There's a possibility that you'll need 100 years too. Mr. Chin? Mr. Chin, are you alright?" "I'm fine. Doctor, Let's talk about the worst possible scenario. What if the stagnant spirit energy doesn't dissolve in 100 years? What will happen to me? It's nothing major. It should not be life-threatening. At worst, you won't be able to use your supernatural abilities and will remain a normal person for the rest of your life. Chapter 258, Abnormal Beast Research Department. The porthole of the ward was shut, but Meng Zhao felt cold wind blowing at them, and it blew at Qin Hu so strongly that he turned into an icicle. Meng Zhao felt that the doctors were a little strange. They did not seem like normal ones. When normal doctors told patients about their conditions, they seldom were so straightforward. "Doctor, can I ask a question? Which hospital or unit does this medical airship belong to?" Meng Zhao asked. The doctor smiled faintly. "You can ask Ms. Liu explain it to you personally." "Meng Zhao, this way, please. She's waiting for you in the ward next door." He went to the ward next door, and right after he shut the door, Meng Zhao was shocked by Lucia's brand new image. She had taken off the hospital gown and now wore a custom-made fitted suit. It was a mysterious dark red color, and there were barely noticeable flowing patterns sewn on it. They looked like a dragon, and she seemed to be even more mature and domineering than before. Her face was covered by a mask with no holes. It covered half of her head and blocked off her ears. Her expression could not be seen at all, but Meng Zhao could see his own twisted expression on the arc-shaped, polished surface. The mask. No, the underground trip had changed her completely, and she was now a different person. "The doctor said that my spirit sensitivity has increased 10 times, so I can also see and hear 10 times the things a normal superhuman can detect. My brain is not able to handle so much chaotic and useless information." Lucia tapped her head. "I was fine underground, because there wasn't that much noise down there. But once back on the surface, I've been exposed to too much light, sound, and spirit energy ripples. They charged at me like a flood, and my head hurt so much that it felt like bursting, so I face the risk of going through spirit energy deviation at any moment. So, I have to wear this medical helmet for the time being. It blocks as well as filters out most of the information. I didn't scare you, did I?" Meng Zhao shook his head. If he had to be honest with himself, with Lucia's figure, it didn't matter if she was wearing a mask shaped like a curved mirror. Even if she had the head of a female ghost, many of the hot-blooded teenagers and young adults would still not be afraid of her and approach her. "Then sit closer to me. No matter what, we've gone through a life and death experience together, and we have Lin Chuan as our mutual friend," Lucia said airily. "I don't have a lot of friends, and Lin Chuan was my most important one. Now, he died, and I don't want to miss the chance of becoming your friend." Meng Zhao thought about Lucia's words for a while and decided that they were quite believable. Lucia went straight to the point. "I know that you have been influenced by Lin Chuan slightly and think that I'm a crystalline 9-headed dragon while you're a demonic halberd pig. So, somehow, we're not the same kind of people. But no matter what, that is a bad comparison. We're neither dragons nor pigs. We're humans who know how to think, size up the situation, compromise, and work together. Do you think that our interests conflict with each other from the roots?" Meng Zhao shook his head. "I hope they don't." "Then, do you think that I'm so stupid that I can't see our mutual interests and would drive a future star like you who has extraordinary talent and has obtained a blessing to become my enemy?" Meng Zhao continued shaking his head. "You don't seem that stupid." Lucia smiled under the mirror mask. "So, what reason is stopping us from becoming real friends?" Meng Zhao thought about it and extended his hand to Lucia. He gave hers a light squeeze before he asked, "Just which unit does this medical airship belong to? We seem to have been circling around raging waves for a long time and taken in a lot of injured people. I also saw a lot of monster carcasses. They're all monsters skilled in mind attacks and mind control. In other words, this isn't just a medical airship. It's also a moving lab that can conduct research on the freshest of monster carcasses. Sky Pillar Corporation doesn't have the need nor ability to do this, right?" Lucia nodded and admitted it readily. "This airship belongs to the Otherworld Beast Research Department." Meng Zhao's mind raced. His 18-year-old self had never heard about the Otherworld Beast Research Department before. But certain information lurking in his previous life's memory fragments was stirring up. The monster war has continued for 30 years now. Humans have defeated almost all the well-built, simple-minded, and brutish traditional monster kings who don't know how to hide themselves nor understand what civilization is, Lucia explained. The battle at Raging Waves might be the last fight for these powerful but stupid large monsters. As apocalyptic beasts like the demonic amethyst gold ape, Earth-shattering bull, and heaven-devouring dragon are defeated, a generation will now come to an end. We might seem to be welcoming victory, or at least, walking down the correct path leading to victory. But the other world is a place with unstable materials and quick evolution. Monsters who have been able to stand out in the screening process and lasted until today in the brutal fight for survival that lasted for billions of years are not easy to deal with. Many of the apocalyptic beasts possess power to destroy the world, and they have been occupying the top of the food chain for a long time. They didn't need wisdom to live comfortably. That's why when they realize that humans are a brand new enemy and are completely different, it is already too late for them to gain wisdom. But the monsters who are smaller and don't have brute strength, are at the middle or low spectrum of the food chain, and are often treated as food by the high-grade superbeasts have to wreck their brains to think about how to survive. There is a high possibility that they might gain wisdom and start a brilliant battle against human civilization. They have the potential to create a brand new path of evolution and become even more mysterious and dangerous. During the prehistoric ages, Earth once faced the fall of numerous meteors, and the dinosaurs who ruled the place at that time were destroyed. But the entire ecosphere was not destroyed. Instead, many of the middle-sized and small-sized mammals gained space to thrive. It allowed them to develop, and in the end, glorious civilizations were created. Now, Earthlings who invaded the other world are the meteors. We destroyed the traditional monster kings, but in turn, we gave the other monsters the chance to evolve. No one knows just how these monsters will evolve and what sort of effect it will have on our civilization. Would you believe me if I told you that the White Spirit is not the only intelligent monster? Of course Meng Zhao did, but he only said, "Isn't it?" Of course, monster intelligence is different from what we understand, Lucia said. But there is indeed a batch of smart monsters who are not large apocalyptic beasts with monstrous appearances, thunderous roars, and ability to destroy the world. They can change their appearances, bewitch people, release viruses, and make use of all sorts of unfathomable techniques to influence their environment, infiltrate Dragon City's internal structure, and try to defeat human civilization's fortress from within. Right now, we have a very crude categorization for monsters. Regardless of whether it's monsters, superbeasts, nightmarish beasts, hell beasts, or apocalyptic beasts, they are all categorized based on their talents and fighting strength. But fighting strength and the level of threat are two completely different concepts. The White Spirit's fighting strength was definitely not comparable to that of most hell beasts. It was far weaker than an apocalyptic beast, and its mind control ability was not even that strong, but you personally experienced just how threatening it could be, right? Yeah. Meng Zhao nodded. Many of the apocalyptic beasts aren't willing to take the initiative to provoke humans. They only want to be in their territory to comfortably be their own kings. When the other apocalyptic beasts are killed by human hands, they even feel lucky. These creatures who only have brute strength but no brains are just slightly stronger monsters. They're naturally not humankind's opponents. But the monsters who possess intelligence, understand civilization, know how to unite, and take the initiative to launch attacks on us are the real danger. That's right. The level of threat those monsters pose is not directly proportional to their fighting strength. They can no longer be described as superbeasts, so they have a brand new title, Abnormal Beasts. The Abnormal Beast Research Department is naturally an organization that specifies in dealing with abnormal beasts. Meng Zhao understood it now. You're a member of the Abnormal Beast Research Department? That's right. I've gone through 1 year's worth of secret training in the Abnormal Beast Research Department, and it's only then that I was able to turn from a pure mind explorer to an investigator who has certain fighting abilities. The Abnormal Beast Research Department is a recently formed brand new organization. In the beginning, no one paid any attention to the abnormal beasts who possess intelligence and can infiltrate human society. Most people just scoff and say that it's all just a bunch of nonsense. But the Liu family is a large family, and we have to be involved in many things and support stuff that has not gained power yet. Some people stay in Sky Pillar Corporation, some people join the Red Dragon City, some people go to Dragon City University or the Alliance of the 5 Universities to conduct academic research, some people enter the Zombie Research Center, some people join the Supernatural Tower and become adjudicators, and some people become part of recently formed Abnormal Beast Research Department. Earlier, no one thought that the Abnormal Beast Research Department would be able to produce anything good and were sure that it was just an insignificant, small organization. My cousins ranked above me and favored more by the older generation treated it as nothing. But I knew that if I do things according to procedures in the family, I will definitely be unable to seize authority in Sky Pillar Corporation, and if I join the Red Dragon Army, supernatural tower, or other organizations, I will meet my cousins or uncles or aunts who've had great success in the army since a long time ago. They will even monitor and limit my actions. So, it's better for me to bet all that I have on the Abnormal Beast Research Department. Even though I had to go through a lot of training in the Abnormal Beast Research Center, I also gained a lot of help. Still, I never quite believed that monsters could become truly intelligent and cause major damage. Until I met the White Spirit. Even though she wore the silver arc-shaped mirror mask, Meng Zhao could sense her complicated emotions. They appeared for an instant before Lucia pushed them down to the bottom of her heart. Now, I believe that the war is about to change completely. The fights humans conduct against monsters in the wild will no longer decide whether we will win the war or not. Instead, we will be shifting to a more secretive battlefield, but it will be even more bloody and crucial. Lucia laced her fingers together and looked at Meng Zhao. And the Abnormal Beast Research Department must rise to power and become one of the most important forces protecting Dragon City. Chapter 259, Riding the Tail of the Wind. Meng Zhao could not see Lucia's expression under the mask. He could only hear her say, "Do you know why I insisted on inviting you and Lin Chuan to the mine exploration? It was originally a 3-in-1 mission. First, I wanted to work together with the researcher from the Abnormal Beast Research Department to investigate the mystery of the blood flowers under raging waves. She's Professor Yi, the blood flower specialist. Second, I wanted to get the first mining rights for the Red Radiance Jade Mine, which would gain me a higher status in my family as well as give me my own funds to recruit and launch my own operations. Third, this was also a recruitment mission. The Abnormal Beast Research Department is recruiting people to expand. Outstanding people like Lin Chuan could take the chance and use this golden platform to rise to the top. Unfortunately, he was already bewitched by an abnormal beast and became the target of my investigation. But fortunately, you were around, Meng Zhao. Are you interested in joining the Abnormal Beast Research Department? Meng Zhao cocked his eyebrows. There's no need for you to be so surprised. Don't you understand your value yet? Even if we don't consider the mine exploration, your performance during the Northern Offense was already outstanding. Most importantly, you don't belong to any force of power. You're not influenced by any family either. You're a talented person who is very worthy of being cultivated, Lucia said. We also share a relationship with the same secrets from the mission in which we gained a blessing. Your extraordinary performance has already proven your loyalty and abilities. I assure you, you will definitely be able to ride the tailwind from the Abnormal Beast Research Department and realize your ambitions. Meng Zhao was very tempted. The Abnormal Beast Research Department sounded really powerful. The research of monsters hidden in Dragon City fit the progress of the war based on the memory fragments of his previous life as well. It was the key deciding whether they would lose or win. Besides, Qin Hu might have been crass in his words, but his logic was sound. If he managed to ride Lucia's coattails, he could cut down 20 years of his cultivation time. Meng Zhao narrowed his eyes and thought about it carefully. Will you pick my coat? Lucia suddenly asked. What? Meng Zhao was shocked. He shook his head quickly. No. Fine, perhaps my gaze has been focused on your coat, but your coat isn't the coat I'm thinking about. What I'm saying is, there's no need to explain it. I heard you, Lucia said airily. If you ride on my coattails, you'll get to cut down 20 years of your cultivation time, right? Huh? Don't misunderstand. I didn't do something as despicable as installing a listening device on you. I didn't eavesdrop intentionally either. It's just that my spirit sensitivity is too high right now. Even if I wear the blocking helmet, there are all sorts of sounds that reach my ears. You and Qin Hu were in the ward next door, and you were? Talking really fearlessly. Trust me, I didn't want to hear all of your crass words. Meng Zhao sucked in a deep breath and said seriously, Big Sissia, since we're already at this point in the conversation, I have to explain myself. Honestly, I'm not familiar with Qin Hu at all. No, I can't even say that we're not familiar with each other. It would be better to say that we have a grudge against each other. I can't stand sleazy and slick middle-aged men the most. I absolutely disagree with his crass words, and I'm really angry about it. So, you don't have to try to preserve my dignity. If you want to teach him a lesson, do it. You can also take away 2% of the profit he will get from the first mining rights. Lucia chuckled softly under the mask and said, Of course I believe you. But you have to believe in me as well. I'm not treating you as Lin Chuan's replacement when I ask you to be my friend and invite you to join the Abnormal Beast Research Department. After all, his looks are. And you look. You understand. No one will ever talk about you two in the same vein. Oh, Meng Zhao said. But I'm still studying. That's not a problem. The Special Service members of the Abnormal Beast Research Department are divided into different ranks. There are full-time staff members, off-staff investigators, and temporary technicians, Lucia explained. For example, I'm still working in Skypillar Corporation and I'm even managing my own company. I don't have to go to the front lines 24 hours a day to fight. Due to your situation, there's no need for you to become a publicly known investigator of the Abnormal Beast Research Department. You can still be a student and go to university, cultivate, and live your life. Just that from time to time, you will receive secret training and obtain resources. With your status, you'll also be able to join some of the more secretive missions, which is where you will be able to maximize your value. Meng Zhao thought about it. An off-staff investigator sounded pretty decent. Lucia continued, you have a lot of spirit energy, and you're much stronger than most people at the peak of Earth Realm. What you lack is the way to lawfully use your power. Agricultural University's martial arts course definitely has a lot of amazing martial arts, but I can see that you have ambitions. You don't want to become a pure martial artist or someone who is just skilled in harvesting, right? If you join the Abnormal Beast Research Department, you will not only be able to come in contact with a lot of core secrets, you will also learn a lot of ways to use your spirit energy. These methods are all those you could not learn from the Alliance of 5 Universities and even Dragon City University. They will help you climb to the top of the supernatural tower. We might be a small organization which has just been born, but we have the best deity realm fighters in Dragon City supporting us. You won't be able to find anyone outside teaching you how to use stones to fight. Also, don't you want to get to the bottom of the secret behind the 3 holes on the white spirit's spine? Meng Zhao thought about it. Does the Abnormal Beast Research Department know the answer? Not for the time being. Lucia shook her head slowly. But the only department with the ability and responsibility to investigate this matter in Dragon City is the Abnormal Beast Research Department. I swear that I will use every bit of my ability to uncover the truth. If you want to take revenge for Lin Chuan, you should help me. Regardless of whether the being who drilled those 3 holes into the white spirit's spine is a human or some other creature, that being is the culprit. Meng Zhao stared at Lucia and said, not only will I take revenge for Big Brother Lin, I will also carry out his dying will. I'll ensure that all children in Dragon City will be able to grow under the same brilliant sun and be involved in a fair competition. Then, you have all the more reason to join the Abnormal Beast Research Department and climb up the ranks with everything you have. Then, you'll be able to have more power, wealth, authority, and influence, Lucia said coldly. Right now, you're just a puny 2-star superhuman. No one will listen to you seriously and think about what you say. No matter how loud you shout, your voice will be easily intercepted, drowned out, or twisted. In the end, aside from you satisfying your cheap sense of justice, you won't be able to change anything. I might not agree with Lin Chuan's ideals completely, but there is something that he said that is true. It's only when you climb to the top of the supernatural path will you be able to carry out your will and change the world. More importantly, if you act recklessly now, it's very likely that you will alert the enemy. Lin Chuan and the White Spirit might be dead, but the real culprit remains at large. In fact, he, she, or it might be cooking up an even greater scheme. Your passion alone won't be enough for you to solve all problems. You might even end up getting into trouble. If we work together and use the power from the Abnormal Beast Research Department, we'll be able to fulfill Lin Chuan's dying wish and help all the children in Dragon City bask under the same sun in the future. Meng Zhao's heart raced. As an 18-year-old, hot-blooded youth, he did not completely agree with Lucia's points. But as a dead spirit who returned from the apocalypse, he had to admit that not only was it naive of him to think that he could solve all problems with a swing of his arm just because he had a heart full of justice and passion, it was also another form of laziness, cowardice, and running away. When it came to a fight, you could end it by not being afraid of death and just pressing onward. But if you wanted to win, you needed a lot more things. Meng Zhao shut his eyes and tried to look for answers in his memory fragments. The Abnormal Beast Research Department. With the number of times it was mentioned, the name gradually became more familiar. It sounded like it was some really powerful organization in the future. But I need to think about this. Meng Zhao shook his head. He had not found his answer yet. But of course. You can go back to your ward and think about it. We still have half a day before we go back to Shattered Star Lake Space. Before we leave, tell me your decision, Lucia said. Share everything with Chinhu as well. He's a smart person. I believe he will understand how severe this matter is the moment he hears the Abnormal Beast Research Department's name. He'll know what he should and should not say when he goes back." Meng Zhao nodded and walked to the entrance. He then remembered something and turned around. "By the way, there is something I never got around to asking you," Meng Zhao said in puzzlement. "Back when Chen Hu and I were hiding under the cliff and eavesdropping on you, Lin Chuan, Shen Yulong, and the White Spirit, how did you know that we were around? Is it because you have heightened senses?" This had been the deciding factor for the battle. It completely changed their fates, decided the success of the northern offense, and changed Dragon City's future. Lucia was silent for a long time before she said airily, "It's not entirely the case. It's the blood jade essence." Meng Zhao was stunned. "Do you remember the blood jade essence that I asked you to give to Lin Chuan to heal his wounds?" Lucia said. "I got it after a lot of trouble. There were originally 2 of them, and they were a pair. Aside from stimulating vitality magnetic fields and increasing the speed of healing, it can also cause a subtle resonance between the vitality magnetic fields of the people who have the pair of jades if they are within a certain distance from each other. Normal superhumans can't sense it, but I'm a spirit sensor. If Lin Chuan had it on him, I would be able to sense his breathing, heartbeat, and temperature when he was a certain distance away from me. I knew that this mission would be dangerous and a lot of people would probably die. That's why I was concerned as to whether Lin Chuan would remain safe. I didn't expect that even when I was in close contact with him, I wouldn't be able to sense the existence of the blood jade essence. It was only when the 2 mine exploration teams began fighting against each other and after he revealed his true colors that I sensed a faint ripple from the blood jade essence at the edge of the cliff. Once I thought about it carefully, aside from him, the only other person who could possibly have the blood jade essence was you." Meng Zhao found himself feeling a little awkward. He did not expect this to be the answer. He quickly searched through his pockets. "Then, I'll return it to you now." "Forget it. You put it on yourself before. I don't want it." Lucia sighed softly and said, "Lin Chuan is no longer around. Even if you give it to me, who am I supposed to give it to?" Chapter 260, Big Winner. When Meng Zhao returned to the ward, Chen Hu was still letting his mind wander while he sat in the medical cabin with his legs crossed. He looked like an old monk meditating. "Mr. Hu?" Meng Zhao called out to him tentatively. "What are you thinking about? You seem really focused." When Chen Hu saw that he had returned, his eyes shone, and he jumped out of the medical cabin. He went forward to hold Meng Zhao's hand and shook it with everything he had. "I was thinking about what you said just now. You're right. Normal people and superhumans are like fish and water, earth and shoots. Without water, there's no fish, and without fertile soil, there's no trees. A cow, you're right." "A cow?" Meng Zhao shuddered. "That's right, a cow. I've thought things through, completely," Chen Hu said with a strong sense of righteousness. "You only get to live that many years, and it'll be boring if you work hard for the sake of profit and fame. If you want to live as a human, you need some dreams. Since you asked me so passionately to help you with your business and I'm a senior in the field, I don't have the heart to refuse you. In the future, let's work together and make Dragon City a brighter place. All the normal children will be able to live happily." "Hey, why did you change so much?" Meng Zhao asked in puzzlement. "Is it because the doctor told you that your spirit energy has stagnated and there's a possibility that you will not be able to cultivate anymore for the rest of your life?" "No way." Chen Hu laughed boisterously. "When you become a hunter in the wild, it means you're stretching your neck out constantly, and you need to be prepared to die at any moment. This time, everyone but me and Frenzied Saber died. I'm already considered very lucky. No matter what price I have to pay, I can accept it. But I've really thought things through. I want to form a business with you, bring blessings to the people, and develop Dragon City together." "Ah. Yeah, that works too." Meng Zhao scratched his head. He did not regard Chen Hu with disdain because he was unable to fight at the level of someone at Heaven Realm for the time being. After all, what he regarded with importance was Chen Hu's rich experience in the world and his connections. These would not disappear just because his spirit energy stagnated. Besides, Meng Zhao felt like he could learn a lot of things from Chen Hu, such as his perfect acting skills, which allowed him to lie without ever changing his expression. He set aside the matter of them forming a business for the time being and told Chen Hu about what he had learned from Lucia. "The Abnormal Beast Research Department?" Chen Hu's eyes lit up. He grabbed Meng Zhao's shoulders and said, "A cow, I didn't expect for that woman to be from the Abnormal Beast Research Department. This is an organization that has been really influential lately. Even though they have just been built, there are already a lot of rumors about them in the circle. I heard that they figured out a series of important cases and even stole the adjudicator's limelight. There are even people who say that the top deity realm elites in Dragon City stand behind the Abnormal Beast Research Department. They have an endless supply of resources, martial arts, and secret information. They even have a certain degree of power that allows them to strike first before reporting to the authorities. They can do whatever they want in Dragon City. Meng Zhao really wanted to tell Qin Hu that the woman he was talking about might be listening to them. He opened his mouth, but did not know how to say it, so he just let it go. Qin Hu was experienced. He knew that things with the White Spirit had not ended just yet, so since a powerful organization like the Abnormal Beast Research Department had taken over the case, he struck his chest and promised that he would definitely not talk about it to cause himself trouble. Meng Zhao knew the weight of the situation as well. Before the mystery of the White Spirit was uncovered, if he recklessly revealed such secrets, he would just end up alerting the enemy. Then, should he accept Lucia's invitation? He had to think this question through. Meng Zhao immersed himself in medical fluid and rubbed his forehead. Since the ending of the northern offense have completely changed, Dragon City should be in a much better condition compared to his previous life. At the very least, they should not run into enemies they could not hope to win against on the battlefield. Now, their main problem was the 9 great supernatural entities. Unfortunately, in his previous life, during the Monster War, he was just a normal citizen. He did not pay much attention to the news and war reports about the supernatural entities. He only paid attention to the White Spirit because it was related to Qin Hu. Meng Zhao was immersed in his thoughts. Even if I heard about them, I was not paying attention and forgot about it once some time passed. Perhaps I'll be able to remember more things after the Abnormal Beast Research Department gathers more information. Judging by the time, we're only a few years before the 9 great supernatural entities start causing trouble. They should be in a state of incubation and evolution, just like the White Spirit. It was only a hell beast when we met it. If we kill the remaining 8 of the supernatural entities, will we be able to completely win the Monster War? There was also the matter of the only clue that led to his younger sister's corruption and transformation into the Dark Witch, the mysterious hospital in which his mother had once worked. Up till now, aside from that picture of the X-shaped eyes, he did not have any other discoveries. And just what sort of secrets were held by Ghost Tribe, the Black Skeleton training camp he went to in his previous life? He might not be able to get any answers if he stayed in Agricultural University. Will I get more information from the Abnormal Beast Research Department? Also, there was the matter of kindling. Meng Zhao was beginning to find kindling, the system that had awakened in him, to be really bizarre. In the beginning, it judged Lin Chuan as a pseudo-heroic citizen. Later, he was demoted to special citizen, and at the end, he was demoted to normal citizen. Could it be at least a little reliable with its ranking system? Just what sort of system did kindling use to judge the different ranks of citizens? Could it be his subjective views? When he treated Lin Chuan as his idol, he was a pseudo-heroic citizen. When he began suspecting Lin Chuan, he turned into a special citizen. In the end, when Meng Zhao trusted him again, he turned into a normal citizen. Also, Meng Zhao noticed that when it came to the skills kindling gave him, they were either ones that he had learned in his previous life or those he had come into contact with in this life. In other words, kindling did not create something out of nothing and give him a brand new skill. Similarly, the reward of repairing his main meridians was actually just the 1024 branch meridians using spirit energy to constantly nourish his withered main meridians after they were completely cleared. They could be cleared and repaired bit by bit, and the reward just shortened the time. It seemed like kindling was not omniscient. This made Meng Zhao sigh a little. He did not want to turn into an all-knowing, all-powerful puppet. Even if it was for the sake of a bright and just target, he refused to. There is definitely some kind of scientific logic behind kindling. It should be related to the mysterious explosion at the underground ruin under the supernatural tower. Meng Zhao would definitely solve this mystery. He wanted to learn more secrets that have been hiding in Dragon City over the past half a century. He also wanted to learn the secrets of Dragon City from the dark, chaotic, and bloody era before the supernatural tower was built. The Abnormal Beast Research Department seemed like a really good entry point. In the end, Meng Zhao told Lucia that he was still a student, so he had to prioritize his studies. It was impossible for him to become a full-time special service agent in the Abnormal Beast Research Department. But if there was some kind of mission that required him to use his professional skills to fight against the evil abnormal beasts, he would naturally not refuse to carry out the duties of a good dragon citizen. However, it was impossible for him to force himself to carry out a mission that was beyond his abilities and when he knew nothing about it. Lucia told him to rest easy about it. Since her fighting strength was not great in the past, her position in the Abnormal Beast Research Department was not high. Even if she strove to get the dangerous and important missions, it was difficult to get them for the time being. "We've just completed a very dangerous mission, so we'll definitely need time to recover. Let's go at it slowly," Lucia said. "As for your wages, don't worry about them either. We won't mistreat any of our heroes." "Hero?" Meng Zhao smiled. He said that he did not wish to be treated better than how people were awarded for contributing to the front lines, but he hoped that he could read various documents from the Abnormal Beast Research Department, such as the data that they currently had about the abnormal beasts, the cases of abnormal beasts invading Dragon City, the process of how they captured these abnormal beasts, and other such information. Also, he had a special request. He hoped that he could join the subsequent operations to uncover the mystery behind the White Spirit. "I can request it, but I can't give you any guarantees," Lucia said. "Right now, aside from the 3 small holes on the White Spirit's spine, we don't have any clues, and we don't know how to carry out any following operations, but I believe that as the person who went through this whole thing personally, you'll be of great help if you join." Aside from that, Lucia also promised Meng Zhao that she would use the name of the Abnormal Beast Research Department to apply for war achievements. After all, most of the signs left under raging waves were burnt by the spirit energy tsunami, and it was very difficult for them to find any proof of a fight. If they waited for the government to slowly conduct their research and approve of it, it would take a lot of time. But if the Abnormal Beast Research Department got involved, in a few days, he would be honored as he should and get the resources he deserved as reward. The rewards from his war achievements, the wages from the agreement he signed when he joined the mine exploration, and the double refinement provided by the red radiance jades and blue origin crystals. It was just as Qinhu had said. Many of the superhumans might have gained a lot of amazing benefits from the battle, but even if the benefits of dozens of Meng Zhao's peers were added together, they would not be as high as his. He could be considered to be the greatest winner in the entire northern offense. Just like that, half a day later, Meng Zhao returned to the East Lake base with his pockets full of rewards. Meng Zhao. He had already contacted his tutor, course mates, and his best friend while he was on the medical airship. Everyone knew that he went to a mine exploration mission, and there was even a possibility that he went under Graveyard Forest. The crystal mine explosion a few days ago had been really fierce. They lost contact with a few of the mine exploration teams, and everyone thought that he had probably lost his life, which made them really anxious. They did not know how they should tell his family about it. Once they learned that he was still alive, they were naturally delighted and went to the entrance of the base to wait for him. Upon seeing him, Chu Feixiang was so excited that he leapt more than 10 meters with just 3 steps and enveloped him in a bear hug. He squeezed him so tightly that Meng Zhao saw stars. "I just knew that you wouldn't die so easily. You're ace student Zhao." Chu Feixiang laughed and spread his fingers to slap Meng Zhao's back so hard that Meng Zhao was about to start coughing up blood. Then, he let go of him, though he did not seem to have had his fill of slapping Meng Zhao's back yet. He took a few bodybuilding poses, and his pectorals jumped. "But you might not be able to compare to me, ace student Zhao. You wouldn't believe me even if I told you about it. Guess what I went through in Graveyard Forest? I practically ran into one of those legendary miracles." Chapter 261, Big Brother Xiang's Miraculous Encounter. "You're underestimating my mental endurance," Meng Zhao said. "Go on. I'll definitely believe in you." "I ran into a ghost-faced bear in Graveyard Forest," Chu Feixiang said with an incredibly exaggerated expression. "At that time, I had been wandering in Graveyard Forest with Xiao Jianqing for a long time. Of course, we only dared to wander about the edges of the forest. The monsters there weren't really fierce. At most, they were just Grade 1 or Grade 2 nightmarish beasts. But for some reason, as the ground started trembling fiercely, all the monsters in Graveyard Forest, including the carnivorous etherealized plants, started attacking us as if they'd gone mad. I split up with Xiao Jianqing and lost my way. The more I ran, the darker my surroundings became, and I ended up running into the depths of Graveyard Forest. I don't know how many monsters and etherealized plants I killed, but before I could catch my breath, I ran into a Grade 4 hell beast, and it was the ghost-faced bear. I was sent into a crack with just one swipe from that creature." "Hey! What do you think happened? Something unexpected happened, that's what. Endless waves of spirit energy gushed out of that crack, and when they swept through my body, my wounds filled with a refreshing feeling, and it felt great. It was as if that spirit energy had life, and it surged into my body. I was stuck in the crack, so that spirit energy crawled into me for a full day and night. It was really refreshing, and I was filled with endless energy. I felt as if I had never felt as strong. Even soldier, my heroic spirit, became clearer and gained a stronger presence. When no spirit energy came out of the crack, I crawled out with my hands and feet. And since the world is small, I ran into that ghost-faced bear again. It was fighting against Shattering. And when you run into your enemies, you get filled with anger, right? So I beat it down with one punch. Did you? Meng Zhao did not want to doubt Chu Feixiang's words, but ghost-faced bears were hell beasts. Even Meng Zhao himself did not have a lot of confidence to fight it if he ran into it, but Chu Feixiang managed to beat it with one punch even though he was still an amateur heroic spirit user. Chu Feixiang's face turned red. Well, before I crawled out of the crack, the ghost-faced bear had already been fighting for a long time with Shattering, and it was beaten up pretty badly by her female battle god. It was already heavily injured. But don't they say that a beast is the fiercest when it's injured? At that time, Shattering was already drained of spirit energy, and my soldier was indeed the one who dealt the final blow. Don't go doubting me now. Do you know my cultivation realm right now? I'm a 2-star superhuman and I'm at spirit transformation realm. Aren't I amazing? Isn't it exciting? Isn't it shocking? Aren't you jealous? You never thought about it, did you? Oh. Chu Feixiang took up a bodybuilder's pose and bulged up his biceps, trapezius, and pecs. When I look in the mirror, even I can't help but be jealous of myself. I've only just awakened to supernatural abilities, and I managed to become a 2-star superhuman. Looks like I'm one of those geniuses spoken in legends, one of those rare, talented people. I'm definitely destined to become a superhero who will change the future, right? Yeah, definitely. Meng Zhao said. Their friends nearby could no longer stand it. They dragged Chu Feixiang away in a flurry. The large spirit energy rain this time was a blessing that Dragon City has never encountered before. Many of the outstanding people from our age group seized the change and started training and killing madly. They managed to reach a breakthrough during their fights. Xie Feng, one of the 4 great kings of Agricultural University's martial arts course, said to Meng Zhao. Wu Wu from our university and the other 3 specially recruited fighting course students from the Alliance of 5 universities have all become 2-star superhumans. Sunya, Duan Lian, Zhang Rui, some other people, and I absorbed really pure and thick spirit energy, and our spirit energy maximum values have already surpassed the limits of 1-star superhumans. There's not even a need to mention those people at Dragon City University's martial arts course. Not only has everyone's cultivation realm increased, we've also gained a lot of war achievements from our fights. Many people have managed to kill grade 3 nightmarish beasts and even grade 4 hell beasts, which are far above their cultivation realms. They've left behind really amazing feats on the war achievements ranking board, and a lot of forces of power are paying attention to them now. It's a bit of a pity that you went on the mine exploration. If you had gone to fight with us at Graveyard Forest, it would have been great. You might have even obtained your own blessing. But no matter what, staying alive is better than anything else. The spirit energy density is really high around Raging Waves now. It's a legendary blessed ground. If you go there to train and fight, you will definitely be able to reach a breakthrough. Actually, Meng Zhao did not want to hide the truth when he faced his friend's concern. I've also become a 2-star superhuman, he said with a smile. Huh? His friends were slightly stunned. Didn't you go underground? Even though the spirit energy tsunami had come from the underground, it had been suppressed for billions of years in an environment that was both hot and had a high pressure, so its density was too high, and it was too wild. Underground, it possessed a destructive power that could destroy everything in its way. It would not nourish the body nor could be directly absorbed and used for cultivation. It was just like how a person's guts would be torn and they'd get water poisoning if they drank dozens of liters of water in one go. If anyone absorbed high-density spirit energy directly, they would go through spirit energy deviation. Their spirit meridians would shatter, and they would explode. This was common knowledge in spirit energy science. Hence, when everyone heard that Meng Zhao went missing underground, they thought that he was already very lucky to have managed to survive. They did not think that he would have been able to gain any benefits from the spirit energy tsunami. When the crystal mines exploded, we found a blue origin crystal cave through sheer coincidence. We hid in there for a few days and nights, Meng Zhao explained in a concise manner. Wow. Then, your luck is even better than mine. It's no wonder why I felt that the spirit energy ripples around you are different from before. Chu Feixiang went forward and gave a vicious punch to Meng Zhao's chest. It was so vicious that Meng Zhao winced. But you'll only really be cool when you reach a breakthrough in battle. It's only at those instances that you'll be able to turn your spirit energy into real fighting power. You must have strength but not know how to use it, right? Chu Feixiang went to him and threw an arm over his shoulder in a friendly manner. He was eager to show just how fierce his soldier was after it obtained a full upgrade. It's fine. Leave it to me. We'll spar over the next few days, and I assure you, you'll soon get used to being a 2-star superhuman in the brand new fighting style. Hey. Meng Zhao frowned. Why is your smile so evil? Is it because you were always beaten up in the past, and now that you're a 2-star superhuman, you want to take the chance to take revenge? You're cooking up an evil scheme. You want to beat me up until my parents can't recognize me? Chu Feixiang widened his eyes and looked shocked. How could that be? We've been best friends for years. Am I that sort of person in your eyes? I'm truly thinking about how to help you. I want to help you get familiar with being a 2-star superhuman, you know? Hey. Bro, since you're such a bro, I'm definitely going to accept your kind will. Meng Zhao slapped Chu Feixiang's shoulder. Let's talk through the night and spar until daylight. But before the sparring session, Meng Zhao had something even more important to do. The northern offense had lasted for 3 months, and they had obtained progressive success. They managed to completely clear the communication lines from Shattered Star Lake to the main city, and many of the injured people were sent to the rear. The university students and lecturers who were sent to provide backup to the front lines could also go to the rear to rest and reorganize. However, before the spirit energy density became normal again, no one was willing to miss out on the chance to train and fight madly in this blessed ground, because this was a chance for their strength to increase by leaps and bounds. No one was willing to go back to the city. Since the extreme weather conditions and spirit energy magnetic field interference had been reduced, the signal towers stretched from Dragon City to Shattered Star Lake, and the wireless communication network became more stable compared to a few months ago. The warriors at the front lines could finally communicate with their families in the city through video calls. A cow. Big brother. When Meng Zhao saw his parents and sister on the small screen and heard their familiar voices, his heart welled up with emotions. His parents had become slightly thinner. He wondered whether it was because food had been rather scarce in the city over the past few months because the city had been sending a lot of resources to the front lines or whether it was because they were worried about him while he was at the front lines. But no matter how thin they were right now, it was still better than them lying sick in bed in his previous life. His parents asked him to be at ease at the front lines and train as well as fight without any worry, because everything was going well at home. Even though the city had gone through a time of rationing when the army's progress had faltered during the rainy season, it was soon over, and the resources in the market became plentiful again. There was no need to even mention what happened over the past few days. Tons of monster meat and other materials were sent to the rear in endless waves. Regardless of whether it was the price for demonic halberd pigs or iron-armored rhinoceros, they all dropped to the point that they were now only charged for the transportation fees. In Beijiakao's words, "I'm about to puke from all the beef soup I drank." Looks like you'll definitely win the war now. Since he was a harvester and someone who had opened his own resource recovery company, Meng Yishan was very sensitive to the changes in the war. He said with a smile, "Over the past few days, Superstar received a lot of business deals. They didn't ask us to be careful when we harvest the monsters, but quick. Many of the valuable monster skeletons were thrown away or crushed into bone powder. They're all turned into bone powder to become fertilizer, and if they're making such wasteful acts, it means that the front lines have achieved great victory. Monster carcasses are piling up in mountains, and the harvesters can't take care of all them. Also, a few canned food factories have signed partnerships with us. They want us to work with them to provide large amounts of food for the Red Dragon Army. By the looks of it, the Red Dragon Army is about to station themselves at the northern front lines. This means that the northern offense is about to end, right?" Before Meng Zhao could answer it, Beijiakao squeezed her way in front of the screen and said with wide eyes, "Big brother, our school organized a gathering yesterday so that everyone can watch a live stream. We saw a few apocalyptic beasts being carried back to Dragon City by armored airships. Those are legendary apocalyptic beasts, you know? How many monsters did you kill? Did you kill something really powerful and gain war achievements? Did you become a hero?" Before her voice could fade away, their mother hit her head lightly. "Your brother is just a freshman. He's just there to get a feel for the war and learn from his seniors. Why does it matter how many monsters he killed? It's already great that he's able to come home safely." Bejayakao stuck her tongue out. She covered her head and whispered, "Mom, you're underestimating my brother too much." Meng Jiao smiled in his heart. "I didn't become a hero, but I saw sorts of heroes," he said seriously. "When I come back to Dragon City and have the chance, I'll definitely tell you the stories of those heroes." Chapter 262, Inter-University Tournament. The New Year celebration was just around the corner. It was only 1 month away. Even though the rotation and orbital period of the Otherworld was slightly different than that of Earth, so the same calendar system could not be used. Once the societal order recovered, the transmigrators soon remembered their traditional holidays. It was one of the few connections they still had with their home planet. The New Year celebration was incredibly lively and grand. Red lanterns were hung all over the streets weeks away, and banners filled with words, "Welcome to a new year," were all over the place as well. Fireworks and crackers made of all sorts of monster powder were released into the night sky to light it up with their brilliant colors. Since the shops had a lot of resources, all homes had a thick aroma of meat. The culture of eating that had lasted for thousands of years in Dragon City created an amazing chemical reaction when the people ran into ingredients from monsters. One family made demonic halberd pig sausages, while another family used the method to make roasted ducks to cook incredibly juicy reptile-type monsters. There were even shops that created a hotpot with a diameter of more than 2 meters so that the people could cook iron-armored rhinoceros meat in it. As news of victory from the front lines was sent back along with all sorts of frozen super beast meat, the normal citizens gained benefits too, because as the development of the new area went well, their pockets also became full of money. They saw hope and believed that they could now have a taste of the legendary nightmarish beasts. It was the same for the Meng family. Ever since Bei Suxin began receiving treatment and could walk around smoothly, she fell in love with going out to shop. She did not like buying clothes or beauty products, but she enjoyed going to markets in the corners, which sold items at fair prices, or suppliers. She had all sorts of ways to cook good food for the family. When she heard that her son was about to return home victorious in a few days, she prepared a whole balcony of pickled snakes, dried lizards, demonic halberd pig sausages, and iron-armored rhinoceros jerky to replenish all the nutrients her son had lost over the months. She also used spices unique to the Otherworld to prepare around 20 types of flavors and had her daughter taste test her food, which resulted in her gaining 8 kilograms. The girl grew so terrified of it that she ran off whenever she smelled the aroma of meat. But while she could usually run away, she could not on that day. When it was time to eat, Bejayakao obediently sat at the dining table. Even Meng Yishan, who was really busy because the company's business had been growing, came home on time. The family turned on their television and watched the latest news report from the front lines with wide eyes. "Little cow, will your brother really be on television today?" Bei Suxin handed her daughter a dried lizard. "Of course, the sports channel will be live streaming the freshman tournament between the Alliance of the 5 universities and the freshmen from Dragon City University. I heard that the situation this year is going to be different. Since a lot of freshmen reached a breakthrough during the battle, the 5-man tournament can no longer fully display the strength of both sides. So, they changed it to a 100 versus 100 super tournament. They're even going to live stream the entire thing. Meng Jiao is on the list of the Alliance of the 5 universities, so we'll definitely be able to see him later." Bejayakao handed the dried lizard to her father. Meng Yishan looked troubled. He glanced at his daughter, then at his wife. The two of them stared at him expressionlessly. He could only take a bite of the lizard and force a smile. "Dear, your cooking is pretty good. It tastes great. Since this tastes so good, when a cow comes back, he'll be letting you down if he doesn't eat all of the food in the balcony." As he spoke, overhead shots from Shattered Star Lake and Graveyard Forest were displayed on the screen. They were all shots taken by the drones. At that moment, the northern front lines had already done a 180 degrees turn compared to when Meng Jiao had gone over a few months ago. 2 railroads and a 6-vehicle highway had been built. They stretched from the main city to Shattered Star Lake and went through Graveyard Forest to under raging waves. Every day, tons of resources were sent to the depths of the wild by the main road. Automatic steel construction machines weighing nearly 1,000 tons dug out intersecting drains and canals in Shattered Star Lake. Then, water pumps with high horsepower worked day and night to extract the accumulated water in the swamps, which then shrank in size and revealed black mud underneath. The mud contained nutrients that had accumulated from various living beings and microorganisms at the bottom of the swamp for thousands of years. As long as it was mixed with monster blood, flesh, or bone powder as well as fertilizer, it would become an endless mass of fertile land. The first batch of dried and modified swamps had rows of silver tents. The etherealized plant botanists and agricultural scientists planted the seeds of genetically modified etherealized plants on the land, so when summer and autumn arrived, they would bear fruit containing vast amounts of spirit energy. The originally dark graveyard forest was surrounded and attacked by superhumans and the Red Dragon Army multiple times, so almost all of the super beasts as well as carnivorous etherealized plants that posed a threat were killed or chased into raging waves or further into the wild. A few sections of the forest had already been smoothed out. The mining and smelting factories, spirit energy transportation stations, and the various other heavy industries centered around crystals and metals from the otherworld began to be built rapidly once the pile drivers, cranes, drills, modularized assembly machines and various construction machines were brought in. The beginnings of the industrial area were just set up. As for raging waves, even though Dragon City was unable to develop it for the time being, hundreds of armored airships flew over it every day. One of the reasons was to monitor whether there were still high-grade superbeasts wandering in the mountains, and the other reason was to gather the spirit energy that was still gushing out from underground. They also used the environment above raging waves to conduct various scientific experiments, because the air above raging waves contained a lot of spirit energy. Over the month after the spirit energy magnetic field became stable and the communications between the front lines and the rear smoothed out, many media outlets and websites started live streaming the northern offense all day without stop. Only certain core secrets were not shown. Since all Dragon citizens were soldiers, the live streams of the war effort could give them pride, and the belief that they were bound to win gave them motivation to cultivate and fight. As they watched how the land turned from an uncultivated area that had nothing but danger into a paradise for Earthlings, the pride they had for overcoming difficulties and opening up the land became the most valuable wealth and fighting power. This was especially so for families like the Meng family. Since they had family members fighting at the front lines, they felt incredibly proud. 1 month ago, we encountered an extremely rare spirit energy geyser at the northern offense, and the entire battlefield turned into a blessed ground filled with spirit energy. The superhumans who had been working in the battlefield, especially the new superhumans who had just started showing their splendor, welcomed a tactical blessing that only appears once in a blue moon. Based on incomplete data, thousands of one-star superhumans below 30 have gained various degrees of improvement from the spirit energy geyser. Then, the freshmen from the 6 universities started fighting fiercely with victory at hand while led by the freshmen of Dragon City University. They fought fiercely and broke through the limits of their lives time and again, fully displaying the spirit of Dragon City, Earth, and humans. Today, we've gained a firm hold over hundreds of kilometers of fertile land from raging waves to shattered Star Lake. Dragon City has taken a firm step forward on its path to conquering the Otherworld. Our youngsters are bound to arrive at the top of the Otherworld. How great is their strength currently? Now, let us bear witness to it. The commentator's voice came from the television. Meng Yisha, Bei Suxin, and Bei Jiakao held their breaths and watched with wide eyes. The camera lens on the drone suddenly zoomed in. The scene was continuously magnified, and it stopped at a corner of Graveyard Forest, where a huge arena had been set up. There were 2 preparation areas set at 2 sides of the forest. 200 students from Dragon City University and the Alliance of the 5 universities were warming up over there. The camera swept past them. Over the past month, we have live-streamed a few of the fights of these new superhumans on our platform, and we have also interviewed some of the outstanding new superhumans. I believe that you are not unfamiliar with some of them. As the commentator said this, the camera stopped for a brief time on a few students. All of them had outstanding battle achievements, and their strength was above that of others. They were all the outstanding people among the new superhumans. Meng Jiao was among them. As if he had noticed the drone, he smiled brilliantly and waved at the camera. Look, it's Big Brother. He looks to have grown taller over the last few days. Ah, seriously, now, I'm at most only up to his chest. Bei Jiakao cried out. It's really a cow. Meng Yishan and Bei Jiakao were shocked and delighted. Almost a year ago, their son had been rolling about on his bed, wondering whether he could get into a better post-secondary specialized college. Who could have expected that after some time, he would be able to shine brilliantly on the battlefield and stand out among thousands of new superhumans. This change caused them, as parents, to feel gratified and delighted, But their hearts also ached because their son had been training and fighting madly. The freshman tournament between Dragon City University and the alliance of the 5 universities comprising the University of Technology, Agricultural University, Medical University, and the University of Science is a traditional tournament that has a long history. In the past, we had a 5 versus 5 group battle, but this year, the youngsters of Dragon City have risen to power, and we can say to have entered the golden era. Hundreds of people have reached the standards of the outstanding people in the past. Hence, the tournament this year is an unprecedented 100 versus 100, and no other tournament will be like it. The rules are very simple. Both sides will each send out 100 candidates, and they will enter the dangerous graveyard forest at the same time. The sensory chips implanted in the defensive suits will monitor the students' physiological parameters. They will produce simulations and analyze the students' injuries to judge whether they have been defeated. Before either side's last contestant is determined to have lost, they will have the chance to fight 1 against 10 and turn the tides despite being in a desperate situation. Graveyard Forest has a complicated environment, which adds quite a lot of variables to the tournament. We will wait and see just which is the stronger, Dragon City University or the alliance of the 5 universities. Alright, the contestants from both sides have entered Graveyard Forest. We will talk in detail about the star contestants and the analysis of their fighting strengths during the exciting battles later. Now, let the tournament officially begin. Mom. Beijia was so excited that she slapped the table. The tournament has started. What are you doing? Hurry up and look for where Big Brother is. Wait, let me send a message, Beisuxin said calmly. I have to make all our relatives watch a cow's match. She pressed send and opened another group chat. Are you done? Beijia was getting really worked up. Yeah, I'm sending a message to our neighbors now, Beisuxin said. A cow is the pride of blessed heavenly garden. If our neighbors know that he's on TV, they'll definitely come to cheer for him. She sent another message. What about now? Beijia wiped off her sweat. It was from how worked up and excited she was. I also joined a few grocery shopping groups and the patient group in the medical center. Beisuxin sent the message about the tournament to more than 10 groups, and she deliberately attached the picture of Meng Zhao smiling at the camera just now. She added the caption "My son" to the picture and sent it to all groups. Chapter 263, Glory of the Golden Era. Beijia gave up. She pursed her lips and stared at the screen. The image had shifted to the overhead shot of forest, which the drone captured in the air. 2 groups of people dressed in red and blue protective suits entered the forest from 2 different directions. Immediately after that, there was a flurry of motion. A lot of the pests hidden in the shrubs fled. If they were the slightest bit careless, they would be immediately cut in half. In the last month of intense fighting, the larger monsters were all killed by the powerful fighters. The freshmen had also gained fierce killing intent that only veterans who had fought in 100 battles had. The sensitive middle-grade and low-grade monsters did not dare to fight against them. Even the carnivorous etherealized plants acted like shame plants when they sensed the powerful magnetic field surrounding the students. They shut the parts they used to hunt and pretended to be normal plants. The forest was not large. In the near future, Graveyard Forest would become an industrial area and be developed into a multifunction training hall with all manner of terrain. Even though the area was small, it had everything from forests, mountain creeks, cracks, caves, and even small cliffs. The geography was complicated, but it was not a problem for the outstanding students who were already experienced fighters. Based on the overhead shots, the spectators could clearly see the students from both sides moving as smoothly as mercury spilling on the ground. The students headed in the direction where the other party would show their might, the center of the forest. Soon, the students who were at the forefront of the charge clashed against each other. We can see that the first pair of contestants from both sides have already clashed magnificently. The one dressed in the blue protective suit is Yang Na from Dragon City University. She is a very outstanding overkill-style martial artist. With a sword as swift as shooting stars, she has once managed to gain the record of killing 198 three-eyed spirit cats in one day. She is known to the public as Shooting Star. Unfortunately, the one she encountered today is female battle god Xiao Jiangqing from the military school's heroic spirit course. Xiao Jiangqing is one of the 4 specially recruited students from the alliance of the 5 universities. She is also the freshman with the most eye-catching offense in the Northern Offense. Of course, many of us have a hard time attaching the title of a freshman to her when we see how she uses her 2 swords to swiftly and valiantly kill monsters. One side represents absolute speed, while the other side represents absolute power. I wonder how shooting star Yang Na will break Xiao Jianking's female battle god. As expected, Yang Na is acting very cautiously. She did not create her spirit energy magnetic field the moment she engaged in battle and released her best skill, Meteor Storm. Instead, she uses her advantage in her agility to move around Xiao Jianking. With a dense wave of sword attacks, she is luring Xiao Jianking into parrying her attacks. This is, undoubtedly, the best strategy, because Xiao Jianking's swords were created with special alloy containing Super Beast crystallized bones. They weigh nearly 100 kilograms, so it's impossible for her to swing them continuously. Wait. What is this we're seeing? Xiao Jianking actually swung her swords so quickly that they have the momentum of a storm. There's no openings to be found. She's actually suppressing shooting star Yang Na. Her speed is actually faster than Yang Na's. During the full half a minute she swung her swords, she did not mess up once. From her breathing to the movements of her fingertips, everything was flawless. This made Yang Na fall into her rhythm. Oh, no. Yang Na's breathing and footwork are starting to turn chaotic. Her defense has collapsed. She has to run. There is no other choice, she can only, Shooting star Yang Na has been struck down by female battle god Xiao Jianking, and she did not even manage to use her best skill Meteor Storm before she was defeated. We can see that Yang Na looks confused and frustrated, as if she still hasn't understood what happened, but that's how tournaments are. If this were a real battlefield, she might have already died. The control as well as endurance that Xiao Jianking displayed just now seems to be characteristic of the ultimate style, which has been very popular among the alliance of the 5 universities over the past few months. Some of you might not understand it well, dear audience, but the ultimate style is a martial arts style that has risen to power recently. It came from Agricultural University's martial arts course, and it's very popular in the Northern Offense, especially among those in the alliance of the 5 universities. It pays attention to the cultivation of 1024 branch meridians and uses chain attacks to suppress the opponents so that they would reveal openings. It has an incredibly high killing efficiency when it comes to fighting against large amounts of normal monsters. However, I didn't expect that even female battle god Xiao Jianking would become a supporter of the ultimate style, much less produce such astonishing results when it comes to fighting against the overkill style. We have interviewed the creator of the ultimate style before the tournament. Mr. Gu Jianbo of Agricultural University's martial arts course stated boldly that the people from Dragon City University's martial arts course will be shocked in the tournament. He must have been talking about Xiao Jianking. With the help of the ultimate style, the heroic spirit female battle god is indeed qualified to challenge the overkill style from Dragon City University's martial arts course. Dad, Mom, did you hear? Bei Jiakao said excitedly. Mr. Gu Jianbo from Agricultural University's martial arts course is Big Brother's personal tutor. He's really good. I know, right? Meng Yishan and Bei Suxin looked at each other and asked in puzzlement, but where is your brother? Well. Bei Jiakao scratched her head and stared at the TV. Unfortunately, while the live streamer had prepared hundreds of drones and set up countless cameras in the arena and each contestant had a camera on their shoulders and helmets, which allowed them to practically monitor everything, when the shots were displayed to the people, they were only able to see one or at most 2 of the most exciting fights. And Meng Zhao, who practiced walking corpse, was skilled in lurking in dark corners, sneaking around, and launching surprise attacks. Clearly, he was not considered among the students delivering the most exciting fights. Right now, what was displayed on TV was a dazzling battle between an overkill-style user and a machine master, and there were even all sorts of electricity effects. There was a Dragon City University freshman by the name of Yan Shuhong with the nickname Fireworks. His specialty was moves that were dazzling, cool, and had a lot of electricity effects. He used brilliant spirit energy magnetic fields that looked like fireworks to interfere with his opponent's senses, which made them feel as if they were trapped in a kaleidoscope. Unfortunately, his opponent was machine maniac Xu Sheng, the specially recruited fighting course student from the University of Technology. Though he did not have all his limbs, he was exceptionally talented. Since the situation had stabilized and there was no longer any spirit energy magnetic field interference, Xu Sheng could release his brain waves fearlessly. He controlled dozens of weaponized fighting vehicles and spider fighting vehicles at the same time. He had a whole steel army that saw through fireworks superficial attacks and submerged Yan Shuhong. Dragon City University has lost 2 fights in a row. Before the tournament, who could have predicted this sort of situation? Even the commentator became excited. But I believe that Dragon City University, with its great foundation, will not just stand by and let this happen. Look. It's Wang Dao from Dragon City University's martial arts course. I believe that there is no need for me to make further introductions regarding Wang Dao. Most of you have already heard about him. Since elementary school, he has continuously defended the title of champion in various competitions related to stances, meditations, and fighting styles. Before he was 18 years old, he managed to break 24 records. Over the 3 years he was in high school, he has never run into an opponent who could stand up to him in the challenges launched against him in Dragon City Great High School, which is the best school in Dragon City and has plenty of powerful people. With the status of a specially recruited student, he has smoothly entered Dragon City University's martial arts course, and even there, he has never run into anyone who can break his undefeatable status. He deserves his title of Tyrant. After he came to the northern front lines, Wang Dao fought in a manner that can only be described as mad to prove that he is not only someone who can be called a tyrant in cultivation rooms and arenas, but also someone who deserves the title of Tyrant even in the wild. With the strength of a one-star superhuman, he killed more than 10 grade 3 nightmarish beasts and even managed to escape unscathed while hunted by a hell beast. He has created multiple miracles. And now, we are about to witness just how strong Tyrant Wang Dao has become after he successfully became a 2-star superhuman during the Spirit Energy Reign. His opponent has appeared. Ah! Bei Jiakao's eyes went wide, and she screamed, "It's Big Brother Xiong." "Which Big Brother Xiong?" Meng Yishan asked. "It's the fair and plump one who often came to our house to play when Big Brother was in high school." Bei Jiakao thought about it and said, "One time, he didn't have his fill yet even after he ate 80 dumplings. We didn't have any dumpling skins and fillings anymore, so we could only give him 2 bowls of instant noodles." "Oh, it's Chu Feishuang." Bei Suxin immediately remembered him. She asked in shock, "What happened to the boy? Why is he so dark and thin now?" Wang Dao's first opponent is Chu Feishuang from the military school. "This is a very interesting contestant as well," the commentator said. "Regardless of whether he was in high school or the northern front lines, he never displayed great talent. Even though he successfully awakened a heroic spirit, based on what we understand, there isn't anything particularly special about his heroic spirit, soldier. But Chu Feishuang has firm determination and a will to train and cultivate madly. It is said that every night, he trains until he is bruised, battered, and unrecognizable by using a method that can practically be classified as self-harm. There are even people who can hear him scream in pain late at night. But like that, Chu Feishuang managed to train himself until he gained a steel body, and his ability to endure attacks is incredibly strong. When his heroic spirit enters his body, he can even fight barehanded against powerful monsters with great defenses. His fighting style is quite like that of a martyr." As expected, Chu Feishuang did not show any fear when faced with Zhurang Wang Dao, who is ranked at the first place of Dragon City University's martial arts course. Instead, he summoned his heroic spirit and rushed forward. He's using the Army Fist? He's actually using the Army Fist to fight against an outstanding new member of the Overkill style. Bang! The sound of fists clashing rose. Even Bei Jiakao and her parents could not help but hunch their shoulders while sitting in front of the TV. Chu Feishuang was sent flying like a fallen kite. Alright, Chu Feishuang does have commendable courage. Even though he was sent flying by a single punch from Wang Dao and was eliminated from the tournament with a lot of grievances in his heart, his spirit of facing difficulties head-on is still worthy of us. What? He got up again? Oh, he's still using the Army Fist. But he was sent flying again. Oh, he got up a 3rd time. And the 4th. Wang Dao doesn't seem to be in a good condition today. He might have been shocked by Chu Feishuang's unrelenting spirit and not dealt a heavy blow. I can't believe that he still hasn't managed to get rid of his opponent. Even he seems to be puzzled. As for Chu Feishuang, he's getting more valiant with the more setbacks he faces and is getting stronger. He also seems to be saying something. Could it be that he's provoking Wang Dao? Let us turn on the communication channels and listen to his cries. Hence, all the spectators in front of the TV heard Chu Feishuang strike his chest and shout at the strongest freshman from Dragon City University's martial arts course. "That's the punch from the Overkill style? Could you hit harder? Even when Meng Zhao hasn't eaten, his punches land harder than yours." Chapter 264, Top Tier Battle. The commentator fell silent for a while. After a long time had passed, he finally said, "The Meng Zhao Chu Feishuang mentioned is also one of the contestants from the Alliance of the 5 Universities. He's a freshman who has performed really outstandingly during the Northern Offense and was rewarded the Daily Star title multiple times for his ranking on the War Achievement rank. However, compared to Wang Dao, Xiao Jianqing, and the others who have performed splendidly, Meng Zhao's performance has been rather mysterious and full of uncertainties. As the personal disciple of the Ultimate Style's creator, Gu Jinbo, he is also the future star of the Ultimate Style. He once used the terrifying fighting endurance of the style to fight for 3 days and 3 nights in Graveyard Forest and still remained full of spirit. But he has also laid an ambush for more than 24 hours in the swamp just to catch a nightmarish beast alive. It is said that including female battle god Xiao Jianqing, quite a number of freshmen from the Alliance of the 5 Universities have acknowledged Meng Zhao's strength. Let's hope that we will be able to witness the Ultimate Style's true limits from Meng Zhao through today's tournament. Alright, let's switch the scene to Meng Zhao and see what he's doing. The scene changed, and they saw a silent shrub, along with 2 slanted, withered trees. At first glance, everything was calm, and there was nothing happening in the area. But perhaps it was because the camera drones were too close, the propellers caused a few weeds to fly up, and they could vaguely see some hair. The shrub jumped up while cursing. It was only then that the audience noticed that Meng Zhao was covered in mud and had stuck a layer of grass on the mud to pretend to be a shrub. His imitation was so good that he looked like a real shrub, and no one could see through his disguise. Meng Yishan found himself speechless. "Should I delete the livestream link I sent to the groups just now?" Bei Suxin asked. The commentator said nothing and switched to other fights. They were just in time to see Chu Feixiang's defense finally breaking after he took more than 10 blows from Wang Dao. His heroic spirit, soldier, had nearly disappeared. He let out a yelp and fell down. "Just you wait. Meng Zhao will take revenge for me." Is this guy really that confident in Big Brother, or is he causing him trouble? Bei Jiakao wondered. He's making someone as powerful as Wang Dao go and create problems for Big Brother. As the 100 contestants from both sides entered the forest, they fought against each other, and the tournament became more interesting. At the Alliance of the 5 Universities side, female battle god Xiao Jianqing's swords cut through trees as easily as grass. Panther girl Wu Wu and her ghost leopard moved elusively and pushed their opponents down like ghosts, and the strength of Machine Master Xu Sheng and gunfighting styles Han Xing caused the people's views to broaden, and they gasped in surprise. In the beginning, because Dragon City University did not expect that the Alliance of the 5 Universities would be so powerful this year, they were caught off guard. But once Wang Dao eliminated 5 opponents continuously, they gradually found their rhythm. The success rate and fluidity of creating spirit energy magnetic fields among the freshmen did not lose to many of their upperclassmen in their 2nd and 3rd year. For a period of time, all sorts of dazzling killing moves that created a lot of bright electricity flew all over the air. A storm of bullets clashed against spirit energy ripples, and they created incredibly brilliant sparks. The Steel Army created by drones and spider fighting vehicles continuously changed formations. They worked together with heroic spirits that looked as if deities had descended to the mortal world and created a lot of damage. The spectators were dazzled by the sight and had to admit that after the students were baptized by the flames of war and nourished by spirit energy, they brought the golden era upon Dragon City. Once these low-grade superhumans grew up, Dragon City's future generation would become even stronger. The fights between the two sides became fiercer, and more people were eliminated. In just a moment, both sides lost dozens of contestants. And the outstanding contestants who had killed the most people started showing their splendor on the ranking board. Wang Dao and Xiao Jianqing were both leaders of their respective armies. They had killed more than 10 people. More than 1/3 of the achievements of their respective sides were made by them. There were also a few outstanding people who had been engaged in exciting battles, which now appeared on screen. They were mainly the specially recruited fighting course students from both sides, and they had all killed more than 3 opponents. However, quite a number of spectators were incredibly shocked when they saw something unexpected. Meng Zhao had also killed 3 contestants. "Look, it's Big Brother's name." Bei Jiakao pointed at the bottom right corner of the screen. "He also defeated 3 opponents, so why haven't we seen his fights?" The commentator also seemed to have noticed this problem. During the next few moments of the livestream, he switched to Meng Zhao's fights a few more times. But they were all indescribable. There were even a few shots that were similar to before. Even if they widened their eyes, they could not find where Meng Zhao was hiding. He was either an unmoving shrub, hiding in a swamp without creating any bubbles, or pretending to be a moss-covered rock. When a few ignorant Dragon City University freshmen walked by him, Meng Zhao would suddenly split up from the shrub, swamp, or rock, and wrap their necks with his white sabers and rune-covered chains. The contact between the parties lasted less than half a second. Then, Meng Zhao would fuse back into the shadows and disappear without a trace. He left his opponents utterly confused when they were judged by the system to have been eliminated. There were a few times when a few Dragon City freshmen formed a party to search for targets, so they were not people Meng Zhao could easily kill alone. Hence, in the full-angle shots recorded by the drones, the spectators could see Meng Zhao keeping his limbs and weapons still while using the movements of his muscles to slither away silently like a snake in the dark. He stared at the ignorant opponents coldly, and if he could not find a chance to attack them, he would leave. He did not show any desire to stay and fight. His cold eyes made the spectators break out in cold sweat for his prey. As the number of contestants in the arena was reduced, most of the freshmen had already experienced at least one battle. Because of it, a lot of their stamina had been whittled down, and Meng Zhao switched his tactics. He did not attack Dragon City University's freshmen who were alone or in parties. Instead, he quietly drew close to a pair of students in a fierce fight. He was just like a shadow. He was even more nimble and mysterious than Wu Wu's ghost leopard and did not make a single sound. While the Dragon City University freshman was fully focused on fighting against the enemy in front of him, he revealed an opening on his back, and Meng Zhao suddenly flung his chain sabers forward. Very easily, he reaped his kill. The commentator had no idea how to comment on this fighting style. He stuttered for a long time before he said, "We can tell that Meng Zhao is very skilled at hiding and sneaking around. It seems like he's fighting in the manner of an assassin. He knows how to seize the best opportunity to attack, and he has a lot of fighting experience. He fights like a true veteran." Just like that, Meng Zhao became one of the last few contestants left in the arena. This was not an easy feat, but it had nothing to do with their strength. After all, the stronger they were, the more likely it was that they would become the targets of the other party's attacks. For example, female battle god Xiao Jiangqing was surrounded by 7 Dragon City University freshmen because of how she fought without holding back and because of her eye-catching swords. One of them was even a specially recruited student from the martial arts course. She got rid of 4 of her assailants, including the specially recruited student, but her protective suit was damaged too many times, and the system judged her to not be suited to continue fighting because her physiological parameters had dropped too low. She regrettably had to leave the arena. Even though she did not manage to last until the end, her heroic fighting style managed to earn respect from most of the spectators and netizens. The livestream platform and forums were filled with praise for her. Many people believe that in just a few years, she would definitely reproduce the glory of the former female battle god Su Jiangqing and become a military leader of the Golden Era. Of course, it was a pity that they were unable to witness the fight between Xiao Jiangqing and Wang Dao, which would have been a fight between the strongest. Even the commentator said, "I didn't expect that a heroic spirit user with the help of the ultimate style would have such terrifying power." Before she was sent out of the arena, Xiao Jiangqing managed to defeat a total of 14 opponents, including a specially recruited student. It seems like the bold words from Mr. Gu of Agricultural University's martial arts course were not without proof. You really can't help but imagine, if this weren't a 100 versus 100 group fight, but Xiao Jiangqing and Wang Dao fought against each other with all their stamina, spirit energy, and all their other aspects at their peak condition, including their weapons, just what would we have been able to see? But no matter what, we've seen today that a lot of the students from the Alliance of the 5 universities, regardless of whether they're martial artists, gunslingers, heroic spirit users, or machine masters, have absorbed and used part of the ultimate style's ideals in their fights. Regardless of who wins or loses in the fight today, the ultimate style will definitely shine brilliantly and will have the right to challenge the overkill style together with the gunfighting style, machine armor style, and beast soul style. As time passed, the tournament reached its halfway point, and there were now fewer than 30 people standing in the forest. More of them wore blue, which was the color representing Dragon City University. After all, Dragon City University had a solid foundation and a lot of secret techniques. After being nourished by the spirit energy, many of the freshmen became 2-star superhumans, and their creation of spirit energy magnetic fields became smoother, more secretive, and gained a lot more variations. And the freshmen from the Alliance of the 5 universities, regardless of whether they were heroic spirit users, machine masters, or gunslingers, had to continuously perform tests and polish the rough edges of their fighting style when they wanted to fuse the ultimate style into their own specialties. Right then, their hard power was still unable to compare to that of their peers in Dragon City University. Most importantly, in the 100 vs 100 group battle, teamwork and strategies were equally important. Even though the alliance of the 5 universities had students from the military school's commanding course, they were still made up of 5 universities, and it was very easy for them to end up acting on their own. Most of the 100 contestants from Dragon City University came from the martial arts course, and their teamwork was not something the alliance of the 5 universities could compare to. At that moment, there were still 19 contestants from Dragon City University, and among them was Tyrant Wang Dao. The alliance of the 5 universities only had 11 contestants left. Aside from Panther Girl Wu Wu holding the fort, the other 3 specially recruited students had all been defeated by encirclement. Of course, Meng Zhao was still around as well. Unfortunately for him, as Dragon City University suffered an increasing number of losses and their number of people was reduced, they noticed his existence and his assassination strategy. When they realized that he had silently raked in so many kills that his kill count was only second to that of Xiao Jianqing and the other top students, they quickly formed a 5-man squad specifically to force him out of his dark corner. They paid the price of one person being ambushed and eliminated, but the remaining 4 people finally forced Meng Zhao into an empty space in the forest. They surrounded him from 4 directions so he would have nowhere to run. Chapter 265, Full Firepower. Ah, Big Brother is in danger. Bei Jiakao covered her mouth. Meng Zhao has shown us his exquisite skills in ambushing and assassinating, but once these assassination-type contestants are surrounded by their opponents, they usually have a hard time escaping, the commentator said. But it's fine. Meng Zhao has already won against many opponents and brought us a lot of surprises. He can. Before he could finish, Meng Zhao attacked. No one could believe that even when he was surrounded by 4 Dragon City University freshmen, he would choose to attack first. And when he attacked, his chain sabers turned into thousands of burning arcs that surrounded the 4 contestants at the same time. A group of spectators recognized Meng Zhao's skill. It was similar to Weeping Reaper Lin Chuan's Thousand Moon Slash, the famous skill of the hero who died tragically during the Northern Offense. But when this skill was executed after it was refined by both the Red Radiance Jades and Blue Origin Crystals, it became fierce and unrivaled. It gave off the air that it could defeat anyone effortlessly. It was no longer like a moon, but the fiercest sun. The 4 contestants looked as if they were struck down by the brilliant sunstorm. The protective suit of one of them was hit fiercely, and he was judged to have lost. He was sent out of the arena. The other 3 could only parry, though with great difficulty. Soon, they ended up running helter-skelter and hiding behind trees to catch their breath for a moment. In just a moment, their unescapable net was torn to shreds. But Meng Zhao's offense had not ended yet. With the additional power granted by his dense spirit energy, he took full advantage of the ultimate style's endless endurance. His chain sabers were like the sickles of the Reaper. They shot at the Dragon City University freshmen from inconceivable angles. He did not give them any chance to catch their breath, much less calm down to create their spirit energy magnetic fields. Meng Zhao is displaying astonishing strength. The commentator was stunned for some time. Could it be that the surprise Mr. Gu Jianbo mentioned was not just Xiao Jianqing, but also his pride and joy, Meng Zhao? Some of you might not understand too well, but chain sabers are very difficult to master. While they increase the user's attack range and agility, it usually also means that they lose in damage to normal weapons. And if you want to use the spinning ability to increase damage, you lose the agility. Hence, we seldom see powerful fighters using chain-type weapons. But there is one thing that is certain: when powerful fighters skilled in chain sabers, chain spears, or morning stars appear on the battlefield, they are the most dangerous existences in the area. Look, Meng Zhao is moving the chains as if he's plucking zither strings. It might seem easy, but if we bring the camera closer, we can see that his hands... Good lord! His hands have already turned into 2 balls of gray. We can't even see his fingers clearly. And he's pouring spirit energy into the chains until they reach the blades more than 10 meters away, which is how he can make those chains flexible or stiff at will. They can turn 90 degrees without any sign and split a tree in half. Even the contestant hiding behind the tree has been determined to have failed because of this shocking slash and was sent out of the arena. Just how strong was the spirit energy that Meng Zhao delivered just now? Is this the ultimate style? Yes. Bei Jiakao jumped up. Big Brother is so awesome! She swiped her phone excitedly and let Meng Yishan and Bei Suxin look at the comments on the forum. Dad, Mom, you might not know this, But Big Brother has a lot of fans online. Everyone is very interested in his ultimate style, and they give good comments about it. I can't believe it. My Big Brother is practically a celebrity. Is he? Meng Yishan and Baisuksen were surprised and delighted. In the beginning, a lot of his fans were fans of Weeping Reaper Lin Chuan, but now they became Brothers fans. After all, Lin Chuan sacrificed his life on the battlefield, and Big Brother shared a really good relationship with him. Bai Jiakao paused for a moment before she swung her fist. But Meng Zhao is very charming as well, so gradually, everyone discovered how different he is. If that's the case, why do you still say that he often bullies you? Baisuksen asked with a smile. This is this, and that is that. Bai Jiakao's face turned red, and she said, of course I won't admit defeat. No matter how strong my Big Brother becomes, he won't be able to extinguish my fighting spirit. I will definitely train hard, and one of these days, I'll become even stronger than him. Oh no, look. Meng Yishan interrupted the conversation between the mother and daughter and pointed at the screen. Isn't that the Tyrant, Wang Dao? He's the strongest among the Dragon City University freshmen, right? Meng Zhao had been thinking about chasing down the two who had tried to encircle him before running into the depths of the forest. But then, with a saber on his left hip and a sword on his right hip, Wang Dao strode over while exuding the domineering presence of a king. After Xiao Jianqing and the others were forced out of the tournament, only Panther Girl Wu Wu is left among the specially recruited fighting course students from the Alliance of the Five Universities. However, Dragon City University's strongest freshman, Tyrant Wang Dao, did not choose Wu Wu as his next opponent. Instead, he went to look for Meng Zhao. The commentator was filled with excitement. Could this mean that to Wang Dao, Meng Zhao is the strongest freshman aside from Xiao Jianqing? Alright, both sides have seen each other. They release their strongest spirit flames. The shrubs and withered trees around them have started shaking, crumbling, and burning. They're so powerful. Are they really freshmen? One of them has been dubbed the strongest since elementary school and has never seen anyone who can match up to him in his path of becoming stronger. The other is a new force that suddenly rose to power. Since the practical test from the National College examination, he has created multiple miracles. He is a mysterious challenger to Wang Dao. So, how will this match between the strong and... well, alright, we can now see that Meng Zhao has run away. Meng Yishan and Baisuksen fell silent in front of the TV. Bai Jiakao wiped her cold sweat off. Dad, Mom, this is how ultimate-style practitioners fight. If they can't win, they run. As long as he's not eliminated, there's still hope for him to win. It's not embarrassing. You're right. This is good, Baisuksen said. Looks like your brother is still pretty smart. Everything else is just superficial fame. The most important thing is for him to return home safe. Clearly, when he faces the Tyrant of the Dragon City University freshman, Meng Zhao wants to avoid his attacks, but if Wang Dao allowed anyone to run away from him, he would not be the Tyrant. The commentator became excited again. Now, Wang Dao is chasing after him, and he's moving at high speed. He's also accurately and swiftly creating incredibly offensive spirit energy magnetic fields. Scorching Sun Slash, Rampaging Dragon Thrust, Furious Tiger Dance. He has brought out the essence of the overkill style. He's practically like an armored airship full of crystal bombs that is bombing the area wantonly. However, it feels like Meng Zhao can predict the future. Every time, he can sense the faint fluctuations of the spirit energy ripples in the air and predict his enemy's attack trajectory and pattern, which allows him to avoid the attacks. Just how sharp are his senses? Also, we can tell that even though he's facing such furious attacks, his expression, breathing, and each of his muscles remain as calm as ever. His movements are as precise as those of a machine. However, if he continues to be attacked like this, he won't last long. Does he intend to use the advantage of the ultimate style and compete against Wang Dao in stamina? To see whose will drain away first? Wait, there's a change in the direction. 50 meters ahead of the two contestants is the spot with the greatest drop height in the arena. This is a cliff that is nearly 20 meters tall. At the center of the cliff is a waterfall, and under it is a lake. A small, winding river flows to the edge of the arena. Meng Zhao has increased his speed distinctly. I didn't expect that he could still increase his speed. There's practically no end to his limits. Does he intend to jump down the waterfall and escape through the lake and the river? Wang Dao has discovered his intentions. He's currently using the bounce from the branches to flank him from the side. Meng Zhao is the first of the two to jump down the cliff. Wang Dao used his full strength to arrive above him, And while he's above, he used one of the strongest killing moves for the overkill style, Star Shatterer. This is a skill that many of the fighters at the peak of Earthrealm might not have fully mastered. Wang Dao truly does deserve his title as the Tyrant. And Meng Zhao deserves to be proud of himself for having been able to force him to use Star Shatterer. Wait. Something shocking happened in the arena. Meng Zhao did not just jump down the cliff. The moment he was about to start falling, he threw a chain saber and sent it deep into the cliff. It traveled up by 45 degrees and wrapped around Wang Dao's left leg. Meng Zhao actually predicted Wang Dao's strategy ahead of time. Right from the start, this was a trap. With sharp observational skills, Meng Zhao captured an opening in Wang Dao's moves, and Star Shatterer was forcefully cancelled halfway through its execution. You can tell that Wang Dao's face is pale. Clearly, he's in a state of stiffening up and cooling down. His spirit energy is facing a backlash, and he's definitely feeling horrible now. Meng Zhao won't let go of this great chance. We're finally seeing the full force of the ultimate style. His chain sabers turned into burning balls of light and surrounded him and Wang Dao. We can't tell just how many lightning-fast attacks Meng Zhao has delivered. We just know that under his endless onslaught, Wang Dao doesn't have a chance to create even half of a spirit energy magnetic field. Splash! Both of them fell into the lake. Because of it, even the commentator could not tell who was defending, who was attacking, what was anyone's strategies nor movements. The Meng family could only see continuous explosions in the lake while sitting in front of the TV. It was as if deep water bombs had been set off inside the lake. Water pillars, which were taller than 10 meters and contained spirit energy ripples, shot up into the air. The water droplets shone with the colors of the rainbow and looked incredibly dazzling. The explosions lasted for a full half a minute. Then, the lake became calm. Everyone felt as if their hearts had leapt to their throats. The drones continued searching from the lake to the river. In the end, they found the two contestants covered in wounds. Their clothes were also torn to shreds. They climbed to the banks of the river with great difficulty, looked at each other, and fell down. Meng Zhao of the Alliance of the Five Universities and Wang Dao of Dragon City University have both been judged to have lost their fighting strength and been killed. The commentator sounded incredibly surprised and excited. As the representative of the ultimate style, Meng Zhao has actually fought to a tie with the Tyrant Wang Dao, the future star of the overkill style. Chapter 266, Mystery of the Supernatural Entities. At that moment, Bei Jiakao was scrolling through the livestream platform, and it was filled with on-screen comments in the comment section. No way, he's that good? Meng Zhao of Agricultural University's martial arts course? I'll remember that name. Wang Dao is the best of the younger generation. I heard that since young, he has never lost when it comes to all forms of competitions, regardless of whether they're about stances or real fights. He was actually forced to lose together with this Meng Zhao? I heard that Meng Zhao came from a regional key high school. Before the national college examination, he was a nobody. In less than a year, he's practically like a different person. His cultivation speed is a little too ridiculous, don't you think? He seems even more terrifying than Wang Dao and Xiao Jiangking. Compared to his strength, what is more terrifying are his strategies. At the start, he ran away and lured Wang Dao into continuously forming spirit energy magnetic fields and wasting his spirit energy. He also used that time to fully understand Wang Dao's fighting style. In the end, he used the terrain to launch a desperate counterattack and force such a powerful enemy to a tie. He has such a calm head and rich fighting experience. He's absolutely nothing like a freshman. Tactics are naturally important, but without the endless supply of spirit energy and stamina provided by the ultimate style, no matter how great his strategies were, he wouldn't have been able to make use of them. This ultimate style is pretty interesting. Are there any training classes related to it? Right now, Agricultural University's martial arts course has already put up an official website for the ultimate style. They've also set up experience centers in the Supernatural Tower, and the 4 luxurious malls to the north, west, south, and east of the city. Also, an ultimate style flagship experience center is being built beside Yan Organization's Ripple Force flagship shop. Looks like many of the rich tycoons in Dragon City regard ultimate style highly, and they've invested a lot of money in it. Soon, the ultimate style will be able to stand on equal footing with the overkill style. Soon? Today, the ultimate style already fought the overkill style to a tie. Bei Jiakao stared at all the praises. Of course, she did not know that there were quite a lot of ghostwriters from Yan Organization mixed among them. And so, She was so happy that she grinned and handed her phone to her parents so that they could look. Bae-suksen's heart had been aching for her son's injuries, but after he gasped for breath for half a minute, he climbed up to his feet. His recovery speed was much faster than that of Wang Dao, who still lay on the other bank. It was only then that Bae-suksen sighed in relief. When she saw the comments online, she became happy again and gestured at Meng Yishan with her chin. Meng Yishan stuttered, What is it? Our son did well. Aren't you going to send a message to your circle of friends and give a bonus to your employees to spread the joy? There's no need for that, right? Well, if you're not going to, I will. Hand over your phone, Bae-suksen said. Meng Yishan refused it. I won't. What did you just say? Meng Zhao was currently in the resting area of the arena in Graveyard Forest. Naturally, he did not know that he had become famous online, in his family group, neighborhood group, his mother's grocery shopping group, and his father's company group. Honestly, what he had used was not the fighting style he liked. He would rather bring Wang Dao on a stroll around Graveyard Forest for 3 to 5 hours, or even a whole day and a night, just to see who could outrun the other. In the end, when both of them were exhausted and foaming at the mouth, he believed that he would still have enough strength left to place Bloody Flame at Wang Dao's neck. He might even pretend to cough up blood during the fight and use it to interfere with his opponent's vision. Then, with lightning-fast movements, he would stick a crystal bomb covered in stone statue fungus liquid on his opponent's back to blast their spine into bits. In the end, if he needed something more, he would bring out a pistol with crystal bullets and fire a shot at their forehead. Of course, his best strategy was to actually disappear into the crowd a few days ahead to figure out where his target lived and how he went about his daily life. Then, while he slept, he would sneak in and cut his throat or think of a way to poison his food. This was his fighting style in a real fight. However, since they were competing in front of people and he wanted to promote the ultimate style, it was best if he did not use such sinister methods. It was much more appropriate to use righteous methods. Wu Wu led the remnants of the alliance of the 5 universities against the remaining 10 or so freshmen from Dragon City. Based on the cheers that came from the students who were sent out of the arena, Wu Wu, who had also practiced the ultimate style, brought even more surprises to the spectators. But Meng Zhao no longer cared about the results of the tournament. In his field of vision, a dazzling ball of flames rose before it turned into rows of golden notifications. Completed the renewed 4th segment of the fight for the ultimate style, where you are supposed to win against at least 5 overkill style users who are at the same level as you are during the inter-university tournament. Congratulations, Fiery Lair, you have completed all the quests of the fight for the ultimate style quest chain. Due to your hard work, the ultimate style has managed to shine with glory several years ahead of its time. Many of the superhumans and normal citizens have gotten to know the advantages of the brand new fighting model, and they will now begin to think about it and train in it. The chain reactions have already been formed, and there will no longer be anyone that can stop the ultimate style's rise to power. Quest rewards, 50,000 contribution points. You can choose to awaken a brand new supernatural ability and 3 skills whose skillfulness you want to increase by 1 level. Meng Zhao did not hesitate and chose to awaken Bizarre Stab. Walking Corpse and Bizarre Stab were the lurking and assassination secret techniques that the Black Skull instructor had taught Meng Zhao when he joined the mysterious and unfathomable training camp in his previous life. Walking Corpse could minimize his physiological functions and make all his organs enter a state of near hibernation while still allowing him to maintain great motor functions. Bizarre Stab would allow him to use all sorts of inconceivable methods, tools, and skills to quietly take his opponent's life in one move. An assassin skilled in these 2 skills was a true ghost. Meng Zhao grunted while he experienced the pleasurable sensation that came after the pain when he experienced his old memories crashing into his mind. At that moment, his spirit energy value had reached the limit of a 2-star superhuman. He had cleared 45 main meridians and 1 dragon meridian surrounding his spine. Among the 1,024 branch meridians, at least 50% of them had crystallized. His body functions were so strong that he would definitely not lose to a normal 3-star superhuman. He had 2 killing moves. One of them was the Thousand Moon Slash, which was used to bind enemies and perform crowd control. The other was Demon Subduing Slash, which was used to determine a fight in 1 swift move. He had pushed them to perfect level, and now, his aim was to push them to ultimate level. As for the 2 secret techniques he had only just begun practicing, he pushed Walking Corpse to master level and raised Bizarre Stab with a skillfulness reward to specialist level. After several months of fierce training, fighting, and harvesting, His senses, finger agility, and knowledge of monster structures had increased by leaps and bounds. Once he dumped a large amount of contribution points into it, his basic harvesting skill also reached perfect level. It could be said that there were only a handful of monsters that could stump Meng Zhao now. When he swept his gaze over the monsters, they were naked in front of him. We won in the northern offense. The ultimate style is also going to be promoted to the whole city. My strength has also increased to the point where I can fight against those at the peak of Earth Realm. Regardless of whether it's my fate or Dragon City's fate, everything is changing in a good direction. But I can't let my guard down. Once we gain full victory in the northern offense, the subsequent development of the city will definitely be different from my memories. Many of the things I remember will not happen, but knowledge of them might interfere with my judgment. But there is one thing I can be certain of, and it is that the 9 great supernatural entities won't take this lying down. They will definitely launch an even fiercer counterattack. But if we lock down on these abnormal beasts with intelligence and get rid of their threat, we'll be able to gain full victory in the monster war, right? As he thought of this, the flames before Meng Zhao's eyes jumped, and a brand new quest popped up. A sturdy fortress is always taken down from the inside. Often, a soft brain is much more dangerous compared to sharp claws. Quest: Mystery of the Supernatural Entities. Quest details: The abnormal beasts possessing great intelligence known as supernatural entities have infiltrated Dragon City. Search for the secrets and uncover them so that you can bring true victory to Dragon City. Quest difficulty: Unknown. Quest reward: Unknown. I knew it. The 9. No, it should be the 8 great supernatural entities are my next opponents. Meng Zhao's mind raced. But isn't kindling being a little too unreliable? The difficulty and reward are both unknown. And it didn't even tell me the way to complete the quest. I don't have a single clue as to how I'm supposed to find these supernatural entities. It's asking me to search for a needle in a haystack, but where am I even supposed to begin? Looks like kindling is really not omniscient and all-powerful. Or rather, its ability increases as my brain improves, and the more stuff I remember, the more quest information I unlock. Even though the quest description was really unclear, Meng Zhao was still able to seize 2 key points. First, the quest was named The Mystery of the Supernatural Entities. The requirements were for him to find and uncover the secrets behind the supernatural entities, not to completely get rid of them. What did it mean? Did kindling think that Meng Zhao was still too weak and could only look for clues before reporting them to the official organizations like the Abnormal Beast Research Department? Then, there would naturally be deity realm elites who would attack the supernatural entities. Or maybe it was not yet the time to get rid of the supernatural entities. Instead, it was more important for the future of Dragon City for him to uncover the truth behind their existence. Also, what did it mean by bring true victory to Dragon City? In his previous life, Dragon City went through years of bloody war. Even though they paid a devastating price for it, they did win the monster war. Could it be that kindling thought that the devastating victory for which they had sacrificed a lot of their own was actually a false victory and wanted them to defeat their enemies effortlessly and sweep them down while remaining uninjured, because this was true victory? Did it think that this was the only way for them to have the right to join the next war in the other world? However, it might not be a problem of them suffering major losses or not. As kindling gained more information, it might not believe that Dragon City had actually won the monster war in his previous life. Meng Zhao decided to think about these questions later. Cheers had erupted all around him like an avalanche. All the students in the resting area for the Alliance of the 5 Universities jumped up in excitement. Chu Feishuang, Duan Lian, Xie Feng, and around 8 other built boys hugged Meng Zhao tightly. They first squeezed him so tightly that he winced, then tossed him high into the air. We won. Hooray! After 10 years, for the first time, we finally won against Dragon City University. Chapter 267, Greedy. Once the freshman inter-university tournament between Dragon City University and the Alliance of the 5 Universities ended with the Alliance of the 5 Universities winning, Meng Zhao's battles in the northern front lines came to an end for the time being. The large-scale fights had already ended, and the Red Dragon Army had set up intersecting steel barbed wires all around Shattered Star Lake. Now, not many monsters dared to step into the territory occupied by humans, and Dragon City's main task changed from fighting to constructing. The superhumans could finally take turns to go back to the city to rest, and the students could now take a comfortable winter holiday. Meng Zhao spent his New Year's celebration at home as if his mother was trying to stuff him like a turkey served during Thanksgiving. Even if his digestive system had become much better after he became a 2-star superhuman and he could easily shove food down his throat, he was still stuffed full of grease by all the New Year food Basuxin had prepared and could not breathe from all the food he ate. In the end, when he saw sausages, he felt his legs go weak and ran away with his younger sister. Aside from this, everything was good, especially when he saw the prosperous and happy sights on the streets. It was completely different from the desolate and gloomy atmosphere he remembered from his previous life. It gave him the feeling that everything was worth it. The first thing Meng Zhao did after the New Year celebration was visiting his elementary school homeroom teacher. He also went to his principal to say that he wanted to rebuild and upgrade Blessed Heavenly Street Elementary School in Lin Chuan's name. They would need a large sum of money to fully upgrade an elementary school, but Lucia wanted to fulfill Lin Chuan's dying wish as well, so she insisted on supplying that large sum of money. Meng Zhao himself was also no longer a normal teenager who was tight on money. The Ripple Force V2 that Yan organization had announced stirred up a hot wave in the market. It had signed contracts with middle schools, elementary schools, the Red Dragon Army, and industries that faced a certain degree of danger because they worked in the wild. This turned the Ripple Force into the head of the 3 great force execution methods. This happened because the future Ripple Force that Meng Zhao provided had given Yan organization a lot of inspiration. Yan Hangbo, the head of the organization, was not a short-sighted man. He did not hold back even a single penny of the money Meng Zhao should have received. And due to Meng Zhao's spectacular performance at the northern front lines, especially when he swung Surging Lightning during the freshman inter-university tournament to force Swang Dao, who was Dragon City University's strongest, to a tie, Surging Lightning gradually entered a lot of people's sights. Based on what Luo Hai said, there were already more than 5,000 orders for this saber before it was even up in the market. The research labs of the martial arts course in various universities, including private evaluation organizations, gave really good feedback, and they predicted that it would become a hot-selling item on the year 56. As for the ultimate style, Agricultural University gave a lot of support for it. The research centers were set up one by one, and they were filled with customers every day. Many citizens came forth to experience the cultivation style. Hospitals, old folks' homes, schools, and military organizations also queued up to buy the cultivation cabins for the ultimate style. This was a pie that was still growing, so there was astronomical profit within it. Aside from this, the high wages from the mine exploration, the huge amount of rewards Meng Zhao gained from killing thousands of monsters in the northern offense, the rewards he exchanged from his war achievements, the subsidies given by his university for going to war, the subsidies from the researches, the subsidies from carrying out dangerous missions, and the other stuff turned Meng Zhao into quite the rich man when he added all the money he gained together. This sum of money was enough to help Lin Chuan fulfill his wish. He could also help his mother complete her final expensive treatment. After she regained full mobility, he booked a full restaurant for her and his father in the most lavish hotel so that they could go and act like a shameless couple in there. When Meng Yishan saw how mature and capable his son was, he was gratified, but he did not slack off either. The skills and connections he accumulated after 20 years displayed their power like a volcano. Soon, he expanded Superstar Resource Recovery Company several times its original size and opened up the upstream and downstream production channels from Thunderbolt to the military food production factories, which allowed him to receive a few major deals. Now, in the middle-grade and low-grade harvesting circle, Superstar could be considered a golden company with great power. And when a person faced happy things, they were high-spirited. At that moment, Meng Yishan's graying hair started turning black and shiny. He seemed to have become 10 years younger when compared to his previous self, when he was exhausted and dispirited. Now, all his focus was on going all out to realize his ambition. However, the company had just been set up and its foundation was not stable. Since he was not a superhuman either, he ran into a bottleneck once he expanded his company to its current scale. If he wanted to continue expanding and make his company even more powerful, his team could not help him. At that moment, Meng Zhao gave his father a terrifying idea: take over other companies. He could take over other veteran resource recovery companies and use their connections and resources to swiftly increase Superstar's scale and strength. Then, through this rare tactical blessing, it would rise by leaps and bounds. Dad, based on your achievements over the past half a year and the deals you've managed to get, you can get 3-5 times the resources you need from the business field. If it's not enough, I have money too. We can also get more investors. But as long as Dragon City doesn't slow down its expansion speed, we will continue to have an endless supply of monster materials to deal with. At such a time, the one who has guts will be able to seize the entire pie. Meng Jiao motivated his father. Meng Yishan was very impressed with his son's judgment and skills. If his son had not insisted on it in the beginning, he would not have left Prosperity so willingly, but just half a year since then, he had managed to create a huge business. He still felt like he was dreaming. He heard everything his son said, and he had long since been thinking of getting loans from the bank to expand the company. But it would not be easy for him to find targets to take over. Since Dragon City gained victory in the Northern Offense, most of the resource recovery companies in Dragon City lived pretty good lives. Aside from the ambitious ones who wanted to expand, there was simply no need for them to accept investments from other companies, much less accept a takeover. Besides, Superstar did not have a solid foundation. If the companies they took over were too small, there would be no meaning to it. But if they were too big, they would be greedy and face the risk of not being able to take them over completely. But since Meng Jiao gave the idea, he was naturally confident in himself. He smiled and gave a name that shocked Meng Yishan. Prosperity Resource Recovery Company. Meng Jiao said firmly. As long as we buy Prosperity, Superstar will be able to upgrade itself to a whole new level. One of these days, it will become the largest resource recovery company in Dragon City. When he saw how shocked and puzzled his father was, Meng Jiao explained things in detail. First of all, ever since Prosperity lost a large batch of its skilled harvesters half a year ago, it received a huge blow to its foundation, and since the management was not good, they lost a few major deals one after another. Since there was a lack of skilled harvesters in the market as well, Prosperity never had the chance to heal, and its reputation was no longer as great as before. Second, one of Prosperity's main deals was helping Frenzied Saber harvest monsters. But since Frenzied Saber was completely wiped out in the Northern Offense, this job was gone, and the operations of the company were getting worse. Third, Prosperity's boss, Chinhu, was heavily injured during the Northern Offense and lost his ability to fight for the time being. Right now, he was working together with Project 1024 of Agricultural University's martial arts course with the hopes of using the ultimate style to clear his clogged-up spirit meridians. He did not have the energy to manage his resource recovery company, and he had long been thinking about giving it away completely, but he had just not found a suitable buyer. We'll gain a lot of benefits if we buy Prosperity, Meng Jiao said with a smile. First, even if a veteran company is at its weakest, it's still stronger than a new company. Prosperity is a veteran resource recovery company that has been around for years. Even though a large group of skilled harvesters left last year, there are still a few skilled harvesters which stand as the pillars. If we can draw their entire team over, we will instantly upgrade Superstar's skills. I can also look for some of the lecturers and students from Agricultural University's resource course to form a school enterprise alliance, so we'll even be able to take deals to harvest nightmarish beasts. Second, and this is the most important of all, Prosperity has a lot of connections and resources in the circle. They were left in the back when Frenzied Saber was at its strongest, but no matter what, this circle isn't indifferent to its members. Once everyone learns that the entire Frenzied Saber has fallen, many of the hunters will lament over this and will think about paying some respect to Chinhu and Prosperity. If we buy Prosperity and take in those connections and resources, it will help a lot with Superstar's growth. Third, we were originally one team. Even though we were enemies at one point and slightly displeased with each other, in the face of profit, this is nothing. I believe that once we're bound together again, we'll cut down on a lot of the unnecessary costs that are inflicted by our conflict. Then, we'll make the brand new Superstar occupy the biggest portion of the market at the fastest speed possible. Meng Yishan knew that his son was right. But he still thought that this was all wishful thinking. But Chinhu? He said hesitantly. Trust me, Dad, among all your problems, Chinhu is the least of them. Meng Jiao smiled brilliantly. The trade proceeded smoother than Meng Yishan thought it would. In truth, while Superstar wanted to expand, Chinhu wanted to cast aside Prosperity, because it was a huge burden that just gave him endless problems. He might appear crude and arrogant, but that was a false impression he put on in the business field and the hunter circle. He was actually a very cautious person and knew better than anyone that after Meng Jiao absorbed the spirit energy from the red radiance jades and blue origin crystals and got so many forces of power favoring him, he now possessed a lot of potential. It was one of his wishes to get a chance to bind his interests with Meng Jiao's. The only tiny problem in this was Shen Rongfa. The others can stay, but that Shen Rongfa must leave. This was something Meng Jiao mentioned in his father's place, and he gave no room for discussion. Chinhu agreed to it straight away. Just as he promised, he kicked Shenrongfa to the side, and, apparently, he could no longer stay in the harvester circle. Meng Zhao was very curious. He asked Chinhu in private as to how he was planning to talk to his wife about this. Chinhu replied proudly that he told his wife that he had lost his abilities and was now just a normal person. His former enemy came to his doorstep to settle a grudge, and he could not even protect himself, so how could he protect his brother-in-law? The takeover of the company was Meng Zhao being petty and taking revenge. He came to settle accounts. If Chinhu's brother-in-law did not leave for his safety, he would not even know how he died. Meng Zhao found himself speechless when he heard the answer. But no matter what, Superstar had successfully taken over Prosperity and completed its grand move of eating a major target. It also threw a powerful deep-water bomb into the harvesting circle. Now, Superstar had broken down the wall that stood in its way toward higher circles and could sail through the waves to fulfill its ambitions. Chapter 268, The Out-of-Control Pets. Once Meng Zhao was done with the matters in his house, the new semester arrived. He poured his heart and soul into training, but from time to time, he received interviews, had to test Surging Lightning, and accepted an invitation by an organization to participate in the subsequent upgrades of Ripple Force V2. His life was simple and fulfilling. At some unknown point in time, 70% of his spirit meridians have crystallized, and their strength as well as runoff volume increased at least 2 times. He also reached master level or perfect level with all his skills. The only thing missing was that he still had no clues in regard to his quest to search for the supernatural entities. In the beginning, when Lucia invited him to join the Abnormal Beast Research Department, Meng Zhao hesitated a little. He was a reserved person and would not join any organization just because someone asked him, or else it would make him look like he had no class whatsoever. Hence, he decided that he had to choose his missions carefully when Lucia came to him, talk about how he should carry them out, and seize the chance to talk about the relationship between normal people and superhumans to teach Lucia. But in the next few months, aside from the reconstruction of Blessed Heavenly Street Elementary School, Lucia never once looked for him, and it left him anxious. So, he could only be shameless and search for Lucia on his own in hopes of getting some information about abnormal beasts. Lucia seemed to have seen through his thoughts and told him to stay calm and wait. There was internal conflict in the Abnormal Beast Research Department right now, and she was just a supporter whose spy cart was occasionally useful. She was only allowed to join the department because of Liu family's fame and Sky Pillar Corporation. Even if she obtained a mission, it would be just about recruitment or to help other investigators as an assistant. The ambitious Lucia was definitely not satisfied with her current position. She had to reveal her strength and card through the relationships between the members in the department before she could do whatever she wanted. Lucia did fulfill her promise, though, and gave Meng Zhao some information about the abnormal beasts. But to Meng Zhao, these so-called abnormal beasts were just a little smarter. They knew how to hide in dark corners and hide when chased by powerful humans, or were pets who knew how to open doors, go to the toilet, and flush it. They were completely different from the supernatural entities who smiled savagely in his previous life. And lately, Dragon City was in a state of calm. Ever since they got rid of the 3 apocalyptic beasts in the northern offense, the remaining monsters seemed to have been terrified by humanity's ferocity. The monsters in the east, west, and south all announced a ceasefire and did not dare to rush into Dragon City again. And the monsters who were transported to Dragon City by the space-time rifts fled the moment they crawled out of the fog. They did not pose any threat. The monsters were now really weak, so all the superhumans felt as if they had nowhere to use their strength. Even Meng Zhao himself wondered whether the monster war would end just like that. But one day, Ning Shou invited him to join a special harvest. By then, Meng Zhao had become a 2-star superhuman, his 1024 branch meridians had all crystallized, and his harvesting skills had improved dramatically. Not only had he mastered the basic harvesting skill, he had also activated the intermediate harvesting skill, which was meant specifically for nightmarish beasts, and he pushed even it to master level. He could now harvest most monsters by himself, and he had helped Ning Shou harvest a few nightmarish beasts. It helped his fame spread out of Agricultural University's martial arts course, and he began showing his splendor in the harvesting circle. Hence, when Ning Shou looked for him to observe the injury examination of biochemical pets, he was very puzzled. The biochemical pets taken in by normal families were different from the biochemical fighting beasts controlled by monster controllers. There were seldom normal people who would take care of nightmarish beasts as pets, because the local government would not allow it. However, Once they were genetically modified and inserted with control chips, even normal harvesters had no problem dissecting them, much less Meng Zhao, who was already used to them. Did they need to ask specialists like Ning Shou and Meng Zhao to observe it? You don't understand. This matter itself isn't hard, but it's linked to many parties, and we have to look for someone who isn't too highly ranked but has great skill, and most importantly, someone I trust and can rely on. Once they left Agricultural University's compound, Ning Shou asked Meng Zhao, "Have you heard of Spirit Creation before?" Meng Zhao nodded. "Spirit Creation Living Tech Private Limited. Of course I've heard of them. They're a company that specializes in using biochemicals and electronics to modify monsters. They reduce their ferocity and turn them into biochemical beasts that serve humans. Many of the biochemical beasts they modify are very popular. They can be pets and beasts of labor. I keep a sword-toothed hunting dog at home, and it was made by Spirit Creation." "It's good that you heard of them before." Ning Shou cleared his throat. The creator of Spirit Creation is an alumni of Agricultural University, and back in the day, he started his business in the research labs of Agricultural University's biochemical course. Later, he received investments from Agricultural University. And I also invested a little in Spirit Creation. Wow, Elder Ning, monster modification technology has been really popular as of late, and many citizens are buying biochemical beasts to help them with their work or lives. Spirit Creation has been growing, and I heard that their shares have increased in value several times their original value. You really have a sharp eye for good investments. You must be rich now." Meng Zhao teased him. "I don't have a lot of shares in this, but the two creators of Spirit Creation once listened to my lectures, and we can engage in pretty good conversations. We can be considered to be friends despite the generation gap. When they just started building their company, they had some difficulties in running it, so I helped them a little. Very soon, the company grew, and they completely forgot about this old sack of bones." Ning Shou's smile faded swiftly. He sighed and said, "But now, Spirit Creation has run into some troubles, and you must keep this matter an absolute secret, understand?" "Got it, but you still haven't mentioned just what the matter is." Meng Zhao was curious. Ever since Ning Shou leveled up to a pseudo-heroic citizen and set up the Fire Relayer Foundation, he'd gained a high understanding of the value of his life. Even his harvesting skills had seemed to still be improving, despite his achievements. There was seldom anything that troubled him. "This is what's going on. 3 of the biochemical pets that Spirit Creation modified became violent overnight and killed their masters," Ning Shou said quickly. "What?" Meng Zhao nearly jumped up. "Now, you should understand why I asked you out in secret and why I only have the both of us on this trip. I didn't even take Zueshi," Ning Shou said. "No matter how cute, powerful, or good at their work the biochemical beasts Spirit Creation modifies are, to an industry which modifies monsters as their signature, all of the things I mentioned are secondary. The most important thing is still safety. If the biochemical beasts that stay with you all the time could lose control at any random moment and turn into violent, normal monsters, no one would be able to stand it. Yeah, this is a very serious flaw in the quality of their products. If we become certain that this is a problem with Spirit Creation, the families of the victims will definitely sue the company until they go bankrupt." Meng Zhao agreed to it. "But will this just lead to Spirit Creation going bankrupt?" Ning Shou looked at Meng Zhao in a very profound manner. "Meng Zhao, what do you think is the greatest difference between Dragon City's civilization and Earth's civilization?" Meng Zhao was slightly stunned. His first instinct was to retort by saying that Dragon City was part of Earth, and so Dragon City's civilization was also part of Earth's civilization, which meant that there was no difference between them. But when he thought about it, Dragon City had transmigrated to the other world for more than half a century, and during this period of time, the threats and difficulties Dragon City faced, and the appearance of the new resources, new races, and new ranks had caused them to change. Meng Zhao thought about it for a while before he said, "It's the superhumans? They're one of the reasons. There are no superhumans on Earth who can control the weather and move mountains and seas." Ning Shou paused for a moment. "But there's one more thing. Our ability to domesticate and use monsters has largely surpassed the degree to which humans on Earth were able to domesticate and use animals. Hence, even though we have been fighting against monsters for the past half a century, when a large number of monsters surges into Dragon City, they aren't just exterminated. They're also captured, modified, domesticated, and used for our purposes. Now, many of the families are keeping biochemical beasts as pets in their houses. But they aren't just pets. They can help their masters with a lot of tasks. You must understand, There are plenty of citizens who are disabled because of the war, and they have also contracted all sorts of diseases, so life is pretty difficult for them. The biochemical beasts reduce most their workload and decrease the suffering they have to endure. I don't even have to mention how some of the biochemical beasts have a certain degree of fighting strength, right? When the monsters invade us, they fight alongside their masters without hesitation. During the construction of the city and subsequent expansion and development, there will be even more uses for the biochemical beasts. In the past, many of the biochemical beasts were used during Dragon City's Great Construction era. Many of the Hornet Nest underground apartments in Dragon City, dozens of the railroads, and thousands of the underground asylums were dug out by giant sandworms. Right now, Shattered Star Lake and Graveyard Forest are being developed, and if we want to turn the swamps into fertile land as soon as possible, develop the underground mines, build intersecting underground communication lines and sturdy fortresses, we will once again need help from biochemical beasts. I believe that as we continue speeding up our process of colonization, the biochemical beasts will definitely become even more useful. This is the greatest difference between Dragon City's civilization and Earth's civilization. On Earth, as industrialization rose, machines gradually became the main force of work, and using animals as our workforce stopped being a necessity. They only used animals as labor in terrible environments where machines were not useful. And in the other world, since the energy contained in crystals is too wild and since spirit energy magnetic field interferences affect everything at the atomic level, materials are heavily affected, so we're unable to use a lot of the sophisticated machines. Instead, monsters who are incredibly powerful and contain some comprehension and communication abilities became a labor force that is much more effective than the cattle on Earth. If we treat Earth's civilization which is completely mechanized, then the dragon citizens who transmigrated to the other world are a civilization that is only partially mechanized, and the other half is unified with monster civilization. We cannot cast aside the possibility of using monsters to help us build our civilization, yes? Meng Zhao remembered Lin Chuan and the White Spirit, and he nodded. But using monsters as labor is a double-edged sword, and if we want to use them effectively, we must first ensure that they are safe to be used. Ning Shou frowned. Now, biochemical pets killed people, and 3 masters have died in a row. Do you think that spirit creation will be the only ones affected? No, the development of all of Dragon City and even the survival of Agricultural University will also be affected, because it's known as the Monster University. Chapter 269, New Spirit Beasts. Meng Zhao thought about it for a while, but he could somewhat understand it. Yes, when you put it that way, I feel a little terrified as well, and I wonder whether I can continue keeping my sword-toothed hunting dog at home as a pet. Even if it's a biochemical pet modified by another company, it still contains the possibility of going out of control, and it's the same as me putting a ticking time bomb at home. Though I have to say, it's not actually modified by another company and was modified by Spirit Creations. If this creates a ruckus, it will be bad news to all people who are in the monster modification business in Dragon City, and many citizens will even begin wondering whether we should really continue down the path of using monsters in our civilization. Agricultural University is known as Monster University, and many of the research projects in the university are related to biochemical modifications. A lot of our alumni work in this field, so we share a relationship where if one of us enjoys success, all of us will enjoy success, and if one of us falls, all of us will fall. This is indeed not something that concerns just spirit creation. But I don't understand. Since the matter is so bad, why did they ask us to go and observe it? There are other experts in this field from Agricultural University, right? Ning Shou agreed. It's precisely because the matter is so serious and it involves all sorts of complicated interests that the university doesn't want anyone to have a chance to get blackmail on the university. Right now, the matter is still a highly classified case. The news media and the other media outlets aren't involved, so it hasn't spread through the entire city. But I heard that the other party is very unyielding in this, so we might not be able to settle this matter on friendly terms. Agricultural University doesn't want to get any blame, but they don't want the matter to get worse either. So they hope that we can keep it down and settle the matter appropriately. Hence, it's impossible for the experts who are officially in this field to take care of the matter, and that's why they looked for me. I'm a guest lecturer in Agricultural University and one of the shareholders of Spirit Creation. I have a rather flexible status. As for you, as a freshman of Agricultural University who shares a pretty good relationship with me and also has a pretty positive image on social media platforms, you have a lot of room to solve the problem, and you can be flexible in your methods too. Meng Zhao thought about it for a moment before he frowned and said, "Elder Ning, are you thinking about using our skills to cover up or change the examination results?" "Of course not. The amount of shares I have in spirit creation isn't so great that I'd gamble away my entire lifetime's reputation," Ning Shouo said sternly. "If the final results of the examination show that something really went wrong with spirit creation's biochemical modifications, even if the company goes bankrupt and the related personnel are sent to court, it's only natural. After all, 3 people died because of this." But the creators of spirit creation promised that there is absolutely nothing wrong with the company's biochemical modifications. They used well-developed modification technology to modify the 3 biochemical pets, and they have used the same technology on thousands of pets. Such malicious cases have never appeared before, so the creators suspect that there's something else going on. We have to be on guard. In any case, we have to keep our eyes open this time. We must make sure that no one does anything to the pets during the process of injury examination and inspection of the carcass. We also have to find the reason behind why the biochemical pets became violent. That is all." As he spoke, they arrived at Nine Sands Advanced Biotech Development Area, which was not far away from Agricultural University. They went in a direction that was filled with the pungent and moist scent of earth, and soon, they found a building called Spirit Creation Creatures, which was located at the center of a giant sandworm farm. Giant sandworms were the first monsters that humans domesticated and modified. They looked like earthworms magnified 100 times. Their heads seemed to have been split open, and they had rows of fangs all over their mouths. This made them look monstrous, but in truth, they were pretty gentle creatures that did not take the initiative to attack humans. Instead, they feasted on snakes, insects, rats, and ants in the earth, along with the garbage created by humans. They could crush sturdy rocks with the fangs all over their mouths and digest as well as absorb all sorts of garbage that was difficult to degrade. Then, once humans modified their excretion, they could turn it into high-grade natural fertilizer. Giant sandworms were a model monster, and during the most difficult times in Dragon City, they helped humans. Now, giant sandworms were one of the biochemical monsters Dragon City could not live without, and there were 3 main reasons for it. First, they could be used to dig underground spaces, create asylums, subways, tunnels, hornet nest-shaped underground cities, and mine crystal mines. Second, they could be used to get rid of trash. There were tens of millions of people in Dragon City, and they lived in an area spanning thousands of square kilometers. The amount of trash they created as they went about their daily activities was astronomical. If they did not have the giant sandworms continuously eating the trash and excreting fertilizer, the city would have long since been buried under trash. Not only would it stink, they would also suffer from plagues. Third, certain breeds of giant sandworms could be modified in unique ways so their meat would turn really juicy and rich. It would not lose to the legendary crab meat, and they could produce a lot of it. It was also very easy to rear this breed, so it was really good emergency food. Ning Shouo introduced the place. Spirit Creation's hit product are certain types of giant sandworms. You can see them when the city deals with its trash and digs tunnels. They had relied on giant sandworms to open the market, then gradually moved to the modification of middle-sized and small beasts of labor and pets. As Meng Zhao expected, when he walked into Spirit Creation, he saw 2 large monitors to his left and right playing the company's promotional clips. They had really adorable golden retrievers opening doors for their masters, picking up items, leading the blind, and even massaging them. They were all cheerful and peaceful sights. Then, the scenes changed. When Dragon City was invaded by monsters and houses collapsed, the golden retrievers all unhesitantly revealed their fangs and fought against the invading monsters. They also used their heightened senses of smell and powerful claws to dig around the rubble to save their trapped masters. Meng Zhao gasped in amazement when he saw this, and he asked Ning Shouo softly, "Can they really produce pets that have all the functions mentioned in the promotion?" Spirit Creation is ambitious. They want to create a new generation of even more intelligent pets and think that the term biochemical beasts carries negative connotations. It's not suitable for them to use this term to promote their creations in the market, so they're prepared to unify the standards of the new generation of intelligent pets and call them spirit beasts. They would be great helpers that cannot go missing from human civilization. Right now, their creatures have definitely not reached the standards of what they promote, but this is what they're working on. They want to gather the advantages of guide dogs, hearing dogs, emergency relief dogs, police dogs, and even military dogs into one, and this creature would then possess the intelligence of a 10-year-old child. That way, they would be able to serve humans even better. Is that so? Meng Zhao fell into deep thought. Together they went into a reception room with a French window that looked onto the rearing pond of giant sandworms. In the room, they met one of the creators of spirit creation creatures, Xie Xiaolei. He was a middle-aged man in his 40s with elegant air, but his eyes were intense, and he was full of life. His clothes were casual and seemed to be randomly picked, but the texture of the materials was pretty good. Even if the company was facing a major crisis, he still smiled nonchalantly, as if victory was in his hands. He was the type of person that anyone would be able to tell that he was one of the creators of a high-tech company. "Elder Ning, I'm really sorry for bothering you again." Xie Xiaolei retained an elegant air as he apologized to Ning Shouo. Then, he extended his hand to Meng Zhao and said with a smile, "Meng Zhao, hello. Recently, your story has been circulating among the alumni of Agricultural University. I heard that you led the freshmen of the Alliance of the Five Universities and won against those arrogant geniuses from Dragon City University, which allowed Monster University to feel proud of itself. As your senior, I have to thank you." Meng Zhao blushed a little. It's no wonder why his business is so successful. His ability for praising others is amazing, and he does it so subtly too. Of course, he also sensed really powerful spirit energy ripples surrounding Xie Xiaolei, especially around his hands and brain. His vitality magnetic field was full of life, and he was a typical supporter-class superhuman. He might have already reached Heaven Realm as well, otherwise, it would have been impossible for him to have the ambition of unifying the standards of the new generation of intelligent biochemical beasts. The three of them sat down, and Ning Shouo said, "Xiaolei, why don't you tell us what is going on? I immediately came over after I heard the news, so I still don't know the details. Just how did this happen?" 2 days ago, 3 cases of biochemical pets attacking their owners happened one after another in Blessed Paradise, and it ended in a tragedy of 3 people dying and 1 person being wounded. The wounded went through great shock, so their mental strength index fell. This person is currently being treated in the hospital, Xie Xiaolei said briefly. Ning Shouo and Meng Zhao looked at each other. Blessed Paradise was a pretty high-grade commercial housing area. Even though it was not as lavish as Dragon City No. 1, it was not a place where normal people could live. The families there usually had a certain degree of economic power. They were the pillars of their units or fighting squads and had a lot of connections, so they could influence various areas to overturn spirit creation. Ning Shouo thought about it and said, 2 days ago? You haven't performed the corpse inspection? The victims were all inspected. It's already been verified that they were killed by the 3 biochemical pets. The 3 biochemical pets were killed by the neighbors and security guards who heard the ruckus. Their carcasses are a mess, which has been frozen and preserved. We haven't performed a thorough examination on them. We asked you and Meng Zhao here as witnesses to ensure that nothing goes wrong with the inspection of the biochemical pets, Xie Xiaolei said. When Ning Shouo heard this, his gaze became sharp. Xiaolei, tell me honestly. Are there any problems with Spirit Creation's creatures? I heard that you've tried a lot of extreme modification methods to create a new generation of spirit beasts. If this is really a problem with the company, then admit it honestly. If you have to be punished, accept it. Even if you go bankrupt because of it, this is still the best outcome. If you have ulterior motives and think that Agricultural University or I can save you, I will tell you straight away that even God won't be able to save you. At that time, it's not the police or court who will come to your doorstep, but the adjudicators from the supernatural tower, and you won't even have the time to cry. No way. Xie Xiaolei defended his innocence. Even though we've tried all sorts of rather advanced modification methods on the new generation of spirit beasts, these 3 biochemical pets who became violent are old generation models that were modified using well-developed methods. Nothing could have happened to them. There must be someone behind this. Oh? Since you haven't dissected the biochemical pets before, how can you be certain that someone may be scheming against you? Ning Shouo asked. Because among the 3 deceased, one of them is from Heavenly Works, a competitor of Spirit Creations, Xie Xiaolei said. Right now, Spirit Creations and Heavenly Works are competing for a major project. Spirit Creations' capital, time proposed for the project, energy consumption, and effect to the environment have all won out. But now, at this critical moment, a member of the middle-rank management was killed by one of the creatures from Spirit Creations. There's no way such a coincidence can exist. Chapter 270, Not a Scheme? When Dragon City just transmigrated, it was a civilization based purely on machines. The constructions of the city, its operations and defenses were all based on various types of machines. but as they ran out of energy and the failure rate of the machines just kept increasing, many of the sophisticated machines were rendered useless, and they gradually lost the technological legacy from Earth. Before the rise of the new generation of machines made with the carving of runes and crystal engines, the transmigrators had to temporarily live in the ancient era where they relied on manual labor and beasts of labor. However, they soon discovered that when the superhumans who cultivated spirit energy and the monsters who had endless power were grouped together, they could bring out power that did not lose to that of heavy construction machines, and to a certain degree, they had power that those cold metals could not compare to. Even when runic symbol technology was developed and new automatic machines were continuously developed, the humans' will to modify monsters and head down the path of biotech never changed. And the clash of machine civilization and biochemical civilization spread through various levels of Dragon City. The clash between Spirit Creations creatures and Heavenly Works machines was the most typical example. Heavenly Works Machines was the company that was the first to use runic symbol technology on large construction machines. When the ancient machines from Earth were rendered useless and started becoming covered in rust, the new General Heavy machines entered various front lines. They were covered in runic symbols, spat out spirit energy, had black smoke rolling out of them, and let out deafening roars while they performed various forms of construction and other work for Dragon City's development. Heavenly Work Machines was the symbol among all the companies dealing with machines. To this date, the dozens of different type construction machines that Heavenly Work Machines created were digging tunnels, building forts, creating hornet nest-shaped residential areas, developing the roads leading from Dragon City to the mines around it. They were extremely useful in various areas. However, construction machines that relied on runic symbol technology were facing incredibly powerful challengers. The giant sandworms modified by spirit creation creatures could replace traditional tunnel boring machines, road headers, excavating machines, and all sorts of underground construction machines. The capital they used to clear each kilometer of a tunnel was only 1/3 of a runic symbol machine, and they did not pollute the environment and were not a public nuisance. They produced slightly smaller tremors in the area, and so, they could be used in weaker terrain or underneath buildings. With this advantage, spirit creation creatures had already snatched quite a number of deals from Heavenly Works machines. This time, the battlefield of their fight was Subway No. 20 in Dragon City. It was an incredibly important subway because it would go through Red Dragon River, and for the first time over the past half a century, it would connect the main city area with Jiangnan. The construction had a lot of significance, and the difficulty was naturally very high as well. Red Dragon River was wider than many of the famous rivers on Earth due to the rivers from the other world joining together with it. There were also various monsters who were very sensitive to tremors in the river, and they would cause a rampage if they sensed anything off. It was not an easy task to clear an underground tunnel that would span several kilometers. Despite the difficulties, the construction companies in Dragon City still rubbed their palms together and were determined to get the project. Everyone knew that whoever managed to get the construction plan for Subway No. 20 would become the leader in the field, and they would be able to take the initiative in future construction works. Dragon City had a long-term plan that would end at New Era Year 100, and its goal was to build more than 50 transportation lines. Among them were 9 transportation tunnels that would cross rivers. Aside from this, Celestial Dragon area was being developed in the north like a raging fire, and it was a big pie that smelled like loads of money. The profit would be astronomical. It was enough to make everyone go mad and become reckless. At that moment, there were 2 main development plans for Subway No. 20, and they were born from 2 main trains of thought. One of them was to use giant sandworms, and the other was to use runic symbol machines and the traditional tunnel boring machines, road headers, and other machines. The providers for the technology for the 2 construction plans and the ones who came up with them were spirit creation creatures and Heavenly Works machines. To clear the underground tunnel going under Red Dragon River, we put in a lot of money to modify a breed of giant sandworms that like humid environments, create very small tremors when eating rocks, and are very quiet, Xie Xiaolei said. During the experiments, our giant sandworms have shown that their efficiency, energy consumption per unit of distance, failure rate, pollution, and all other aspects show that they're better than the traditional equipment from Heavenly Works machines. Now, this major deal is about to land in Spirit Creation's hands, so some people in Heavenly Works must have realized that they have no other way but to use another method from a safe angle. They racked their brains about how to prove that our biochemical beasts are not safe and will go out of control at any moment. If there were vicious cases that would terrify those who hear them, we'd lose the deal. It's only through this method that they could snatch it away. Look, at this critical moment, Someone from the middle management of Heavenly Works died under the claws of his own pet. If the mangled corpse's picture was uploaded online, it would bring fear to all the citizens, and under the pressure of public opinion, not only would we not be able to get the deal to build subway number 20, the company would also be ruined. Elder Ning, Meng Zhao, do you think that there can be such a coincidence? Ning Shou and Meng Zhao looked at each other. Both of them agreed that there was something strange about this. Shaolei, you have to be responsible for what you say. Your words now are a major accusation, Ning Shou said while frowning. Are you trying to say that someone intentionally used some method to make the three biochemical beasts go violent and cause such a bloody case? If that's the case, this isn't an accident, but murder. Xie Shaolei snorted coldly. If you knew just how great was the profit in this, you'd understand that some people would even commit genocide for it, much less murder. Meng Zhao scratched his head and thought about it. Ning Shou cast him a glance and asked, Meng Zhao, what are your thoughts? Since I brought you here, I won't be treating you like a normal university student. If you have any thoughts, just say them. I understand the general gist of the matter, I just think that it's rather strange. Meng Zhao looked at the giant sandworm hatching through the window. Let's say that someone from Heavenly Works Machines has really gone mad and intentionally stimulated the modified biochemical pets created by Spirit Creations to engineer this terrifying, bloody case, then why choose to attack in Blessed Paradise, and why sacrifice a person of the middle management? Xie Shaolei was slightly stunned. It's naturally to increase the influence of the matter so that we can't suppress it. You must understand, Blessed Paradise is right next to an educational area. Many of the teachers from famous schools, high or middle-ranking officers from research labs and development centers like purchasing houses in Blessed Paradise. If that person did something in Blessed Paradise, he or she could land a huge blow to Spirit Creations. As for sacrificing a member of their own middle management, they'll be able to wash their hands of any suspicion if they do this, don't you think so? No. Meng Zhao shook his head. Even when we were just talking to each other, we didn't exclude Heavenly Works as a possible suspect. Would the police really be that easily fooled if they interfered? It's obvious that once people's lives are involved, the nature of the case will change. Perhaps even the adjudicators of the supernatural tower will have to take action, and the matter will not be solved so easily. Even if the judgment of some person from Heavenly Works was impaired because of the profit, so they decided to act regardless of the consequences, there's just no need for them to choose Blessed Paradise. Blessed Paradise is a commercial housing area that is rather high class, and it's precisely because of this that its capacity isn't high. It's also sealed off completely, so when such a vicious case happens, the property management would lock down the news, and no unrelated personnel could come and go as they please. This won't create a storm that will influence public opinion. Look, the case happened 2 days ago, but there has been nothing on the news and forums. There's no way to create any pressure using the public opinion like this. Ning Shou nodded a little and looked at Xie Shaolei. The creator of the company let out a dry cough and said, but it's what happened. After we heard of the accident, we immediately rushed to the site with the representative from Heavenly Works. That person was naturally angry and said that he wants to make this public. But no matter what, this matter is too strange, and it can't be ascertained that it's fully our responsibility. Besides, there are a lot of parties connected to this due to their interests, and Heavenly Works is worried that there are other factors related to the situation. That's why we reached an agreement that we will lock down the news for the time being. We'll say anything only once we've understood the cause. That's the right way, Meng Zhao said. Regardless of whether it's Spirit Creations or Heavenly Works, you're both major companies. Even though you fight against each other in many areas, at the end of the day, you see each other frequently, and since this happened in a place like Blessed Paradise, it won't be easy for you to turn into sworn enemies against each other. If I were the possible schemer and really wanted to use the pressure of public opinion, I would not use Blessed Paradise as my site for murder. It would be much better to use Blessed Heavenly Garden. Blessed Heavenly Garden? Ning Shou and Xie Shaolei were both stunned. That's right. I rear a sword-toothed hunting dog at home, and it was modified by Spirit Creations. Many of my neighbors keep biochemical pets modified by your company as well, Meng Zhao said. Our area has a lot of people, and we don't use security guards or area lockdowns. The CCTVs only work occasionally, so it'd be very easy for someone to do something to the biochemical pets. If something similar happened in my area, I can guarantee that within an hour, it would have spread to the other 8 areas around us, and in half a day, around 50 articles would appear online. They'd find more than 100 witnesses for the cases, and in 24 hours, it would spread through the entire city. If you want to create pressure with public opinion, Blessed Heavenly Garden is the best choice. Oh, but wait, there's an even better choice than Blessed Heavenly Garden, and that's the markets in downtown areas, where people constantly move around. If someone was killed by a biochemical pet modified by spirit creation in the market, there would be hundreds of people who would see it. Blood would splatter on dozens of onlookers' faces. In such an event, do you think that there would be anyone who would be able to suppress the news? Regardless of the results of the investigation, normal citizens would view the biochemical beasts only with fear, wouldn't they? Ning Shou and Xie Shaolei shuddered. So, you think that this matter has nothing to do with heavenly works, but is an accident or a flaw from the modification process? Ning Shou asked. I don't have enough information, so I don't know, Meng Zhao said. President Xie, what is the general procedure for modifying biochemical beasts in spirit creations? Do you need to drill holes into the spines of your biochemical beasts? Chapter 271, Biochemical Modification. No. Spirit creation has basically stopped drilling holes into spines and injecting medicine or implanting chips there. That technology is out of date. This is a method from around 20 years ago. Now, we mainly use molecule infiltration methods and project the medicine into the subject's organs. Xie Shaolei regained some degree of his elegance and said with a smile, Come, I'll let you observe our modification labs. On the surface, spirit creation was just an inconspicuous 7-floor building, and it was even just an auxiliary. But it had a large underground lab. Aside from canine-type and feline-type biochemical pets, giant sandworms, which were more than 30 meters long, were also modified here. They had man-made hormone sacs and control chips implanted into them. Don't worry, giant sandworms are really gentle guys. When Xie Shaolei saw Meng Zhao staring at the modification platform and at the rows of sharp teeth covering the giant sandworms' mouths, Xie Shaolei smiled. In truth, low-grade monsters are also low on the difficulty scale no matter how monstrous and terrifying they appear to be. They don't think, don't have any consciousness, and don't even know what they're doing. In fact, they have a hard time telling the difference between humans, monsters, etherealized plants, stones, and fortresses. They are guided by their instincts and just care about eating, eating, and eating. So, as long as we release unique bioelectricity or hormones to stimulate their nerve bundles, we're able to control them and make them serve us. They're just like machines of flesh and blood. They won't hurt their owners. Meng Zhao nodded. He remembered it now. President Xie was a genius in advertisement and promotions. When spirit creation was just set up, he had personally taken part in a very famous advertisement to prove the safety of the biochemical beasts. He had stepped into the mouth of a giant sandworm with a smile and, in an elegant manner, raised a glass of wine while speaking about the superiority of genetic modifications. Moments later, he even used an electric stick to stimulate the mouth of the giant sandworm. The creature just opened its mouth wider, but not once did it try to eat him. This advertisement stirred up a hot discussion, and it opened up the market for spirit creation. However, Meng Zhao's focus was not on the giant sandworms, but on the small and medium-sized biochemical pets kept in houses. This way, please. The 3 biochemical pets that went wild this time were our 3rd-generation products. They have a certain degree of fighting strength and great intelligence. Hence, we pay special attention to making sure that they're safe, Xie Shaolei said. When we modified this batch, we separated the process into 3 main steps. First, we used genetically modified nuclei, which are CRISPR, to perform double-strand breaks at specific sites in the genetic groups. This would induce the organisms to go through non-homologous end joining or homologous recombination to repair the double-strand break. It's very easy for the repairing process to go wrong and cause targeted mutation. This sort of targeted mutation then turns into gene editing. Through gene editing, we combine the traits of dozens of canine-type monsters and get rid of the gene segments that control their desires to hunt and kill. Then, we implant the genes of herbivorous monsters that are rather gentle in nature, and through repeated tests, we create biochemical beasts that are like pet dogs. They are loyal to their masters and suited to living in human society. Meng Zhao thought about it. It sounds really complicated. Wouldn't it be really unstable? No way. This is a very well-developed technology. If even elementary school students have begun conducting gene knockout experiments on Earth, why should we shy away from it while we live in a new world that is filled with spirit energy and is constantly changing? In just a short half a century, our progress in exploring the secrets of genes have become 500 years more advanced than the genetics on Earth. Besides, the genes of the monsters in the other world are How should I put this? We discovered a lot of signs of gene tailoring, knockouts, and the sealing of genes in the genetic chains of many wild monsters. They don't seem like pure wild beasts, but products of a lab. Of course, this happened a long time ago, and it might have come from labs that were around billions of years ago. What? Xie Xiaolei shrugged. The other world had a very advanced ancient civilization in the past. This isn't some major secret. If humans can think about using genetic technology to discover the greatest potential of plants, there's no reason why the ancient civilization couldn't have thought about this as well. We'll leave the historians and archaeologists to slowly discover the truth about this. I only want to tell you that monsters have always been creatures that were easily modified. Otherwise, how do you think Agricultural University's monster controller course would have come to creating so many fierce fighting type biochemical beasts? Of course, gene editing is just our first procedure. Next, when the biochemical beasts are conceived in their mother's womb, we inject all sorts of hormones and medicines into them to ensure that their brains grow faster. Cranial capacity isn't our main focus. The problem lies in the sulci. Science has proven that cranial capacity is not the key that decides intellect. The number of sulci and neural circuits are what decides intelligence. The canine-type biochemical beasts that have been modified by us have a 300% increase of neural circuits compared to wild canine-type monsters. It's enough to make them possess the intellect of a 7 or 8-year-old child. They can understand simple commands from their masters, and of course, they know to choose to live comfortably in human society. We don't just inject the drug once, though. Instead, during the entire process of the modification, we inject the drugs 19 times. Aside from promoting the growth of their brains, there is also an inhibiting hormone in it that will maximize our capability for limiting its practically non-existent violence. After this, the biochemical beasts are even more harmless than pet dogs. After saying that, Xie Xiaolei paused for a moment. Clearly, he had been working himself down to the bone over the past 2 days, and his mood was not as good as his expression showed. When he saw that the people, who were from Agricultural University and thus, stood on his side, were beside him, he could not help but make a sarcastic remark. Honestly, I'm going to say something that someone in my position shouldn't say. Even the pet dogs on Earth have injured people a lot of times, but there has never been cases of people wanting all dogs to be killed just because of one case of a dog going out of control, right? Meng Zhao narrowed his eyes. President Xie, are you saying that there is still a possibility that a creation of spirit creation would have gone out of control? Xie Xiaolei's face turned red, and he quickly defended himself by saying, "No, I'm just saying that we can't give up on biochemical pets because of fear. Biochemical technology is the key in us colonizing the other world. After all, the failure rate of machines is too high in this world, and as our main source of energy, spirit energy is still too unstable. I think we are making an arbitrary decision if we get rid of all hope to modify monsters just because of one accident. Besides, it's not as if there have never been accidents with runic symbol machines either. When we built subway number 6, the explosion caused a cave-in, and a building above it collapsed entirely, leading to hundreds of casualties. In the end, investigation showed that the manufacturers of the construction machines didn't check the power hidden in an ancient runic symbol properly, which resulted in 2 different spirit energy magnetic fields clashing against each other. It then led to the tragedy. We didn't seize the chance to cause trouble and said that runic symbol technology is a dangerous product that can threaten the whole civilization. I'm sorry, I've gone off topic. Meng Zhao, please look, this is the 3rd modification in the procedure, and it's the last safety measure. We implant a chip into the central nervous system of the biochemical pet that can constantly monitor its hormone levels. When the chip detects that the biochemical pet's hormone level is rising to abnormal levels and it's about to go berserk, it will automatically release a very strong bioelectricity current that will deliver a shock to the biochemical pet, causing it great pain. If it still won't calm down, the current will continue increasing, and in the end, it might even burn their central nervous system. Please come to this lab. We will personally witness the power of the control chip." As Xie Xiaolei spoke, he brought Meng Zhao and Ning Shou before a French window. Behind the window was a dog kennel. Locked in it was a biochemical pet that was of the same species as the biochemical pets that went out of control. This biochemical pet had an internal codename, and it was Contest Tiger. It did indeed have an appearance of a beautiful tiger cub and looked incredibly mighty. It had a long and streamlined body. Its golden pelt was glossy and shone. Even so, it could not hide the feeling of explosive power when it bulged up its muscles. It usually hid its fangs and claws, but when it fought, they would reveal themselves like daggers. If the biochemical pet faced normal monsters, it could fight against them for a while, and if its master was stuck under rubble, it could dig them out as quickly as a drilling machine. On Earth, when humans chose their pet dogs, they usually picked small ones, since they were exquisite and charming. But Dragon City was alone in a foreign land. They had fought hundreds of battles, and all the citizens had lived through a war. Their future also held only endless fighting. In this ruthless society where fighting ruled, when people kept pets, they preferred large dogs. They were mighty, cool, and had a certain level of fighting power. There were also some people who did not like fighting dogs, so they reared carnivorous reptile-type monsters, which were even fiercer. This was lately becoming the trend. Contest Tiger was a hot-selling creature from Spirit Creations. Menjiao had seen a lot of them on the streets, and all of them looked honest and dumb. They gave off a feeling of safety. But the Contest Tiger in front of them had bloodshot eyes and was drooling. Its head was spasming as if it had gone mad. Its fangs and claws were retracting and extending, which made it look incredibly fierce. Xie Xiaolei told Menjiao that to test the danger level of the Contest Tiger, they had been conducting a lot of experiments over the past 2 days. The biochemical pet before their eyes had already absorbed a lot of stimulating gas and had been injected with virus-laced drugs that would stir up its violent tendencies. It was about to regain the violent tendencies of a monster. If you inject violence-inducing drugs, you can make originally docile biochemical beasts regain their violent tendencies? Menjiao fell into deep thought. Of course. No matter what, it's just a beast, Xie Xiaolei said. Forget about biochemical pets. Even when humans are injected with zombie virus-laced drugs, they will turn into zombies who will bare their teeth and won't recognize their family. This has nothing to do with the safety of our creations. As he spoke, a bloody piece of raw meat was thrown into the room. A fierce light shone in the biochemical pet's eyes, and it immediately pounced on the meat. Chapter 272, A Disabled Person. But before the creature could land on the piece of raw meat, it looked as if it was whipped by an invisible whip, and it fell down mid-pounce. It was in so much pain that it started rolling on the ground and whining. The violent spark in its eyes had yet to fade away and it staggered to its feet, but its head was shuddering, and it could not walk in a straight line. It was in too much pain. In the end, blood started oozing out of its orifices, and it started foaming in pink bubbles. Clearly, it had suffered pretty significant organic damage to its brain. Look, if our creations wanted to harm their masters, they would end up like this, Xie Xiaolei said. Of course, under most circumstances, our biochemical beasts won't end up in such a frenzy. At most, with just 1 or 2 shocks, they will become obedient again. Besides, the chips are connected wirelessly to the master's handphones or watches. The masters can control the frequency of the electric shocks and the intensity. Usually, with just a wave of the hand, the biochemical pets will become obedient, because it's impossible for them to withstand the great pain to their brains and tear their masters to shreds. Menjiao looked at the biochemical beast that was still struggling on its deathbed. I seem to recall that it's very easy to interfere with the various types of control chips using spirit energy magnetic fields. There are situations where the chips will face interference, but think about it, Xie Xiaolei said. On the same night, the control chips of 3 biochemical pets created by Spirit Creations were tampered with in a residential area, and it's at this moment that they went violent to the point that they couldn't even recognize their owners. But all the biochemical pets created by other companies in the same residential area all remained harmless. Can such a coincidence exist? Menjiao fell into deep contemplation. It's indeed a little strange, Ning Shouo said. But because of it, the possibility of someone intentionally controlling these pets isn't that high, Menjiao said. If this was done via human means, they would have had to inject something similar to violence-inducing drugs into the originally docile biochemical pets and tamper with their control chips, but somehow leave no trace of it. Is this possible? Of course it is. Heavenly Works Machines' control chip technology is far above that of spirit creation creatures. Their experts would definitely have a way to seize and even take control of the control chips that we implanted into our biochemical pets, which would allow them to turn the pets we modified into killing machines. The piercing voice that reminded of metal scratching against glass came from behind the trio. Menjiao turned his head around and was shocked. The person who spoke was really ugly. It looked as if he had been ripped to shreds by a monster and sewn back. His organs were not where they should be, his spine was bent to the shape of a lobster, and he was curled up into a ball. His left leg was deformed, and his right leg was crooked. He had to use his arms, which were as thin as reed stems, to push his wheelchair forward. His left eye was gone, but he did not wear an eye patch or use an electronic prosthetic eye. Instead, he stubbornly exposed his black eye socket to the world and only looked with his large right eye. It shone with an even more brilliant spark than most people's two eyes. He was dressed in a clean and smooth white coat, but compared to the researchers in the labs, he looked like a scientific monstrosity that had been created in a lab. When Xie Xiaolei saw who had arrived, he forced himself to smile and say, "Gao Yi, why are you here? I told you that I'll handle this matter. Mr. Ning is here, so why can't I come over to meet him?" The ugly monster was known as Gao Yi. He pushed his wheelchair forward arduously and arrived in front of Ning Shouo. He squeezed out a smile on his gloomy face while he extended his hand, which looked like a chicken claw. "Mr. Ning, it's been a long while." Ning Shouo extended his hand. "Gao Yi, it's been a long while. How are you?" "Not good. Not good at all." Gao Yi and Ning Shouo shook hands, and he said in a straightforward manner, "This is something I produced with my blood, sweat, and tears for decades, and it's trampled on like this. Anyone in my place wouldn't feel good. The biochemical beasts I modified are definitely the safest. Even if someone was cut into pieces and thrown into the biochemical pets' mouths, without their owner's permission, they wouldn't even chew on them." Xie Xiaolei looked a little troubled. "Gao Yi." Ning Shouo was used to the way Gao Yi spoke. He did not mind it and introduced him to Meng Zhao. Gao Yi and Xiaolei were agricultural university students. They were really talented and stood out. After graduation, they created spirit creation creatures together. They split their tasks. Xiaolei is in charge of dealing with the public, managing the overall operations of the company, and promotions. Gao Yi is in charge of internal affairs. He's tasked with biochemical modifications and the research and development of new creations. Since they both made best use of their talents and their teamwork was great, their company has only continued growing. Gao Yi must be facing even greater pressure compared to Xiaolei because of this accident. After all, he's the person in charge of the research. It's only normal that he's not in a good mood. Meng Zhao nodded. He observed Gao Yi's wheelchair with mild curiosity. He found it rather puzzling. The runic symbol technology and mechanical prosthetic technology in Dragon City was pretty well developed. The creator of spirit creation creatures did not seem to be lacking money to go through treatment either, so why didn't he get himself a set of prosthetic limbs that could be controlled by brainwaves and insisted on using such an ancient wheelchair? Xu Sheng was a good example of the opposite. This specially recruited fighting course student from the University of Technology had a distinct lack of limbs and could not move at all, but with the mechanical prosthetics he created, he could even fight on the battlefield. Gao Yi, however, chose to be curled up in a ball in his wheelchair. Aside from not being able to move as he wished, he also had to feel uncomfortable. So why then? "I don't like prosthetic limbs." Perhaps because Meng Zhao's gaze had stayed on the wheelchair for too long, Gao Yi seemed to have understood the questions in his heart. "When I put on those cold metal prosthetics, I feel like I'm about to be devoured by machines, and I'm no longer a human with flesh and blood. Instead, I've become a slave to machines, and I'll forever be a criminal trapped in a metal coffin. My body might be incomplete and ugly, and it constantly gives me great pain, but this pain lets me experience the meaning of life and makes me believe that I am still of flesh and blood, and am a real human, understand?" Meng Zhao's face turned red. He felt that he was a little too rude by staring at someone else's disabilities. But he also thought that Gao Yi's personality was a little strange. It was no wonder why Xie Xiaolei was the only one who would show up even when people talked about the two creators of spirit creation creators. As time went by, few people even remembered Gao Yi's name. "Mr. Ning, I can't move about as I like, so you must help me figure out the truth," Gao Yi said stiffly. "This matter doesn't just concern the future of spirit creation creatures, but also the future of the entire Dragon City. Everyone knows that the substances and energy in the other world are more unstable than on Earth, and it's impossible for us to replicate the use of machines in our civilization. Even if we use runic symbol technology to create those crude and clumsy steel monsters, if we consider things in terms of capital, pollution, and work efficiency, they can't compare to beasts of flesh and blood. There is no future for machine technology, while biochemical technology is the future of Dragon City. We're bound to walk down a completely different path from Earth civilization and blend our city with nature. We need to use all sorts of creatures to replace machines since it's the only way we can conquer all of the other world and push our reborn civilization to its limits. But now, once those despicable machine masters found that they can't win against us, they're using all sorts of lowly methods to attack us. Last time, They targeted our sandworms, and this time, they targeted our pets. Xie Xiaolei coughed by the side. What do you mean by sandworms? Meng Zhao asked curiously. More than half a month ago, the breed of giant sandworms we created for getting rid of trash also ran into a small accident, Xie Xiaolei said with a rather stiff expression. But the accident happened at the trash treatment center, so no one was injured. The giant sandworms didn't become violent, but some of them ran away, so it's not a huge problem. Meng Zhao was slightly stunned. They ran away? Yes. Giant sandworms are used to living in rather shady and quiet places underground. They're very sensitive to temperature and sound, Xie Xiaolei explained. It's inevitable that there will be methane gathering in trash treatment centers, and its temperature is slightly higher than the outside world. When trash is poured inside and squashed, it also creates noise and tremors. It's not the sort of environment that giant sandworms like the most. But after we modified them, these beasts of labor can stay there for long periods of time. But around half a month ago, for some unknown reason, 3 of the giant sandworms who had been working in our company suddenly went out of control and gave up on eating trash. Instead, they dug underground and disappeared. You haven't managed to find them? Meng Zhao asked. No. They might be large, but giant sandworms have great flexibility, and they are experts at digging holes and crawling into cracks, Xie Xiaolei said. They can crawl into holes that are 1/3 of their diameter. Besides, underground cracks are very complicated, and even when giant sandworms regain their wild nature, they aren't aggressive, so we gave up on chasing after them. This was just a small matter. After all, there are a lot of crystal mines beneath Dragon City, and the spirit energy magnetic field interference is usually 10 times stronger than on the surface. Giant sandworms going out of control is the same as runic symbol machines experiencing errors. It's unavoidable. But Gao Yi is bothered by it. He believes that Heavenly Works machines and the other competitors have done something to them. Their goal is to show our target client that biochemical beasts are not safe. I'm not bothered by it, I'm very certain of it. There's no way the biochemical beasts I modified would ever go out of control. Gao Yi's voice was as sharp and harsh as an ice pillar. The people from Heavenly Works definitely did it. I swear on my life. We're all on the same side here. No one wants your life. Xie Xiaolei did not know whether he should laugh or cry. He cast a glance at his very expensive watch and said, "It's late now. Gao Yi, stay here and take charge of the situation. I'll go to the Monster Research Center with Elder Ning and Meng Zhao to monitor the examination of the carcasses of the 3 biochemical beasts that went out of control. Don't worry. If anyone has really done something, we'll definitely find them." Chapter 273, Dissecting the Biochemical Pets. The carcasses of the 3 biochemical pets were sealed and stored in the examination center, which was under the jurisdiction of the Monster Research Center. In the beginning, Xie Xiaolei wanted someone from Spirit Creations to be in charge of investigating the problem. But this request had naturally been rejected by Heavenly Works Machines, which had a victim from its company. Heavenly Works Machines had wished to hire their own experts to dissect and examine the biochemical pets, but Spirit Creations rejected it. The reason they gave was that the modification of the biochemical pets contained a series of business secrets. But the true reason was naturally because they were worried that Heavenly Works would do something. In the end, as the ones whose interests were related to this, both sides decided to have the 3 biochemical pets sent to the examination center of the Monster Research Center. This unit had been working for a long period of time with the police and the Supernatural Tower, so their authority and fairness was not to be questioned. Besides, Agricultural University and the University of Technology, which were behind these 2 companies, also hoped to get first-hand information, which was why they asked Ning Shuo, a guest lecturer, to observe the process. On their way to the Monster Research Center, Meng Zhao asked about Gao Yi. Gao Yi is a true monster expert, and he's a genius through and through, Ning Shuo said. Many people only join this field because of profit, but Gao Yi is truly passionate about all sorts of strange-looking monsters. I know that it's strange to say this, but Gao Yi is just like that. He treats monster genetics as a very interesting puzzle. He hopes to gather the strengths of all monsters together and create the perfect monster that would be loyal and serve well. To achieve this goal, he has been working non-stop for 20 years, and he's practically living in his lab. He's so full of life that even 3 groups of assistants that take turns helping him can't catch up to his rhythm. By the way, in the beginning, Gao Yi didn't look like this. When he just graduated, he was more than 1.9 meters tall, so he was tall and handsome. When he was in the arena, Many martial arts course students couldn't even hope to win against him. What? Meng Zhao was shocked. Then, how did he turn out like this? Ning Shouo sighed. Genetic modification itself is not dangerous to the human body, but during the experiments, he often has to come into contact with subjects like the naked rat. You should know what they are, right? Meng Zhao nodded. Yes. Naked rats were naturally not rats that did not wear clothes. Instead, they were mutated mice that were born without a thymus. Since they did not have a thymus, it meant that they had a lack of T cells and were a type of animal without an immunity system. They were easily infected with all sorts of viruses, so they were often used for all sorts of virus and genetic research. Naked rats were the best subjects in the other world since it was a world where viruses and bacteria mutated at crazy speeds. But they were also the most dangerous biochemical bombs. During Gao Yi's experiments, he was infected with viruses a few times, and a lot of the invasive properties of viruses toward the human body are far worse than the infamous zombie virus. Even though he managed to survive, he lost his limbs, his body became hunched, and his features became twisted. That is the price he had to pay. Even so, he never lost his will. It's as if he doesn't mind his face being contorted as long as he can continue experimenting, Ning Shouo said with a sigh. Perhaps this is what you call not being able to achieve anything if you don't go mad. Only people like Gao Yi can continuously create miracles. Honestly, if Xie Xiaolei had been the only one who promised me that spirit creations is not the problem, I wouldn't have believed him fully, but since even Gao Yi said that the biochemical pets he modified wouldn't go out of control, then I choose to believe them. Of course, don't be affected by me. You have to make your own judgment. I'm old now, and I can't catch up to the pace of the endless mutations that create brand new monsters. I ask you here because I want a youngster's judgment. As they spoke, they reached the Monster Research Center. Meng Zhao was not unfamiliar with this place. He had the practical test of his national college examination for post-secondary vocational colleges over here. On the surface, this place was attractive with its flowers and birds. It was a park that looked like a botanical garden located at the center of the city. But as they moved through long corridors and went through a few disinfection procedures before they had to put on airtight suits with their very own oxygen tanks, the atmosphere instantly became grave. The person managing the examination was an expert from Monster Research Center. He was also an expert in the harvesting circle. He was Sun Yufeng, known as the Shadowless Blade. Meng Zhao had met this veteran a few times when Ning Shouo invited him to a few high-end material trading fairs. Both of them nodded at each other with smiles, and the atmosphere was very harmonious between them. According to Ning Shouo, Mr. Sun was famous in his field for being just and honorable. If there was really something strange about the biochemical pets, he would definitely show no mercy. Naturally, they also saw the representative from Heavenly Works Machines, along with a few people from the University of Technology who shared a similar observer status to that of Ning Shouo. They were both from the Alliance of the Five Universities, and not long ago, they had fought alongside each other on the northern front lines, so there was no hostility between them when they met. The veteran machine masters even smiled and gave Meng Zhao a few encouraging words, praising him by saying that his performance at the northern front lines had been pretty good, and they hoped that he would continue to work hard to bring glory to Agricultural University, the Alliance of the Five Universities, and all of Dragon City. But when the representatives from Heavenly Works Machine saw Xie Xiaolei and the others from Spirit Creations Creatures, they immediately caused trouble and stated aggressively that they wanted Spirit Creations to be responsible. They even mentioned that they would definitely bring this matter to the news outlets so that Spirit Creations would pay the price. But as Meng Zhao observed the situation, he found that they were not really seeking a fight to the death with Spirit Creations. They were just full of bravado while making wild speculations and were implying that Spirit Creations should make a concession for the bidding of the construction of the underground tunnel and give them a huge slice of the pie. This puzzled Meng Zhao. He could not be certain whether this matter was really just a pure accident or whether there was something wrong with Spirit Creations' modification technology. There could also be an even more sinister plot that they were yet to grasp. But no matter what the truth was, they would only be able to learn it once the biochemical pets were dissected. When both sides were present, the unique harvesting and injury examination session immediately started. The carcasses of the three biochemical pets were brought out of the mithril-based solution maintained at -18°C. The mithril-based solution could limit and suppress the growth of bacteria in the biochemical pets' carcasses, so they would remain in the state of when they had just been killed. Even though the three carcasses had been crushed and mangled, Meng Zhao could still tell from their ridiculously protruded fangs and claws just how fierce they had been before their death. However, the main character on that day was not him. It was the shadowless blade Sun Yufeng. "This is the true strength of a veteran in the field. Learn from him," Ning Shouo whispered while nudging Meng Zhao with his elbow. Meng Zhao nodded. He opened his eyes wide and focused. Sun Yufeng was a man with graying hair. He had a cordial presence, but when he stood in front of the dissection table, that cordial presence turned into an aggressive air. As he mumbled, his wrinkly fingers immediately filled up and started shining as if they were jades. Spirit tattoos rose on his skin to form rows of complicated and profound runic symbols. They then broke free of his physical body and rose into the air to fly toward the dozens of lancet knives that were placed in front of the 3 dissection tables. An amazing sight appeared. Led by Sun Yufeng's spirit threads, the dozens of lancet knives floated in the air while swaying. It was as if they were controlled by 3 pairs of invisible hands. The next moment, they headed to the 3 biochemical pets' carcasses. "He's controlling them remotely, and he's multitasking by working on all 3 pets at the same time." Meng Zhao gasped in amazement. The density of his spirit energy and his focus were all things worthy of being learned. Sun Yufeng controlled the dissection knives remotely to perform harvests and injury examinations that were even more meticulous than embroidery. It was 10 times harder than killing an enemy with a sword, which would look awesome, but would actually not be as hard as this. Besides, to reduce the time required to perform the dissection and increase his accuracy, Sun Yufeng actually controlled dozens of dissection blades to perform harvests and injury examinations on the 3 carcasses at the same time. Meng Zhao felt that with a senior like this holding the fort, he should have nothing to do, so he should really just learn. But even if he wanted to learn, it was not that easy to use one's vitality magnetic field to control dozens of dissection knives to move about in arcs as quickly as lightning but also cut into the carcasses as gently as feathers. Sun Yufeng was doing this difficult task as if it were something easy, and he did it smoothly too. Meng Zhao only saw a blur before his eyes, and Sun Yufeng cut open the hind legs of the 3 biochemical pets. He harvested their tendons without damaging them and showed it to the people. The people who had the right to observe this injury examination were all superhumans with great spirit energy. Quite a number of them had optical cells which were much stronger than those of a normal person. As they shrank or expanded their pupils, they could use their eyes as X-ray machines or electronic microscopes. They immediately saw that the tendons in the hind legs of the 3 biochemical pets were covered in dense holes that looked like hornet nests. The color of the tendons was also clearly paler than a normal biochemical pet's color. There were also countless fine tears between the holes. This showed that an explosive strength had burst out of the hind legs after the tendon was filled with spirit energy and the potential in its cells was drained dry. This meant that the 3 biochemical pets had indeed entered combat mode before they died. Based on the temporary biochemical pet regulation law set by the Survival Committee, when normal citizens rear biochemical pets, if there is no fog or when the master or other people are not in danger, the biochemical pets are not allowed to enter combat mode, Ning Shouo said with a frown. There was no fog in Blessed Paradise or the area around it 2 days ago. How are they going to explain this? Xie Xiaolei's face was dark. He crossed his arms and said nothing. Sun Yufeng worked as smoothly as a butcher cutting up a bull. His movements were smooth as he dissected the carcasses of the 3 biochemical pets. Once he harvested the tendons of the 4 limbs, he went on to the organs. When he extracted the mangled fragments of their lungs, many people sucked in sharp breaths. The lungs of the 3 biochemical pets had patches on them. There were dark purple lesions and black spots indicating bleeding points, which showed that the lungs were rotting. They no longer had the spongy quality of lungs, and when they were cut, there was a lot of discharge gushing out of the alveoli. There were also a lot of uneven tears. It looked as if the lungs had burst before the biochemical pets had died. Chapter 274, Mutated Virus. The 3 biochemical pets were in a state of high excitement before they died. It's like they were crystal fighting trucks that were driven at maximum speed. Even their engines exploded, Ning Shouo mumbled. This doesn't look like a normal case of going out of control. Meng Zhao agreed with him. He could imagine how those 3 biochemical pets looked before they died. Their blood must have been boiling, and all of their cells must have been screaming, longing to get even more oxygen, and this longing must have transferred to the mitochondria as they generated energy, which led to them executing incredibly violent power. What sort of thing could have caused them to lose control like that and make them go berserk? Like an erupting volcano? Sun Yufeng continued dissecting, and soon, he extracted the spines from the 3 biochemical pets. Then, he moved upward and reached the brain. He clearly separated the cerebrum, cerebellum, and brainstem. One of the skulls of the biochemical pets was smashed to pieces by a human's fist. But Sun Yufeng moved like a puzzle master. He patiently and meticulously pieced the brain together, and in just 5 minutes, he managed to mostly return to its original state. His technique was practically a miracle, and Meng Zhao gasped in amazement as he watched. He knew that he still had a very long way to go in the harvester circle. Sun Yufeng used a ball of gentle spirit energy to envelope the separated cerebellum, medulla oblongata, and cerebrum. It spun around slowly as he showed it to the people. The hippocampus of the brain was submerged in his spirit energy, and it shone a little, so they were able to see the fine damage on it. Various parts of the brain showed different degrees of hyperemia, edema, and slight bleeding. There were also deep purple patches traveling in a line down the brain to the spine. The hyperemia, edema, and slight bleeding were stereotypical pathological changes in the brain due to acute diffuse cerebrospinal meningitis, and the patches should be due to some sort of infection by a virus. Sun Yufeng extracted samples from the 3 biochemical pets' brains, spines, and organs to send them for a bacterial test. However, before the examination results came out, the experienced harvesters could already vaguely guess what happened due to the pathological changes. Mutated rabies? On Earth, rabies was a very stable rhabdoviridae. It was shaped like a bullet, while the nucleocapsid was shaped like a spiral. There was a viral envelope on its surface, and inside was a single-strand RNA. There were 4 types of subtypes, and it was not easy for it to go through mutation. But as thousands of canines were brought from Earth to the other world, some viruses were naturally lurking in certain sick dogs, and the rabies on Earth clashed against the zombie virus on the other world as well as hundreds of other viruses. It also faced interference from the spirit energy magnetic fields, which allowed it to break through the viral envelopes and nucleocapsids and mutate without end. 99% of the mutations resulted in fatal damage to the virus itself. But the remaining 1% of the possible mutations, such as the fusion of rabies with influenza virus, made rabies upgrade continuously, and it became 100 times more terrifying than the rabies on Earth. It did not just spread among mammals, but reptilian-type monsters and shell-type monsters as well. Based on the deep purple patches on the spine and my personal, primary deductions, this is type 9 mutated rabies. This virus mostly exists in gliers-type monsters, which makes the monster's aggressiveness increase by leaps and bounds, and by biting and clawing. It can use saliva and blood as a medium to spread to various types of mammal-type monsters, Sun Yufeng said expressionlessly. Type 9 mutated rabies require only a short time to show effect after infecting a being. Usually, its incubation period is no more than 48 hours. Once it breaks out, mammal-type monsters go mad. They twitch neurotically and attack all living beings within their sights. It's one of the fiercest subtypes of rabies, and it is also known as the Reaper's Dance. It's even more dangerous than the zombie virus. The people nodded. When a living being was infected with the zombie virus, it might not be able to cause the mitochondria in the cells to instantly release all the energy in the body. Many of the zombies moved slowly and just staggered forward. As a lot of viruses propagated in their bodies, they let out whistling sounds as they breathed out, which ensured that the body could be used for a longer period of time. But type 9 mutated rabies would instantly stimulate all of the mitochondria in the cells of the host to release the most violent energy, which turned the host into a biochemical napalm bomb. It would kill the prey while burning its life. If the biochemical pets were really infected with mutated rabies, then no one could blame Spirit Creation's creature for a flaw in their modification process for the biochemical pets going out of control. Hence, Xie Xiaolei said happily, 3 days ago, there was indeed a small-scale fog near Blessed Paradise. A wave of rats invaded the place through the space-time rift. Even though the rat horde was soon destroyed, it's inevitable that a few rampaging rats hid underground. Then, through the water pipes, they crawled into Blessed Paradise and transferred the mutated rabies in their bodies to the 3 biochemical pets. This theory was discussed by the people, and they felt that the possibility was high. But the representative from Heavenly Works Machines still had a frosty look on his face. Even if it's really mutated rabies, don't you inject vaccines into the biochemical pets you modify in your company? Of course we administer the strictest quarantine inspections and administer vaccine shots to my company's creations. In fact, during the embryo stage, we eradicate the possibility of most virus infections through gene editing. But the other world is incredibly unstable and everything is mutating and evolving at crazy speeds. Rabies alone has mutated into dozens of different subtypes, and these are the ones that humans have managed to find. Many of the vaccines lose their effects after they're used for some time, so no one can be certain that once they receive a vaccine, they'll be able to resist all forms of infections from that virus. Even humans face the possibility of getting infected by the zombie virus and turning into human-shaped monsters. Were we supposed to stay locked in our houses and be unable to live normally before the zombie virus vaccine was developed? Well, the representative was rendered momentarily speechless. While both of them were busy arguing, Ning Shou quietly tugged Meng Zhao to a corner. "Meng Zhao, did you see any signs of a needle hole on the 3 biochemical pets?" Ning Shou asked in a whisper. Meng Zhao's mind raced, and he said, "Elder Ning, are you suspecting that someone intentionally injected the mutated rabies into the 3 biochemical pets and caused them to lose control and become violent?" Ning Shou nodded. "Since we're here, we have to naturally consider all possibilities. Gao Yi insisted that this is a scheme, so we should investigate it so that can give him an answer." "Makes sense. Elder Ning, you should have told Elder Sun about it just now. I'm just here to learn, so I'm fine with whatever." Ning Shou coughed. "So, go and tell him." "What?" Meng Zhao asked. "No matter what, I'm highly reputable in the circle, and if I do anything, I'll be involving all sorts of factions, understand?" "Got it. So I'm here to offend people and say the stuff that your spirit creations can't say. If necessary, I need to argue with people as well. I was wondering about it. With you and Elder Sun around, why would you need a pipsqueak like me as an observer?" Ning Shou's face turned red, but he couldn't say anything. But Meng Zhao was just making a quip. In truth, he really wanted to know the truth behind the biochemical pets losing control. He thought about it and took 2 steps forward. "Elder Sun, if the virus had really spread from the biochemical pets from rodent-type monsters, then there should be fine sites and claw marks on the carcasses of the 3 biochemical pets, right? After all, the rat horde invasion happened 3 days ago. The incubation period for Type 9 mutated rabies is less than 48 hours as well, and the wounds wouldn't heal so fast." Sun Yifeng cast a deep glance at Meng Zhao, as if he saw through what he really wanted to ask. "I noticed more than 100 tears on the 3 biochemical pets," Sun Yifeng said expressionlessly. "It was either caused by them using too much force or humans. I didn't find any signs of Glairs-type monsters' bites or claw marks. But due to the 3 biochemical pets being beaten heavily, quite a number of their body parts are mangled or missing. I can't guarantee whether those parts contain any signs of bites or claw marks." He paused for a moment, then added, "Of course, I didn't find any signs of marks left by injections either." His last sentence made the discussions become even more heated. Many gazes landed on Meng Zhao as if they could hear the underlying meaning behind his words. Meng Zhao's face turned a little red, but since he had already asked the question, he did not mind what the other seniors in the field thought. He took another half a step forward and looked at Sun Yafeng before he asked seriously, "Elder Sun, did you inspect the deepest part of their ear canal?" Sun Yafeng was slightly stunned. Meng Zhao pointed at his own ear and said, "If you use a material with incredibly good flexibility to create a long needle that is as fine as hair, you can push it down the winding ear canal until it reaches the deepest part of the ear, which is near the eardrum. You only need a slight amount of drugs, and they will take effect straight on the central nervous system. The wound would be very small, and you'd have a difficult time discovering it even with the most advanced instruments." This was based on Meng Zhao's memories from his previous life. It was one of the assassination techniques of Bizarre Stab, which was taught by the Black Skull instructor. It allowed them to kill without leaving any trace, and of course, it could help them make a biochemical pet lose control and become violent. After his words, the gazes trained on Meng Zhao turned cold or intense. Sun Yifeng frowned deeply, as if he was not very pleased with him doubting his injury examination skills, but he said nothing and just examined the ear canals of the 3 biochemical pets. The ear canals were winding tunnels. They were covered by fur and blocked by blood, so it was not easy to perform injury examination on them. But Sun Yifeng had his own method. His spirit energy threads looked as if they possessed their own lives as they rushed inside. He closed his eyes and focused. All his senses seemed to have been trained on the spirit energy threads as they crawled into the ears of the 3 biochemical pets. Sweat drops the size of beads broke out on his forehead. It was clear that this operation, which could practically be said to be the same as turning himself into a human-shaped microscope, was incredibly draining to his mind. Even after inspecting the ear canals for 3 full minutes, he did not open his eyes, but his expression turned grave. It made the atmosphere in the room become stern. Gradually, no one made any noise, and all of them stared at his expression. 5 minutes later, Sun Yufeng finally opened his eyes, and with an extremely strange look, he observed Meng Zhao for a long time. Then, he said, "Two of the biochemical pets do indeed have two incredibly small needle-shaped marks in the depths of their left ears." Chapter 275, Current Progress, 1%. The crowd burst into a ruckus. Xie Xiaolong's joy was reflected on his face, but he instantly squashed it down and whispered, "I knew it." Heavenly Works Machine's representative was dumbfounded. "That's impossible." The others stared at Meng Zhao with great interest. They did not expect that an injury that a veteran who had been in the circle for years had not been able to detect would be pointed out by a university student who was new in the field. Even Ning Shouo himself did not expect that Meng Zhao would be able to discover such a hidden sign. He could only be amazed and impressed by the old fire relayer's personal disciple. The virus examination results were not out yet, but the dissection had come to an end. Since they had discovered clear signs of human marks in the ear, it was impossible for them to determine this as a simple accident or mistake. Instead, it was a malicious crime, and they had to hand the case over to the police or the adjudicator court in the supernatural tower. The adjudicator court had a really long history. It had come into being even before the supernatural tower and the survival committee. In the beginning, it was just an organization of arbitrators who settled disputes between different superhuman organizations. In the society where societal order had collapsed, where the city turned into a bloody forest, where humans who had just awakened to superhuman powers started acting according to the law of the jungle, and where everyone fought for power, they were the fires of civilization that insisted on shining in the dark. As different superhuman organizations relied on violence to fight for their personal interests but ended up being horribly injured or dying with their opponents, the recently awakened superhumans gradually came to understand the importance of order. In the end, battle god Lei Zhongkao made a suggestion. 7 of the largest superhuman organizations at that time were to unite and create an adjudicator court, which would be given a certain degree of authority to carry out the law and serve as arbitrators to settle the disputes among superhumans. Order gradually recovered. When the survival committee was formed, the adjudicator court's authority and strength continued increasing. Now, they were a violent governmental organization that specialized in solving cases and judging superhuman criminals. There were 2 major special features when it came to superhuman criminals. First, superhumans usually possessed all sorts of incredibly unique abilities. They had incredibly mysterious ways to perform crimes, and it was not easy to capture them using normal crime investigation methods. Second, superhumans possessed great destructive powers. When they were forced into a corner and decided to continue walking down the wrong path, even one-star superhumans could easily turn into moving human-shaped bombs that would severely hit innocent citizens. Many tragedies had happened in the past. One of the cases was a normal police squad being in charge of solving a case in which a superhuman had committed a crime. They managed to identify the criminal, but while they were in the process of capturing him, they made a mistake, and the criminal fled downtown. He made his vitality magnetic field surge to its limit, and at the cost of everyone in the area, he released dozens of killing moves while he entered spirit energy deviation. When his body exploded, he took the lives of hundreds of innocent citizens and dealt severe financial damage and damages to various buildings. He also estranged the superhumans from normal people. After that lesson, all cases that seemed to be committed by superhumans were handed to the adjudicator court. There were 2 major organizations under the adjudicator court, and they were the secret police and the adjudicators. The secret police were tasked to investigate superhumans. During the process of the investigation, they usually were not dressed in their uniforms and did not reveal their identities, but enjoyed all sorts of privileges that eased their investigations. They even had the right to act before having to report to the adjudicator court. This power was given to them in consideration of the unique nature of superhuman criminals. If they found out that the police were investigating them and became desperate, then ran to the downtown areas where there were a lot of people to act willfully, the losses would be too great to cover the gains. Once the secret police investigated the case, the adjudicators would be sent to capture or suppress the criminals. The adjudicators were heavily armed and trained by the supernatural tower. They were skilled in capturing and suppressing people in all sorts of complicated areas downtown. They had all sorts of spirit energy weapons that could kill in one shot, and usually, before the superhuman criminals could react to the situation, they would descend on them like lightning and blast their heads open. The adjudicators' identities were top secret information. Aside from the times they were promoted by the government, Only a few people knew just who was a secret police officer or an adjudicator. Someone who appeared harmless and an elegant supporter-class superhuman whose only task was to teach people in schools could be a secret police or adjudicator. Once they received a secret order, they would immediately change into an adjudicator wearing a nano-fighting and heavy armor, which was covered in runic symbols. In their hands would be a top-tier weapon, and they would have an airtight helmet covering their heads so that everyone who saw them would know that this person was an adjudicator, a person feared and respected by all average superhumans. The secret police and adjudicators were sharp blades that hung above all superhumans' heads. They served as a constant warning to all superhumans that even after they had awakened to supernatural abilities, they were still normal people in this world and bound by the rules and laws, so they could not act willfully and step over the boundaries. Even though there were no signs of superhumans performing crimes for the case of the biochemical pets losing control, it was related to the conflict between spirit creation creatures and heavenly works machines. If a normal person wanted to sneak into blessed paradise and inject a virus into the ear canal of a biochemical pet without anyone noticing it, it would be impossible. Hence, it was highly likely that once this case was passed over to the police, it would be handed to the adjudicator court. No matter how the investigation ended, at the very least, the possibility of spirit creation's creatures' modifications leading to the pets losing control was reduced to minuscule. On the way out from the Monster Research Center, Xie Xiaolei was finally unable to suppress his emotions. He thanked Ning Shou and Meng Zhao profusely. He was especially grateful to Meng Zhao for being able to guess that there would be a needle-shaped hole in the biochemical pet's ear canals. This cleared spirit creation's creatures from a crime, and it also made him regard his junior with a new light. As expected of the strongest freshman in Agricultural University's martial arts course this year. You're just as great as Zhang Yi of the past, who was known as the super future star. You're indeed not someone simple, considering the fact that you managed to shine so brilliantly in the northern front lines, Xie Xiaolei said with a smile. Looks like I will have to look for a chance in the future to form closer ties with you. While they were in the car, they sent the news to Gao Yi, who was in his research lab. Gao Yi was not as delighted as Xie Xiaolei. He snorted coldly and said, I told you that the biochemical pets I modify would never go out of control. Since that guy is just asking for his own death, he can't blame anyone for it. Then, he said that he needed to perform a whole new modification experiment for biochemical beasts and hung up. Xie Xiaolei and Ning Shou were used to the way he acted, so they did not mind it. Xie Xiaolei then treated Ning Shou and Meng Zhao to a meal at the most lavish hotel in Dragon City to express his gratitude. Even if Meng Zhao had his horizons broadened, he was still shocked by the glorious decorations and the lavish decorum that made the place look like a palace. He remembered what Lin Chuan mentioned about the division between the strong and weak and the problem of the disparity between the rich and poor again, and he could not help but be a little dazed. Fortunately, Xie Xiaolei was a charming man and a smooth talker. Very soon, he managed to drag Meng Zhao's attention back to himself. Once he learned that Meng Zhao was the man behind Superstar Resource Recovery Company, which had recently risen to power, Xie Xiaolei's eyes lit up, and he said that Spirit Creation's creatures had to use a lot of monster materials every year to conduct the experiments and make the modification drugs. Now that Dragon City had achieved great victory on the northern front lines, the construction site of the newly developing area would need a lot of new type beasts of labor. Their plans right now were to modify the monsters who lived in Shattered Star Lake, Graveyard Forest, and Raging Waves into biochemical beasts who possessed a certain degree of intelligence but were loyal to humans. Because of this, there could be a lot of chances to work together with Superstar. Ever since Superstar took over Prosperity, it possessed the preliminary ability to harvest nightmarish monsters. They just lacked a benchmarking enterprise like Spirit Creation's creatures. After they spoke to each other in detail, the guests and the host were both happy, and both parties returned satisfied. So, you gained a lot today, right? While they were on their way back to the university, Ning Shou smiled to Meng Zhao. If you want to become an ace harvester, one of the most important things you must possess is skill, but connections are equally important, otherwise, no one will be at ease to let you harvest the incredibly valuable nightmarish beasts and even hell beasts. Among all the businesses formed by the alumni of Agricultural University, Spirit Creation's creatures can be considered to be an outstanding business. The scale of their business might not be big right now, but with Xie Xiaolei charging through the fray of the business world and Gao Yi conducting research with everything he has in the lab, their comprehensive strength is increasing very quickly. Once they manage to snatch the deal to construct Subway No. 20, nothing will be able to stop them, and they will become giants in the industry. If you form good ties with Spirit Creations creatures now, it will be very beneficial for you and Superstar's development in the future. Since a senior was imparting his experiences, Meng Zhao would naturally remember it. He also knew that Ning Shouo did not actually require an assistant for today's case. It was just that he valued him highly and wanted to help him lay out a path in the harvesting circle. Meng Zhao thanked Ning Shouo and asked how this case would come to an end. Ning Shouo told him that since this case had been handed over to the Supernatural Tower in the Adjudicator Court, the secret police and the adjudicators would definitely investigate this properly, so they did not need to worry about it anymore. All they needed to do was to keep their mouths shut and keep this a secret to not alert the enemy. Meng Zhao nodded and agreed to it. When he returned to the university, he lay down in the cultivation cabin for the ultimate style and entered a state of deep meditation. A few distracting thoughts still floated about in his head, and he found himself plagued by questions. Why did the two biochemical pets have traces of being injected with drugs in their ear canals but one of them did not? If someone from Heavenly Works Machines had really intentionally injected the virus into the biochemical pets to frame spirit creation creatures and accused them of their biochemical pets going out of control after their modifications, why did they involve their own middle management? Isn't it just asking others to place their attention on them? Also, Gao Yi mentioned that more than half a month ago, giant sandworms had gone out of control at the garbage treatment center. Was it an isolated case, or was it part of the same case? With these questions, Meng Zhao fell asleep, and he had an extremely strange dream. In his nightmare, he seemed to be lost in a complicated underground area. It resembled a maze. A large creature attacked the area at one point in time. It opened its mouth, which was covered in rows of fangs, and ate rocks, crushed foundations, and even the subways and entire carriages full of passengers were devoured. Not only did it turn the underground into hell on earth, it stirred up a terrifying earthquake, which made a few buildings collapse. What Meng Zhao saw was an incredibly monstrous giant sandworm. He was shocked awake while drenched in sweat. Then, he saw kindling shining at the corner of his eyes, and he found himself unable to say anything even after a long time had passed. Mystery of the Supernatural Entities, current progress is 1%. Increased contribution points by 500. Chapter 276, another form of AI. The information contained behind the notification was just too much to handle. But now, Meng Zhao could be certain that the mystery of the supernatural entities was not a fighting-based quest. He did not need to fight with his life on the line against those smart and incredibly fierce monsters with high intelligence, and he also did not need to get rid of them to complete his mission. Instead, he needed to look for clues and report them to the related departments. Once he gained more feedback, he could look for more clues. This was a basic procedure that he could follow. After all, with his scraggly limbs and thin body of a 2-star superhuman, even if the remaining 8 great supernatural entities had yet to grow, he could not hope to win against them alone. Based on yesterday's experience and the underground monster he saw in his nightmare, this matter was related to the 8 great supernatural entities, so his quest progress had increased. But how was that possible? I dreamed of a much larger giant sandworm. It ate gravel 10 times faster than normal sandworms and could even crawl through the foundations of the buildings in the downtown areas and cause powerful earthquakes. Meng Zhao wiped his face and mumbled, could it be one of the supernatural entities? He thought about it carefully. In the memories of his previous life, there was indeed one sandworm-type monster that hid underground, which was classified as one of the 9 great supernatural entities. But the difference between supernatural entities and apocalyptic beasts was not in their destructive power, but their intelligence. Meng Zhao could understand how mammals or cattle could get intelligence, because they had brains. Sandworms were primitive, low-grade animals. Could they gain intelligence? While Meng Zhao was scratching his head, Ning Shouo called him and told him in a rather agitated tone that the matter from the day before had been leaked. How could it be? Meng Zhao asked. Before we entered the Monster Research Center, didn't we sign a confidentiality agreement? Besides, since we discovered a needle-shaped hole in the biochemical pet's ear canals, it means that it's highly likely that this isn't an accident, but a vicious crime. We handed this over to the Supernatural Tower in the Adjudicator Court. There's no way I'd say anything and alert the enemy. That's good, then. Ning Shouo sighed in relief. Look at the news online. Someone mentioned it there. That person posted the mangled corpses of the 3 victims and even the pictures of the wounds of the brave people who fought against the biochemical pets. There are all sorts of bloody pictures online, and it has already caused a storm in the city. Spirit Creations creatures has been pushed to the center of the storm. What? Meng Zhao instantly snapped awake. He put down his phone and could not even be bothered to wash his face. He went to Dragon City's largest monster forum and took a look. It was just as Ning Shou said, a few of the trending topics were all about the case of the biochemical pets going out of control and injuring people. This is too terrifying. The biochemical pets who stay with you day in and day out instantly turned into bloodthirsty demons? If that's the case, no one will dare to keep pets. Monsters are monsters. No matter how long you keep them, they will never be tamed. It's better to humanely get rid of all the monsters, pets, biochemical beasts and all the other stuff in Dragon City. I heard that after the 3 biochemical pets went out of control, the brave people who heard the noise and came over were fighting Class 1-star superhumans. Even so, they had a lot of trouble trying to kill them, and they were even injured pretty badly. Isn't the fighting strength of these biochemical pets a bit too high? There's no way around it. Dragon City experiences monster invasions all the time, and the pet companies skilled in biochemical modifications have set up companion mode, work mode, and fighting mode. These are their selling points. They fearlessly inserted all sorts of fierce creatures' genes into pets but don't care about stability and safety. How could nothing happen to humans if that's the case? Most people online had criticisms for Spirit Creations creatures being blinded by profit and ignoring the safety of the consumers. The biochemical pet supporters could not come up with retorts when the bloody and terrifying on-site photos were uploaded. Meng Zhao stared at the uncensored bloody photos. After a long time, he saved all of them. He then looked through a few rubbish guesses and arguments before he closed the page and went to Agricultural University's forum. As he expected, since everyone's interests were involved in this matter, the information on Agricultural University's forum was much more detailed. It gave him an even more detailed understanding of the chronology of what happened that day in Blessed Paradise. The students' and lecturers' opinions were more insightful compared to those of the normal netizens. However, the hottest topic in the university was shared from a website not within the university. It was a post that spoke against biochemical modification technology. In the past half a century, Dragon City had to go through the brutal monster war. Humans and monsters had to fight for living space, and this became the main melody pushing our civilization forward. But on the other hand, through all sorts of biochemical modifications, the belief that monsters can be domesticated and controlled has permeated into the entire society's soul without our knowledge. The anonymous thread poster stated his opinion clearly. The areas outside and inside the city are two different worlds. In the battlefield dozens of kilometers away, humans' warm blood stains the cold monster claws and scales. We curse them by saying that the monsters are demons, destroyers, and killing machines. We say that they are nightmares, hell itself, and the apocalypse. But we don't even need to curse them. The word monsters alone shows our opinion of them. However, all sorts of biochemical beasts, pets, and beasts of labor are widely used in the city. Their numbers are even increasing. They help us dig tunnels and develop underground spaces. They clear out the trash we create and provide help as well as comfort to those who are physically or mentally disabled. They even fight with us and are like comrades who live and die with us. The more our civilization fights against monsters, the more we research them, and the more impossible it is for us to stray from their help. In the end, even toddlers who are just learning how to speak wrap their arms around biochemical pets' necks while they swing their little fists at the savage monsters on the screen. Even if the difference between a biochemical pet and a nightmarish beast might just be a string of unstable DNA or a small chip that might become faulty at any moment. I'm not saying that domesticating monsters is wrong. After all, tens of thousands of years ago, our ancestors started trying to domesticate wild animals while hunting near their caves. They managed to turn monstrous and hungry wolves into loyal hunting dogs, and the domestication of plants and animals are all skills that an early civilization must learn. But I hope that all of you understand that domesticating cattle and domesticating monsters are two different things. The genetic chains of the creatures in the other world are just too unstable, and they evolve as well as mutate far too quickly. Besides, the cranial capacity and brain circuits of far too many monsters don't lose to those of humans. Even a wild monster's intelligence is equivalent to the intelligence of a 7 to 8-year-old child. The only thing that is stopping them from possessing full intelligence is a societal system and a massive amount of information. No one knows the potential of these monsters. So how could you keep a monster that has a high possibility of possessing mind control abilities around you like a pet? Of course, I'm not condemning the current biochemical modification technology. It's just as some netizens said, it's impossible and irrational to humanely get rid of all biochemical pets, fighting beasts, and beasts of labor. But I still have to ask, what is the limit of monster modification? Just how high do we intend to increase the monster's intelligence? Must we create a perfect monster with superior intelligence to humans but with sturdy armor and sharp claws, or one that can fly around or crawl underground? Only then will we understand that we have been keeping a threat by our sides all this time? Don't go thinking that this is all alarmist talk. Humans are far too attached to technology, and we use it too much. We've never learned the lessons from it. So, if we have a hammer in our hands, we will always look for a needle to use it on. Now, there are no fewer than 100 biochemical modification companies in Dragon City. As they face the fierce competition in the market and find that the pie of profit has a lot of room for their imagination, will the talented monster controllers, gene modifiers, and monster experts be able to control their excitement and desires? If we let them modify monsters as they please and turn our civilization into a monster civilization, in the end, how will the dragon citizens look? I don't know, but I can imagine it. In many sci-fi works, you will find the classic theme of AI betraying their masters. This seems like a natural fear in us. We don't trust those cold machines beside us, especially when we input complex and complicated codes that normal humans don't understand. While they operate on their own, we lack confidence in ourselves and wonder whether we will be replaced by these sturdier, smarter, and more callous as well as brutal lumps of metal. But those are unrealistic worries. At the very least, with Dragon City's current runic symbol technology and the level of the automatized superbrains, it'll be a long time before real AI can be born. We have a long way ahead of us on that path. Machines are just machines, and they listen to us fully. But who is to say that AI must be born from those icy cold chips and machines? If we use genetic modification to make a monster who is already skilled in mind control possess a brain that is even greater than that of humans and lead it to gaining terrifying intelligence, wouldn't this be another form of AI? How can you guarantee that it won't go out of control? Why do people feel instinctual fear when they see human-shaped machines who can speak, but find pet dogs who can understand human commands cute? You must understand, the thought of metal machines possessing their consciousness and going out of control is just a fantasy. But machines of flesh and bones possessing their own consciousness and going out of control to attack their creators is a threat that is right in front of our doorstep. After all, we humans might call ourselves the most intelligent species, but at the end of the day, we are still machines of flesh and blood. There is no essential difference between our brains and monster brains. In fact, after dissecting many of the apocalyptic beasts, we found that the abilities they can use with their brains surpass what we can do. It's just that those abilities are undeveloped or still locked. Now, let me ask you again. Are we prepared to unleash the seal on monster brains to create a completely different and unfathomable AI, then release these true creatures of the other world to live together with us? And are we also prepared to be destroyed by them? Chapter 277, Porcupines in Winter. Even though the words in the post were extreme, incoherent, and still held the naive air of a student, which made it clear that it came from a student from the University of Technology or Dragon City University's machine course, which also made their stance very clever, it also trampled on the Agricultural University students' delicate sensibilities. As the monster university, Agricultural University believed that in the future, Dragon City should focus on biochemical modifications. They had to domesticate and modify more monsters and etherealized plants to blend them even more with human civilization. Sooner or later, Earthlings would definitely win the monster war. But there was no way that Earthlings could kill all monsters. Even if humans could kill the mighty dragon-type monsters who were more than 100 meters long, it was impossible for them to kill all of the predators and pests. If they did, it would lead to an incredibly unstable ecosystem, and it would cause a destructive blow to the whole world. Then, it would turn around to deliver a vicious backlash on the puny and frail civilization that transmigrated from Earth. Besides, Dragon City only occupied one corner of the planet, and they only had measly tens of millions of people. When they tried to deduce the other world's surface area based on the gravity, tides, the planet's rotation, and orbital revolution, their guess was that it was about the same as Earth or even larger. Even if the transmigrators killed all of the monsters in Monster Mountain Range, it would be impossible for them to conquer all of the other world, which was 100 times larger than the Monster Mountain Range. Were they supposed to kill all of the local creatures that resembled monsters in the other world? That was impossible. Hence, the stance of the academicians from Agricultural University was to winning against, intimidate, modify, and domesticate the originally stupid and fierce monsters to turn them into loyal vassals like dogs. They should possess a certain degree of intelligence so that they could be used like spirit beasts to conquer all of the other world. Agricultural University also relied on this stance to sell the professional equipment it developed to all levels of the industry chain. The biochemical modification industry chain was linked to countless talented superhumans and their futures, as well as millions of citizens and the livelihoods of millions of families behind them. The best example was Agricultural University's Monster Controller course. Right now, the students in the Monster Controller course could apply for the Monster Controller license the moment they had enough credit. Based on their ranks, they could take biochemical fighting beasts of varying grades to walk around the city. Basic licensed monster controllers could bring biochemical fighting beasts modified from nightmarish beasts to the streets. Intermediate licensed monster controllers could bring biochemical fighting beasts modified from hell beasts to public places. Advanced licensed monster controllers could theoretically bring biochemical fighting beasts modified from apocalyptic beasts in front of normal citizens. Of course, the monster controller license was very hard to get. There were requirements for a minimum of working years and cultivation realm for advanced licensed monster controllers. Hence, those who could become advanced licensed monster controllers were basically only deity realm elites. Thus, even if they subjugated apocalyptic beasts, they would not bring them out and parade them in front of the citizens. But based on the train of thought proposed by the article demanding a limitation on modifying monsters through biochemical means, the monster controller's rights would definitely be reduced. And aside from the Monster Controller course, the Resource course, Biochemical course, and Etherealized Plants course would all be affected as well. They were all links in the industry chain, and if one of them was affected, all of them would be affected. With just one stone throw, a tsunami could be formed. Countless academicians from agricultural universities started arguing and criticizing the article. Agricultural University is built based on gene modification and biochemical technology. During the Dark and Bloody Era, a large number of our pioneers who possessed superior intellect delved deep into the mysteries of genes and awakened supernatural powers. They also managed to master the ability of modifying monsters, which is why we have the current Dragon City. What are these guys thinking of doing? Crippling themselves? Due to one single case of biochemical pets killing people, they want us to get rid of all biochemical modification technology? This is the same as giving up on eating just because you choked once. Besides, we haven't even discovered the truth behind this isolated case. Even if there is indeed something wrong with Spirit Creation's creatures modification technology and they should be locked down, declare bankruptcy, and be locked up in jail, it has nothing to do with the entire industry. Based on the logic of this article, are we saying that runic symbol machines are 100% safe and have never caused any accidents? I don't think so. With just a casual search, I can find dozens of articles reporting on accidents caused by runic symbols machines, and all of them led to heavy injuries. Are you saying that only when pets kill humans it is considered murder? So, when a runic symbols machines kills a human, it's not murder. Students, things are very clear now. This isn't a pure accident or a criminal act. This concerns the future development of Dragon City, and it's a problem concerning our principles. In the future, is Dragon City going to walk down the path of biochemical modifications or runic symbols machines? This is an ultimate question that all agricultural university academicians and even all Dragon citizens must think about properly. To me, the answer is clear, and all the academicians of agricultural universities should swear to defend biochemical technology to death. This won't just concern our future, but Dragon City's future as well. If we take even one step backwards, in the future, Dragon City might end up being destroyed, and we won't be able to recover. Plenty of students clicked the like button for the last comment. Many people used incredibly fierce words to criticize runic symbols technology and found a lot of pictures of accidents caused by runic symbols machines. Those pictures were about the casualties caused by the machines, and they were incredibly bloody. The comments stunned Meng Zhao. He did not expect that the students would be so worked up. But when he thought about it carefully, he did not find it strange. After all, if someone destroys a person's financial means, it is the same as killing their parents. If the Survival Committee were truly affected by public opinion and decided to limit the development of biochemical modification technology so that they could pour a large amount of their resources into runic symbol machine technology, all of the graduates of Agricultural University would have their livelihoods affected. Based on this angle, the person who wrote the post was definitely even worse than monsters in the hearts of the Agricultural University students. At the very least, the monsters would not kill most of the students' parents. Strange. Was there ever such an intense argument regarding the future development of Dragon City in my previous life? Meng Zhao scratched his head. He did not think that there was. But it might be that he just didn't know about it because he never managed to get into university in his previous life, and at that time, he was focused on practicing his harvesting skills day in and day out. He paid no attention to anything around him. After all, university students were always filled with vigor and had too much free time in their hands, so they spent their time going online to vent their displeasure. If he looked at this from another angle, it might also be because they won the northern offense. In his previous life, Dragon City lost a lot of powerful people, equipment, resources, and hope for the future after they suffered a severe blow during the northern offense. There was no longer any pie left, so how could they fight over it? At that time, Dragon City basically had a surfboard under its feet, and wherever the surfboard went, they went there. It was already great for them to be able to survive through their struggles. All these strategies about long-term development were just theories. But in this life, due to Meng Zhao, Lin Chuan, Qin Hu, Lucia, and even the White Spirit's hard work, they won the northern offense, and a huge and tasty pie was presented before the people. Hence, the distribution of the pie naturally became the most important problem. So, the argument between biochemical modification technology and runic symbols machine technology appeared because of me. Meng Zhao decided to praise himself. This also led to him remembering a joke. It was about how humans were porcupines covered in spikes. During winter, to obtain warmth, they would stick closely to each other, and even if they were stabbed by another porcupine's spikes, they would not mind it. But when temperature rose slightly, the porcupines would not be able to withstand the pain and would stay far away from each other. They would create great distances between themselves and even regard each other with hostility. They could share their pain together, but they would not share their riches. Perhaps this was what this phrase meant. After solving one problem, another popped up. Now that the northern offense is over, a new problem showed up. Why is it so hard to have everyone work together, stay on their own path, and develop according to it? Meng Zhao found himself incredibly perplexed. Which one was superior? Biochemical modification technology or runic symbols machine technology? This question was too complex and profound, and he was not going to be able to find an answer. Besides, this sort of argument might be good too. At the very least, it made all the citizens concern themselves with Dragon City's future, and they would get a basic concept of how they should live and develop after the monster war. They would not end up like the people in his previous life, where they all stumbled around with muddled heads and were practically led around by the blind. Meng Zhao did not want to participate in the students' intense keyboard war. He was more concerned about the case itself. He clicked on a few of the victims' bloody pictures and magnified them as much as possible. Then, he used an image enhancement software to increase the resolution. After that, he studied the pictures for a full 5 minutes. He thought about it for a while before he called Lucia. "Hello?" The voice on the other side of the phone was lackadaisical, as if its owner was drunk and not fully awake. Meng Zhao was stunned. "It's me. I'm not bothering you, am I, Big Sisya?" "I know it's you. Otherwise, I wouldn't have picked up the call," Lucia said lazily. "You don't know how many people I've gone to and how much work I've done over the past few days to make sure that the first mining rights will end up in my hands. Thank goodness it's all settled now. Don't worry. We saved each other's lives, and if I have a share in this, you'll always have a share in it too." "Thanks, Big Sisya," Meng Zhao said. "But I called today to ask about the Abnormal Beast Research Department." Lucia was silent for a while before she said airily, "Calm down. I want to take revenge for Lin Chuan too. But the only clue we have now is the 3 holes on the White Spirit's spine. No matter how capable the Abnormal Beast Research Department is, they still need time to slowly investigate this." "I know." Meng Zhao hesitated for a while before he said, "I called you today for something unrelated to Big Brother Lin and the White Spirit. I just wanted to ask whether you know about the case of biochemical pets killing their owners in Blessed Paradise." "Yeah, and what of it?" Lucia yawned quietly. "I think that there's something strange about it. It doesn't seem like an accident," Meng Zhao said. "Of course it isn't," Lucia said. "That's why it has already been handed over to the Supernatural Tower in the Adjudicator Court." "Is the Abnormal Beast Research Department not going to interfere? After all, biochemical pets have a certain degree of intelligence as well, and they can be somewhat considered as abnormal beasts as well, right?" Lucia snickered in spite of herself. "Listen. I want to solve a major case beautifully as well so that I can be successful in the Abnormal Beast Research Department, but the case of the pets killing their owners in Blessed Paradise is not the best choice," she explained patiently to Meng Zhao. "First of all, Spirit Creations creatures and Heavenly Works machines are involved in this. The Biochemical Modification Technology organizations and runic symbols machine technology organizations supporting them are also involved. Even if I have Sky Pillar Corporation helping me, there's no need for me to get involved in this. Most importantly, the biochemical pets that normal households keep as pets are not smart enough. There's still a long way for them to go before they'll be considered abnormal beasts. There are also traces of human acts behind this case. So, it's highly likely that a superhuman committed a crime. Since this has already been handed to the adjudicator court, without concrete evidence, the research department will not do something exceeding their authority. This concerns the authority given to the two departments according to their jurisdiction, and it's a very sensitive issue. Do you understand? I know, Meng Zhao said. But I have proof. Chapter 278, Strange Wound. Why would you have proof? This has nothing to do with you. Lucia still sounded nonchalant. Meng Zhao fell silent for a while. In the end, he did not mention his involvement in the examination. He only said, I saw a few bloody pictures of the victims online. Their wounds are quite strange. 2 of the casualties have really chaotic wounds, they were practically pierced or ripped apart. Their wounds are similar to those left behind by a creature infected by rabies. But one of the victims has slight differences in terms of wounds. At first glance, those wounds are also very chaotic, frenzied, and bloody, but if you look at them closely, you'll find that they seem to have been left by a creature that is calm. Lucia fell silent for a while before she asked in puzzlement, calm? Yes. Calm, Meng Zhao said. Trust me. I'm a harvester. I've researched all sorts of wounds before in depth. The wounds left behind by low-grade lifeforms and high-grade lifeforms are completely different. Monsters who go berserk while they're heavily injured leave behind different wounds compared to monsters who lie in ambush to attack their prey. And the wounds left behind by monsters can also show whether they possess intelligence. I have a feeling that one of the 3 biochemical pets is different from the other 2. It's smarter, calmer, and even more fatal. A feeling? Lucia said. You got this feeling by going through a few pictures of the victims' corpses? Why couldn't I manage to tell that there's anything different from the corpses' wounds? Meng Zhao scratched his head. He did not know how to explain things. Of course he had not been able to tell it with just one glance. Instead, he had his suspicions and assumed that this matter was related to the supernatural entities, which was why he had gone back to examine the pictures of the victims' corpses. This was practically the same as first firing a bullet before going to the spot where it landed and drawing a bullseye around it. Of course it was easier for him to find clues this way. Anyway, I think that this case is very suspicious. If we investigate it, we might be able to find monsters with high intelligence. In any case, I intend to fulfill the duties of a good citizen and report the clues to the Abnormal Beast Research Department. Whether or not all of you want to continue with your investigation will depend on the organization. Meng Zhao did not dare to tell her the whole truth. He hung up and looked at kindling shining at his peripheral vision. Mystery of the Supernatural Entities, current progress, 1%. He sighed and thought, this is all I can do. He continued with the experiments of the ultimate style in the morning. Recently, Gu Jinbo had mastered the style and was focusing on becoming a 5-star superhuman. He was becoming increasingly like the Blade Dancer, but it also meant that he had less time to provide guidance to Meng Zhao. So, Meng Zhao acted based on the methods taught to him when he was in the secret training camp in Ghost Tribe. He fused Walking Corpse and Bizarre Stab into the ultimate style and started going in depth in his research of methods that would allow him to release explosive power with his 1024 branch meridians. He trained happily, and time went by quickly. When it was almost noon, he received news from Lucia asking him whether he had lectures in the afternoon and whether it would be convenient for them to talk about the case of pets murdering their owners at Blessed Paradise. Meng Zhao's eyes lit up. He agreed to it and asked her to meet him at the entrance of Agricultural University. Right when he reached the gate, he saw a fierce-looking group from the Monster Controller course. They were all freshmen and were led by Panther Girl Wu Wu as they walked out. There were also freshmen from the Martial Arts course, Resource course, and Biochemical course in the group. They looked like they had become united when faced the same enemy. Xie Feng? Meng Zhao saw a few of his coursemates in the group, so he waved his hand to greet them. Where are you going? We're going to the University of Technology, Xie Feng said. Meng Zhao, have you heard about the case at Blessed Paradise? Right now, there is a lot of noise online, and quite a number of people are worried about biochemical modification technology. They think that runic symbols machines are safer and more efficient. This morning, the students from the Monster Controller course and the students from the University of Technology's Machine course argued in the United Forum of the Alliance of the Five Universities. The argument was so fierce that the forum nearly collapsed. In the end, the students from both sides agreed that they might as well organize a debate to decide which was better, biochemical modification technology or runic symbols machines, and which piece of technology was more suited for the development of Dragon City and our needs to colonize the Otherworld. Then, our monster controllers and their machine masters will have a friendly spar. Even though the martial arts course competes with the monster controller course in the university, this event concerns all the people in Agricultural University. In fact, it concerns the interests of all the people involved in monster production. Hunters, harvesters, monster modifiers, etherealized plants botanists, monster controllers. All of them are involved. And since we're mutually dependent on each other, the martial arts course can't situate itself outside this matter. We have to cheer for the monster controllers. Are you going? That's right, Meng Zhao. Will you cheer me? Panther Girl Wu Wu came forward with sparkling eyes and stared expectantly at Meng Zhao. Ever since Meng Zhao had defeated her, Wu Wu constantly looked for him whenever she was free and insisted that she wanted to learn all his skills. Meng Zhao also hoped for a strong rival to motivate him to continue improving, so he did not hide any of his skills from Wu Wu. In the freshman tournament between the Alliance of the Five Universities and Dragon City University, Wu Wu had fought 1-against-5 during the final moment and created a miracle, while Meng Zhao had fought fiercely to get rid of the strongest person on the other camp, Wang Dao, to help her build the foundation for victory. Hence, their relationship had improved by leaps and bounds. And it upgraded to the point that when Wu Wu was drenched in sweat after training and filled her stomach, she was at ease with revealing her tummy and sleeping beside Meng Zhao. Based on what Wu Wu said, this meant that they were now the closest companions in a ghost leopard pack and shared an incredibly tight bond. Even though Meng Zhao felt that this relationship was weird, at the very least, they were friends. Logically speaking, he should go and cheer for Wu Wu and the other monster controllers. But he had already invited Lucia to investigate the case. So, he could only cough dryly and say, "That's unfortunate. I just invited a friend to go out for lunch. How about this? I'll try to be as quick as possible and go to the University of Technology to look for you once I'm done. In any case, our universities are close to each other, and it's just a few steps. I won't be late." Oh. Wu Wu felt a little disappointed. At that moment, the students who were walking in front of the group cried out in surprise. A magma-red race car with the roars of a crystal engine that had great horsepower left behind a trail of burning afterimages before it stopped at the gates of Agricultural University, right next to the students. In this era, even if a person only had 2 couches with 4 wheels under them, it was still a status symbol. Hence, this sort of crystalline, luxurious race car that looked as if it was crafted entirely out of crystals caused a lot of students to widen their eyes so much that it looked as if they were about to pop out of their eye sockets. Even if the students who had managed to get into university generally came from well-off families, they did not often have the chance to see a luxurious car of such supreme quality. The doors of the race car moved diagonally upwards, like a falcon-type monster tucking its wings away as it prepared for a dive. It slowly raised up and folded itself together. A woman who was even more eye-catching than the luxurious race car stepped out. She wore a dress with a split that went straight up to her thighs and accentuated her ridiculously long legs. When she came out, she leaned against the car door. Half of her face was covered by sunglasses with wide rims and silver light reflecting from the lenses. Aside from fiery red lips, no one could see any part of the woman's features. Even so, it did not stop the students from taking note of her fair skin and long neck. They imagined how beautiful her face had to be. Her earrings were so long that they reached her shoulders, and as they swayed, they gave off a dazzling light, so even the most beautiful girls in the area, including the course princesses, department princesses, and university princesses in the university, were overshadowed by her. In an instant, the entire area became silent. Cold sweat broke out on Meng Zhao's forehead. "Get in." Lucia beckoned at him. In an instant, all the students sucked in sharp breaths and stared at Meng Zhao. They were unable to believe their own ears. This was especially so for the boys. They did not hide their desire to tie Meng Zhao to torture him and force him to treat them to a month's worth of dinner. "Your friend?" Wu Wu asked softly behind Meng Zhao. "Why yeah. We're not very close to each other. We just met a few times, so we're just normal friends." Meng Zhao scratched his head. Are you certain you can come cheer for us immediately after you eat with a friend like this? Xie Feng was skeptical. Meng Zhao could say nothing about it, so he went straight to Lucia's car. Once she started driving, Meng Zhao said, "Here's a suggestion. I know that you're the young lady of Sky Pillar Corporation, but sometimes, when you decide to walk among the peasants, could you keep low profile? We're just discussing the case. There's no need for you to be so flashy, right?" "I know. This is me keeping a low profile. I chose the cheapest car from my house to pick you up," Lucia answered faintly. Meng Zhao was silent for a while. "I can now understand why Big Brother Lin felt pressure when he was with you and thought that he's a demonic halberd pig while you're a crystalline nine-headed dragon. I still don't understand it. With Lin Chuan or your strength and potential, as long as you work hard enough and are willing to risk your lives, it's not difficult for you to get a race car or a mansion. I don't understand what you're conflicted about. It might be because even if we reach Heaven Realm or Deity Realm and get a lot of money, we still won't buy a race car or a mansion. And that's why I said you're too naive," Lucia retorted. "Have you heard of the story of Zi Gong paying a ransom for a person? There is a law in the country of Lu that if a Lu citizen sees a fellow citizen run into misfortune in a foreign country and end up as a slave, as long as they pay the ransom for those people and help them regain their freedom, they will be able to get rewards and compensation from the nation." Confucius student, Zi Gong, paid a ransom for Lu citizens while he was in another country, but he rejected the rewards from the nation. And this is Confucius' remark of his actions. He said, "Zi Gong, that's where you're wrong. If you take the compensation from the nation, it won't be a slight to your morals. But if you don't take the compensation, no one in the country of Lu will pay a ransom for their fellow citizens if they see them in trouble." Later, another student of his called Zi Lu saved a drowning man. That person thanked him by giving him a bowl. Zi Lu took it. After Confucius learned about it, he was very happy and said, "From now on, the Lu citizens will definitely be brave enough to save drowning people." Even if Lin Chuan became a Heaven Realm fighter, he continued living a simple and tough life, and he appeared to be friendly. In fact, he donated his income to contribute to society. On the surface, this is good, correct, and very noble. But do you think that all superhumans should learn from Lin Chuan and use him as their standard? Use me for an example. If I don't drive a luxurious car, don't live in a mansion, and don't use my money every day, I won't have the motivation to earn money. Then, there will be no need for me to enter the depths of the underground to explore the mines or go into the wild to risk my life fighting against the monsters. Why should I even fight desperately to defend Dragon City? I can just become a 2-star or 3-star superhuman and stop cultivating so that I can enjoy my life. In any case, no matter how much money I earn, I can't spend it in an upright manner. When I spend my money, I will be criticized by others that I only want to enjoy my life and am a rich young lady who doesn't understand the pains of the common people. They'll even say that I'm a crystalline nine-headed dragon who eats the flesh and blood of demonic halberd pigs. Then, why should I cultivate and fight?" Meng Zhao was instantly rendered speechless. Lucia quickly continued, "Also, did you see your university mates' gazes just now? They were shocked and longed for this race car. In truth, they were jealous. They're your university mates and they're freshmen with bright futures ahead of them, right? As long as a few of them are attracted by my race car and are determined to train madly and fight with their lives on the line to earn money, isn't this a great thing for Dragon City? The majority of normal people are still controlled by their desires in this world, and the ascetic monks with great ideals are in the minority." Confucius knew this well, which is why he criticized Zi Gong but praised Zi Lu. Based on this, not only do I bring pleasure to myself when I drive a race car through the city in a flashy manner, but also motivate all the superhumans and ignite the fighting spirit in ambitious youths. Even if we look at this subjectively and think that everyone is very selfish and is only cultivating and fighting for luxurious cars and mansions, objectively speaking, we are still getting a lot of resources for Dragon City, and if we use those resources to build new elementary schools, isn't it more logical that Lin Chuan's so-called selfless contributions? After a moment, Meng Zhao said, "Let's change to another topic. Big Sisya, your sunglasses look pretty good." Chapter 279, One-Hit Kill. "Do they?" Lucia pushed her sunglasses up the bridge of her nose and flicked her earrings before she said, "I didn't intentionally dress up in such a flashy manner. The complications with my overly heightened spirit sensitivity aren't dealt with yet, and the airtight helmet I wore last time is just too ugly. After putting it on, I feel like I'm an ambitious evil witch. That's why I asked an expert to create these sunglasses and earrings to block off the redundant information, And they also help me not hear the gossip that I shouldn't hear. Or at the very least, it makes people think that I can't hear them gossiping about me behind my back. Meng Zhao looked ahead silently, then 2 minutes later, he asked, "Where are we going?" "Calm down, we're there." Lucia drove the race car into an underground garage. They used the elevator to reach the first floor, and it was only then that Meng Zhao realized that they were at the back door of First Affiliated Hospital of Medical University. He quirked his eyebrows. Lucia looked at him and said, "Didn't you say that you felt that there's a wound that's very strange on the third victim's corpse?" "No matter what, you can't get a vivid picture if you observe things on the photos online, so we have to come and personally check whether the wounds of the 3 corpses are really different." "Wait. Are there no injury examination experts and forensic specialists in the Abnormal Beast Research Department? Why must we be the ones taking action?" "Because I haven't reported this matter to the higher-ups." Lucia shrugged. "How am I supposed to report it? I have this harvester friend who thought that the wounds on the corpses looked strange when he took a look at the photos online. That's why we want to snatch the case from the Supernatural Tower and Adjudicator Court. Trust me, even though the research department really wants to snatch cases from the Adjudicator Court, we can't snatch them like this. We have to find more detailed and concrete proof to get resources and support in terms of manpower." Meng Zhao glared at her. "Are you saying that we don't have any approval from a governmental organization to touch the corpses of the 3 victims?" "Not quite. It's not that we don't have any approval at all. After all, the work of the Research Department and Adjudicator Court is unique, and to make it easier for us, they allow us to act first before reporting to the higher-ups. As long as we find clues of the existence of a highly intelligent monster, we just need to go through the procedures later, and we'll be fine. Honestly speaking, I'm an official investigator from the Abnormal Beast Research Department. If something really happens, I'll be the one taking the blame. You just be an enthusiastic citizen. What's there to be afraid of, if that's the case?" Lucia looked at her watch and said, "The case of murder by pets in Blessed Paradise has been treated as an accident. That's why the 3 victims' corpses were sent to be preserved in the First Affiliated Hospital of Medical University, and it conducted preliminary autopsy on them. Based on the procedures, since there is suspicion that this is a crime conducted with ill will, they should have sent the corpses to the related investigation departments. But since the crime might have been committed by a superhuman criminal, this case has been taken over by the Adjudicator Court, and so they bypassed the police. The corpses will be sent directly to the Supernatural Tower at 2 in the afternoon, and that gives us 1 hour and 44 minutes. So, are you going in to take a look?" Meng Zhao was silent for a moment. He cast a glance at his quest progress and nodded. "Sure, let's go in and take a look." Lucia had clearly not been idle during the morning. She had done a lot of preparation work, and with familiar movements, she found the morgue. Both of them observed the location of the CCTVs, and like ghosts, they shot past the corridor. With a few turns, they soon arrived at the chilling depths of the morgue. Suddenly, both of them stopped and pressed their backs against the wall. There were 2 guards with incredibly built bodies guarding the corpses. They had guns, and their gazes were intense. The veins on their temples were very distinct. Their elbows and the thick, angry veins on the backs of their hands showed that they were clearly not easy to deal with. Due to all sorts of viruses and bacteria running around wildly in the other world, regardless of whether it was the corpse of a human or the carcass of a monster, there was a high possibility that they would transform. Even when a person seemed to have died a natural death, there was still a certain chance that they would turn into a zombie in the morgue. Hence, the people who guarded the morgues and related organizations were all above-average fighters. "What should we do?" Meng Zhao mouthed the question to Lucia. Lucia motioned him to calm down. Then, with a fingernail coated in faint gold paint, she pushed down on the center of her forehead. She also mumbled some things. Spirit tattoos shone faintly on her forehead. Before Meng Zhao could shout at her, she strode forward and walked with great poise in front of the 2 guards. Then, something unexpected happened. Even when she was right in front of the 2 guards, they did not seem to have seen her. They continued talking among themselves as if the beautiful and eye-catching woman in front of them did not exist. "This is..." Meng Zhao felt a chill in his heart. "Is it a stealth skill or hypnosis?" After she reached Heaven Realm, she became stronger. Lucia beckoned him over. She mouthed, "Come on, why are you still daydreaming?" Meng Zhao made his decision and strode over. Just as he expected, the 2 guards could not see him as well. Even as he stood between them, their gazes shot past his head. They laughed as they talked, and their saliva landed on his face. So, it's hypnosis, Meng Zhao thought. This woman has a solid background, ambition, and is a spirit sensor. She can control stones to fight, and she even knows mind attacks like hypnosis. She's indeed someone who cannot be underestimated. We can work together to investigate the mysteries of the supernatural entities, but I have to be on guard against her. While he thought about it, 2 thick bundles of letters fell down from Lucia's silk dress. They landed on the floor with a loud plop. Meng Zhao instantly felt his heart leap to his throat. But regardless of whether it was Lucia or the 2 guards, they pretended as if they did not see or hear anything. The situation looked really strange. It was only when she pushed open the door to the morgue that Meng Zhao could not help but say, "You dropped something just now." "I know. Why else do you think we could enter? If I didn't give them money, would the 2 guards have let us in?" Meng Zhao was surprised. "Huh? Didn't you use some mind attack to hypnotize them?" "If I can use money to settle a problem, why would I want to use a mind attack?" Lucia looked at him with great puzzlement. "Besides, I don't know any skills related to hypnosis. You know that." "Then, Meng Zhao said. "You shut your eyes in the beginning and rubbed the center of your forehead. Spirit tattoos even appeared on your skin. What were you doing?" "I was just doing some eye exercises to focus." Lucia looked down and yawned softly. "I told you that I've been busy with the first mining rites over the past few days. Over the past week, the total amount of time I slept is less than 10 hours. If you hadn't made the case sound so interesting, I wouldn't have bothered to come." Meng Zhao scratched his head and headed straight to examine the corpses. The power of money was indeed much stronger than mind attacks. The 2 guards who took the money had brought out the 3 corpses of the victims. The only thing left was their arrival. Meng Zhao removed the white cloth and saw the mangled and ghastly corpses. To normal people, this would be a scene from nightmares, but he was a harvester who came back from the apocalypse, so he did not find it terrifying. He drew closer and observed carefully. Once he was in working mode, he immediately focused and nothing could distract him. Even though he could not carry out dissections that would damage the corpses, he could still learn a lot of information from the intersecting wounds just by observing them with his naked eye. Meng Zhao narrowed his eyes. He felt as if he could see the 3 biochemical pets suddenly becoming violent and pushing their owners to the ground before they bit them and ripped them apart. He compared the wounds based on the data he obtained when he watched the biochemical pet dissections and saw the tears on the tendons. He did not want to miss even a single clue. His current self was just a university student and a 2-star superhuman. The adjudicator court and the research department would definitely have elites who were stronger than he was. But there were very few people like him in all of Dragon City who had the memories of being a veteran harvester for decades while also possessing the killing skills of an assassin from Ghost Tribe, and all of those skills were also the future versions that were ahead of the current era. His memories of being a harvester and an assassin created an amazing reaction when they clashed with each other, so he was able to see a lot of things that the detectives of the current era could not. Meng Zhao stood in front of the 3rd corpse for a long time. He drew closer to the man's torn throat as if he wanted to crawl into the wound. He dilated and shrank his pupils non-stop, and a strange spark shone in his eyes. Lucia just stood by the side and watched him quietly as the seconds went by. She did not bother him while he worked. Then, Meng Zhao released a long sigh and straightened his back. It was only then that she asked, "Did you discover something?" "Yeah, this wound is off." Meng Zhao pointed at the tear on the 3rd victim's neck. He motioned Lucia to take pictures from multiple angles and explained, "Of the first 2 corpses, one of them is an old man in his 60s and the other is a middle-aged woman in her 40s. Their wounds are really horrific, and they fit the description of attacks left by violent monsters. I can assume that they were killed by their biochemical pets when they went out of control." Lucia frowned a little and asked, "And you're saying that the 3rd victim wasn't?" "The 3rd victim was definitely killed by his biochemical pet, but I think that this biochemical pet did not go out of control when it killed its master." Meng Zhao put up his thumb and imitated the shape of a claw. He drew a long line over the artery of his neck and said, "This victim is a man who is either in his 30s or 40s. His body is well proportioned, and he has thick muscles. His bones have faint signs of crystallization, so he should be a superhuman with above-average strength." "You're right. He's a machine master from Heaven Works Machines," Lucia said. "Even though he isn't a fighting-class superhuman but a support-class machine master, he has to control and perform maintenance on large construction machines. He participates in the tough work of destroying rocks and clearing tunnels every day. So, it's only natural that he has a sturdy body. He's definitely not a nerd who has no strength whatsoever." Meng Zhao nodded. All machine masters have some degree of fighting strength. Besides, a few days ago, fog descended near Blessed Paradise, and a rat horde showed up in the place. I think that the victim would have definitely had all sorts of heavy tools and weapons in his house. As long as he could grab something, he should have been able to kill a berserk pet. Unfortunately, he took a hit to his neck. This hit should have been the biochemical pet's first attack. But it's precisely this attack that tore apart the victim's artery, which led to a massive loss of blood. The strength of the force even went through the gaps of his cervical vertebrae and injured the nerves of his spine, which led to a large reduction of the victim's fighting strength. You can say that this is a perfect one-hit kill. Do you think that a real monster who went berserk would be able to do such a thing? Chapter 280, Such an Amazing Person. Lucia stared at the wound for a long time before she looked at the other two corpses and asked skeptically, "Are you sure it was a one-hit kill?" "I'm 30% sure." Meng Zhao gestured about. Based on the guesses on the forum, these biochemical pets were infected with mutated rabies or zombie virus, which is why they went completely out of control. Let's say they were infected with mutated rabies. Think about it, what sort of state should they be in? That's right. Their eyes should be red. They should growl and bare their teeth. They should look savage and subconsciously knock against walls and the door. In other words, they should look very terrifying. When their masters see their pets acting like this, would they stand around like idiots and wait for them to bite them? Of course they would struggle, run, or fight back. While Meng Zhao spoke, he bared his teeth and pretended to lunge at Lucia. As they struggled fiercely, the biochemical pet's central nervous systems would be severely affected. It would not be easy for them to find vital spots so accurately. Even if they managed to land a bite on a vital part, if the owners struggle fiercely, their wound would be in the shape of a tear, not a cut. There should be wounds on their limbs, and they should be severe, because if the owners were in a panic, they would have used their hands to block attacks and kicked at the monsters. Lucia nodded. She appeared contemplative. What if the owner fell asleep? A few days ago, Blessed Paradise went through a fog invasion, and a rat horde appeared in their area. Over the past few days, there were remnants of it running around. The residents are in a state of high alert, so they wouldn't fall asleep so easily, Meng Zhao said. Even if the old man in his 60s and the woman in her 40s had waning strength and the third victim was full of vigor and at the prime of his life. It's impossible for him to sleep so deeply that he'd lose track of his surroundings and wouldn't hear the growl of a beast. But look at the third victim's throat. You can see this very precise cut. Under Meng Zhao's guidance, Lucia looked at the wound closely. She frowned and said, "The flesh there has been completely eaten." "That's right. That's the key." Meng Zhao snapped his fingers and said excitedly, "After he was killed with just one blow, the pet noticed that the wound was too precise, so it decided to eat all the flesh around the wound. Even so, it left behind clues. Look at the spot between the two cervical vertebrae. Isn't there a very faint laceration there? That's a mark left by canine teeth." Lucia removed her sunglasses. Her beautiful eyes sparkled in the morgue. She narrowed her eyes and observed for a moment before she nodded and said, "I can see it. It's even thinner than a strand of hair, and it's only 0.5 millimeter long. I suppose you can consider this a laceration. So, based on the depth of this laceration, the angle, the length, and various other factors, we can make an analysis and determine that this is definitely a perfect one-hit kill," Meng Zhao said confidently. "Are you really able to decipher so much information from this insanely small cut?" "No, this laceration?" Lucia asked skeptically. "Why can't I tell the difference between this laceration and all the other wounds? I can't tell the difference between the hundreds of stones underground either. So, if you ask me to differentiate them, I would rather trust you when it comes to that," Meng Zhao said. Lucia thought about it, nodded, and said, "Continue." "Next is the tears on the limbs," Meng Zhao said. "There is no doubt that there are a lot of tears on the limbs of the three corpses, but the tears on the third corpse are the lightest. Many of the tears were not done just once, and they overlap with a lot of bites. This means that while the third victim was still alive, he put up the lightest resistance. When he was attacked, there was no longer any strength left in his limbs, and he did not have any strength to fight back. He's a middle-aged man at the prime of his life and a machine master who controls construction machines all year long, but you're telling me that his resistance was weaker than that of an old man in his 60s and a woman in her 40s when he ran into a monster attack? How could that be?" "It's very simple to explain, though, because after the first attack that targeted his neck artery, spinal nerves and cervical vertebrae, he lost too much blood and his nerves were damaged. His limbs became weak, and he couldn't launch any effective counterattacks. And here's the interesting part. After the third victim died, the biochemical pet, which should have gone into berserk rage, seemed to have realized that it killed a little too cleanly and swiftly. So, it deliberately ate the flesh the fatal wound left on the victim's neck and bit the tears on the limbs until they were a mess so that it could cover up that the tears were too light. But it ended up exposing more of its deeds the more it tried to cover them up. When the victim was alive, the wounds it left behind while it bit into the victim had slight differences compared to the wounds it left behind after the victim died. A normal person might not be able to tell, but it would definitely not be able to escape my eyes. Lucia cast a deep look at Meng Zhao and mumbled, "Are you saying that this is a biochemical pet that knew how to destroy evidence and disguise the crime scene?" "I don't know whether it's a biochemical pet or something else. I only know what the corpse told me." Meng Zhao went to the other corpses and opened their abdominal cavities before he continued, "Last of all, look at the 3 corpses' abdominal cavities. After killing the victims, the 3 biochemical pets started eating them. Their first target was definitely the soft and juicy organs. So, they ended up causing a mess in the victim's organs. But don't you think that the third victim's organs are broken into even smaller bits and that the biochemical pet ate way more than necessary?" Lucia frowned a little. "Ate more than necessary? What do you mean?" "Let me put it this way. If we eat a steak the size of a palm, we will usually cut it into around 20 pieces. The smallest piece would be the size of a beef cube. Very few people would cut it hundreds of times and turn it into ground beef," Meng Zhao said. "I've researched the mouths, teeth, esophagus, and digestive organs of many canine-type monsters. I know the ideal amount of food for them. The first 2 biochemical pets might have gone mad, but the marks they left behind while they ate their food did not break out of the normal pattern for canine-type monsters. But the third victim's abdominal cavity has been eaten until it's a mess. Even so, there are still too many organs left. They haven't been eaten by the biochemical pet, and that doesn't make sense." Lucia sank into deep thought. "What do you think is the reason?" "There are 3 reasons I can think of." Meng Zhao raised 3 fingers. "First, this biochemical pet doesn't like eating organs, and this is just an imitation. It never went out of control like the other 2 biochemical pets, and everything it did was done while it was in perfect control of its body. Second, perhaps it has some sort of deep grudge with its owner, and that's why it left its owner in such a mess. You can say that this is the same as humans when they cut up their hated enemies into thousands of pieces. Third, this is a cover. Regardless of whether it bit into the victim's limbs or abdominal cavity, its goal was to wipe out the real wounds through the flesh that the victim would be sure to miss its attacks." As she listened to Meng Zhao's speech, Lucia could not hide the surprise and admiration in her eyes. She gasped in amazement. "Meng Zhao, I'm beginning to be unable to get a read on you. I'm starting to really look forward to working with you." Meng Zhao coughed dryly and said, "What I said just now is my opinion. I don't have concrete proof. The experts from the other organizations can absolutely get completely different conclusions based on the same marks. Before we get to the truth, I can't prove that my guess is correct." "It's fine. I trust you," Lucia said. "I can tell you 3 pieces of information. First, the 3 biochemical pets who went out of control were indeed infected with mutated rabies, and it's a completely new subtype that has never been seen before. Second, the biochemical pets who attacked the first 2 victims have incredibly well-hidden injection marks in their ear canals. The third biochemical pet had the same virus, but there were no signs of injection in its ear canal. Third, this victim who was killed in one hit was a member of Heavenly Works Machines. The company he works for has been competing for an incredibly important deal with Spirit Creations Creatures, a company that modifies biochemical pets. The profit involved in this reaches such astronomical numbers that it's enough to cause many people to go mad for it." Meng Zhao was slightly stunned. Lucia was really amazing. This was secret information, but within just 1 day, she managed to get a hold of it. Also, the mutated rabies that the 3 biochemical pets were infected with were brand new subtypes? He did not know about it yesterday. As he thought about this, kindling flashed at the corner of his eyes, and a line of words appeared. Increased progress for the mystery of the supernatural beings by 1%. Current progress, 2%. Increased contribution points by 500. My guess is right. Meng Zhao became high-spirited. The murder by pets in Blessed Paradise is indeed related to the supernatural beings. We don't have much time left. If you have something else to say, we can do that while we talk. Lucia tapped her watch and said, "You're right. There is value in examining this case in depth. We will have to work hard to figure out the truth before the adjudicator court." Meng Zhao hesitated for a while before he asked, "Can't we give the adjudicator court this clue and work with the secret police?" The adjudicator court has always been displeased with the formation of the Abnormal Beast Research Department. They think that we've weakened their authority, so there's no way they will work with us. Lucia cast a glance at Meng Zhao. As for you, the adjudicator court will definitely welcome you if you provide them with a clue, but who knows how much they will trust you. It's also impossible for them to let a freshman like you to get involved. Meng Zhao thought about it, and he felt that what Lucia said was logical. If this were a normal case, he would be considered to have done the duty of a good citizen by providing the police, adjudicator court, the Abnormal Beast Research Department, or other such government organization with a clue. But since this was related to the supernatural beings, he wanted to get closer to the truth. After all, there might not be anyone else in this era who understood the supernatural beings more than he did. "Let's go." Lucia observed his expression and could tell his determination. She dragged the white cloth over the 3 corpses and quickly walked outside. "We don't have much time left. There are also amazing people in the secret police, and they will discover clues of the marks as well. Then, they will be ahead of us in the case." Meng Zhao followed her and asked, "Will they?" "Yeah." While Lucia walked, she said, "I heard that they used an expert of the secret police when they dissected the 3 biochemical pets yesterday, which is why they managed to find the needle marks at the depths of the biochemical pet's ear canals. The person who performed the dissection yesterday is Master Sun Yufeng, a veteran harvester from the Monster Research Center. Even he overlooked the details near the eardrums. The other harvesters also hadn't heard of such a secretive technique. In the end, a very young expert who seems to have come from the secret police pointed it out. He knew about such a tricky method, so it's most likely that he has personally used this method before. He's not a harvester, so he's definitely a top-class assassin. With such an amazing person around, it's highly likely that he will turn into a competitor, and who knows who will end up getting the prize. Oh. Chapter 281, Adjudicating Judge. Lucia smiled coldly. "What? You don't believe me? The secret police are a violent organization that specializes in dealing with superhuman criminals. Of course there are amazing people among them. It's not strange for them to have such outstanding superhumans among them." "No. Of course not." Meng Zhao scratched his head and asked, "I just wanted to ask, where did you get that information from, Big Sisya?" Lucia snorted coldly. "I naturally have secretive and reliable channels. Don't worry about it, you can be sure of the accuracy of the information." "Can I?" The two of them quickly walked out of the morgue. Meng Zhao looked at the 2 guards, they were still chatting with each other and ignoring them. Meng Zhao could not help but ask, "Did you buy that information with money as well?" Lucia glared at him. "Can I?" "Of course you can," Meng Zhao said. "Big Sisya, I don't mean anything by it. I know that you have a lot of money, but no matter how much money you have, you can't spend it randomly and buy information that appears to be true, but is actually false." Lucia ignored him and continued walking outside. When she turned a corner, she stopped and cast him a puzzled glance. "What do you mean? Do you know that amazing person from the secret police?" Meng Zhao shook his head. "I can't say." Lucia snorted coldly and continued walking forward. When she had walked more than 10 meters forward, she stopped again. "Wait. That means that you definitely know him. Is he a close acquaintance? A friend? Your senior brother?" Meng Zhao continued shaking his head. "I still can't say." Lucia gritted her teeth and turned her head away. She continued walking forward with her head held high. When she was almost at the end of the corridor, she stopped for the 3rd time and looked Meng Zhao up and down for a long time before she said hesitantly, "Wait just one more time. That outstanding and young harvester is actually you, right?" "I'm sorry, Big Sisya. I really can't say it." Meng Zhao looked at her really sincerely. Then, he saw Lucia's face and ears turning red bit by bit, all while she remained with a cold, expressionless face. With the sunglasses that covered half of her face, she said nothing and turned around again to walk outside. Once they left the building with the morgue, the sun welcomed them outside, and Lucia suddenly grabbed Meng Zhao and dragged him under a shade. Meng Zhao was stunned. Then, he sensed a sharp pair of eyes about to pierce him. He instinctively looked around and saw a man wearing a long trench coat at the entrance of the hospital. He had long sideburns and an imposing presence. Aside from the rather sinister-looking hook nose destroying his righteous features, he actually looked very masculine and charming. Even though they had avoided him in time, the hook-nosed man still noticed them. He stared at them for a while, but did not go to them. Instead, with his hands in the pockets of the trench coat, he turned around and went into the morgue. "Who is he? He looks rather familiar," Meng Zhao asked. "Shen Yupeng," Lucia said. "He's Shen Yulong's cousin. Remember Shen Yulong? He's the leader of the Universe Corporation mine exploration team we ran into underground. As for Shen Yupeng, he's ranked second among the third generation in the Shen family. He's different from that bastard Shen Yulong. The family poured their resources on him, and he's a true elite. He's really difficult to deal with. He's not working in Universe Corporation. Instead, he joined the Adjudicator Court and became a secret police officer. I heard that he's also become an adjudicator." Meng Zhao thought about it. Secret police officers and adjudicators are different? The secret police use their heads and are in charge of looking for clues. They have to unravel mysteries and figure out the truth so that they can locate the criminal. They might not have a lot of fighting power, but they have all sorts of strange supportive abilities, Lucia explained. Adjudicators are the same as heavy-armed special police. They hunt violent superhuman criminals in complicated areas like downtowns with a lot of people. For that, they need a lot of fighting power. There are few superhumans who can take up the position of a secret police officer and an adjudicator at the same time. That's why the adjudicators are divided into these two departments, but if someone possesses the ability to become a secret police officer and an adjudicator at the same time, then they're really terrifying. In the field, there's an unofficial title for these people, adjudicating judges. They're people who practically have the imperial sword that gives them arbitrary powers. They can deliver judgment on any superhuman who violated the law at any moment they want and anywhere they desire. Meng Zhao gasped in amazement. Shen Yupeng didn't become an adjudicating judge with the Shen family's background. He obtained it with his own power, Lucia continued. His most famous achievement is detaining a 5-star Heaven Realm elite who experienced spirit energy deviation last year. At that time, rampaging spirit energy had invaded that Heaven Realm elite's brain, and he went completely mad. He was hiding in a market's underground storage room, which was located at the center of the city and had a large flow of people. The storage room also contains a lot of flammable and explosive objectives, which is against the law. And this Heaven Realm elite was famous for using his vitality magnetic field to stimulate the friction between molecules and increase the temperature of matter, which allowed him to create all sorts of combustions and explosions. While his mind was clear, he could even make a monster's organs combust remotely, so it would burn to death. When his spirit energy deviated and he lost control, he set his wife and in-laws in flames, burning them to a crisp. You can say that he was forced into a corner and was desperate. Can you imagine just how dangerous it was? He was a pyromaniac who appeared in a storage room filled with flammable and explosive objects, and above him was a market. There were countless citizens shopping and eating there. Meng Zhao was engrossed in the story. He could not help but hold his breath. Everyone was helpless. The firefighters were even brought in to extinguish a huge fire in the market. But Shen Yupeng went into the storage alone and managed to capture the crazed pyromaniac. He didn't let him light up even a single newspaper on fire. Meng Zhao could not help but ask, the pyromaniac didn't take action? He did, Lucia said. The pyromaniac tried to light Shen Yupeng's heart on fire, but Shen Yupeng forced the defensive magnetic field to his left pinky, and in the end, his left pinky was burnt to a crisp, but the other parts of his body remained unharmed. After the incident, Shen Yupeng admitted that he took the initiative to lure the pyromaniac into attacking his heart. It was only by doing so that he could ensure that the flammable and explosive objects around him remained in a stable condition, so the safety of the citizens on the surface would be assured. Meng Zhao broke into cold sweat as he listened. He could not help but heave a long sigh of relief. Why? Haven't I heard it on the news? You haven't heard a lot of things. After all, superhuman criminals are too sensitive. The Survival Committee doesn't want the normal citizens to think that they are living with human-shaped bombs that are about to explode at any moment. So, they usually do not reveal the details of such cases to the public. Even if it shows up in the news, it is only mentioned briefly, Lucia said. In truth, the more superhumans train, the stronger spirit energy they contain. The organs in their bodies, including their minds, change, and it makes it easier for them to get lost, to change, and to become corrupted. There might be monsters in the wild, but there are also monsters in the depths of the human heart. We have to fight against two types of monsters, and both types of fights are equally fierce and devastating. But the second fight is even more dangerous and tragic. But I digress. It looks like the secret police has sent Shen Yupeng to handle the case of the pets killing their masters in Blessed Paradise. This guy is very smart and capable. If we want to be ahead of him, we have to speed up. Let's go. Lucia walked into the elevator heading to the underground parking lot. Where are we going next? We're eating. Lucia sat down in her race car and snapped her fingers. She released a spirit energy electrical arc and activated the crystal engine. While she was driving, she brought out a thick stack of files so that Meng Zhao could read it. Meng Zhao took the files and read, and he found that the stack contained an investigative report which had been done regarding the case of the pets killing humans. There were also high-definition pictures of the crime scene, statements from witnesses, brief introductions to Spirit Creations creatures and Heavenly Works machines, the construction case for Subway Number 20, which they were competing for, the background report on the third victim, who was an employee of Heavenly Works machines, and other information. Meng Zhao gave it a brief glance and noticed that the case happened between 10 and 12 at night 2 days ago. The 3 biochemical pets who got out of control lived with their owners in 3 different apartments in Blessed Paradise, and there was less than 1 hour between the time each of them lost control. Once they killed their owners and ate them, they rushed out of their houses, and the neighbors, who heard the noise and rushed over, worked together to kill them. Based on the witness testimonies, there was nothing different between the 3 biochemical pets. At that time, all of them had bloodshot eyes, foamed at their mouths, and twitched neurotically. These were typical symptoms of dogs infected by mutated rabies. The background investigations of the first 2 victims were rather simple. He could not tell whether they had any relations with Spirit Creations creatures or Heavenly Works machines. The third victim was from Heavenly Works machines, and hence, his background check was performed in greater detail. He was a machine master by the name of Jin Yongxiang. 20 years ago, he graduated from the Short Machine Associate Degree course in the University of Technology. At that time, Dragon City was prepared to enter the Great Construction Era. It was in dire need of talented people who could operate construction machines. Hence, it opened up a lot of training classes and crash course schools. The value of the certs was pretty high as well. After graduation, Jin Yongxiang entered Heavenly Works machines, and with his experience of working for years at the front line and the resources provided by his company, he rose to the peak of Earth Realm and became a licensed machine master. It helped him become a middle-level manager in the company. However, he did not have a firm foundation and was not very talented, so when he became middle-aged, his progress stopped. It had been a long time since he awakened any skills, and he was not a pillar of strength in his company. He was just a gear that could operate stably because he had been working hard for years. His colleagues in the company and the neighbors in Blessed Paradise did not have a good impression of Jin Yongxiang. It was mainly because he was addicted to gambling and lost a lot of money over the past 2 years. He had even pawned off his private apartment in Blessed Paradise. His private life was also a mess. After his wife died in a monster invasion, he began flirting with women. Recently, he had cohabited with a woman who was younger than him by 20 years, and he spent a lot of money on her. The investigation report also mentioned that Jin Yongxiang faced a lot of financial pressure. But this did not seem to have a huge relation to how he was killed by his biochemical pet. Chapter 282, Detailed Analysis Layer by Layer. As Meng Zhao was immersed in his thoughts, he suddenly thought of something. He grabbed the thick stack of files and said, "Big Sisya, didn't you say that you're not interested in the case? So how did you manage to get such detailed information?" "I was not interested in it before. I only obtained this information in the morning," Lucia said casually. Meng Zhao thought about it and said with slight surprise, "In just a few hours, you managed to get so much information, inquire about yesterday's autopsy, and bribe 2 guards. You actually did so many things? You're really efficient. You must have used a lot of money, right? Why did you do that?" "Because of your instincts." "My instincts?" "That's right. Your instincts have helped us while we were deep underground. You managed to find a path of survival that led to a Blue Origin crystal cave after we hit what appeared to be a dead end. It was a 1 in a billion chance. So, how could I not believe in your instincts?" Lucia gave Meng Zhao the ghost of a smile. "Or are you saying that you are working with more than just your instincts?" Meng Zhao shut his mouth and focused on reading through the cases. After a moment, he looked up and noticed that Lucia had already driven a race car to the high-end apartment complex next to the culture and education area. From a distance, he saw a few skyscrapers that stood out like sore thumbs. They formed Blessed Paradise. "Right now, we don't know who the real culprit is. Both Spirit Creations creatures and Heavenly Works machines are major businesses. We can't go in there as we please to conduct an investigation. We are only able to start our investigation from the victims." Meng Zhao flipped through the reports. I feel like there's something wrong with this Jin Yongxiang. If we could get more information about him, it'd be great. It says here that he has been cohabiting with a woman in her early 20s. If we can find her, we should be able to get more clues. But the safety measures in Blessed Paradise are really tight, and now that such a tragedy occurred, it's impossible for them to be lax in their guard. There might be secret police keeping watch around the area. It'll be difficult for us to sneak inside. And this female might not know what happened at that time. Even if she does, she might not be willing to tell us. After all, we're not part of the secret police. She might also be shocked and currently in a very unstable state of mind. She might also have been interrogated dozens of times by the secret police and be averse to further questioning. Meng Zhao was not a professional detective. There were a multitude of clues, but he did not know where to start with his investigation. Get out. Lucia opened the car door. We're going to eat. They arrived at a restaurant with a lot of pavilions. It had a lot of twists and turns and a really quiet atmosphere. Lucia had already reserved a place. When they went to a rather hidden spot, they noticed a woman in black sitting there. She looked haggard. Meng Zhao was slightly stunned. The woman in black stood up and asked hesitantly, "Are you the one from the morning?" Lucia remained calm. "I am the one who gave you money in the morning and asked you to come out for lunch. You don't need to know who I am. You just need to know that I will definitely keep my promise." As she spoke, she brought out a really thick envelope from her handbag. It was so thick that it was about 5 times as thick as the envelope she gave to the 2 guards. She placed it on the table and pushed it forward. The woman in black helped herself to it. She opened the envelope, which revealed a thick stack of cash notes with the highest value printed on them. The woman counted them with her fingers, and a light showed up in her eyes. Then, she put on a sad look. "My condolences, Miss Zhou," Lucia said faintly. "We're deeply regretful about Mr. Jin's death, but instead of moaning and groaning about it, it's more important to figure out the truth. It would bring comfort to his spirit in heaven, don't you think so?" "You're right." The woman in black placed the thick envelope into her pocket. The money seemed to have given her the energy to walk forward on her own. She sat up straight and said, "What do you want to ask? Fire away." Meng Zhao finally guessed her identity. She was the female cohabiter of the third victim, Jin Yongxiang, the machine master. Lucia was right. If she could solve problems with money, why would she need any mind attacks? As long as the sum was large enough, the evil money was even more effective than a deity realm elite's hypnosis. Lucia motioned for Meng Zhao to sit down. She then removed her sunglasses and earring to lower all the walls she had built for herself. With her talent of a spirit sensor, she read the woman's muscle movements and listened to her heartbeat and breathing. "We want to know whether Mr. Jin had any enemies while he was alive. Has he ever offended anyone?" Lucia asked. The woman in black had clearly been asked this question multiple times over the past few days. She shook her head with a bitter smile and went straight to the point by saying, "Old Jin was a normal machine master, and he lived his days by earning his keep. He didn't even have any shares in his company. Do you think that his creditors released a dog to bite him just because they were angry? That's impossible. That dog was his. Besides, it's not the first time his dog went out of control." "Wait. You said that the dog was his?" Through great observation, Lucia caught something in the words the woman used. Usually, when it comes to pets, people often say that the pet belongs to the family. You make it sound like you didn't quite like that biochemical pet. "I never liked it." The woman in black pursed her lips, and deep disgust rose to her face. "I've never liked dogs. When I was 7 or 8 years old, I was attacked by canine-type monsters. I still have a faint scar on my calf, so I'm traumatized. If I ever decided to keep a pet, it'd be a feline-type monster. But even if I chose a dog as a pet, I would never pick a large one like a contest tiger. We didn't keep pets at first because old Jin is allergic to both cats and dogs. Later though, it felt like something went wrong with his head. When he had a lot of debt and was at the end of his rope, barely able to keep himself fed, he suddenly insisted that he needed this dog. And as luck would have it, he got himself killed by that dog." Lucia and Meng Zhao looked at each other. They could see the spark that appeared briefly in each other's eyes. "Miss Zhou, you mentioned that Mr. Jin was allergic to cats and dogs?" Meng Zhao pursued the line of questioning. "That's right. When I just got to know him, I celebrated my birthday with him. I wanted to buy a small exquisite cat for myself, but old Jin refused it. He told me that had attempted to reach Heaven Realm a few years ago and failed. He nearly went through spirit energy deviation because of it." Even though he was fine afterwards, his immunity system faced slight complications. He became allergic to the parasites that live in cats and dogs, the woman in black said. It was not some extreme allergy, though. It's just that when he came into contact with cats or dogs, red, swollen spots would rise all over his body, and he would suffer from really bad itches. When he thought that I wouldn't believe him, he went to touch the feline-type pet in our neighbor's house. Just as he said, that night, red spots appeared on his arm and his back, and the itching was so bad that he couldn't sleep the entire night. Mr. Jin knew that he was allergic to cats and dogs, but he insisted on keeping a contest tiger as a pet? That's a large canine-type biochemical pet, right? Meng Zhao said with a frown. When did he begin taking care of this biochemical pet? After he started keeping it, didn't he suffer from allergies? How could he not have? The woman in black asked. He took care of it for around half a month. Ever since he brought the biochemical pet home, he couldn't sleep at night and kept scratching his body while tossing and turning in bed. Even if he didn't find it uncomfortable, I found it uncomfortable just watching him. Then, did you try to persuade him against it? Did you ask him why he kept a canine-type pet even though he knew that he was allergic? Could it be that Mr. Jin was someone who really loved small animals? I've been with him for more than a year, and I never knew him to be a loving person. The woman in black scoffed. He was either playing around with machine models or trying to figure out how the dice and chips in the casinos worked. He had never shown any interest in biochemical pets. I don't know what got into his head half a month ago. I've asked him about it and even argued with him about it. I was even thinking about breaking up with him. Of course, it's not entirely because of him keeping a pet that I wanted to break up with him. It's mainly because I recently discovered that he has a huge debt and has even pawned off the house we're currently living in. And he had the nerve to pretend to be some successful elite in the working force. He tricked me into giving up my youth for him. I've been stewing in my anger, and on the night he brought the biochemical pet back, I got into a real argument with him. He told me not to care about the dog and said that he was only going to keep it for a month, at most 2 months. It would all be over after he endured it. What does that mean? Lucia asked. Could it be that someone asked him to keep that biochemical pet? I don't know. He didn't have a lot of friends, and he didn't seem like a person who mothers would entrust their pets to, the woman in black said. I was really angry at that time, and I demanded to know why he didn't tell me that he has such a large debt. I also asked him why he became so generous and decided to keep a biochemical pet like other people. He couldn't say anything in his defense, but he insisted on not giving the dog away, so I couldn't do anything about it. Then, for the next half a month, our relationship was really cold. Sometimes, even when night came, I didn't go back to his place to sleep. But he didn't say anything about it. He just hugged that damn dog all the time while mingling around with the neighbors who also kept contest tigers in the area. They exchanged their experiences on how to rear these dogs and train them. They even took their dogs out on walks together. He often looked for guidelines on how to take care of pets online, and by the end practically turned into a pet expert. Unfortunately, he was just a half-baked professional. Who knows what he did to the biochemical pet? In any case, it went out of control and killed him. Thank goodness I didn't sleep at his place that day, otherwise, I might have ended up dead with him even though I'm still so young. Wait, Ms. Zhou, you mentioned that he often took his dog out on walks with his neighbors? Meng Zhao asked. Does that mean that he also went out on walks with the other 2 victims and their 2 biochemical pets who also went out of control? I think so. There are only about 10 families who keep contest tigers as pets in Blessed Paradise. As long as they're free in the morning or at night, they often gather together to walk their dogs and exchange experiences. They have their own circle, the woman in black said. I'm terrified of large dogs, so every time I saw them, I would avoid them. I don't know what old Jin said to the neighbors, but he was always laughing with them, and he seemed to have grown really close to them. Perhaps he was really unlucky at work and at the casino, so he wanted to change his environment and relax a little. Lucia narrowed her eyes and said clearly, or it might be that Mr. Jin had to overcome his allergies to cats and dogs and overcome the itchy and swollen symptoms by personally keeping a biochemical pet before he could mingle around with his neighbors and fit into the circle of people who keep contest tigers as pets. Chapter 283, Getting Closer to the Truth. The woman in black was stunned for a moment. What did you say? She asked tentatively. It's nothing. Please continue. Lucia extended a thin and long finger to tap on the table. She changed the direction of her questions and asked, has Mr. Jin said anything related to money recently? Such as the company competing for a major deal or something like that? No. The woman in black shook her head. Old Jin was old. He couldn't understand the newest spirit energy magnetic fields, and he often complained that the current runic symbols look like multiple earthworms squirming about. He couldn't understand them. He was marginalized by his company, and even if it managed to get a major deal, it would have nothing to do with him. But now that you said this, I remember something. He did mention something about money. One night, he came back drunk but really excited and happy. He wanted to have sex the moment he got into bed. I was angry at him for being a gambling addict, so I kicked him out of the bed. Then, we ended up arguing. After arguing for a long time, he grew angry because of his shame, and he told me that in a month or two, he would have cleared all his debts, and he would even get rich. He told me to not come and beg him to keep me around anymore when that happened. But once he said those words, he looked really regretful. No matter how much I pestered him later, he refused to say anything about how he'll clear his debt. Did he? Lucia's eyes lit up. I remember that Mr. Jin had quite a large debt, otherwise, he wouldn't have pawned off the house. What could he do in a month or two that would allow him to clear all his gambling debt and even earn some money? Could it be that he planned to hunt hellbeasts? Him? Forget it. The woman in black scoffed. He was just a support class superhuman. When he was young, he didn't train hard, and many of his spirit meridians were in a mess because of his cultivation. His bones were even damaged because of the tremors from the heavy construction machines. Once he grew old, he couldn't fight anymore. How would he dare to go to the wild and hunt monsters? Besides, the apartments in Blessed Paradise aren't cheap. You cannot redeem them by just killing a monster or two. Lucia appeared contemplative. She asked a few other inane questions before she finally said, Ms. Zhou, aside from you said already, do you think that Mr. Jin has been acting strange recently? The woman in black thought about it seriously for a long time. She was just about to shake her head when Lucia brought out another thick envelope from her pocket. But she did not place it on the table. She just pushed it against her chest and watched her patiently. The woman in black gulped. She thought about it for a moment before she said, recently, old Jin has been acting strange in every way possible. Let's just focus on how he acted half a month ago. There were a few times when he came back while stinking. It was not the smell of sweat that comes from working hard. It was a very pungent smell. I asked him what he did, but he said nothing about it and just went off to bathe. Does that count? There are plenty of types of stenches, Lucia said. There's the stench of corpses, excrement, monsters, something burned, and the stench of rotting trash. Think about it properly. Did Mr. Jin's stench resemble any of the stenches I just mentioned? The woman in black thought about it and answered firmly, it was the stench of garbage. I remember complaining at that time that he seemed to have come back after rolling around in the trash. Lucia nodded and asked, then, which happened first? Mr. Jin coming back with that strange smell of garbage or him buying a biochemical pet while ignoring the fact that he's allergic? The smell came first, the woman in black said. After 2 or 3 days, he brought that creature. Meng Zhao asked a few questions as well. The woman in black stared at the envelope Lucia pressed against her chest and answered. However, she only knew a limited number of things and she had already mentioned everything that she knew. Soon, she started repeating her answers incoherently. Thank you, Ms. Zhou. Lucia finally pushed the second envelope forward slowly. After a person dies, they will not come back to life. You have to be strong. Thank you, I will. The woman in black took the envelope happily and started counting the money in delight. With the help of money, she quickly and bravely left the trauma of her gambler boyfriend dying behind. I know what I need to do. Once she finished counting the thick stack of cash notes, she smiled obsequiously at Lucia and Meng Zhao. I won't tell anyone all that I told you to just now. Please don't. Lucia said. First, if the other investigators want to know anything, you won't be able to hide the truth from them. The more you try to hide, the more you will reveal the truth. It'll be easier for them to find out the answer that way. Second, we're all good citizens who obey the law. It's impossible for us to ask you to hide the truth and put a stop to the progress of the case. Third, and listen carefully to this. If anyone comes to you to investigate the case, you should tell them the truth. But if you don't tell them that we came to find you, 10 days later, I will send you an envelope as thick as this one, understand? Yes, got it. The woman in black thanked her profusely and stuffed the 2 envelopes into her pockets before she left like a thief. Meng Zhao and Lucia closed their eyes and thought about all they heard for 5 minutes. Then, they opened their eyes at the same time and saw the sparks in each other's eyes. Just now, When Ms. Joe was answering the questions, her breathing, heartbeat, and the minor expressions were all very normal. "I don't think she was lying," Lucia said. "Let's say that all she said is the truth. What do you think? Why did the third victim buy a contest tiger half a month ago? Didn't you mention it just now?" Meng Zhao had intense fire burning in his eyes. "It's to blend into the circle of neighbors keeping contest tigers as pets." Then, why did he want to blend into the circle of people who keep contest tigers as pets, and especially during the time when he has accumulated a huge debt and is in a terrible fix? Also, mentioned that he would only keep that biochemical pet for at most 2 months before he sent it away or sold it off. He also said that he would clear all his gambling debt and even earn a large sum of money in that time frame. These two things seem to be connected together. "I think that our thoughts are pretty much the same," Meng Zhao said. "If the third victim didn't exist and we just looked at the case based on the first 2 victims in the murder case by pets in Blessed Paradise, it would look as if someone maliciously injected rabies into the pets. They injected mutated rabies into the deepest part of the biochemical pet's ear canals. Even though they did it really elusively, which makes it difficult for normal harvesters and forensic scientists to discover it, such an action is actually very difficult. The virus was clearly not injected into the pets by their owners, and normal people usually have no chance of coming into contact with other people's pets. Even if their owners are not around, if they're too close, the pets would become wary, and it's impossible for them to be manipulated. I have to say this. The virus for mutated rabies does not have a long incubation period. It's only 5 days at most. During this period of time, I don't think any outsider could get close to 2 biochemical pets, stun or hypnotize them, and use a special tool to inject a virus into their ear canals. The only people who could do it are the security guards and the residents in Blessed Paradise. No, not even your average security guard or resident would be able to do it. Only the people who are in the circle of contest tiger owners, who walk their dogs together, often gather in groups, and have become close to each other would have the chance to do this." Lucia's eyes shone with admiration. "Are you hinting that the third victim is the one who injected the virus into the first 2 biochemical pets?" "I don't know, but he does have a motive," Meng Zhao said. "Spirit Creations creatures and Heavenly Works machines are fighting for the deal for Subway number 20. The company who gets the deal will decide the mode of construction of the newly developed areas in the northern front lines in the future. They will get more deals and an astronomical profit. If it's revealed that the pets modified by Spirit Creation creatures can go out of control and kill, such a terrifying and bloody case would definitely affect who would get the deal. Heavenly Works Machines is able to benefit from the case of pets losing control and killing people the most, so based on the principle of whoever benefits from this is the suspect, they have the strongest motive and are the main suspect." Lucia nodded slowly and said, "Let's say that your train of thought is correct. Why then did he do this in Blessed Paradise? If he chose a downtown area, where there is a larger flow of people or a normal area with more citizens and a noisier atmosphere, it would have been easier to create a scandal. After all, if the mysterious person had not posted this online yesterday, this matter would have been suppressed." Meng Zhao's eyes shone with a light suggesting that he thought that Lucia understood him because great minds thought alike. "At the start, I couldn't understand it, but once I thought about it carefully, I realized that the suspect could only choose places like Blessed Paradise. Choosing a downtown area or normal areas like Blessed Heavenly Garden would make it easier to create major news, but the problem is, how is he supposed to act if that's the case? Contest tigers are large hounds with a certain degree of fighting strength. They have a lot of carnivorous monsters genes implanted in them, and they can even switch to fighting mode. So, the management for the buying and selling of these creatures is very strict. You need to register if you want to buy and keep these creatures as pets. If they die or are lost, you need to go and file a report at the related departments. In other words, the suspect can't buy a contest tiger casually, inject it with mutated rabies, and throw it into a downtown area while waiting for it to go wild. If he did it, it would be the same as him surrendering to the police. Of course, he can't wait for contest tigers to pass by with their owners in the downtown area and follow them to look for a chance to stab a long needle into the pet's ears, either. In comparison, Blessed Heavenly Garden is a small and old area with a lot of residents. The families living there have stayed there for decades. They know each other's backgrounds, and even if they have an emergency which makes them unable to walk their pet, they would not entrust them to a newbie who just joined the circle. But even if they did, there are neighbors all around the place, and when there are a lot of people in the area, there are a lot of eyes watching you, so it'll be difficult to find a chance to take action. But Blessed Paradise is a new, high-end residential area. First of all, it has fewer residents, And the environment in the small residential area is good. There are all sorts of man-made bamboo forests, fake mountains, ponds, winding paths leading to secluded areas, pavilions, and other similar places. Second, most of the residents there have a certain status in society. The security measures are tight, so they trust each other a lot. They are not wary of each other. Let's say that the third victim is the suspect who caused the first two cases to happen. He was a resident in Blessed Paradise, and he had bought his apartment long ago. On top of that, he is a middle-ranked manager in Heavenly Works Machines and is an elite in society who has fame and prestige. Aside from a handful of neighbors, very few people in the other blocks would know that he has a large debt, so they would not be suspicious of him. He knows the terrain in the area as well, so he knows the blind spots of the CCTVs. So, as long as he can find an excuse and send the owners of the two biochemical pets away, he could inject the virus as he pleases. Chapter 284, Trash Site 4. Makes sense. Lucia flipped through the information she found in the morning. Even though Jin Yongxiang was a core manager in Heavenly Works Machines, which means that it would have been impossible for him to get a lot of benefits from the deal related to Subway number 20, he owed a lot of money to casinos, so if he didn't think of something, he would soon be chased out of Blessed Paradise. At this critical moment, as long as someone was willing to give him money, he would be willing to do whatever he was asked. But I don't understand it. Why did Jin Yongxiang end up as the third victim? Money nor loyalty to Heavenly Works Machines shouldn't have been enough of a temptation for him to sacrifice himself, right? That's right. Based on what Ms. Zhou said just now, Jin Yongxiang clearly didn't expect to sacrifice his life. Instead, he was planning to clear his debt after he succeeded in this and continue enjoying his life. Meng Zhao sank into deep thought and connected all the clues together. He found it a little awkward. Do you remember me telling you that the way the third biochemical pet attacked was slightly different compared to the first two biochemical pets? Even though they were all infected with mutated rabies, I feel like the biochemical pet who attacked Jin Yongxiang was calmer and more lethal. In other words, what we face might not be a single case, but two cases. The first two victims were indirectly killed by Jin Yongxiang, while Jin Yongxiang was killed by another mysterious person. That's right. The third biochemical pet didn't have a needle-shaped hole in its ear canal. Jin Yongxiang shouldn't have injected a virus into it, Lucia said. If Jin Yongxiang didn't die, it wouldn't have been so easy to relate this matter to Heavenly Works Machines as well. Let's assume that someone in the higher management of Heavenly Works Machines is actually crazy enough to plan this entire matter to seize the deal and attack their competitors. But he's worried that Jin Yongxiang, who injected the virus into the dogs, would spill the beans, so he killed him. Still, even if he wanted to kill Jin Yongxiang, he shouldn't have chosen this moment. He could have waited until the deal was in his hands and our attention had moved away from this case. Then, he could use another method to make Jin Yongxiang die without a trace. He's a person who has a gambling addiction and lives a debauched life. It wouldn't be strange even if he died in an accident. So why and how did he kill him with his pet? The three murders by the pets happened practically at the same time. This doesn't look like killing someone to silence them. This is practically drawing fire to themselves. The higher management in Heavenly Works Machines wouldn't be that stupid. I agree with your thoughts. Meng Zhao scratched his head and said in a troubled manner, the problem is, Jin Yongxiang is already dead, and the dead tell no tales. We can't go into Heavenly Works Machines to gather evidence either. All of this is just our guesses. We don't have concrete evidence, and we don't have a way to find the person who killed Jin Yongxiang. The proof might not be in Heavenly Works Machines. Lucia looked at Meng Zhao. Just now, Ms. Zhou mentioned that for a few days half a month ago Jin Yongxiang smelled like trash when he came home. You were stunned for a moment when you heard that. Why? Meng Zhao was taken aback for a moment. He thought about it for a while before he said, I think I know where Jin Yongxiang went at that time. Oh? Lucia's eyes lit up. Meng Zhao brought out his phone and opened his browser. He typed in a few keywords, and soon, he found an article. Lucia took his phone and looked at the article. It talked about how Spirit Creations creatures signed an agreement with the Waste Treatment Center. Tens of millions of dragon citizens lived in a city with limited space. They stay in skyscrapers and underground bunkers. The Hornet-style buildings might have increased the livable space, so more people were able to live comfortably, but it also created a lot of trash from various industries and people's daily life. Dealing with the trash was a major problem that affected everyone's survival. First, if they did not deal with the piles of trash in time, There was a high possibility that all sorts of viruses and bacteria would spread, and the trash was also a hotbed for small monsters like rats, insects, snakes, and ants. If the humans were the slightest bit careless, these creatures could cause a plague. Second, there were limited resources in Dragon City. Practically all trash had to be recycled and reused to help with the citizens' daily needs. It was impossible for them to use simple and crude methods like burying the trash or burning it. Dragon City had a large synthetical waste treatment center set up in each of the 4 cardinal directions. The amount of trash they took in and processed every day reached astronomical figures. Based on the news, Trash Site 4, which was the waste treatment center in the south of Dragon City, signed a contract with Spirit Creations creatures. They would use giant sandworms modified by Spirit Creations to handle the trash there. Every day, the worms would eat a large amount of trash that could not be recycled or degraded. Then, they would turn them into natural fertilizer, which had a lot of nutrients. The article spoke about how much capital they could save up, how much profit they could create from this, and other things. I heard that half a month ago, the giant sandworm Spirit Creations creatures modified to specifically eat trash went out of control. They didn't hurt anyone, but they crawled underground and escaped. The time it happened matches when Jin Yongxiang came back with a smell so bad that his partner thought that he had rolled around in trash, Meng Zhao explained. Let's go. Lucia stood up and lowered her sunglasses, to Trash Site 4. South of Dragon City was Synthetical Trash Site 4. It was located far away from the business and residential areas and surrounded by broken-down factories, which had been destroyed by monsters. They were currently being repaired and renovated. They moved through the cluster of factories and saw a mountain range that rose and fell. It also released all sorts of gases that had various colors. The mountain range was made up of heaps of trash. The microorganisms of the other world invaded them. Deep red, faint purple, and grayish-white smoke covered the sky and blocked the sun. Greasy and dirty water, which shone in the colors of a rotting rainbow, flowed past them. It was basically a completely different world compared to the most brilliant part of Dragon City, the central commercial area. Even if Meng Zhao was used to the noise and dirtiness in Blessed Heavenly Garden and worked as a harvester who recovered resources, he was still unable to help but frown a little when he faced such a horrible environment. Before he went to university, he seldom went to rural urban fringes which were close to the fog. Even though he knew that there were countless places in Dragon City where the living environment was 100 times worse than in Blessed Heavenly Garden, he had never actually seen nor experienced how they were like. The large trash site looked like a ghost town to him. It was only then that he gained a vague understanding about how a short half a century was not enough to separate their city from their mother planet. They still ached from the wound torn open by their transmigration to the other world, and they still hurt from the time when all order had collapsed in Dragon City and they lived through the bloody and dark era. It was time when the trash was sent into the waste treatment center. Countless heavy crystal trucks carrying foul-smelling trash headed to the waste treatment center with roaring engines. They poured all the new carts of trash on the conveyor belt. The sorting center at the end of it was the basin at the center of the mountains of trash. The stench was its sign of recognition. Countless recyclers wearing goggles and simple filtration masks stood there. They wore cloaks and held steel drills and clamps in their hands while they rushed to the trash. They staggered about and shoved at each other like hungry hyenas as they pounced at the rotting prey that appeared tasty to them. Soon, they arrived at their self-designated areas and started sorting out the trash without caring about the stench or the filth. Even though Dragon City's automation was rising, there was still a lot of work that the industrial robots could not handle, even if they had runic symbols and superbrains. Sorting out trash and recycling was one of such tasks. Since Dragon citizens lived frugal lives, before normal citizens treated something as trash, they would use it many times and recycle it on their own to squeeze out all of its value before they threw it into the trash. Hence, if the city wanted to squeeze out every last drop of value out of what was already trash in other people's eyes, they needed human eyes, because humans stood at the top of all living creatures. They also needed their fingers and their brains to sort out the trash. When the recyclers carefully sorted out everything, the trash that had no recycle value would then go to the next area. It would be sent to the biochemical treatment factory and be eaten by giant sandworms. Meng Zhao was dumbfounded as he watched the magnificent sight of thousands of recyclers sorting out trash, and a complicated light shone in his eyes. Lucia did not share his interest and strode straight to the depths of the waste treatment center. She wore a silk dress and high heels, which did not fit into the horrible, smelly environment around her, but when she walked among the piles of trash with dirty water flowing down them, she still managed to make it seem as if she was walking on Star Avenue. Since she stood out like a sore thumb, Very soon, she attracted attention. "What are you doing here?" A burly man with his arm covered in tattoos came out from behind a pile of trash. He had a sharp steel drill in his hands and was looking at them with wariness. Behind him were a few more burly men peeking at them. Lucia examined them expressionlessly. Perhaps it was because he could sense the dangerous presence of a Heaven Realm elite coming out of Lucia, but the tattooed man took half a step back and decided to be humble. "This is a dangerous working area, and normal people are not allowed to enter. Who are you looking for?" "You." Lucia brought out a huge stack of cash notes from her pocket and enveloped it with her spirit energy. She flicked it in his direction, and it floated and swayed in front of him, but did not fall on the ground. The tattooed man's eyes went wide. He hesitated for a moment before he took the money and put a smile on his ugly face. "Ma'am, what business do you have with us? Have you seen this person before?" Lucia brought out one of Jin Yongxiang's photos from her folder and handed it to him. Then, she drew out a thick of cash, split it into 2 piles, and placed them on her palms. "Don't be in such a hurry to answer me. If you haven't seen him before, you can ask the recyclers working under you. I'll give you half an hour. If you say that you haven't seen him after half an hour, I will give you the money in my left hand. If you say that you have seen him and state the correct time, I'll give you the money in both of my hands. But if you tell me that you've seen him before, yet can't state the correct time or lie to trick me, then I'm sorry, but I will take back all the money. Do you understand me?" The tattooed man stared at the money in Lucia's hands for a long time. Then, he looked at her appearance and the way she carried herself, and he became certain that she would not lie just because of the money she brought out. He gulped and folded Jin Yongxiang's picture carefully. Then, he found around 10 teenagers who looked really thin to serve the 2 of them while he headed deep into the waste treatment center with his subordinates. Chapter 285, Disaster of the Rat Horde. Meng Zhao and Lucia did not want to alert the managers of the waste treatment center, so they could only sit in a shack located among the piles of trash. As Meng Zhao watched the recyclers sweat while working in a horde environment, he could not help but say, "I didn't expect that Dragon City would have such a place." "You think that their job is very hard, do you?" Lucia smirked coldly. "Honestly, they're already lucky. At the very least, they have a regular, lawful job. There are plenty of people who want to become recyclers, but can't do it." Meng Zhao fell silent. He knew that Lucia was telling the truth. The unemployment rate in Dragon City was always high. Even though the government gathered data and came up with a statistic telling them that their unemployment rate was only at 10%, that figure was something they obtained after they also included the temporary mercenaries and work relief brought in to kill monsters when they invaded the city and repair the buildings which were destroyed during the fog. This sort of temporary work that was nothing more than work relief only gave them enough money to buy synthetic luncheon meat, which had basic nutrients, and shelter that would only somewhat guarantee that they would not be exposed to nature. The lives of people who lived like that were absolutely horrible. If they only considered those with full-time lawful jobs, then the true unemployment rate among youngsters from the ages of 20 to 30 would actually be over 50%, and that was an incredibly terrifying number. It was no wonder then why even a job like a recycler was something countless people dreamed of having. The trash site allowed Meng Zhao to better understand why Lin Chuan said the ultimate style could not save Dragon City. He could also understand why the future Dragon City had walked to its own destruction. Then, he thought of Lucia's luxurious car and the high-end, elegant restaurant located near Blessed Paradise. He remembered the price of eating one meal there, and a well of emotion surged up in his heart. Lucia had a keen sense for emotions, and she snorted lightly. "I know what you're thinking. You and I both hope that we can change what is before us, but if we use Lin Chuan's method, we won't be able to solve any problems." Meng Zhao frowned. "Why? The expansion and upgrading of Blessed Happiness Street Elementary School is almost complete." "So what? It's just one school. We solved the symptoms of the problem, but not the root of it," Lucia said. "The source of all the problems in Dragon City is the lack of resources, space, and market. The current Dragon City relies on mining and hunting monsters to obtain resources. You can say that we're a high-tech fishing civilization. And fishing civilizations are bound to be unable to take care of tens of millions of people within such a narrow space. Only industrial civilizations can let tens of millions of people live comfortable and dignified lives. But if we want to have an industrial civilization with tens of millions of people, not only do we need raw materials, we also need a market. We need a large consumer with hundreds of millions or even billions of people. Dragon City is a foreign force. There's no way we can find a consumer market that is 10 times larger than our size. So then, how can we ensure that we can provide enough jobs for everyone to live comfortable lives? This is the core problem. As for whether the superhumans who are born in powerful families only care about enjoying their lives, driving race cars, staying in mansions, and whether they're willing to contribute to society? That's secondary. After all, more than 95% of people in Dragon City are normal citizens, and only less than 1% of children are born in powerful families. Even if all of us were enlightened and donated all of our money, how many schools could we build, and how many lifelong problems of normal people could we solve? So, I'll just repeat myself. Instead of acting like Lin Chuan and donating all of your money to create elementary schools, it would be better to use that money to cultivate and increase your fighting power to expand our territory and conquer all of the other world. It's only by conquering the other world can we open up a consumer market that is 10 times or 100 times larger than Dragon City. We can dump all of the industrial products made by Dragon City outward, and then, Dragon City will be able to create a lot more factories, which will allow us to provide a ton more job positions. Most of the normal people will then be able to earn money and live dignified lives instead of squirming around like litterbugs. How can we conquer the other world? Of course, it's by relying on superhumans, which is us. But superhumans aren't stupid either. The other world is huge, mysterious, and dangerous. All that talk about using the Steel Army to sweep through the enemy forces is just words to placate the people. There is no superhuman with a clear mind who would think that the road to conquering the other world will be smooth and will happen naturally. There are risks in conquering the other world, and it's a fact that people will die. The superhumans can live comfortable lives in Dragon City and enjoy dignified and grand lives. Why should they run into the fog and fight to their deaths with the creatures of the other world? Saying that they're doing it for Earth is too vague of a reason. Offering them race cars and mansions is more practical. So, to help the pitiful normal people in front of you and to save our hometown, us superhumans should earn money and enjoy our lives to the fullest so that humankind's endless desires will turn into endless motivation. We will then train hard to expand Dragon City's territory. This will create a large market for normal people and a lot of high-earning job positions. Then, by taxing these people, we can create more advanced schools. This is the way to put things right once and for all. It's a much more logical plan than Lin Chuan's naive one, don't you think so? Meng Zhao was silent for a long time before he said, "Let's change the topic. Big Sisya, your earrings look really good." While they spoke, the tattooed, burly man came back. Behind him was a dirty girl. She had a filtration mask and was hidden by a cloak. Her arms were wrapped in thick sleeves to prevent cuts and corrosion. She hid behind the tattooed man and looked at them timidly. She saw the person in the picture around half a month ago, but she can't remember the exact date. The tattooed man went straight to the point. Meng Zhao and Lucia looked at each other. They could see the delight in each other's eyes. "Little girl, don't be scared. We're just going to ask a few simple questions." Lucia put the 2 stacks of cash together and handed it to the tattooed man. She smiled and said, "Tell me, where did the person in the picture you saw go half a month ago, and what did he do?" He just walked around the piles of trash," the little girl said timidly. "Once, he missed a step and fell off a pile of trash. He cut his hand because of it. I saw it, so I went to bandage his hand. Then, Uncle Lee came over, and he ran off even though I was only halfway through dressing up his wound." The tattooed man frowned and asked gravely, "Why don't I know about this?" It seemed like he was Uncle Lee. "Forget it. The waste treatment center isn't a strategic military area. Don't make things hard for the girl." Lucia cast a cold glance at the tattooed man before she looked at the girl and asked kindly, "Little girl, do you remember what that person in the picture did at that time?" "I don't know." The little girl bit her lip while hesitating. He ran in the direction of the biochemical treatment factory, and it looked like he was searching for something. The biochemical treatment factory was the place where the giant sandworms provided by Spirit Creations creatures ate trash. Lucia remained silent for a while before a thought struck her. She touched the girl's head, and her voice became even gentler. "Little girl, I've finished asking all my questions. The information you gave me is very important to me. Thank you." The little girl sighed in relief and was just about to leave when Lucia suddenly seemed to have remembered something and asked casually, "By the way, did you meet the person in the picture before or after the giant sandworms went out of control?" The little girl did not even think. She blurted out, "Before." Uncle Lee coughed loudly. He could do nothing about Lucia, but he could glare viciously at the little girl, so he did. The little girl realized that she had let her tongue slip, and her face turned pale. Lucia smiled faintly and brought out another stack of notes from her pocket. She slapped it against Uncle Lee's chest and drew closer to say softly, "If I learn that you did anything to the girl, I will skin you alive." Uncle Lee's ugly face trembled, and he nearly screamed in fear. "So, the giant sandworms here did go out of control half a month ago." Lucia removed her sunglasses and stared at Uncle with cold eyes. "What exactly happened at that time?" It's nothing." Uncle stuttered, but he told the truth. "There are usually more than 100 giant sandworms working here at the same time. When they face spirit energy magnetic field interference, a few of them occasionally go out of control, but that's normal. In any case, this so-called loss of control just means that they refuse to eat or wriggle around. After the monster controllers call for them, they soon return to normal." "Are they monster controllers from Spirit Creation's creatures?" Lucia asked. "Yeah." Uncle Lee nodded. "Spirit Creation's creatures have sent a few technicians to be stationed here for long periods of time. They're all elites at modifying and controlling giant sandworms. For some reason, that day, a few of the giant sandworms crawled underground, and no matter what, no one could find them." "How many?" Uncle Lee thought about it. "I think it was 5. Yes, it was 5. "What happened after? How did you deal with the situation?" Lucia asked. "We didn't take any special measures. In any case, giant sandworms are genital creatures and they seldom attack humans. Spirit Creation searched for them for a few days, but couldn't find them, so they gave up. They compensated us for the missing giant sandworms, and that was that," Uncle Lee answered honestly. At that moment, noise suddenly came from outside the shack. A few of the recyclers ran inside. They shouted, "Big Brother Lee, it's bad. The rat horde came over to cause trouble again." "What?" Uncle Lee slammed his fist against his palm. "Damn it, it's those accursed rats again." "What's going on? Rats?" Lucia narrowed her eyes. "Yeah, rats." Uncle Lee then told Meng Zhao and Lucia that there were pests living in the depths of the waste treatment center all year long, and it was very normal. Usually, they only snuck out at night. They seldom ran out before the recyclers' steel drills and clamps in broad daylight since it was asking for death. But lately, the rat horde in the waste treatment center had become incredibly active. Even if it was daytime, it would still swagger out and run around the area. The rats also became much more aggressive. They scratched and bit the recyclers. "How long has this lately been going on?" Lucia asked. "Just recently. Around 10 days, I think," Uncle Lee answered. Meng Zhao and Lucia looked at each other. "Come on. Let's go and take a look," both of them said together. Chapter 286, Giant Sandworms. When they followed Uncle Lee and reached the site of the attack, they saw a mass of fierce rats that was so big that it looked like a black tidal wave. They crawled out of the gaps between the trash and bared their teeth at the humans. The recyclers swung their steel shovels like baseball bats and sent the fierce rats who had jumped high into the air flying. The rats did not care and continued jumping around. Some people were scratched and bitten, and bloody wounds appeared on their bodies. Fortunately, the rats were rather small, and by the looks of it, they were just normal rats. They could not compare to the rapid biting rats Meng Zhao had encountered during the practical test of his national college examination. They could not deal much damage to humans, who were like giants to them, either. Strange. Normal rats are cowardly. Why would they dare to attack humans in broad daylight? Meng Zhao's eyes flashed. His bloody flame shot out when he yanked the chains about. With great accuracy, the saber wrapped itself around a rat's neck and dragged it over. He brought out harvesting tools from his waist bag, put on gloves and a mask, and started harvesting. To his current self, dissecting a normal rat was even simpler than disassembling a child's toy. With just a few movements, the creature's abdominal cavity was cut open, and its organs, tendons, spine, and brain were spread out. Meng Zhao could see obvious tears on the rat's tendons. It was an injury from when someone used too much force to achieve their goal. There were also various degrees of edema in multiple parts of the rat's brain. Faint spots spread out on its spine, and they either reacted rather sluggishly or really excitedly when Meng Zhao delivered spirit energy ripples at different frequencies into them. This rat's nervous system has been damaged by a virus. Meng Zhao thought about it. Based on the results of the dissection, it looks like it has the symptoms of mutated rabies. I have to bring it back to conduct a pathology test. Wait. Did the recyclers show any symptoms of sickness after they were bitten? Most of the mutated rabies could infect humans. The incubation period was short, and there was practically no cure for it. The fatality rate of the virus once it activated was also very high. Uncle Lee shook his head. No. These things are just annoying. Once we treat our wounds, we're fine. Oh, there were 2 recyclers who got a fever, but after a day, they were okay. They were? Meng Zhao frowned a little. Have you been injected with vaccines? We were. After all, this concerns our lives, Uncle Lee said. But anyway, we're supposed to take injections after we're bitten by rats or mad dogs. This is general knowledge. Lucia knew what Meng Zhao was thinking about, and she said faintly, it's useless even if you're injected with a vaccine. The mutated rabies vaccine we have in Dragon City targets the 10 most commonly seen subtypes. But based on the information we have, the 3 biochemical pets in Blessed Paradise who were infected had contracted a brand new subtype. If you think that the rats and the biochemical pets were infected with the same type of virus, it doesn't make any sense. There are plenty of recyclers here who have been bitten, and the incubation period would never go past 1 week. If you were right, someone would have shown symptoms of rabies by now, Uncle Lee said. Perhaps the virus is growing weaker? The virus invasion of the rat's organs and brains isn't as strong as in the 3 biochemical pets. Maybe it's getting weaker while mutating, and it lost its ability to infect humans. Compared to that, I'm more interested in how these rats were infected by the virus. Did Jin Yongxiang run here half a month ago, catch a few normal rats, and inject the virus into them? Lucia mumbled and looked at Meng Zhao. Both of them spoke at the same time. It's the giant sandworms. Then, Lucia frowned and shook her head. Could giant sandworms have been infected by mutated rabies as well? We've never discovered any cases of giant sandworms being infected by rabies before. But this is the other world, so we can't say that it's impossible, Meng Zhao said. There were 4 main subtypes of rabies on Earth, and they only spread among cats, dogs, wolves, badgers, and bats. We've never discovered cases of rabies being transferred to humans after being bitten by Glir's-type animals. But after we transmigrated to the other world, the virus mutated, and even rats can spread rabies now. Giant sandworms are invertebrates living on land. They are oligochaetes, a sub-branch under annelids. It's impossible for them to be infected by rabies and spread it. But the giant sandworms here are products modified by Spirit Creation's creatures. To ensure that they can eat more types of trash and digest a lot of non-degradable materials, to make them smarter and more obedient to human commands, the experts at Spirit Creation's creatures implanted a lot of other monsters' genetic sequences into their genetic chains. You can say that these giant sandworms are the amalgamations of super earthworms and mammals, so they're hundreds of times larger, have strength and skeletons, muscles, and organs. It's hard to tell whether these messed up creatures can be infected by the brand new mutated rabies, which has gone through all kinds of mutations, or not. Lucia thought about it for a moment before she asked Uncle Lee, do you know where the giant sandworms ran off to after you lost control of them half a month ago? Uncle Lee was stunned for a moment, then shook his head. I don't know. Lucia smiled. Looks like I was too generous just now. I gave you the impression that I'm stupid and have a lot of money. Do you think that I'm easily fooled? Uncle Lee took half a step back and ended up stepping on a rat, which had run over madly. He cursed under his breath, brought his leg up, and kicked the rat more than 10 meters away. Then, he looked up and said sincerely, I really don't know. I'm only in charge of the harvesters here. Those giant sandworms are related to Spirit Creation's creatures. They have nothing to do with me. Listen. Lucia was unmoved and continued. You should have heard the news. The biochemical pets modified by Spirit Creation's creatures have gone out of control. Very soon, investigators will come here and search through the entire waste treatment center. All secrets will no longer be secrets, and even if you hide it, it's useless. I'm going to ask you one last time. Do you know or do you not know about where they went? Lucia's gaze was like an icy knife that shot through the sunglasses and touched Uncle Lee's tattoos. Uncle Lee shuddered and stammered, I really didn't see them. No one saw where the giant sandworms who lost control crawled off. But they should have fled down the drainage pipes. Where are the drainage pipes? Lucia remained calm. In the northwest corner of the biochemical treatment factory. It was originally an industrial waste treatment center, so there are a lot of complicated drainage pipes there. Later, the area was invaded by monsters, and the entire treatment center was destroyed. Many of the drainage pipes collapsed or were blocked. The capital required to repair those pipes is very high, so it was better to just build a new treatment center, which left that one completely abandoned. Later, the waste treatment center grew larger, and when we went through the second phase of expansion, we built a biochemical treatment factory over there. After the giant sandworms fled, the technicians from Spirit Creation's creatures suspected that they fled down the cracks of the damaged drainage pipes and crawled deep underground. Those drainage pipes were used for industrial waste, so there might be poison or really corrosive residual fluid in them, so the people from Spirit Creation's creatures did not dare go deep into the pipes to investigate, and they didn't want outside professionals to cause a ruckus. Anyway, giant sandworms are gentle, so this matter was left unsettled. All right. Lucia nodded. Bring us to the northwest corner of the biochemical treatment factory. Then, we'll have no other business with you. If they ignored the stench that came wafting into their noses and the shocking bodies of the giant sandworms, the biochemical treatment factory was actually a really fertile land for crops. More than 100 giant sandworms crawled about in the endless trash site and ate the residue of human civilization. They excreted a shocking amount of nutritional substances, which were sent to fertilizer factories. They added all sorts of micronutrients to them and turned them into new feed or fertilizer. Because of it, Dragon City was able to satisfy the needs of tens of millions of people in such a small space. Through Spirit Creation's creatures' hard work, this generation of giant sandworms no longer required monster controllers to control their brainwaves. Instead, with the help of the internet, they could be controlled remotely by giving commands to the chips implanted to every bundle of nerves in their bodies. The control center of the giant sandworms was located at the northeast corner of the biochemical treatment factory. There were no workers there, only 3 entrances to the abandoned drainage pipes. Each one of them was more than 2 meters wide. They stood above the sea of trash with their black mouths wide open. With Lucia's approval, Uncle Lee ran off like the wind. Lucia knelt down on one knee and examined the marks at the entrance of the drainage pipes with a focused look on her face. "Big Sissia, you researched giant sandworms before?" Meng Zhao asked curiously. "Of course," Lucia said faintly. "While I was in university, I majored in crystal mine exploration and mining. While exploring underground, we often bring specially modified giant sandworms to eat rocks and dig tunnels. Also, the smell and shape of the excrements left by wild giant sandworms are slightly different after they eat different crystals. By analyzing them, we can learn the composition and purity of the crystal mines nearby. This is a basic skill of mine explorers." "Right, there are indeed marks of giant sandworms crawling through here before. I can also smell the scent of giant sandworm excrements coming from the underground." Lucia sucked in a deep breath and stood up, but she swayed a little and nearly fell on the ground. Meng Zhao quickly went to support her. She seemed to have no strength in her limbs. Her face was pale, and her lips trembled a little. She looked so nauseous that she was about to puke, but she could not vomit. "Big Sissia, what's wrong?" "It's nothing. It just stinks too much." It was only at that moment that Meng Zhao remembered that Lucia was a spirit sensor. Her strength had increased because of the spirit energy from the red radiance jades and blue origin crystals. Her senses were much sharper compared to those of normal superhumans, and it was to the point that she needed to use various instruments to block off those senses. If she did not, her thoughts would be affected. One of her heightened senses was her sense of smell. Even Meng Zhao was unable to stand the stench of the trash site, so he did not know how Lucia had managed to last until then. She had pretended to be cold and aloof in front of Uncle Lee, but once he left, she completely broke down. Chapter 287, Underground Beast. Why go through all that suffering? As Meng Zhao watched Lucia dry heaving with her back bent but not managing to vomit anything and tears trailing down her face, he could not help but say, "I'm a student from Monster University. This case will affect all the people working in the monster production line. It's also connected to my university. I have an unshakable duty to find the truth." "You could have stayed in your mansion in comfort and enjoyed the profits of the first mining rights to the Red Radiance Jade Mine. Why did you run to this place and go against your constitution of a spirit sensor?" Lucia felt a little frustrated that Meng Zhao saw how pathetic she looked, but she could only take the antibacterial wet wipe he handed to her and wipe the corners of her eyes and lips. She gritted her teeth and said, "If I want to find the culprit who caused Lin Chuan's death and find the mastermind who modified the white spirit, I must climb up the ranks of the Abnormal Beast Research Department. And if I want to climb up, I must do things personally. If I hand over the clues to someone else while I wait at the rear, I will definitely be able to stay in comfort and be safe, but someone else will gain the achievements, be promoted, obtain the trust of the powerful people, and gain the right to get in touch with more of the core secrets. Besides, I told you before that I want to fulfill Lin Chuan's dying wish as well as change Dragon City's current state, but I'll do it in my own way. I won't be stopped by this bit of trouble. Meng Zhao's expression changed a little. Regardless of whether Lucia was just an ambitious woman who wanted to climb up the ranks of both Sky Pillar Corporation or the Abnormal Beast Research Department, or whether she really wanted to take revenge for Lin Chuan and create Dragon City's future, at the very least, she had managed to take the lead and do her own work when it came to the mine exploration last time and the investigation this time. The truth is right before our eyes. Lucia pressed down on her chest. After she calmed down a little, she sucked in a deep breath in refusal to admit defeat. The stench made her face turn pale, but she endured the feeling of her stomach and chest churning while she spoke with great difficulty. As long as we find one of the giant sandworms who lost control and find the mutated rabies virus in their bodies, we will be able to prove our previous assumption that Jin Yongxiang spread the virus in Trash Site 4 and Blessed Paradise in order to cause the pets to lose control and defame Spirit Creation's creatures. This was an order he received to help Heavenly Works machines get an incredibly profitable deal. With this, we will have solved most of the case. I must go down. You stay here and act as my sentry as well as coordinate with me. Meng Zhao hesitated for a moment. The dark entrance of the drainage pipe made him remember the strange nightmare he had last night. He remembered seeing a huge giant sandworm who looked like a demon opening its mouth. It looked like it could swallow everything underground, and it had even invaded the foundation of a skyscraper, which led to countless buildings collapsing. Before the citizens could react to it, many of them had already died under the debris. Meng Zhao's eyes stung. Increased progress for the mystery of the supernatural entities by 2%. Current progress, 4%. Increased contribution points by 1,000. Meng Zhao's heartbeat quickened. His quest progress had only been at 2%, but now, it jumped up by 2%. Could it be that he would be able to find the key to the quest in the drainage pipe? What sort of connection did the out-of-control giant sandworms have with the terrifying supernatural entities? Could it be that after they were injected with the mutated rabies, one of them turned into a supernatural entity? But that was way too simple and crude of a method for someone to turn into a supernatural entity. After thinking about it, Meng Zhao blurted out, "I'm going with you." Lucia looked at him deeply before she nodded. She bent her back and entered the drainage pipe. Normal people would definitely need to wear a full set of protective gear and even have oxygen tanks on their backs if they wanted to enter the same drainage pipe. It had not been maintained for years and multiple parts of it had collapsed. Meng Zhao and Lucia, however, had both awakened to supernatural abilities. Their nasal mucosa, alveoli, and blood cells had been strengthened and upgraded after being nourished by spirit energy. Even if the pipes were filled with fatal methane, they would just feel a little dizzy. They went down along the drainage pipe that had a downward slope with their backs bent. They walked for 3 minutes before they passed by a turn and saw a place where the pipe had collapsed. The damaged part was connected to a long, thin, and twisted crack. It was black, and the end of the crack could not be seen. They shouted inside, and based on the echoes, they believed that the space inside was huge. Uncle Lee had told them that a long time ago. The place was attacked by underground monsters. Later, it was invaded and further damaged by creatures like giant sandworms. It was now practically a 3D maze. Fortunately, once they entered deep underground, the stench of trash from the surface grew weaker, and Lucia could activate her dual ability. She was both a mine explorer and spirit sensor and could identify the sense of the excrements from the giant sandworms deep in the crack. She placed her palm gently on the crack while mumbled under her breath. Spirit tattoos showed up on her arm and danced in a bewitching fashion, as if they possessed a life of their own. But they also looked like ripples from a stream that slowly flowed deep into the crack. Something amazing happened the next moment. The stones by the walls of the crack turned into gravel. It fell down with rustling sounds, and the crack expanded non-stop. The sharp corners smoothed out, and the wall became as smooth as a mirror. It was wide enough for 2 adults to move through it. They left the drainage pipe and crawled deep underground. There were no crystal mines here, which meant that there was no faint light. Wherever they looked, it was just darkness. They could not even see their own toes. The only thing they could do was close their eyes and focus. It was only by doing this that they could sense spirit energy ripples forming a complicated and mysterious world around them. Lucia discovered more tracks of giant sandworms crawling around the area. There were also a few cracks against which the giant sandworms had rubbed fiercely. These giant sandworms are really huge. Their diameter should be close to 3 meters. She gasped in amazement. Are the giant sandworms modified by Spirit creations really that insane? I don't think so. Meng Zhao dug through his memories. Normal giant sandworms have a diameter of around 1.5 meters to 2 meters. Their length is controlled and limited to 20 meters. Even if they are genetically modified creations, the difference in size shouldn't be too great. It should be impossible for a supergiant sandworm with a diameter of 3 meters to exist. Thank goodness giant sandworms are rather docile creatures by nature. Lucia paused for a moment before she suddenly said, "What's that?" Dozens of savage, red sparks suddenly shone in the darkness. It was a rat horde. Dozens of rats widened their red eyes and stared at them. Lucia scoffed coldly and released a powerful killing intent. The rampaging spirit energy magnetic field from a heaven realm elite was not something normal rats could resist. They screeched and fled. Meng Zhao acted quickly. His chain sabers flew, and he captured 2 rats. One of them was dissected on the spot. Just as he expected, its organs had mutated by varying degrees. It was the symptom of it being infected by mutated rabies. The other one he placed in a mithril-based stabilizing fluid to bring it back for further examination. "There's something ahead," Meng Zhao said. "The rat I just dissected has meat in its esophagus and stomach, which means it was eating moments ago. But the meat has signs of decay. They should have been eating over there. We have to be careful of our footsteps." "I smell it," Lucia said softly. "This should be the stench of a rotting giant sandworm." They found the carcass of a giant sandworm not far away. More accurately speaking, it was a skeleton. Based on the degree of decay, the giant sandworm had died at least a week ago. It had almost been completely eaten by pests, and only a few parts of its skeletal frame were left. This was not something that an annelid should have, but this particular giant sandworm had grown it after being genetically modified. There were also control chips embedded in its nerve bundles. Meng Zhao used a clamp to carefully pick the chips. He used his phone to shine a light on them and saw the words, "Spirit Creation Creatures," carved into the chips. This proved that it was one of the missing giant sandworms. Of course, it had been eaten to the point that only bits of flesh was left, so they could not tell whether it had been infected by mutated rabies. Besides, Meng Zhao did not know what sort of symptoms would appear in annelids after they were infected by mutated rabies. He could only do his best to gather up the rotten flesh and seal it up so that he could bring it back for examination. At that moment, a slight tremor came from deep underground. Meng Zhao and Lucia became alert. An earthquake? Both of them looked at each other in puzzlement. "I think this should do it." Meng Zhao shook the Ziploc bag in his hands. "We've found the carcass of a giant sandworm. We've also found rats who look like they were infected by mutated rabies after eating its carcass. Next, if we find a virus in the carcass, we'll find concrete proof. We don't have to look for the other giant sandworms. These creatures are born tunneling experts. With just us and no professional team or equipment, even if we look for them until tomorrow, we might not be able to find them." Lucia hesitated for a moment. "Don't forget that the last time you decided to act willfully, 2 mine exploration teams were nearly entirely wiped out," Meng Zhao reminded her. Lucia's face turned red, and she gritted her teeth. "I wasn't acting willfully. It was Lin Chuan and the White Spirit." "Lin Chuan and the White Spirit made use of your willfulness," Meng Zhao said. "I think you should have learned your lesson and believe in my instincts. Didn't you just say that you do?" Lucia thought about it for a moment, then nodded and said, "All right, I'll listen to you. We'll go back." They changed direction and started going back. After taking only a few steps forward, they froze at the same time. "Your instincts are very accurate," Lucia said airily, "way too accurate." At some point in time, their exit had been blocked by an incredibly large giant sandworm. This monster had a diameter of at least 3 meters, and due to it expanding at an unusual scale within a short time, its body was covered in ring-shaped spots. Bumpy tumors grew between the spots, though they were quite flat and looked incredibly sturdy. There were signs of the formation of a corneous substance. Its teeth that it used to crush trash and rocks were also sharper and denser than of normal giant sandworms. Even if they were in the dark underground, its teeth shone with a bone-chilling light. When the 10 rings of teeth spun and trembled at the same time, no one would doubt that it could crush the sturdiest rock or the skull of a powerful fighter, then eat it. Meng Zhao saw a series of broken-up numbers at the front and side of the supergiant sandworm. Those numbers had sunken into its skin due to coloring. They were part of the numbering system used on biochemical beasts by spirit creation creatures to manage their creations. It also meant that this creature was one of the giant sandworms who went missing. In just half a month, it had grown to a terrifying extent. Chapter 288, Dig a Small Trap. "Quick," Lucia said. "Use your instincts to make a guess. Is the supergiant sandworm in front of us as docile and harmless as the other giant sandworms?" My instincts tell me." Before he could finish, the supergiant sandworm spun its teeth and pounced on them. If they had been in a rather large and wide space, no matter how big the sandworm was, they would still be a ball of squirming flesh. But there wasn't much space underground. The tunnel was practically the size of the supergiant sandworm, and the two of the humans could only face its big mouth. They had nowhere to hide. Lucia's heightened smell brought her trouble. The stench caused her to be unable to focus and create a spirit energy magnetic field. The speed of her spy cart was slower by a few beats compared to usual as well. Meng Zhao was the first to face the attack, so he could only fire his two chain sabers and buy time for Lucia. The chain sabers sank into the supergiant sandworm's wide-open mouth and buried deep into the layers of teeth. The supergiant sandworm did not have a lot of pain-sensory nerves. It was also modified by Spirit Creation's creatures to the point that it had thick skin. The two chain sabers went into its mouth like stones sinking into an ocean. They did not receive any reaction. The giant sandworm seemed to even think that food had entered its mouth. The teeth in its mouth spun even faster, and the two chains became intertwined. They began dragging Meng Zhao into the mouth. When he smelled the stench from the supergiant sandworm's mouth, he found that the methane there was at least 10 times stronger than in the area around him. Meng Zhao felt dizzy and nauseous. He could not drag his chain sabers back, but there was no place that could provide a hiding spot for him in the area, either. Under the imposing might of the supergiant sandworm, he could only retreat non-stop. Soon, cold sweat covered his back, and he found himself stuck to a cold wall. When Lucia saw that the supergiant sandworm was about to eat Meng Zhao, she was finally able to summon her first spike. It was as thick as a stalagmite and as sharp as a long spear. It stabbed into the supergiant sandworm from under it and pierced its abdominal cavity before it came out of its back. It was like a thin and long nail had pinned the large earthworm firmly to the ground. Meng Zhao sighed in relief only to realize that the supergiant sandworm was still squirming around. It seemed to have descended into an even greater frenzy. It had incredibly great elasticity. Even if half of its body was pinned to the ground by a spike, it continued charging at its target. Meng Zhao cussed. The nervous system of annelids like sandworms was incredibly primitive. But after they were genetically modified, they possessed incredibly powerful muscles. Even if a certain part of their body was damaged, they could still maintain a certain degree of mobility. In most extreme situations, even if they cut an annelid in half, the two parts would be able to live on their own. The damage from the spike was less significant than they expected. Whoosh! Meng Zhao flicked his chain sabers, and an electrical arc and a trail of fire ran down the chains to enter the supergiant sandworm's gaping mouth. The supergiant sandworm's mouth started burning. Quite a number of teeth layers were electrocuted so badly that they started producing smoke. Even the brain located at the fourth segment of its body was damaged. Despite that, the giant sandworm showed no signs of stopping. I almost forgot. The brains of sandworms don't control their motor and reaction nerves. They only control their adaptability to the surroundings, along with the synchronization of their bodies. Even if you remove their brain, sandworm-type monsters will still be able to eat and move around. Its real fighting control center should be the nerve bundle under its throat. It's the part that connects the glossopharyngeal neuralgia and ventral nerve cords. I have to destroy the nerve bundle under its throat to stop its rampage. But this supergiant sandworm has mutated into a mess. How am I supposed to know where the nerve bundle under its throat is located? Meng Zhao groaned in his heart. But while these thoughts seemed to have taken their time to appear in his head, they actually popped up in a flash, and during that time, Lucia summoned more than 10 spikes to stab the supergiant sandworm full of holes from multiple angles. Even so, that did not stop the front of its body from squirming toward Meng Zhao. Besides, based on the increasingly thick stench, Meng Zhao had a feeling that it was building up a major move. No. When the supergiant sandworm's head swelled up, Meng Zhao reacted instinctively. He fell to the ground and covered his head as if he wanted to look for a crack and crawl inside. Thud. The supergiant sandworm used the super high pressure in its abdominal cavity to fire countless rock fragments it had eaten. They came out like bullets. The wall behind Meng Zhao let out crackling sounds like those of explosives. Hundreds of shattered rocks struck it. and smoke even curled out from them because of the high-speed friction. If Menjiao had not dodged in time, his body would have been covered in bloody holes, since he was just a 2-star superhuman. Lucia quickly formed seals with her hands while she mumbled. She used her brainwaves, sound waves, and vitality magnetic field to increase the formation and release her offensive spirit energy magnetic fields. More spikes shot into the supergiant sandworm's body. They even fused together, and finally, she was able to restrain the supergiant sandworm's movements. Menjiao seized the chance to use his chain sabers. His fingers turned into 2 balls of gray fog that knocked different rhythms on the taut chains so that he could command his lightning saber and bloody flame, which were buried in the supergiant sandworm's body, to move around like 2 agile vipers. In the end, a subtle feedback told him that he found the nerve bundle under the throat. Before the supergiant sandworm could swell its head a second time, Menjiao gritted his teeth and charged spirit energy through all 1024 of his branch meridians like a flood. The spirit energy in his body then surged like a raging monster through the chains into the supergiant sandworm. As the runic symbols on the chains shone one after another, fire and electricity intersected with each other, creating dazzling sparks. The supergiant sandworm trembled fiercely. A lot of the gas condensed in its body due to high pressure escaped, and it sounded like it was wailing while it struggled against death. In the end, after a pungent, burnt stench that stung Menjiao's eyes flowed out of the supergiant sandworm, it stopped. It still twitched faintly, but that was just the reaction from its nerves. Menjiao and Lucia panted heavily. Then, both of them started vomiting at the same time. "Not my fault." While Lucia dry heaved, she said, "I listened to you and decided to go back." "I know." Menjiao blamed himself. He was a little too rash. Since he knew that there was a high possibility that the missing sandworms from Spirit Creation's creatures were connected to the legendary supernatural entities, he should not have gone underground without any preparation. But was this crazy and mutated supergiant sandworm one of the supernatural entities from his previous life that plagued his dreams? Menjiao could not be certain. First of all, Kindling did not tell him that he had killed the second supernatural entity, and the contribution points he was given were just the average points he would get after killing a nightmarish beast. Second, the strength of the 9 great supernatural entities should not be that much different between them. If the giant sandworm had been a supernatural entity and had at least 80% of the white spirit's fighting strength, Lucia and he would have died. Third, Menjiao still found it hard to believe that such a primitive annelid would be able to evolve to the point that it would gain intelligence that could rival a human's. The good news was that the progress for the mystery of supernatural entities had increased by another 1%. This meant that the supergiant sandworm was definitely connected to the supernatural entities. Besides, with so much evidence, the truth would come to the surface very soon. We should send this supergiant sandworm to a lab and see whether it is infected. But by its behavior, it's not just a carrier. It should be a super-infected creature. Lucia frowned and said, "But how should we bring it out?" That was a major problem. Giant sandworms were creatures who quickly rotted and decayed after they died. Besides, it did not have an endoskeleton that went through its entire body. Even though it had been genetically modified and a few bone lamella were inserted in it, it would not be able to handle being dragged or pulled. It was similar to a train head attached to a few coaches. They would not be able to bring it out quietly. We'll have to ask for help from Spirit Creation creatures. This is their beast, anyway. Menjiao went forward and poked the still trembling supergiant sandworm. This is a huge monster carcass. Even if we had a way to bring it to the surface, we would definitely be discovered by the managers of Trash Site 4 and the monster controllers from Spirit Creation creatures. Besides, they've planted control chips into the biochemical beasts. The only reason they didn't discover this supergiant sandworm is because it fled underground, and the signals were blocked. Once this thing approaches the surface, they will be able to locate us. It has a number on its body as well, so it's not some wild creature. No matter how you look at it, it can't be considered as our game. Besides, Spirit Creation creatures are experts at researching giant sandworms. They are the authority when it comes to the problem of whether giant sandworms might possibly be infected with mutated rabies. Especially when it comes to such a drastic mutation. If we hand the supergiant sandworm to them, we'll obtain the most accurate answer and the most detailed information. Lucia hesitated for a moment. But Spirit Creation's creatures is one of the parties whose interests are affected by the case. Even though needle-shaped holes have been discovered in the ear canals of 2 of the biochemical pets, we still can't prove that the pets modified by Spirit Creation creatures do not pose a threat. If we hand this supergiant sandworm to Spirit Creation's creatures for an examination, will we? Do you suspect that Spirit Creation's creatures will tamper with the examination results? As of current, they're the victims. When it comes to astronomical profit, all victims can turn into aggressors, Lucia said. I don't believe in anyone right now, especially the boss of Spirit Creation's creatures, Xie Xiaolei. That person is very skilled when it comes to business. And he's especially skilled in using promotions and publicity stunts. He has also used a lot of tricks to attack opponents by overt and covert means. He's not someone we can trust 100%. It's simple then, Meng Zhao said with a smile. Later, I'll harvest the supergiant sandworm's vital organs, such as its brain, nerve bundles, intestines, and some of its muscles, and I'll split them into 3. Then, you'll bring one of them and the rat's carcass to the Monster Research Center's lab for examination. Meanwhile, I'll hide the origins of my portion and send it for an examination to the Agricultural University's lab. The last portion will be given to Spirit Creation creature Xie Xiaolei along with this rotten flesh. Don't worry, I'll make sure that I'll mess up the wounds from spike heart and all the traces I leave due to harvesting. The supergiant sandworm will rot away very quickly. No one will be able to discover any clues within a short period of time. If the final report from the 3 sides show the same conclusion, then everything is fine. But if the final report from Spirit Creation creatures will have a different conclusion compared to the other 2 reports, then things will become interesting. Lucia stared at Meng Zhao for a long time. Suddenly, she started chuckling. She mumbled, I just knew that I found the right partner. So, you don't believe in Spirit Creation creatures as well. You're digging a trap for them and will wait for them to walk into it. Chapter 289, The Giant Sandworm's Wisdom. It was not that Meng Zhao did not believe in Spirit Creation creatures. After all, he could not figure out any reason for Spirit Creation creatures to inject a virus into the biochemical pets they modified, then let the pets become violent and turn into monsters. However, the supernatural entity he remembered from his previous life looked like a giant sandworm, and it still bothered him. It was not possible for wild sandworms to evolve to the point where they gained intelligence that could rival a human's. The white spirit had signs of being modified by humans as well. Could it be that the giant sandworm, who was at the level of a supernatural entity, was actually a creation from some human biochemical lab? Spirit Creation creatures had the best giant sandworm modification technology in Dragon City. One of the company's creators was Gao Yi, who was the technical director. He was also an expert when it came to the research of giant sandworms. Otherwise, they would not have the right to handle the trash in one of the 4 waste treatment centers in Dragon City or be able to join the construction bidding for subway number 20. Meng Zhao wished that he could get some clues from Gao Yi, the technical director of Spirit Creation creatures. At the very least, he would like to ask him whether it was possible for giant sandworms to gain intelligence. So, using this supergiant sandworm's carcass as a stepping stone was his best chance. Lucia thought about it for a while before she agreed to it. All right. I'll bring some of the materials back for an examination, and I'll also check Jin Yongxiang's tracks over the past half a month, along with his cash flow. Mutated rabies is a very dangerous object. It's impossible for Jin Yongxiang to have created it in his own apartment. He must have obtained the virus and the special needle from someone. You can bring the remaining materials for an examination to Agricultural University and Spirit Creation creatures. We'll meet up later. They quietly left Trash Site 4 without anyone noticing them. Meng Zhao and Lucia parted ways, and he returned to Agricultural University. It was only then that he called Ning Shouo. It was noisy in the harvester's surroundings. Meng Zhao could also hear some slogans. Ning Shouo seemed to be participating in some kind of major gathering. Elder Ning, I found one of the giant sandworms that went missing from Spirit Creation creatures. Meng Zhao went straight to the point once the call went through. What? Ning Shouo was clearly stunned for a moment. He quickly went to a slightly quieter place. Meng Zhao, what are you saying? What happened? The case of the pets murdering their owners at Blessed Paradise is causing a ruckus online, right? Many of the students feel indignant, and they ran off to debate and spar against the students from the University of Technology, Meng Zhao said. I thought that debating and sparring won't solve the problem. It's only by discovering the truth that we'll be able to protect the people in the monster industry and the interests of Agricultural University. Coincidentally, we heard from President Xie yesterday that half a month ago, a few giant sandworms went out of control at Trash Site 4, and they fled without a trace, right? Since I was free, I went over to take a look. Lo and behold, I found traces of giant sandworms crawling into a drainage pipe at the entrance of one of the drainage pipes. I crawled down the drainage pipe for some time, and I saw a crack. Did you go inside? That's very dangerous, Ning Shou said nervously. Well, when I was at the northern offense, I stayed for a few days underground as well, you know. From then on, when I see pipes and cracks, I can't control the urge to just crawl inside and explore the place, Meng Zhao said. But that's not the point. I was attacked by a giant sandworm underground. That thing seemed to have been infected by some kind of virus, and it was much more aggressive than normal giant sandworms. Of course, in the end, I killed it. By the way, there are a lot of normal rats in Trash Site 4 who seem to have been infected by mutated rabies after eating a giant sandworm's carcass. I brought quite a few materials back, so we should be able to learn quite a few things. You're too reckless. Ning Shou did not know what to say. He took a moment to cal himself and said, "Where are you now? Trash Site 4? I'm back at 9 Sands University City. The giant sandworm's carcass is still in the drainage pipe under the biochemical treatment factory at the waste treatment center. But I've harvested the organs that will rot away easily and brought them back as quickly as I could. These things will give us more information the sooner we examine them," Meng Zhao said. "Elder Ning, I want to send some of the materials I brought back to the related labs in Agricultural University for an examination and the rest of it to Spirit Creation Creatures for them to conduct an examination on it as well. Do you think this is okay?" "Of course. I'll help you contact the Resource Courses lab now," Ning Shou said. "Coincidentally, Xie Xiaolei is with me now." The news that appeared yesterday put Spirit Creation Creatures in a very passive position. Xie Xiaolei organized a pretty large-scale press conference today to share the truth. He stated that he's using all his resources to find the person pulling the strings and criticized online violence and dishonest reports. Soon after that was a large gathering of all the people working in the monster industry. Many of the harvesters, etherealized plant spinetists, modifiers, and monster controllers gathered together to show the citizens that biochemical modification technology will decide Dragon City's future. Xie Xiaolei is currently speaking on the podium, so he won't be free for the time being. But Gao Yi is still in Spirit Creation Creatures. He's the technical director, so you can go to him straight away. "All right," Meng Zhao said readily. Then, a thought popped up, and he said, "But Director Gao seems to be quite eccentric." "Don't worry. You're helping Spirit Creation Creatures a lot by locating a missing giant sandworm. Gao Yi is just a little eccentric. He's not someone who does not know what is good for him. I'll give him a call and ask him to make preparations. As for Xie Xiaolei, I'll have him go back the moment the gathering is over," Ning Shou said. "Besides, Gao Yi has a pretty good impression of you. He's also the one who asked you to come and observe the autopsy of the 3 biochemical pets." Meng Zhao was slightly stunned. "He was?" 2 days ago, Xie Xiaolei and I had a video meeting at night. Gao Yi was there as well. When they asked me to go and observe the autopsy of the biochemical pets, I didn't actually think of bringing you along," Ning Shou said. "Then, while we were chatting with each other, Gao Yi asked me whether I had a disciple by the name of Meng Zhao. He said that he watched a few of your harvesting videos, and he found your methods interesting. When he gave me this reminder, I started wondering whether I should bring you along to broaden your horizons and expand your connections. It'd be good for your future development. I didn't expect that this casual act of bringing you along would lead to you guessing that there is something wrong in the ear canal of 2 of the biochemical pets. Yesterday night, Sun Yufeng actually kept on trying to get more information about you from me." Ning Shou was very happy for this young friend of his. Meng Zhao trusted Ning Shou as well. After all, he was a pseudo-heroic citizen. Spirit Creation Creatures were close to Agricultural University. They were both in 9 Sands University City. With Meng Zhao's speed of a 2-star superhuman, he reached the giant sandworm's hatching pond 10 minutes later. Perhaps it was because Xie Xiaolei had brought a lot of the company's workers to the press conference, but Spirit Creation Creatures was incredibly quiet. Even so, Gao Yi was already waiting at the entrance of the company in his wheelchair. "Meng Zhao, thank you. You've helped Spirit Creation Creatures. No, you are a great help to the entire monster industry production line and the biochemical modification technology." After he obtained the materials Meng Zhao had placed in the Ziploc bag, Gao Yi put on a smile on his twisted, ugly face. They quickly went to the lab. On a huge screen, they saw the situation at Trash Site 4. The employees were digging at the earth near the drainage pipe to widen the crack. They wanted to use a soft cloth made with high molecular material to wrap up the supergiant sandworm's carcass and bring it out bit by bit. The researchers in the lab carefully took the materials Meng Zhao had harvested to conduct a pathology test. Gao Yi asked Meng Zhao how he discovered the supergiant sandworm and how their fight had proceeded. Meng Zhao removed Lucia from his narrative, but told him every other detail. "You think that someone injected a virus into the giant sandworms from our company, which is why they went out of control." Gao Yi's expression was stern. "In any case, after normal rats ate the carcass of another giant sandworm, they showed the symptoms similar to those of mutated rabies," Meng Zhao said. "But I have to ask you whether it's possible for giant sandworms to be infected by mutated rabies." "Theoretically speaking, it's impossible for wild giant sandworms to be infected by mutated rabies." Gao Yi shook his head slowly. "The most prominent pathological change for rabies is acute disseminated encephalomyelitis. The hippocampus in the cerebrum, cerebellum, medulla oblongata, and pons change, and it affects the central nervous system, which is why it looks like the creature has gone mad. But the brains of wild giant sandworms and the brains of mammals are different. The transmission of their neural information is completely different, so it's impossible for them to be infected by mutated rabies. But if the virus did not go through a natural mutation and someone actually came up with it to intentionally target the creations of my company, it's hard to tell. After all, to increase the intellect and improve the digestive system and motor ability of giant sandworms, we implanted quite a lot of other monsters' genetic sequences into their genetic chains. They aren't pure annelids. Their central nervous systems have an essential difference from other wild sandworms and worm-type monsters." "Increase the intelligence of giant sandworms?" a thought appeared in Meng Zhao's head. "It's a must with what we do," Gao Yi explained. "Annelids are rather primitive creatures. They don't even feel pain. They only react to certain stimuli around them. You can't use normal methods to intimidate or domesticate them. If we didn't come up with a way to increase their intelligence, it'd be impossible for us to make them obey our orders and eat the trash in certain areas or dig out straight tunnels instead of creating severe damage to the earth and rock stratum." "Makes sense." Meng Zhao nodded. He put on a curious expression. "Director Gao, this is just a random question, but if it doesn't concern any commercial secret, could you tell me how you increase the giant sandworm's intelligence?" Gao Yi thought about it for a while. He was clearly not a patient person, but Meng Zhao had just discovered a missing giant sandworm, and he was an alumni of Agricultural University. He had a close connection with Ningshou as well, so it would not be convenient for Gao Yi to push him away. "There are naturally all sorts of definitions for intelligence," Gao Yi said. "But no matter what definition you use, the foundation for intelligence is the speed at which neural information is transmitted. The faster neural information is transferred, the more intelligent a creature is, and it's also more likely that they will gain intelligence." Chapter 290, Mystery of the Nerves. Meng Zhao nodded. "I know that insects and annelids have the most primitive nervous systems. Their transfer of neural information is incredibly slow. It might only travel a meter per second, while the neural information transfer in humans can reach 100 meters per second. It's 100 times that of lower life forms. It's no wonder then why we can give birth to the sparks of intelligence while our neural information clashes against each other." "That's right. The reason why higher life forms like humans can transmit neural information so quickly is because our axons have a layer called myelin sheath. The myelin sheath acts as an insulator and prevents nervous impulses from moving from one axon to another. Aside from this, it also uses the principles of saltatory conduction to increase the speed at which action potential is transferred." Gao Yi thought about it and gave an example. "Let's say that the nerves of lower life forms are bumpy village roads. If you're careless, your car will end up outside the road. But the nerves of humans and other higher vertebrates have myelin sheaths around them. It's as if you lifted the road from the surface and sealed it, turning it into an information highway. The speed at which information is transmitted will naturally increase by 100 times. As for superhumans, through absorbing spirit energy and using spirit gas to continuously refine their nervous system, their bodies gradually activate their spirit meridians, and they even gain crystal meridians. It's the same as upgrading the highways to high-speed metal roads. The transmission speed of neural information in high-grade superhumans reaches even a terrifying 1000 meters per second. Regardless if it's their logical deduction skills, calculation abilities, or comprehension, they're all 10 times better than those of a normal person. But having a myelin sheath isn't the only way to get intelligence. Many animals choose another path of evolution, and that is to continuously increase the diameter of their nerve fibers. Science has proven that the diameter of nerve fibers has a direct correlation to neural information transmission speed. The best examples for this are octopi and cuttlefish. The diameter of the thickest axon in humans is less than 20 microns. 50 of them are required to form a bundle before they can reach 1 mm and be seen with the naked eye. And some of the huge axons in squids have a diameter of 1 mm, which means that they're 50 times the size of a human axon. They don't have a myelin sheath, but this thick axon gives squids and octopi high intelligence. They are the most cunning creatures in the sea. They even know how to use all sorts of tools. While on Earth, the marine biologists discovered through their research that some octopi will use their soft tentacles to pick up stones by the shore when they hunt their favorite food, oysters. When the oysters open their mouths, they will toss the stones inside and jam the shells. Then, they will eat the oysters' soft bodies in a relaxed manner. This is intelligence that many vertebrates do not possess. It's no wonder then why so many people say that octopi are like aliens on Earth. Without the interference from humans, they might actually evolve to the point that they possess intelligence equivalent to humans. When we transmigrated to the other world, we saw pests with bodies longer than 1 meter. We were puzzled when we saw large insects, arthropods, and mollusks. Because based on research from Earth, the organs and body structure of insects can't possibly allow them to grow larger than 1 meter. Even if they are not squashed by their own weight, their fatal weakness of their neural information transmission speed would make their reaction speed incredibly slow. But once we captured and dissected some of the insect-type monsters, we noticed that their nerve fibers are the same as those of the octopi and cuttlefish on Earth. The diameter of their nerves had swelled up 100 times, and that's why they can move with such agility even though they have huge bodies. Menjiao nodded with a contemplative expression. So, when you modified giant sandworms, you implanted the genetic segments of octopi and cuttlefish into them, so their nerve fibers swelled up to their maximum possible extent, which in turn increased their intelligence. Yes. The giant sandworms modified by spirit creation creatures have nerve fibers with diameters that are more than 3 mm. It's enough for them to understand all sorts of complex commands. Gao Yi paused for a moment before he said, if we add myelin sheaths outside the giant sandworms' fibers, their intelligence will increase further, and they will even gain the intelligence of cats and dogs. Meng Zhao sucked in a deep breath. What? There are only two ways of increasing intelligence. You either increase the diameter of the nerve fibers, like octopi had done, or get myelin sheaths around the nerve fibers, like vertebrates do. If you combine both ways by wrapping a myelin sheath around an incredibly thick nerve fiber, the neural information transmission speed will reach terrifying levels. Aren't you curious as to how terrifying it could be? Meng Zhao gulped. Is your company conducting this sort of research? No. Gao Yu looked regretful. I do want to modify and create a giant sandworm with super high intelligence, but Xie Xiaolei did not think that it was necessary, because there would be no buyers in the commercial market. At the end of the day, he's a businessman. Whenever he does something, he thinks in terms of profit, so I can only respect his wishes. I think it's better if you don't conduct this sort of research. Otherwise, if you end up creating a giant sandworm that is even more intelligent than humans, it'll be really dangerous. I don't know what is more dangerous, an intelligent monster or a monster who has no intelligence at all and is only driven by murderous intent, Gao Yi said. Have you seen an insect horde before? It's a wave of snakes, insects, rats, and ants. They form an aggressive black tidal wave and charge continuously at human defenses. No matter how many of their kind are torn to shreds, burnt to a crisp, or electrocuted to the point that sparks fly out of their bodies, the ones at the back will continue charging forward. In the end, thousands of vermin will be burned to ashes, but humans will also be terribly injured. This is what you call both sides losing. Why is that so? Because an insect horde doesn't possess intelligence. Insect-type monsters are just machines of flesh and bones, and each of them has a command. They don't have consciousness, intelligence, or the concept of life and death. When bullets rip through their bodies, they do not feel fear. I think that this is the most terrifying thing of all. If we can give lower life forms some intelligence, we might be able to end the monster war in another fashion. We don't have to give them a lot of intelligence, but just make them understand the value of life, the terror of human weapons, and the simple principle that becoming the servants of humans is better than becoming the enemies of humans. Meng Zhao was not too sure about that. With just tens of millions of people, even if they could conquer the monsters, they were destined to not be able to occupy the entire planet, because it had a lot of spirit energy, and everyone's evolution speed was incredibly fast. This was general knowledge. When they faced the question of how they should conquer and rule over the otherworld, people from different occupations, different factions of power, and those with different interests would give different answers. In Agricultural University, aka Monster University, the argument that giving monsters a certain degree of intelligence and turning beasts and monsters into spirit beasts and pets so that they could become the vanguards of their kings was very popular. They would become the fighters in Earth's army, humanity's servants, tools, companions, and comrades, and like that, the humans would eventually conquer the otherworld. If Meng Jiao was in Gao Yi's shoes, he would probably think like that too. However, when he remembered the damage caused by the 9 great supernatural entities in his previous life, he felt a little uneasy. I still can't imagine just what sort of impact it would have on our civilization if monsters who are more intelligent than humans appeared, Meng Jiao mumbled. Meng Jiao, you're thinking too far ahead, Gao Yi said. Neural information transmission speed is just the foundation for the birth of intelligence. It doesn't mean that when you provide myelin sheaths for sufficiently thick nerve fibers, you will instantly give intelligence to a creature. The brain structure of giant sandworms is very primitive. It's completely different from that of humans' incredibly advanced brain. Even if their neural transmission speed starts moving at a high pace in a complicated and large neural network, without a real brain analyzing and organizing everything, that information will still not produce real intelligence. Even if we gave giant sandworms larger brains through genetic modification, it'd just be hardware. If we look purely at the hardware, the brain size, number of neurons, and brain circuits in prehistoric humans during the Stone Age billions of years ago was about the same as those of a modern person. But the humans during the Stone Age definitely did not possess the intelligence of modern humans, because intelligence isn't formed by the clash of nerve impulses. It's an accumulation of knowledge through billions of years and the summation of all sorts of complicated societal relationships. If you throw a normal and healthy modern human infant into the wild and he doesn't die but lives to 18 years old, it'll be impossible for him to have intelligence. If you place a strong prehistoric man from the Stone Age into the current Dragon City, he will not pose any threat. So, if you think that when giant sandworms possess sufficiently advanced nerves and brains, they will instantly gain intelligence that is so great that they will be able to understand human civilization as well as possess desires and ambitions like humans, that is just alarmist thinking. At the end of the day, intelligence is not a necessity when it comes to survival. If giant sandworms can live comfortably by eating trash and rocks, there will be no need for them to gain intelligence. They'll have no interest in it, and they'll never gain it. Meng Jiao thought about Gao Yi's words seriously. He had to admit that the giant sandworm expert's words made sense. Then, just what was the giant sandworm that evolved into a supernatural entity in his previous life? While he was thinking about it, 2 researchers wearing negative pressure protective clothing walked out of the lab and handed them the test results. Gao Yi looked at them, and his expression turned dark. He cussed under his breath. "What is it?" Meng Jiao quickly asked. "I knew it. Someone injected a virus into the giant sandworms." Meng Jiao thought about it. "Are you sure it was done by humans and they didn't get infected by some virus around them?" "That's hardly possible. There are around a dozen natural subtypes of mutated rabies, and they can all be transmitted between humans and other creatures, but the new mutated rabies subtype discovered in the giant sandworms cannot be transferred to the human body. It's not something produced by natural mutation. It's something created in a human lab." Chapter 291, The Era Has Changed. After Earthlings transmigrated to the otherworld, they faced the invasion of the zombie virus and uncovered the potential in their genes. The depth and scope of their research into viruses surpassed what the virology on Earth had reached. There were more than 100 virus research centers in Dragon City, and gene medicine was connected to viruses as well. After the zombie catastrophe sifted out the weak, the surviving humans had much stronger immune systems, and they were not afraid of most viruses. But to ensure that the zombie catastrophe would not happen again, when legitimate virus research centers modified brand new viruses, they had to set up defensive precautions to ensure that the viruses would not be infectious to humans. So, this means that this is a viral infection created by surgical means, and it was used specifically to target spirit creation's creatures? Meng Jiao was contemplative. So, what's the deal with the giant sandworm suddenly swelling up several times its size and obtaining a brand new skill? It evolved from a monster to a superbeast. How did that happen? Gao Yu was just about to answer when the monitor monitoring Trash Site 4 suddenly screeched, and an entire patch of land suddenly collapsed. The surface of the land had been created by a mountain of trash, and there were a lot of holes in it because of the giant sandworms crawling underground. It had long since become incredibly brittle. The workers had accidentally touched a fragile part underground while they were dragging the carcass of the supergiant sandworm out, and quite a number of equipment was crushed. "I'll take command," Gao Yi said through the communication channel. Then, he sat down in a chair in the lab that looked like the examination chairs in a dentist's office. It was also bound with all sorts of dense pipe wires. His brain was gradually enveloped by a superbrain. The pipe wires shone when metal strength gushed out endlessly through his temples and forehead. Then, through the internet, it went straight to Trash Site 4. Something amazing happened. A rather clumsy giant sandworm suddenly looked up. With movements that were way more agile than they should be, it crawled into the drainage pipe. It was like a scalpel that cut straight into a lesion and accurately found the spot with the supergiant sandworm. It ate the trash and rocks that blocked the workers from going forward, which soon cleared up a tunnel. As someone slowly spun a winch, a steel wire rope finally dragged the supergiant sandworm's carcass to the surface, which was covered by a soft cloth. The workers cheered. Gao Yi sighed in relief. He removed the superbrain and stared at the supergiant sandworm on the screen. "It's too beautiful," he mumbled. "Director Gao, were you controlling the giant sandworm just now?" Meng Zhao asked with great interest. "I never knew that monster controllers could control biochemical beasts from so far away. The internet in Dragon City has become incredibly steady. 9G technology is enough to transfer human brain waves and mental strength. So, monster controllers and biochemical beasts don't necessarily have to stay together. Of course, it's only when your mental power is strong that you can control creatures remotely," Gao Yi answered casually. He looked at the drainage pipes on the screen and pondered it for a while before he added, "When I controlled the giant sandworm, I noticed quite a lot of industrial sewage water and mud soaked by chemical waste. I think that the giant sandworm ate this complicated mud while being stimulated by the mutated rabies, which is why it experienced this unknown mutation. This is something that we'll only be able to figure out once we take samples of the industrial sewage water and the contaminated mud. We'll need to conduct tests and examinations. No matter what, this supergiant sandworm is definitely a miracle. It's so large and beautiful. This is the perfect machine of flesh and bone. Compared to those crude scrap metals from Heavenly Works machines, it's much better. This is the future of our civilization." Meng Zhao stared at Gao Yi for a long time. "Director Gao, you seem to be really averse to runic symbol technology." Gao Yi smiled. "The graduates of Monster University are all very averse to runic symbol technology, don't you think?" "True." Meng Zhao thought about it and agreed. "Runic symbol machines use up more crystals, their failure rate is higher, and they cause more pollution. In many situations, they can't compare to biochemical modification technology in terms of being environmentally friendly, efficient, and producing no pollution. Aside from that, there is one more major problem with runic symbol machines. As the development of automatized technology continues and all sorts of runic symbols with new functions are discovered or developed, they will gradually take over the positions of most normal people." Once they found the supergiant sandworm, Gao Yi became really happy and much friendlier. He looked incredibly excited and like he was seconds away from declaring Meng Zhao as his bosom buddy. This was how many eccentric people acted. They usually kept their thoughts tightly locked in themselves, but once their mouths were unzipped, they started talking without stopping. "Right now, Dragon City is in a very awkward conflict," Gao Yi said. "On one hand, the higher-ups know very well that it's impossible for us to conquer the vast and endless otherworld with just tens of millions of people. If they want to effectively rule the place, they can only continuously develop the internet and automatize technology to use runic symbol machines and superbrains to replace humans. On the other hand, before we can even expand outwards and obtain enough survival space for ourselves, Dragon City will end up being unable to provide enough jobs for tens of millions of citizens that would give them dignified lives. Hence, when the runic symbol machines with the newest superbrains replace humans in more and more jobs with an efficiency that is 10 times higher than that of humans, there will be millions and even tens of millions of youngsters who won't be able to find jobs. If runic symbol technology and automatized technology continues its development, what will happen? Only 1% of the population are superhumans. They can use spirit energy to change their nerves, and their neural information transmission speed is 10 times or even 100 times faster than that of a normal human. The difference between superhumans and normal humans is just like the difference between a normal human and an insect. To superhumans, instead of handing out tasks to normal humans, it would be better to use their unparalleled mental power to control drones, spider-shaped fighting vehicles, and all sorts of automatized machines through 9G or even 10G internet. Even if they have to fish out money from their pockets to take care of the idle humans after they finish their tasks, it's better than letting the clumsy humans cause problems. As time passes, normal people will lose their ability to work. No matter how hard they try, even if they'll be willing to study and work, they won't be able to work day and night non-stop like machines in crystal mines with incredibly high radiation. Gradually, normal people will no longer find a place in their own civilization, and for the first time in history, 99% of human beings will become useless. Don't you think that such a future is very terrifying? It's not as bad as you make it seem, right? Meng Zhao forced himself to smile. I studied history before. During the Industrial Revolution, there were also a lot of people who were worried that machines would replace humans. The workers even rushed into factories and destroyed the rumbling machines. In the end, even after 300 years passed, humans were never replaced by machines. In fact, they developed into a brilliant civilization, and it gave them a lot of brand new jobs. Don't you think? You're haunted by unnecessary fear? The Industrial Revolution was accompanied by a bloody colonization. Your so-called brilliant civilization was born from the blood, sweat, and tears of millions of normal people thrown between the cogs of the machines. When the age of colonization reached its limit, civilization also reached the limit of its growth. 2 world wars and the Great Depression were needed to begin anew, Gao Yi said faintly. Don't misunderstand. I'm not some kind of moral teacher who pities the fate of man. I don't have any opinion when it comes to colonizing the other world and turning all living creatures in the other world into our servants, then squeezing every last drop of their blood dry. I just wonder whether the resistance of the creatures in the other world will be as weak as those of the backward civilizations on Earth. The industrial people were able to conquer countries filled with gold with just dozens of muskets. Would something that good really happen to dragon citizens? If it's not possible, then while we face a limit of space and resources, the 99% normal people in our city will turn into a burden, baggage, and trash. Don't go thinking that this is all alarmist talk, and don't go thinking that since the first industrialization didn't wipe out the meaning of existence of normal people, the second, third, fourth, and fifth industrialization won't do that. We're in a world where the evolution speed is 100 times faster than on Earth. There is no creature that will never be eliminated in the struggle to survive. Even humans, who claim to be at the top of all living creatures, are not exempt from that. In truth, there is an essential difference between the machines with runic symbols, those fired up by crystals, and those with superbrains or the thinking machines, which are the central nervous systems of monsters, implanted in them, and the machines made during the first industrial revolution. The latter couldn't replace 90% of human functions. They still needed to be operated and maintained by humans. But if we continue developing the former, they will be able to work on their own and even perform their own maintenance. In fact, some of the unmanned factories that operate with more automatized technology will have runic symbol machines producing runic symbol machines. No human will be needed in the entire process. More importantly, the humans nowadays are completely different compared to the first industrial revolution. On Earth, no matter how great the difference between normal people and those at the top were, there was something that made them the same, their bodies of flesh and blood. No matter how smart those at the top were, it was impossible for their thinking ability to be 100 times greater than that of a normal person. No matter how strong those at the top were, they couldn't defeat hundreds of normal people with their own strength. Even if those at the top had hundreds of the most advanced machines in their hands, they would still need thousands of normal people working for them. Perhaps they would even need hundreds of guards to monitor these people. And these workers and guards would have families, and their family members would all be normal people. Just like that, with thousands of normal people's strengths gathered together, they would be able to fight against those at the top and their machines. Because of this, those at the top would not be able to overlook the existence of normal people. Those at the top would have to rack their brains to maintain the balance between themselves and normal people. They would have to placate them because they feared the wrath of normal people or just because they wanted to gain benefits from normal people. Even if you reverse time by thousands of years and go back to the bloodiest and darkest era of slavery, the slaves still had value when they were turned into slaves and their value was squeezed out of them. The existence of that value allowed slaves to fight against the slave owners. This is how those grand stories that evoke praises and tears were born. But times have changed, Meng Zhao. Times have changed. Superhumans themselves aren't terrifying, and fully automatized runic symbol machines with superbrains aren't terrifying, either. But when they are combined, They can take away the value from 99% of the normal people in our population. They would become completely useless. Chapter 292, Price of Evolution. Gao Yi's face was far from the definition of handsome. When he gritted his teeth, his face also became so distorted that Meng Zhao had no words to describe it. Do you still think that I have groundless fears? That's only because you do not know the newest development of runic symbol machines and automatized technology. He cast a deep glance at Meng Zhao and continued. Let's use the newest mining machine developed by our greatest competitor, Heavenly Works Machines. It's a giant that has dozens of functions, including exploring, tunneling, crushing stones, gathering samples, and fighting. It can even take along hundreds of small unmanned excavating machines. Thanks to runic symbol machines and automatized technology, you will need only one machine master at the peak of Earthrealm to control this mining machine, and you'll be able to have the work efficiency of hundreds of skilled miners. Of course, due to the radiation in crystal mines and the fact that automatized technology is still not fully developed, this sort of runic symbol machine can't completely replace a human miner. But if Heavenly Works Machines manages to get the deal for Subway number 20 and get more deals in the development of the northern front lines, they will get more money to invest in their research. One of these days, they will be able to develop a perfect machine that will have the work efficiency that surpasses thousands of miners but only requires one superhuman to control it. At that time, what are the thousands of miners who have been replaced supposed to do? Meng Zhao opened his mouth. Gao Yi's words were too realistic. He sank into deep thought but was unable to answer his question. Gao Yi continued coldly, this is what I mean when I say the times have changed. During the old era, even if the ones at the top had a mine, they needed thousands of people to work for them. They also needed mine protection teams, engineers, accountants, and all sorts of experts helping them to make up for what their brains lacked. And no matter how loyal those people appeared to be to those at the top, they definitely had their own thoughts and interests in their minds. Of course they could enslave and exploit those miners. They could even commit crimes that would make people bristle with rage, but if you look at it from another perspective, they had to use the miners, mine protection team, engineers, and accountants. The source of their strength came from these people. If they deserted the ones at the top, those at the top were nothing. Hence, when the miners' rage turned into a storm, those at the top trembled in fear. They had to pay an extra price to suppress or placate the miners. It was only this way that they could achieve a temporary balance. But in the new era we are about to welcome, due to the infiltration of spirit energy and stimulation from genes, in just a short half a century, the 1% of superhumans in our population have been evolving rapidly, and they have turned into a brand new creature who only look similar to Earthlings. Those at the top no longer need any engineers, accountants, guards, or miners. With their superior calculation abilities, they are the best engineers and accountants. Since they can move mountains and seas, they are their own army. And if they use the incredibly advanced Internet of Everything, automatized machines and runic symbol technology, with just one thought, they can control thousands of mining machines to replace traditional miners. Do you understand now? In the new era, those at the top do not need to enslave normal people, because normal people won't have any value. Those at the top can then be callous and merciless and ignore normal people so that they would perish on their own. They can also still treat normal people as comrades from Earth. If they're merciful and just, they might fork out a bit of their money to provide for the normal people. Honestly, that's how Dragon City is now. Most of the superhumans are training and fighting madly to continuously enrich and improve themselves so that they can climb to the peak of intelligence, physical abilities, riches, and technology. But that also means that an increasing number of normal people are unable to get the chance to display their skills. They can't catch up to the speed of superhumans, so they can only choose to curl up in their houses and live on the synthetic food made of earthworm meat, which is given to them by the Survival Committee, or take up simple and boring jobs that can be replaced by runic symbol machines at any moment. They can only be miners, expand underground spaces, or repair the parts of the city ruined by monsters. But as superhumans' intelligence and strength continues increasing and runic symbol machines as well as automatized technology gets closer to being fully developed, those days when they have work will eventually come to an end. When more superhumans reach Heaven Realm and Deity Realm, and the Internet, Superbrain, and runic symbol machine technology becomes so advanced that they can project the superhumans' unparalleled brainwaves to control more than 1,000 drones and thinking machines at the same time, just what sort of meaning will normal humans have in this civilization? Well, Meng Zhao finally thought of a point. At the very least, normal people can be consumers. If there were no normal people, The superhumans wouldn't be able to sell the products they produce using those automatized runic symbol machines. They don't need to sell them to anyone, Gao Yi said. Those at the top in the old era had the primitive urge to continuously expand the market, but to those at the top in the new era, there might be something even more attractive compared to profit, and that is cultivation. The Survival Committee's slogan is that the normal humans and superhumans are like fish and water. Neither can be apart from each other. Without normal people supporting the superhumans would be water without a source and trees without roots. Perhaps that is the case for low-grade or middle-grade superhumans. But to deity realm elites or even the peerless ones who are above deity realm, is that really the case? Let's make an interesting thought experiment. Let's say that we have a peerless elite who has surpassed deity realm. His brainwaves are powerful enough to reach the entire planet, and he has drones and automatic runic symbol machines spread all over the planet. What value and meaning do the normal people have to him, then? Meng Zhao frowned and stared at Gao Yi before he said, Director Gao, I'm beginning to think that you're being a little extreme. Perhaps my thoughts are extreme, Gao Yi retorted. But it's also possible that you refuse to face the brutal future. But regardless of whether you're willing to face it or not, evolution has never stopped walking forward. In fact, it's even going faster now. You're a superhuman as well. You should have experienced the unmatched pleasure of having spirit energy flow through your nerves and blood vessels. This pleasure is even more stimulating than becoming wealthy and having your capital increase. It's enough to make superhumans cultivate non-stop and climb to new heights. There will definitely be more heaven realm elites, deity realm elites, and even the unmatched elites who surpass deity realm in the future. The distance between them and normal people will also increase. Similarly, if runic symbol machines and automatized technology continues developing at its current pace, those cold machines will become smarter, stronger, and more agile. Sooner or later, they will replace the normal people, who make up 99% of our society. We cannot stop superhumans from cultivating. In fact, we ourselves continue cultivating non-stop. But we can stop the development of runic symbol machines and automatized technology. We can reveal the evil plot of Heavenly Works machines and stop them as well as other runic symbol machine companies from getting more deals so that biochemical modification technology will become the future of Dragon City. This is the only path we can take. Fortunately, when Spirit Creation Creatures was about to be accused of a crime we didn't commit, you stood up and gave us critical evidence. Your deeds have not only saved Spirit Creation Creatures, but also changed the future for all of Dragon City, Gao Yi said earnestly. I wasn't thinking that much. I just wanted to find the truth. Meng Zhao thought about it and said, besides, Director Gao, when you use biochemical modification technology to create giant sandworms and other such biochemical beasts, they're also a form of machine which can do a lot of things on its own. Based on what you said, if improved runic symbol machines will result in normal people losing their place in our civilization, the machines of blood and flesh will do the same. If we use just biochemical beasts to mine, the miners will also lose their jobs. Gao Yu was stunned for a long time, then he smiled bitterly. That's right, Meng Zhao. You're very smart. In just a short few minutes, you managed to point out the main problem that I have been facing for years. Perhaps it's all the same. Perhaps runic symbol machine technology and biochemical modification technology are the same. We're living in an era where everything is evolving at a rapid speed, and our so-called evolution means that we have to cast aside 99% of our people so that the remaining lucky 1% will be able to reach a higher position in life. Alright, it's very interesting talking to you. I hope that we'll be able to talk further in the future. But now, I have to hand in the examination report to the related departments. Gao Yi looked as if he wanted to send Meng Zhao away. A thought popped up in Meng Zhao's head. You'll hand over the examination report to the local government? Of course, since this is crucial evidence. It's enough to prove that Heavenly Works machines harbored a sinister plot against us. The sooner we send this over, the sooner we'll be able to catch the culprit, Gao Yi said calmly. Besides, after something so big happened, the higher-ups are already monitoring Spirit Creation Creatures. It's just that they're doing it discreetly. On the surface, they didn't send anyone with guns and bullets to guard our place. But I believe that the higher-ups already know about this. After all, many people would have seen us digging out such a big supergiant sandworm. I can't think of any need for us to hide the truth. The sooner we end this, the sooner I can stop bothering with this and resume my research. Oh. Meng Zhao thought about it for a while before he asked, Director Gao, is this government official you mentioned a police officer by the name of Shen Yupeng? Gao Yu was stunned for a moment. You know each other? But he didn't mention anything about him being a police officer. He just said that he's from the Supernatural Tower. Got it. Meng Zhao nodded. One last question, Director Gao. This is out of pure curiosity, and you can just give a random answer. Do you have a lab in mind that you suspect might have created this mutated rabies? Well. Gao Yu shook his head. How should I say this? Mutated rabies isn't something that is difficult to create. Many of the biochemical labs have the skill, such as a lot of the labs from the various courses in Agricultural University. The labs in the monster coliseums can do this too. There are a lot of other labs which can do it too. I can't tell. Chapter 293, Lair. When Meng Zhao left Spirit Creation's creatures, the sun had already set west, and the street lights were lit up. Dragon City shone in glory. Meng Zhao received a call from Ning Shuo, and he invited him to join the gathering of the various leaders in the biochemical modification technology field. Many people had learned that he helped Spirit Creation creatures find the missing giant sandworm and also discovered crucial evidence while having outstanding performance during the Northern Offense, so they were incredibly interested in him. Once they learned that Superstar Resource Recovery Company was his family business, they treated him as the future star who had recently risen to power in the field. When Meng Zhao wanted to agree to the meeting, Lucia called him. He thought about it before he apologized to Ning Shuo and picked up Lucia's call. Did you discover anything? Both of them asked at the same time. In the end, Lucia was the one who spoke first. I didn't discover a lot of problems when it came to the transfer and receiving of money in Jin Yongxiang's account. Right now, a lot of criminals like using high-grade crystals with high purity as their currency. They trade using cash straight away, and it doesn't leave any traces online. As for where he went, he kept to a regular pattern over the past half a month. Aside from taking a few trips to Trash Site 4, he also went to a pet shop opened by Spirit Creation creatures and bought a contest tiger. Aside from this, there's nothing strange. He never went to the company, but he did go to a monster coliseum. Wait. Meng Zhao thought of something and interrupted Lucia. Why did he go to the monster coliseum? To gamble. Didn't his file state that he's a gambling addict? Lucia asked. His favorite way to gamble was betting on monster fights. Of course, this is also the favorite gambling method for most of the gamblers in Dragon City. It's shocking, exciting, and bloody. Jin Yongxiang went to the Monster Coliseum whenever he was free since a few years ago. Every month, he would go at least 8 times. The frequency at which he went there over the past month hasn't changed. Well, do you think that there's something suspicious about it? Monster Coliseum. Meng Zhao sank into a deep thought. Animal fights were one of the most ancient entertainment types among humans. After Dragon City transmigrated, they had to live in a small space because they were surrounded by Monster Mountain Range. The people were tense and felt gloomy. As they faced all sorts of strange and powerful monsters, the ancient entertainment of making monsters fight against each other was naturally revived, and it quickly became popular. There were dozens of legal monster coliseums of various sizes in Dragon City. There were also countless illegal underground coliseums. Even though the broadcasting platforms provided live streams of powerful fighters hunting monsters in the wild by installing cameras on their helmets and shoulders so that citizens could get first-person view of the hunt and feel as if they were right there in the fight, trying to satisfy the urge to see the fight by showing it on the screen was just like trying to scratch an itch through layers of cloth. Compared to being near the fight itself and listening to the deafening roars of the monsters while smelling the scent of death in the air was completely different. It was so much more exciting when the monsters killed one another, and their warm blood flew on their faces. The experience from being near real fights could not be replaced by watching powerful fighters on live streams, no matter how strong they were. The Survival Committee also supported having monsters fight against each other as entertainment. They even called it a sport. First, they said that it could cultivate the citizens' nature of practicing martial arts and their love for fighting. Second, they wanted to let the citizens see that no matter how fierce the monsters were, they were not really that terrifying. In the end, they would be captured by humans and turned into tools for their entertainment. Besides, there was absolutely no harm in letting the bloody fights become an outlet for the citizens' ruthlessness. Everyone could mingle with each other harmoniously in this narrow living space. That was what they said, but if something was overdone, it became bad. As business for monster coliseums grew, gradually, quite a number of citizens found that the fights to the death between normal monsters became normal and stale. They were not exciting enough, and the attractiveness between nightmarish beasts started decreasing. Everyone had seen them too many times. To ensure attendance rate and safety, the people involved in monster coliseums chose to use biochemical modification to modify the monsters they had at hand. For example, they modified the monster's offensive parts to become larger and sharper or made their appearances even more monstrous and ugly. They even fused the characteristics of several monsters together to create Frankenstein-like creatures. The monster fighting squads also injected all sorts of forbidden drugs into the monsters to ensure that they would become the champion of the season. Those drugs could make normal monsters turn into rampaging beasts. Stimulants were forbidden drugs in competitive sports. In the field of monster fights, there were also a constant presence of legal and illegal modifications. Many of the monster coliseums and famous monster fighting squads had their own biochemical labs so they could make all sorts of gene medicine with secret formulae. In theory, creating mutated rabies was not difficult for them. Once Meng Zhao thought of this, he asked, "Do you know which monster coliseum Jin Yongxiang frequented?" Lucia was silent for a moment before she mentioned a name. Golden Tooth Lair. A lair? Meng Zhao sucked in a sharp breath. Lairs were a unique form of buildings built during the bloodiest and darkest era half a century ago in Dragon City. It could be said that the people in them were a unique social organization, which had a small but complete world of their own. Back in the day, the streets and alleys of Dragon City were filled with zombies. There were also citizens who carried the zombie viruses, but did not turn into zombies themselves. Instead, the zombie virus unlocked the seals in their genes, and they awakened to supernatural powers, which turned them into superhumans. Unfortunately, the first generation of superhumans did not have any method to cultivate spirit energy, so usually, once they awakened, they soon experienced spirit energy deviation. Their brains were damaged by rampaging spirit energy, and their personalities became twisted and ruthless, which meant that they turned into human-shaped beasts who did not regard the law with any importance. Besides them, there were also monsters here and there who tore through the barrier of space to invade Dragon City. Together with zombies and the deviated superhumans, they turned Dragon City into a bloody forest which only operated on the law of the jungle, and the people in it lived under the constant threat of death. To fend against all that, the citizens had to gather together. They would block off all the entrances and exits of their residential area and even cover the windows. They only left tiny embrasures for themselves. Then, they used sharp reinforced bars to turn the outside buildings into steel porcupines. The modern residential areas turned into dock forts of ancient times. If they did not have enough living space in the residential area, they solved it by digging underground tunnels and dividing the existing floors on the surface to smaller parts. A skyscraper with 40 floors and the space between floors of more than 3 meters would usually gain 7 or 8 floors underground, and the floors on the surface divided into 50 or 60 levels. Each room would be as narrow as an insect's nest, but it would be good enough to ensure the survivors' safety. Gradually, the survivors from different dock forts merged their dock forts together once they connected the underground tunnels between them as they continued digging underground. The nest-like buildings were then turned into lairs. They were the symbol of humans maximizing the space available to them and the only safe haven during the bloody and dark era. They were also the last home that everyone worked together to protect, because there was nowhere else to go. During the peak of the Dark Era, Dragon City had 10 great lairs, and 80% of the citizens stayed there. At that time, those who dared leave the lairs and wander around outside were either zombies, out-of-control superhumans who experienced spirit energy deviation, well-trained fighting squads from various companions, battle god Lei Zongchao, female battle god Su Jianqing, war god Wu Taidao, and other such peerless fighters. But lairs had their own problems. The buildings were scattered all over the place, and the people built them without caring about the location. It was impossible for them to pass any sort of hygiene and fire protection laws, which meant that fires broke out quite often. Narrow spaces were also a violation toward human rights. If anyone stayed in one for a long time, their minds would definitely become twisted. Countless people became ruthless, and the lairs turned into a heaven for crimes. The people living in lairs had to fight against the catastrophe of their world ending right in front of them and the threat of law collapsing around them, so they huddled together and protected each other. They formed all sorts of organizations and gangs. Hence, they usually only cared about the code of brotherhood and not the law. Of course, at that time, there was no longer any law. When a citizen living in a lair killed someone, they would just hide deep in the lair, because it was like a maze. If anyone tried to find them, it was the same as trying to find a needle in a haystack. It was practically impossible. Hence, battle god Lei Zongchao used his peerless and incredible power to intimidate the 9 great companies at that time. He also helped war god Wu Taidao build the Red Dragon Army. After that, he built the Survival Committee and announced brand new laws. Once societal order was re-established, the Survival Committee's first task was to change the lairs and restore their hometown to the point where it looked like a city again. Over the course of the 20 years spanning through the Great Expedition era and Great Construction era, Dragon City went through devastating changes. Countless small residential areas like Blessed Heavenly Garden were built. They might be simple, but at the very least, they gave humans their basic dignity. The buildings in them were old, noisy, and cramped now, but in those years, countless lair citizens went after them like hungry tigers. Even if they queued up for them, these luxurious apartments were not something that they could easily get. As more lair citizens moved into new residential areas and the Survival Committee proved that they did indeed have enough power to help the citizens fight against the threat of zombies, monsters, and the out-of-control superhumans, the lairs were disassembled and modified into new commercial and residential areas. 7 of the 10 great lairs disappeared like that. But due to lack of time and money as well as other factors, there were still 3 lairs left. The citizens who stayed in the lairs either suffered from physical disabilities or had other reasons. They could not look for suitable jobs in the outside world nor pay the rent in public renting houses. Some of them had also gotten used to their surroundings, since they had lived in the lairs for their entire lives. They were like insects who were used to their own nests. Some of them, however, had committed crimes in the outside world and were afraid of being subjugated by the Survival Committee and the Supernatural Tower, which was why they decided to rush into danger and flee into the depths of the lairs. Though there were also some who stayed there because they were paranoid and believed that the apocalypse was right around the corner. They did not believe the Survival Committee and were certain that Dragon City was going to collapse sooner or later, so they treated the lairs as their final fortress. There were also those who had crazy ambitions and wanted to use the chaotic environment in the lairs to conduct all sorts of illegal experiments, and many of the people Meng Zhao had ran into in the Life Science Forum in the Deep Web were from the lairs. Once they created brand new martial arts, they would wander about the lairs in search of fearless and ignorance lab rats for their experiments. In any case, the purpose of the lairs had changed throughout the years. In the past, they were safe havens for survivors, but now, they were lawless places that sheltered evil people. Chapter 294, Lucky Star. Of course, the Survival Committee wanted to deal with the 3 remaining lairs. But the greatest problem Dragon City faced were not the lairs, not the monsters, not the zombies, and not the out-of-control superhumans. Their greatest problem was that they did not have money. Lucia and Gao Yi were right. Every city needed to suck out the life of the endless villages around it to gain an endless supply of money, resources, and people. That was the only way it could ensure its daily operations and metabolism. And only a developed industry could provide enough jobs for nearly 10 million youngsters who were waiting for food. But the prerequisite for a developed industry was a consumer market that was 10 times larger than the population itself. Without an external market, there was no way for them to develop their industry. From the day Dragon City transmigrated, it turned into a deformed freak. Due to the stimulation from external threats endangering their lives, humans were forced to unite and work together, which was why Dragon City was able to last until this day. With the discovery of a new resource, spirit energy, and the great development of biochemical technology, runic symbol technology, and life science, they entered a technological revolution. Because of this, Dragon City temporarily managed to achieve the miracle of all its citizens obeying the law despite having tens of millions of people and being alone in the whole world. But on the other side of the miracle was the fact that Dragon City's financial model was constantly on the verge of collapse. The disassembling of 7 lairs within a short 20 years and the building of a large number of normal but small residential areas was already the absolute limit. They were in a constant state of war, and the Survival Committee had to draw out a large amount of compensation money to pay the disabled soldiers and the families of the soldiers who did not return home. They also had to give an allowance for a lot of disabled citizens so they could satisfy their basic needs. The local government also had to deal with the problem of an increasing number of youngsters waiting for jobs so they could feed themselves. The new northern area's construction fees were also an astronomical figure. And all of that had to be done while trying to ensure that tens of millions of people could at least eat synthetic luncheon meat made of earthworm meat. That alone was enough to give a headache to the Survival Committee. If they disassembled the last 3 lairs, the Survival Committee would have to look for a lot of empty space in the already cramped Dragon City to build a new area full of public renting houses so that the lair citizens could move out of them. They would also have to be given jobs. Throughout the whole changing process, the Survival Committee would also have to ensure the stability of order so that nothing major would go wrong. This was just too hard. It was even harder than the Northern Offense. Instead of modifying the lairs, it would be better to expand outward and build new residential areas. Once we get more capital while accumulating money for the development of a new residential area, we'll get back to solving the problem of the lairs, was the basic thought process of the Survival Committee during the new stage of developing the city. Of course, money was not the only problem. Lairs had existed for nearly half a century. They had their own administration and a complicated interest group. They also sheltered a lot of gray markets that did not exist beyond their borders. They were really popular in the narrow alleys, which were as complicated as mazes and had electrical wiring as messy as a spiderweb. Countless people relied on the most ancient job to survive and sold their bodies to live. Extremely dangerous criminals were also hiding deep in the lairs. Even if the Survival Committee built luxurious mansions outside and invited them to stay there, they would not agree to it. But the Survival Committee could not use brute strength to take down the lairs either. After all, 90% of the people who stayed in the lairs were normal citizens. The cramped and complicated environment in the lairs made it very easy for fires to break out and the buildings to collapse. And superhuman criminals were skilled in creating a lot of collateral damage. If the Supernatural Committee decided to take out numerous weapons to capture one out-of-control superhuman, they could not guarantee that the person would not be forced into a corner and decide to drag thousands of innocent citizens to the grave with him. They were still at war with the monsters, though. Their main problem was trying to snatch living space from the monsters. The Survival Committee could not create chaos in Dragon City that would unsettle everything. Besides, human society had never been just plain black and white. There were always gray areas. Right now, most of the gray market in Dragon City was concentrated in the 3 lairs, and because of it, it was easier to monitor and manage those markets. If they destroyed the 3 lairs, the gray markets would spread through all parts of the city, and it would be the same as letting cancer cells spread through the whole body. Things would just become even more chaotic. Meng Zhao at 18 years of age might have a hard time understanding why Dragon City, which was a city of heroes and the vanguard of human civilization in the otherworld, would tolerate the existence of lairs, which accommodated evil people. But the Meng Zhao who came back from the apocalypse synthesized all information available to him and thought about it. Soon, he could understand why this problem was allowed to exist. The Golden Tooth lair Lucia mentioned was the largest of the 3 lairs left. There were anywhere from hundreds of thousands to 1 million people living there. No one had ever bothered to make detailed calculations before, so true numbers were unknown. The people there took up all sorts of the most ancient professions. Naturally, they had monster coliseums as well. Compared to the legal monster coliseums beyond the lairs, the monster coliseums in the lairs had 2 features that attracted people. First, the illegal monster coliseums in the lairs usually conducted all sorts of insane modifications on the monsters, which made them incredibly violent, bloodthirsty, and terrifying. They would even inject all sorts of outlaw gene medicine so that the monsters would go berserk. It brought unmatched excitement to the spectators who watched them fight. Second, there was gambling. Legal monster coliseums allowed the spectators to gamble as well, but there was an upper limit to the amount of money they could bet. They also had to register their information. Even if they won, they had to pay a high winning tax to support the development of biochemical modification technology and the Foundation for Disabled Soldiers and the families of the soldiers who died. At the same time, they also forbade the existence of illegal loans. They did not allow the citizens to borrow money to place bets, either. In other words, the legal sites allowed small bets to help people relax. It was just for fun. But when it came to illegal monster coliseums, such rules did not exist. With a single shout, they could borrow 100 or 200,000 worth of cash at any moment. They could even get more than that if they really wanted to place their bets. Of course, the interest was also ridiculously high. Many people became addicted to it, and they were never able to turn back. Some of them even threw aside their normal jobs and lives to become one with the lairs. Jin Yongxiang is a regular in the underground monster coliseum in Golden Tooth Lair, Lucia said. The people there know that he's part of the middle management in Heavenly Works machines and that he's a machine master at the peak of Earth Realm. He has a lot of chances to earn money, so they naturally are at ease when lending him money. He was still okay during the past 2 years. He was there just for fun, so he didn't lose a lot of money. Last year, I think he even earned a lot of money as well. But something happened this year. Not only did he lose all his money, he even had to pawn off his apartment. Even so, He was already addicted to it. When he was free, he would go to Golden Tooth Lair. Perhaps he knew that he wouldn't be able to get his apartment back with his regular salary, so he could only try his luck at the Monster Coliseum. But is this related to the case of murderous pets in Blessed Paradise? Meng Zhao organized the clues and told Lucia his discoveries. Of course. There are labs that do monster modification in the underground monster coliseums and Golden Tooth Coliseum, and the modifications they conduct are even more insane compared to those in the legal labs in Spirit Creation Creatures and Agricultural University. They don't care about any rules. Besides, they have the technology and motive to create the mutated rabies virus. Perhaps this virus has always been around and was specifically created to make monsters go berserk. It can increase their aggressiveness and make the fights more exciting to attract the audience. Jin Yongxiang is a regular in the underground monster coliseum, so he would naturally know the ways there. Perhaps he had his own channels to get that mutated rabies virus. This means that as long as we find the monster coliseum that Jin Yongxiang often goes to, we'll be able to find his friend there. They might be a pharmacist, monster controller, or vet for some monster fighting squad, which will give us our answer. That's right. Lucia said excitedly. Meng Zhao, you're seriously my lucky star. You seem to be able to turn impossible into something possible. In just one short day, you managed to find the answer from a bunch of messy clues. Let's go to Golden Tooth Lair now. Wait. Meng Zhao said hesitantly. Are we going alone? Based on what I know, there are quite a number of gangs in Golden Tooth Lair. Many of the forces of power have been there for decades, since the time of the zombie crisis. Their history is longer than even the survival committees. If we go alone, what will happen if the situation goes out of control? Lucia was stunned for a moment. She quickly said, of course we're not the only ones going. I'll immediately hand all the clues to the Abnormal Beast Research Department so that the higher-ups can send good soldiers to support us. Well. Meng Zhao thought about it. Wait, I think I saw Shen Yupeng. What? Lucia's voice grew louder. Where are you? How did you manage to see him? I'm at the entrance of Spirit Creation Creatures, Meng Zhao explained. The secret police are keeping an eye on the labs of Spirit Creation Creatures. When Gao Yi obtained the examination report, he immediately reported it to the secret police. Shen Yupeng might have come here to get an understanding of the situation. Damn it. That guy's instincts are even better than a dog's. We can't let him find this clue. Lucia said anxiously. Hurry up and leave. You can't let Shen Yupeng see you. Meet me at the entrance of Golden Tooth Lair as soon as you can. We have to find the person who gave Jin Yongxiang the mutated rabies virus before Shen Yupeng and the secret police. Meng Zhao blinked. While standing at the entrance of Spirit Creation's Creatures, he watched Shen Yupeng's black sedan getting closer. Coming, he told Lucia on the phone. On the surface, Golden Tooth Lair was a gray, concrete forest. The buildings were packed close to each other, and most of the entrances were blocked by construction waste and cars burnt to scraps. The entrance was a seemingly normal market that sold all sorts of monster materials. But the thick fragrance that seemed to have stagnated in the air and refused to leave betrayed that this place was different from normal residential areas. The scent was 100 poison banquet. While many of the monster's organs contained poison, they were also incredibly delicious and tasted fresh. They tasted even better than the pufferfish on Earth. There were often cases of citizens not being able to resist the temptation and cooking poisonous organs, which resulted in food poisoning. As time passed, the Survival Committee passed a law that forbade the selling of poisonous monster organs for the purpose of eating them. But the laws forbidding the selling of poisonous monster organs were just scraps of paper in Golden Tooth Lair, because this place was a lawless place that existed in the middle of the spectrum between a lawful world and a world of absolutely no laws. 100 Poison Banquet, which was formed by the fragrance of hundreds of poisonous monster organs, had long since become a specialty that everyone knew. Quite a number of citizens would actually come to Golden Tooth Lair just to satisfy their food cravings. Chapter 295, Poisonous Scorpion. Meng Zhao went around the market with great interest. He found all sorts of poisonous monster organs that were difficult to find elsewhere, but in which he was interested due to his nature of a harvester. After he went through the market once, Lucia appeared at the entrance. But her getup left Meng Zhao slightly stunned. She had a ponytail with a baseball cap over her head. She wore a tracksuit and a pair of sneakers, which made her look like a university student who did not put on any makeup. Speaking of which, Lucia was just in her 20s. But she usually wore thick makeup, which made her look like a skilled, strong woman. She usually gave Meng Zhao the impression that she was too mature for her age. When he saw this youthful and pretty Lucia, he blinked for a long time before he dared to go up and talk to her. "Big Sissia, what's with this? There are all sorts of bad people in Golden Tooth Lair. Dressing up less conspicuously will avoid us a lot of trouble," Lucia explained. "So you do know how to keep a low profile?" Meng Zhao shouted out in his head, but he thought better of saying it out loud. Instead, he looked behind Lucia. "Where are the fighters from the Abnormal Beast Research Department?" "They came in through another entrance." Lucia looked at Meng Zhao with an intense gaze. "Don't worry. I have a mini camera and signal flare on me. I can contact the main team at any moment. The moment we find the target, we'll definitely be able to control the situation. Enough with the talk, let's go in." They passed through the market and entered a supermarket that was opened under a tall apartment complex. They moved through rows of shelves positioned in such a complicated manner that the place looked like a maze. They passed 2 corridors that led them down 2 basement floors before they started walking up. Then, their field of vision widened and became bright. They saw a small impluvium. Towering but old apartment complexes surrounded it. The residents did not open their windows wide. They were also packed closely to each other. At first glance, the place really looked like a concrete hornet nest. Meng Zhao could not help but think about just how small and cramped were the living spaces behind the windows. He was only able to see a small patch of gray sky when he raised his head up. That patch of sky was practically perpendicular to his head. Countless pairs of eyes looked at the people in the impluvium. Their gazes were curious, aloof, or gloomy. The expressionless faces made everyone look like criminals who were out for a breath of fresh air. "So, this is a lair." Meng Zhao had never come to a lair before. Even though there were no laws that forbade those beyond the lair from coming into contact with those in the lair, the lairs were the final symbol of the darkest, bloodiest, and lawless era decades ago. Many of the citizens who had struggled through that age and were finally able to move out to small public renting houses like the ones in Blessed Heavenly Garden warned their children repeatedly to never go to the lairs, or else, they would end up being corrupted. Meng Zhao remembered a few delinquents, who were ignorant and incompetent, from his middle school. To them, going to the lairs was a sign of glory. If they skipped school and went to the lair, they would brag about it for more than a month, even if they had just wandered around the outskirts of the lair and ate 100 poison banquet. He looked at the buildings that reminded him of a maze and the branching alleys and realized that he did not know where he should go. But Lucia had already contacted someone living in the lair. "Miss?" Soon, a strong young man with a vivid double-tailed venomous scorpion tattoo on his arm appeared in the impluvium and bowed a little to Lucia. That was not a normal tattoo. It was the emblem of a gang. During the bloody age when zombies ran rampant, when law and order collapsed, and everything operated based on the law of the jungle, the survivors chose to protect themselves by forming organizations. To seize precious water, food, energy, living space, and other resources, practically all the organizations that managed to survive had great fighting strength. They then used various means to ensure and strengthen the loyalty of their members. That was how gangs came to be. As the city developed, some of the gangs grew larger and more successful. Their leaders obtained a vast amount of resources and used them to unlock the shackles in their genes. They challenged the limits of their lives and became superhumans who could control spirit energy. Their heads also became clearer because of that, and they upgraded their gangs into various companies, industries, and organizations. In the end, with Battle God Lei Zongchao as the witness, the 9 great companies signed a contract of peace and created laws to restore Dragon City's order. Thus began a brand new era. And many of the middle-sized and small gangs either gradually merged with the mega-corporations of the 9 great companies or disappeared without a trace. Now, it was hard to find the appearance of tattoos in more than 90% of the regions in Dragon City. The surviving gangs were only able to maintain their last operations in the 3 lairs. Sky Pillar Corporation began its business through the mining industry. No matter when, those who could become rich through mining were not kind people. Decades ago, Sky Pillar Corporation had risen to power by being the first to discover a crystal mine in Dragon City, so naturally, they had all sorts of connections to other gangs. Even now, they supported quite a lot of gangs in the lairs. It was something normal for megacorporations. Hence, the sturdy man with a gang tattoo on his arm was incredibly respectful to Lucia. "I've already investigated things," the man with the scorpion tattoo said. "The Jin Yongxian you mentioned like gambling at Black Blood Coliseum, which is located in the eastern region of Golden Tooth Coliseum. He has won and lost over the past few years as well as borrowed money from the finance companies over there. He had already returned all his debts when at the start of this year, he lost a lot and he borrowed a large sum from Fast Money. It's one of those finance companies. The compound interest caused the debt he accumulated to reach sky-high numbers. Fast Money has a pretty good relationship with Poison Scorpion, which is my gang. I've already notified them earlier. If we go there straight away, we should be able to get more detailed information. Good. Lucia nodded in satisfaction. Lead the way. The scorpion-tattooed man led the way. Meng Zhao and Lucia walked down the bumpy path. Golden Tooth Lair's alleys were full of holes, and they needed to take a lot of twists and turns through chaotic electrical wiring. The buildings to their sides were all illegal constructions. Perhaps they had only 7 or 8 floors in the beginning, but later, people had gone mad and turned them into buildings with 20 or even 30 floors. They were not straight and looked like they were about to knock into each other. To make them sturdier, all sorts of things were added as if patching up a torn hole in a piece of cloth. There were steel girders and steel columns stuck in them diagonally. Quite a number of those steel columns were already crooked because of the buildings pressing down on them, and Meng Zhao's heart leapt to his throat when he saw it. The further they went into Golden Tooth Lair, the better he could smell the scent unique to the lair. It was the aroma from cooked venomous monster organs. It was mixed with low-quality perfume, the scent of sweat, the pungent scent of pheromones, the blood of monsters and humans, and the smell of photinia. It was a really strange scent. Monster gambling was really popular here. While on the way to the place, Meng Zhao saw more than 100 posters related to various underground coliseums. There were also monitors hanging high above the exterior vertical planes of the buildings. They showed repeating videos of deformed and ugly mutated monsters staring into each other and ripping out each other's organs. They were so huge that they far surpassed the monsters found in the legal matches organized by the government. A lot of youngsters who had nothing to do walked while swaying in the streets and alleys. Most of them had holographic technology strapped to their heads, which allowed them to watch the monster fights, as if they were at the arena. These were people who were rather poor and could not even buy the cheapest tickets. So, they could only use this method to satisfy their addiction. There were quite a lot of people with tattoos on their bodies or faces. They watched Meng Zhao and Lucia, who were newcomers in the place and did not fit into the place because of the air they gave off. However, when they saw that the person leading them was a young man with a scorpion tattoo on his arm, they shrank back. I didn't expect that there would still be places like this in Dragon City. Meng Zhao could not help but sigh. Now that I compare this place to my area, I think I'm actually quite lucky. Blessed Heavenly Garden might be run down, but at the very least, the order there is pretty good. My neighbors have proper jobs, and all children receive compulsory education. Even though the education level is slightly inferior, it can satisfy their basic needs. Of course, the continued existence of lairs comes from the government having no choice but to compromise. Once Dragon City has enough space and resources, the modification of lairs will definitely be pushed forward. Otherwise, these places will remain as ticking time bombs buried in Dragon City. When we face even stronger enemies, they will blast Dragon City's future to pieces. After thinking about it, Meng Zhao chose to focus and search the memories of his previous life for when the lairs would be taken apart by the government. He felt as if something had stung his brain. He saw the image of a lair burning. Screams, chaos, and explosions were everywhere. Countless people fled out of the lair. Buildings collapsed. Smoke and dust filled the area. The out-of-control superhumans, who had been hiding deep in the lair, were like fiendish demons who had been unsealed. They charged into Dragon City. Hiss. Meng Zhao cradled his chest and sucked in a deep breath to calm his racing heart. The Dragon City of his previous life did not seem to have properly solved the problem of lairs. And hence, it led to a great disaster that caused countless deaths. It added a certain degree of uncertainty to the end of the monster war. It also resulted in the humankind paying an even more devastating price before it finally won the war. Even so, the funeral bell of the city rang out, signaling the apocalypse. How could this be? But it makes sense. Dragon City didn't manage to win the northern offense in my previous life, so it didn't have enough resources and space to solve the problem of lairs. When the monsters with high intellect showed up, they just needed to head to the lairs, where there are a lot of people and the environment is really chaotic. It wasn't difficult to cause chaos there. Now, we already changed the end of the northern offense. We will now develop the northern front lines, and it will provide a lot of jobs. This also means that the Survival Committee will get a continuous supply of money, which will allow them to set some aside and create a budget for the modification of the lairs. We should be able to prevent the disaster from repeating itself. As Meng Zhao thought about it, the scorpion-tattooed man in front of him stopped. They arrived at the entrance of a crooked, illegal building with more than 10 floors. Through a narrow flight of stairs, they went underground. Dim neon lights were twisted around to form the words for fast money. The tattooed man went inside to negotiate. "Aren't you going to resume your strategy of throwing money at them?" Meng Zhao whispered. "Don't need to," Lucia whispered back at him. "The people here are all dogs who won't ever be full. If you fork money out, they'll think that you're some dumb idiot with a lot of money. The guy who led us here is one of the leaders of a group within Poison Scorpion, and Poison Scorpion's influence is second only to that of Golden Tooth and Golden Tooth Lair. Their word holds weight." Chapter 296, Small Insect. After a brief moment, the scorpion-tattooed man returned to their side. "I got the information." He motioned for them to enter. While he led them inside, he said, "Jin Yongxiang has a friend called Small Insect in Golden Tooth Lair. This guy was originally a vet for a small fighting squad. Jin Yongxiang would occasionally show him some respect by betting on his fighting squad. But it is a fighting squad without a gang supporting it. So, they aren't that great regardless if you look at their monster modifications or their ability to control their monsters remotely. Their results have never been good. Jin Yongxiang doesn't win a lot of money betting on them, but he doesn't lose a lot of money with them either." Then, during the second half of last year, for some reason, this fighting squad suddenly rose to power, and their results kept getting better. In a few of the key matches, they won against major fighting squads supported by other gangs. They even won against Blackbone Fighting Squad, which is supported by Blackbone. Jin Yongxiang also acted contrary to how he usually behaved. Since the second half of last year, he would always place a huge bet on this squad, betting that they would win. He won a lot of money from it. When Blackbone Fighting Squad lost, they were not just embarrassed and angry, but also puzzled. After investigating things, they finally figured it out. Small Insect used dozens of illegal drugs to create a brand new drug that would make monsters go berserk. After injecting this drug into the monster's metabolism would increase several times the normal level, and the monster would release an insanely violent power. You must understand, even though there aren't as many rules in the Colosseums and the lairs when compared to the Colosseums outside, they still don't allow you to inject every single kind of illegal drug into the monsters, especially when you don't have a powerful gang supporting you. The fighting squad incurred public wrath, and soon, they were struck down by Blackbone. While Blackbone was interrogating the fighting squad members, they found out that Jin Yongxiang knew about this. Since the fighting squad used illegal drugs to win, they were considered to have cheated, and their victories were considered null, but monster gambling was a long-term business, and they prioritized trust. They could not ask for the winnings from the gamblers who did not know what happened, so Blackbone could only consider themselves unlucky. But Jin Yongxiang knew everything, so it was another matter. When Small Insect learned that the victory rate of monsters that were injected with his drug was incredibly high, he wanted to earn some money as well. But the people in the lairs live mostly by the paycheck, and there are few people who can place huge bets. He was also the vet of a fighting squad. If he borrowed money from a finance company to place bets, his intentions would be obvious. So, he went to Jin Yongxiang and revealed some of what was going on to him. He persuaded Jin Yongxiang to place a large bet on his fighting squad, and once they won, they would split the money. That's the gist of what happened. But once the conspiracy was revealed, Jin Yongxiang was naturally told to cough up the money he won. The Poison Scorpion members' words were very clear. With just a few words, he managed to tell them everything that had happened. It was no wonder why he had the right to come and receive Lucia, who was from Sky Pillar Corporation. Lucia nodded with a contemplative expression and asked, "How did Blackbone deal with Jin Yongxiang?" Blackbone knew that Jin Yongxiang was a middle-rank manager in Heavenly Works Machines, so they did not make things too difficult for him, the Poison Scorpion member said. "In truth, unless it's absolutely necessary, we don't want to make things hard for the guests from beyond the lair. Otherwise, would our customers want to come back to the lairs to play?" Blackbone went to Jin Yongxiang and politely asked him whether he knew that Small Insect injected illegal drugs into the monsters. Jin Yongxiang naturally denied it. Blackbone did not use force on him. They just brought out the oral testament from Small Insect and the records of Jin Yongxiang's bets. In the past, when the fighting squad did not have a high chance of winning, Jin Yongxiang would only occasionally bet on them. He did not place a lot of money on them either. His bets were just for fun. The main teams he betted for were the major fighting squad supported by the gangs, especially Golden Tooth Fighting Squad, which was supported by Golden Tooth. But ever since Small Insect created the new drug that made the monsters go berserk, it was as if Jin Yongxiang turned into a prophet. He poured a lot of money into them and betted huge amounts of money on his friend's fighting squad. There was no explanation for this abnormal behavior. Once they used a few more tricks on Jin Yongxiang, his mental defenses crumbled, and he confessed to everything. Even then, Blackbone did not touch him. They only asked him to write a testimony and sign a confession. He was also to cough up all the money he won by cheating. Unfortunately, Jin Yongxiang had long since spent all the money he won to indulge in a debauched life in the lair. Blackbone threatened him by saying that if he did not return the money, they would send his testimony and confession to Heavenly Works machines and the other media. Then, they would upload it online so that his reputation would be ruined. Jin Yongxiang was forced into a corner. He had to go to Fast Money and borrow money to pay the gambling debt he owed to Blackbone. Then, he pawned off his own apartment to temporarily return the money to the lenders. Fast Money was prepared to auction the apartment off once they collected it, but half a month ago, Jin Yongxiang suddenly went to them happily and returned a large sum of money, then promised that he would definitely return the rest within 3 months. The people in Fast Money were curious, but there was no need for them to get to the bottom of things. As long as their customers could return the money in time, the money's origin had nothing to do with the company even if their customers kidnapped people or murdered someone. Lucia and Meng Zhao exchanged a glance. The information provided by the Poison Scorpion member matched the information they had. Small Insect was now their main suspect. They were almost sure that he had provided the mutated rabies virus to Jin Yongxiang. Where did Small Insect go after this? Lucia asked. He died, the Poison Scorpion member said. He died? Lucia's voice swiftly became shrill. Blackbone's power is similar to that of Poison Scorpion in Golden Tooth Lair, but Small Insect had deceived them and caused them to lose a lot of money. There's no way he wouldn't be killed for it, the Poison Scorpion member said. That guy was born in the lair and was not a normal citizen outside. Even if he died, no one would care. I heard that he was hung upside down and beaten up for a day and night. The bones in his legs were crushed to bits inch by inch. Then, he disappeared without a trace. No one knows whether he was buried underground, thrown into the depths of a pipe that crushes trash, or fed to monsters. Lucia frowned and asked, when did this happen? Recently? Not recently. It happened around half a year ago, I think. The Poison Scorpion member shook his head and said, I don't know the details. The people from Fast Money didn't tell me anything more. If it weren't because of Poison Scorpion, they wouldn't have wanted to tell me even this much. Does Jin Yongxiang know anyone else in the lair, especially a vet or some other monster controller? Lucia asked. I don't know about that. Lucia cussed under her breath. She turned around and said to Meng Zhao, the trail went cold. Meng Zhao rubbed the bridge of his nose gently before he suddenly turned to the Poison Scorpion member. Say, did Blackbone's results change compared to last year? The Poison Scorpion member was slightly stunned. He thought about it before he nodded slowly and said, Blackbone's results weren't much last year. They have never been able to find a suitable pharmacist, vet, or monster controller. Every time they spent a lot of money to buy a monster, that monster would usually be beaten up by their opponent using a monster of the same grade or one who is a grade lower. But they have been raking in quite a lot of victories this year. Their results can now compare to Poison Scorpion Fighting Squad. Meng Zhao's eyes began sparkling. Then, if my guess is correct, their results have been getting better after they got rid of the fighting squad that cheated and tortured Small Insect for information before they made him disappear, right? The Poison Scorpion member thought about it before he nodded repeatedly. Yes, that's right. Lucia stared at the Poison Scorpion member before she looked at Meng Zhao. She also came to a realization. Are you saying that Blackbone took Small Insect in and asked him to use that illegal drug to modify the monsters of Blackbone Fighting Squad? Cultivating a vet, pharmacist, or modifier requires a lot of money, and it's not something easy. Aside from needing a lot of resources, the person himself also needs a certain degree of talent, Meng Zhao explained. Small Insect was a member of the lair without a background. I don't think he ever received any legitimate education from a university but learned things on his own, right? This is a vet who obtained his skills on his own, and he managed to create such a powerful drug that could cause monsters to go berserk, then used it to help an aimless fighting squad rise to power. I don't think Blackbone would let a genius like this go so easily. And just as I expected, You mentioned that Blackbone hung small insect upside down and beat him up as well as crushed the bones in his legs inch by inch. I find it very strange. If they really tortured him to death, why did they only crush his legs instead of all the bones in his body? But once I thought about it from another angle, it's easy. His hands and brains needed to be preserved to create new drugs for their monsters to go berserk. Lucia's eyes shone with excitement. What's Small Insect's real name? Do you have his picture? She asked the Poison Scorpion member. I don't. Many of the lair members don't like telling other people their real names. They don't like having their pictures taken so that others would know what they look like, either. Then, Lucia thought about it. Can we go to Blackbone's territory and look for this small insect? With my status, it would be too dangerous to go to Blackbone's territory. Besides, many people know about Small Insect using illegal drugs, and Blackbone has already killed him in name. They won't admit that they're keeping this guy around. The Poison Scorpion member thought about it and added, but there are a few of Blackbone Fighting Squad's fights today in Black Blood Coliseum. If Small Insect has really been taken under Blackbone Fighting Squad's wing, he should appear along with the team. Many of the drugs that make monsters go berserk only last for a short time. The vets have to use different formulae and concentration of the drugs based on the monster's condition and the effect they want to reach before the match. He won't want to hand such an important job to others. Chapter 297, Capture. Black Blood Coliseum was different from the legal monster coliseums in the world outside. But then again, most of the coliseums in the lair were built indoors. They were not that big, but that also meant that the spectators were really close to the monsters. There was usually only a high-voltage electrical net separating the spectators and monsters. The smell of blood and sweat meshed together with money, desires, and death. The resulting smell could stir up anyone's emotions. The arena in Black Blood Coliseum was a metal cage suspended in the air by dozens of thick metal chains. All the seats were designed to surround the metal cage. And the best VIP seats were right under the cage. That way, when the monsters were killed, the blood and organs that spilled out of them would spill on the spectators' faces. When Meng Zhao and Lucia stepped into Black Blood Coliseum, they heard loud cheers from the audience. A monster resembling a giant ape stood in the cage. It was more than 3 meters tall, and its fur was snow-white. It lifted a feline-type monster and, with a loud crack, broke its spine. Then, it brought it to its mouth and bit into it. Once it tore a bloody hole, it ripped the monster in half. Then, it tossed the mangled corpse to the side of the cage. Bright electrical arcs instantly shone around the cage to electrocute the corpse until it let out cracking sounds and smoke rose from it. This iron-armed white ape is a monster from Blackbone. Recently, it has won 3 consecutive matches. Many people place their bets on it, the Poison Scorpion member explained softly. How is it? Lucia asked Meng Zhao quietly. Meng Zhao squinted and observed it for a long time. The frequency of the dilution and shrinking of its pupils is clearly higher than that of normal white apes. Its limbs are trembling as well. White foam is coming out of its nostrils, and it has a pinkish hue. It should be caused by using too much strength, its alveoli should have burst. Meng Zhao thought about it and said, these are all signs of a monster being injected with too many stimulants or drugs that cause it to go berserk. If I dissected this iron-armed white ape now, its lungs would be similar to those of the 3 biochemical pets who went out of control. So, it means that we're at the right place. Lucia's eyes lit up, and she asked, where's the preparation room for Blackbone Fighting Squad? It's over there, in the basement. The Poison Scorpion member hesitated for a moment before he asked, should we notify Blackbone of this? Lucia thought about it for a while before she said, not now. Once we find the person, we can discuss this further. Otherwise, they won't admit to it. You don't have to go. We don't want any trouble between Blackbone and Poison Scorpion. We'll go and take a look, then decide on what we should do. Meng Zhao and Lucia strode to the basement. At the end of the corridor, they ran into a few built guards, which stared at them with wariness. Lucia thought about it and brought Meng Zhao to the first floor. It was the hall to buy tickets and bargaining chips. The management here was relatively lax. Lucia asked Meng Zhao to serve as her sentry while she went to the back door. She found a corner where there was no one around before she placed her hand gently on the floor and started chanting. As spirit energy ripples spread out, her palm gradually fused into the floor. Lucia was a mine explorer. She could scan the structure of the rock strata underground through the feedback given to her by spirit energy ripples. She could read the alignment of the crystal mines with it. This also meant that she could scan the internal structure of a building based on the different tremors from the walls, pillars, and foundation. She analyzed the situation carefully and said, "We have to go to the southwest corner of the building. There are a few really huge spaces over there. The walls, ceiling, and floors have been strengthened in unique ways. There are steel plates carved with runic symbols and other defensive measures in them. They should be there to prevent monsters from fleeing. Also, the location coincides with the spot we saw just now. You know, the end of the corridor with the really tight defense. If my guess is correct, that should be the preparation room for the monster fighting squads." As she spoke, Lucia removed her sunglasses and earrings. She sucked in a deep breath, and her face instantly turned stark pale. Meng Zhao knew that she had just used her talent as a spirit sensor to search for information on the basement in the southwest corner. However, due to the stimulation from the red radiance jades increasing her ability, she could not use her talent at will and control it properly. Every time she gathered information from her target, a large amount of other unnecessary information would surge into her brain, such as the crowd shouting at the top of their lungs, the stench of blood gushing out of the monsters' bodies, and other such details. "Are you okay?" Meng Zhao supported her with familiar movements. "I'm fine. I just wanted to listen closely to the voices in the preparation room." Lucia narrowed her eyes and listened for a while with her ear turned in that direction. "I was right. I can hear a lot of monsters rubbing their claws and gnashing their teeth. They're also scratching at the walls. I can also hear the sounds of the chains binding their limbs knocking into each other. There's a lot of growling too. That is indeed the place where the monsters are locked. Wait. There's a set of footsteps. They belong to a human, but sound really strange. He or she is clearly a human, but those footsteps are really heavy and stiff. They're like mechanical prosthetics." Lucia and Meng Zhao exchanged a glance. Without a doubt, there was a person with a set of mechanical prosthetic legs in Blackbone's monster preparation room. Who else would it be other than Small Insect, whose legs were crushed and rendered useless? "What should we do now?" Meng Zhao mouthed to Lucia. "Do we use Poison Scorpion to negotiate with Blackbone and have them hand the person over?" "Impossible." Lucia shook her head gently. "Small Insect is Blackbone's golden goose. There's no way they will hand him over just because of a single sentence from Poison Scorpion. That's the same as them ruining their own brand. There are just too many ways to make a person completely disappear in a lair. Blackbone just needs to deny it, then throw Small Insect into the depths of the lair to make sure that there is no proof of them keeping him around. Unless we break down the hundreds of buildings here and filter through the hundreds of thousands or even millions of people, we won't be able to find Small Insect. And if we cause a ruckus, the main instigator and mastermind in Heavenly Works Machines, who is hiding behind Jin Yongxiang, might try to kill us to silence us, and that will be problematic. To prevent future problems, we have to capture Small Insect right now and get his testimony as quickly as possible so that we can solve the case." Wait. The door was opened. The person stomping around with the mechanical legs has walked out. He didn't come out with the monsters but walked out alone into the corridor. Where is he going? Lucia's mind raced. She quickly analyzed the structure of the building, and her eyes lit up. He went to the toilet. The toilets on the first floor and in the basement are at the same location. They're both at the end of the corridor behind us. Small Insect went to the toilet alone. This is a rare chance. We have to seize the chance now and take him without anyone noticing us. This is the only way. As she spoke, she jumped up and ran to the toilet. Meng Zhao followed her. What if we made the wrong guess and the person is not Small Insect? While running, Lucia said, "Then, I will have to activate my spirit energy magnetic field of a 5-star superhuman and apologize to him sincerely." Where are the elites from the Abnormal Beast Research Department? We're already at this stage of the mission, so they should be showing up now, right? They're here. They're lurking around the building, Lucia said. If it's possible, don't alert anyone. We want to end the fight in 10 seconds. This Small Insect is a vet and a pharmacist. He shouldn't have a lot of fighting strength. We're more than enough to instantly subdue him. Meng Zhao gritted his teeth and asked the third question. But how are we going to break into the toilet in the basement from the toilet on the first floor? Like this. Lucia brought Meng Zhao to the entrance of the toilet on the first floor. Meng Zhao pushed the door of the men's toilet open, took a look, came back, and said softly, "There's someone inside." Lucia pushed the door of the women's toilet open and took a look. Then, she dragged Meng Zhao inside. She pressed her hands tightly against the floor of the women's toilet while chanting. Spirit tattoos showed up on her arms. As spirit energy surged into the floor, she changed the atomic structure of the reinforced concrete. The floor, which had a diameter of more than half a meter, instantly turned into gravel, and a hole opened up. The toilet in the basement was prepared for the staff of the monster fighting squads. Normal people seldom used it, and at that moment, there was no one in the women's toilet under them. They jumped into the hole, and from the women's toilet on the first floor, they entered the women's toilet at the first basement floor. When they pushed the door open and walked out, they were just in time to see the door of the men's toilet open up. A man with his legs replaced by mechanical legs walked out. He was on the slightly chubby side, and his skin sagged. His face was puffy and pale. If anyone looked at him closely, they would see that he suffered from slight edema. They could also see traces of cuts left by scalpels and stitches on his face, which made his expression a little unnatural. He appeared to have gone through plastic surgery. When he saw Meng Zhao and Lucia walking out of the women's toilet, he was stunned for a moment before he came to a conclusion as to what they had been doing, and he gave them a lecherous smile. Meng Zhao and Lucia smiled a little. One of them stared at his hands, and the other stared at his expression. "Small insect, it's been discovered what you did." Lucia took a step forward and blocked his path. "Jin Yongxiang is already dead, and the next one will be you." The man's expression changed swiftly. He looked in the direction of the preparation room and forced out a smile. "You got the wrong person." "It's him," Meng Zhao said. "There are traces of corrosion from monster acid and drugs on his fingers. He's either a vet or a pharmacist." "That's right. Plastic surgery can change your looks, but it can't hide your expressions," Lucia said. "You're lying. You're small insect." Small insect screeched. He shoved at them and tried to flee to the preparation room. Lucia smirked coldly. She snapped her fingers, and the floor under his feet immediately became bumpy. He could not control his feet on an uneven surface because it had not been long since he had started using the mechanical legs, and the next instant, he fell face flat on the floor. Meng Zhao stepped on his spine so that he could not let out a single sound. However, against their expectations, it was not over. Small insect pressed a button on his waist, and a piercing alarm rang out in the preparation room at the end of the corridor and from his waist. 8 armed and built men immediately rushed out of the preparation room and charged at Meng Zhao and Lucia like hungry tigers. Chapter 298, Critical Moment. "Let's go." Lucia pulled at Meng Zhao, who grabbed Small Insect. They went inside the women's toilet again. With their superhuman strength, it would not be difficult for them to use force to subjugate the gang members. But this was a lair, and many of the citizens were connected to the gangs. They shared a relationship that if one of them fired a signal, everyone would come to help them. If the two were surrounded by thousands of people, then even if Lucia could now go against gravity and fly, it would still be difficult for her to escape. Besides, the gang members were not suspects. They were also not out-of-control superhumans or human-shaped monsters. In theory, they were all good citizens who obeyed the law. Be it Poison Scorpion, Blackbone, or even the infamous Golden Tooth, these were all just names used to refer to the gangs in private. On official documents, they were registered as Ping Pong Club, Movie Lovers Exchange Club, Reading Club, and whatnot. Joining a reading club was not a crime. Organizing illegal monster fights was also not a major crime. Meng Zhao and Lucia could not kill the built men as they pleased. So, Lucia could only snap her fingers again. She summoned 8 spikes from the floor and used them as a fence to block off the corridor, which would stall the group when they rushed up. Together with Meng Zhao, she then pushed Small Insect into the women's toilet on the first floor. At that moment, a few women had already entered the women's toilet on the first floor. They were examining the hole in the floor when they saw someone crawling out of the hole. They screamed. Meng Zhao. One of them was a woman with a really curvaceous body. While she screamed, she pointed at Meng Zhao's face. "You're Lin Xuan's assistant, Meng Zhao." It would seem that she was also a loyal admirer of the Weeping Reaper. Meng Zhao sighed in his heart. When a person became famous, they were afraid of the troubles their recognition would cause, just like how a pig would be afraid of being slaughtered after it was fattened up. However, Meng Zhao did not have time to hide his face. The Blackbone members underground had already rushed to the women's toilet at the first basement floor. Before they could use any lightness skills and jump up, Lucia activated her Mine Explorer's ability and sealed off most of the hole. One of the unfortunate Blackbone members was halfway through jumping out of the hole when he got stuck. He yelped and his legs flailed around in the basement. Soon, the sounds of people pushing at each other came from the hall on the first floor. As if they had knocked on a hornet's nest, a large group of Blackbone members charged at them like hornets. Meng Zhao and Lucia grabbed Small Insect by the arms and jumped out the window of the women's toilet. With just a few steps, they ended up in a maze that was as complicated as a spider's web. The buildings around them were packed as densely as in a hornet's nest, and all of them looked practically the same. Curious faces looked out of the windows and stared at them closely. It made their skins crawl. In less than half a minute, the Blackbone members caught up to them, since they were familiar with the place. Lucia had to stop and turn around to activate her skill. She summoned spikes again and blocked off their pursuers in the shabby street. She also released the imposing aura of a Heaven Realm elite in order to intimidate those Blackbone members. But the Blackbone members did not fall for her trick. After all, those who are unreasonable aren't afraid of those who would throw away their lives in desperation, so they believed Lucia would not really attack them. They gritted their teeth and forced their way through the intersecting spikes. Meng Zhao continued to run forward with Small Insect in his arms. But after taking only a few steps forward, he felt a sharp gaze on his back. When he turned his head around, he noticed a strange, silver glare flashing behind a window across from him. Sniper. Meng Zhao cussed. He could not tell whether the person would dare to fire, and he was not willing to let someone else decide his fate based on their rationale. He swung his arm, and his sleeve flapped. His fingers shook, and a scalpel drew a shrill arc that let out a whistle even sharper than that of a bullet. It went straight to the scope of the sniper rifle. The scalpel's power was just perfect. It got stuck in the scope after piercing it. There was only half an inch to the person's eyeball. It was a warning. If the sniper ignored it, Meng Zhao was confident that he could use another scalpel to pierce his eyeball and brain. The sniper had never seen such amazing knife-throwing skills before. Just as Meng Zhao expected, he was so terrified that he shrank back and did not dare to show his face again. But at the moment Meng Zhao was distracted, Small Insect, who had been staying obediently in his grip, suddenly struggled fiercely. Thud. Brilliant flames shot out from beneath his mechanical legs, and he nearly burned Meng Zhao's leg hair. He used the reverse thrust from his rocket legs to break free of Meng Zhao's grip and fly 5 meters away while remaining close to the ground. Meng Zhao did not think that there would be such a mechanism hidden in Small Insect's mechanical legs. He quickly tossed his chain sabers forward, but it was already too late. Small Insect used his advantage of being familiar with the terrain and the help of his rocket legs to fly upwards until he was as high as the 3rd floor. Then, with a few jumps, he fled to a roof. After him. Meng Zhao and Lucia looked at each other. One of them flung his chain saber, and the other activated the maglev power of Heaven Realm elites. They jumped on the roof at the same time. Small Insect had already jumped over a few buildings with the help of his mechanical legs, and Meng Zhao and Lucia rushed after him. The distance between them swiftly drew closer. Meng Zhao threw his chain sabers forward, and every time he did so, he grazed Small Insect's mechanical legs, which created sparks. Soon, there were no more buildings ahead of Small Insect with a close height difference. He could no longer escape. Small Insect suddenly shouted. He jumped and fell down from a height of more than 10 floors. Meng Zhao ran over to look and saw him using the flames at the end of his legs to buffer his fall a few times. He then crashed into piles of trash, which made them fly everywhere. Even though he looked really pathetic, he was unharmed and could still run. Meng Zhao cussed. He jumped down as well and threw his chain sabers while in mid-air. They drew a long gash on the outer wall of the building. He used this method to reduce the impact of his fall, and in the end, he managed to land as lightly as a panther. When he looked up, he noticed that there was a really disorganized pet market in front of him. The pets sold in it were naturally not the legal pets which had gone through strict modification procedures, like the ones sold at Spirit Creation Creatures, which had been approved by the government. Instead, they used all sorts of biochemical modification technologies to ruthlessly modify various creatures until they turned into real monsters. Of course, since the lair was a place with a dense population and really cramped living spaces, the pet sellers had to ensure the basic safety of their wares. Otherwise, before the adjudicator court or investigation departments would come over to condemn them, the gangs in the lair would drop by to create trouble. Hence, the strange-looking pets lay around quietly in the barb-covered cages. However, when Small Insect noticed that Meng Zhao stuck to him like a shadow and refused to let go no matter what, he gritted his teeth and swung his arm. It activated a hidden mechanism in his sleeve, which fired a poisoned dart. It went straight to a seemingly obedient iron-armored rhinoceros. After the creature was hit, its eyes almost instantly became bloodshot. Even the air that came out of its nostrils turned burning red. It struggled madly, and the chains tying its neck to the ground started rattling. No matter how its owner tried to appease it or force it to calm down by using a stun baton to stab its bum, it still went on a rampage. While kicking around with its legs, it even sent its owner flying. The owner coughed up blood, and the pet market descended into chaos. That bastard! Meng Zhao was shocked and enraged. But this made him certain that Small Insect was definitely the vet-com pharmacist who was related to the case of pets murdering their owners at Blessed Paradise. He had to have seen the news and online articles and realized that he had ended up causing a major problem by helping Jin Yongxiang. If he left the lair, not even God would be able to save him. That was why he hid such a diabolical mechanism on his body. He used a drug that could make monsters go even wilder compared to the mutated rabies virus to stop his pursuers. "Stop that raging iron-armored rhinoceros! Don't let it hurt innocent citizens!" Meng Zhao shouted at Lucia, who was just behind him. He gritted his teeth and ran forward before he lunged around 20 meters forward. Like a flying arrow, he pounced on Small Insect and pinned him to the ground. "You can't escape anymore." Meng Zhao punched Small Insect's face, turning it to a bloody mess. Small Insect was pinned firmly against the ground. But even as blood flowed down his face, he smiled strangely. With a thud, the parts below the knees of his mechanical legs shot out like cannonballs. They landed on the pet stalls on the sides of the street and, with sizzling sounds, released a large amount of pungent-smelling gas. A drug that makes monsters go berserk, and it's in a gaseous state. Meng Zhao sucked in a breath of that strange gas, and his pupils shrank. He did not expect that Small Insect would be so despicable. He actually hid such a sinister thing in his mechanical legs. It would stimulate dozens of biochemical pets in one go and turn them into fierce monsters. Just as expected, the biochemical pets started howling in the pungent-smelling gas. They sounded increasingly more wild with every passing second. They tore at the chains with every bit of their strength and yanked at the iron hoops embedded into the ground. Some even used their sharp claws and teeth to rip off their pelts so that their deformed, swelled-up muscles would be seen by the citizens, who were already screaming and shouting. "Where are the elites from the Abnormal Beast Research Department?" Meng Zhao shouted at Lucia, who had just subjugated the iron-armored rhinoceros. Lucia found herself speechless. There were already around 8 wild pets who had rushed into the crowd and started attacking the people. The environment was too complicated and there were too many people around. Once these wild pets rushed into the crowd, the consequences would be dire. She could not use her spikes to stop them. Lucia was so angry that she kicked Small Insect's head. She put so much strength in it that his teeth fell to the ground. It would appear that they were fake teeth. All his real teeth were probably pulled out by black bone. At that critical moment, they heard thuds coming from behind them. They were faint but rhythmic. Bloody fountains gushed out of the wild pet's eyes at the same time. Without shocking or harming any innocent citizens, the attacks made the wild pets sway and fall to the ground. It was not just blood and brains that gushed out of their eye sockets. Black smoke and deep purple flames followed after them. By the looks of it, the items that killed them were not normal bullets. They had been injected with spirit energy that was as hot as magma, and it instantly fried their brains. Small Insect's strange smile instantly froze. Lucia was also stunned for a moment, then her expression turned really sour. A man with a hook nose walked toward them from the depths of the pet market with his hands in the pockets of his trenchcoat. "Adjudicator, Shen Yupeng." Lucia spat out coldly. Chapter 299, Do Both Things Simultaneously. Shen Yupeng was a superhuman whom the Adjudicator Court decided to elect as both a secret police officer and adjudicator. He had 2 forms of authority and the right to act before reporting to his higher-ups. In theory, he had the right to investigate all superhuman criminal cases, regardless of the grade of the case. Of course, he also had absolute brute strength as his backup, which allowed him to have the confidence to subjugate out-of-control superhumans without it resulting in severe collateral damage. He protected the supernatural tower's dignity as well as ensured Dragon City's safety. This was the true meaning behind adjudicators. Even though his looks were really similar to those of his cousin, Shen Yupeng gave off a completely different presence compared to Shen Yulong, who died tragically under raging waves. When the man with the hook nose walked over slowly, he did not even pull out his hands from his pockets. Even so, all people and even the biochemical pets, who had sucked in the gas that made them go wild, fell completely silent. At that moment, the Blackbone members had already caught up. When they sensed Shen Yupeng and Lucia's presence, which were completely different from theirs, they paused and looked around. Small insects seemed to have caused a ruckus, and dozens of guns were directed at their brows from the dark. The sharpshooters did not even bother hiding their murderous intent. Shen Yupeng arrived beside Lucia and Meng Zhao and reached out with 2 fingers to pick up small insect. He then shouted to the Blackbone members. This person is one of the main instigators in the case of the pets murdering their owners in Blessed Paradise. He fired gas that makes pets go wild in an attempt to cause dozens of biochemical pets to go berserk. This put hundreds of innocent citizens in danger, and he also tried to destroy the order in Golden Tooth Lair. Is he a member of Blackbone? Will Blackbone be responsible for all that he did? The Blackbone members looked at each other, but none of them spoke. I'm going to ask again. Shen Yupeng's eyes shone with a bright spark. They were like spotlights burning at hundreds of degrees Celsius while fixed on the Blackbone members. Is he a member of Blackbone? He asked fiercely. Does Blackbone want the secret police to take up arms and organize a search for the top 10 wanted criminals of Dragon City and Golden Tooth Lair, which is the territory of Blackbone, Poison Scorpion, and Golden Tooth? Do you want us to stop the operations of the monster coliseums, finance companies, and everyone else's businesses for 3 months? Under his intimidating presence, the Blackbone members retreated non-stop. At that moment, a person with a ridiculous tattoo of 2 black bones intersecting with each other like a cross on his face received a call. He appeared to be a leader. After he obsequiously agreed to certain things, he hung up and shouted at Shen Yupeng, "He's not a member of Blackbone. We don't know who he is." "Big Brother Huang," Small Insect shouted. But his voice was silenced by Shen Yupeng's fist. "If that's the case, why are you still here?" Shen Yupeng asked the Blackbone members with a smile. Soon, the Blackbone members disappeared without a trace. Before leaving, they even sensibly compensated the damages the pet sellers suffered after their animals were killed. Shen Yupeng grabbed Small Insect to carry him under his armpit and said to Lucia and Meng Zhao, "Let's go." "Wait." Lucia glared at him. "This is a criminal the Abnormal Beast Research Department wants to investigate." "Oh?" Shen Yupeng did not even bat an eyelid. He said faintly, "I'm sorry. I didn't know that the Abnormal Beast Research Department has released an arrest order for this suspect." Lucia found herself speechless. Shen Yupeng continued, "Of course, the Abnormal Beast Research Department has just been built. It's also a safety department at the same rank as the Adjudicator Court, so it has the right to execute its authority before reporting to the higher-ups. So, has the Survival Committee or the Supernatural Tower given the Abnormal Beast Research Department any power in regard to the case of murderous pets in Blessed Paradise and allowed you to participate in it?" Lucia could not say anything about it. "And of course, it's fine even if you don't have an arrest warrant or authorization documents when you run into unique, emergency cases that threaten the safety and stability of Dragon City. As long as you have enough power and can handle the situation, it's fine." Shen Yupeng's expression was relaxed. He smirked at Lucia. "Did you have enough brute strength to bring this guy out of Golden Tooth Lair without harming any innocents while ensuring that not a single hair on this person's head is harmed?" Lucia was so angry that her face turned red. She was practically fuming. Shen Yupeng's expression became stern. He brought out a few documents that had just been printed from his trenchcoat. The ink was still very fresh. "This is our arrest warrant for the suspect, Mr. Liao, and these are the authorization documents for my secret police and adjudicator squad, which is led by me. We are charged with investigating the case of the murderous pets in Blessed Paradise. As for absolute strength, I believe I won't need to display it, will I, Ms. Liu?" More than 10 black figures jumped down from the hornet nest-like buildings behind Shen Yupeng. Some of them landed behind Shen Yupeng. They were all secret police and adjudicators who were fully armed and had camouflage paint on their faces. Their vitality magnetic fields burned like flames and silently spoke of their strength. Some of the black figures flashed past the area and continued guarding from the dark. They were in positions that would allow them to fire in crossfire. They were a powerful squad and were much more powerful than Lucia alone. "Now, are you still going to insist that this criminal is yours?" Shen Yupeng smiled, turned around elegantly, and strode away. "Wow!" Meng Zhao gasped in amazement as he looked at Shen Yupeng's tall and mighty back. "He's so cool. He absolutely fits my image of a secret police officer and adjudicator." "You!" Lucia seethed. She was unable to understand it. How could this be? How did Shen Yupeng manage to arrive ahead of us and appear here in such a timely fashion? He even managed to find out Small Insect's real surname, It has been less than 12 hours since we dissected the 3 corpses, and we were the first ones to discover the supergiant sandworm as the first ones to see the examination reports. Once we found the clues, we fought against time and rushed here. We didn't waste even half a second. Shen Yupeng had absolutely no reason to be here, unless someone leaked our secret. There is definitely no one from my side who leaked our secret. Damn it. Did you tell someone else about this? That depends on your definition of someone else. Meng Zhao thought about it. I told Shen Yupeng directly. Does he count as someone else? What? Lucia screeched. At that moment, Shen Yupeng had already given instructions to his secret police squad to retreat and return to look for Meng Zhao while feeling incredibly happy. Big Brother Shen, as expected of a legendary adjudicator. You really live up to your name. Meng Zhao thanked him sincerely. It's all thanks to you appearing in time, or else, the consequences would have been dire. Dozens and even hundreds of innocent citizens might have died. That's nothing. This is what I should do, Shen Yupeng said with a smile. I should be the one thanking you, Meng Zhao. Thank you for fulfilling the duty of a good citizen and handing us the clues about the suspect. You also worked together with us to help us enforce the law, and in the end, we managed to catch the criminal. We can't be sure what relationship Small Insect has to the case of the murderous pets in Blessed Paradise, but based on the number of poisonous mechanisms and drugs he was hiding on him and how he used them without hesitation, there is definitely something wrong with this person. We might have a shocking case on our hands. Of course, every citizen is duty-bound to work together with the related departments to protect Dragon City's safety. Meng Zhao turned his neck and dug in his ear gently to pull out a mini-in-ear communicator. He also brought out a tracking chip from the area around his heart, which was charged by his body temperature and heartbeat. I'll return these to you. The advanced technology of the secret police is really useful. They're only the size of a grain, but I could hear your voice really clearly just now. I didn't notice any interference at all. Your courage and wits are the reason why you managed to get so much information about the suspect and could locate him, Shen Yupeng said with a smile. Honestly, Meng Zhao, regardless of whether it's your performance at the Northern Front Lines or the operation today, you don't act like a normal university student at all. I'm beginning to admire you even more now. Once I bring Small Insect back, are you interested in coming over for supper with my squad? We can get to know each other. Sure. Meng Zhao said readily. I really want to learn more from you and your colleagues. Based on how all of you attacked practically at the same time from different angles and killed dozens of berserk pets instantly, I can tell just how well trained you all are. The secret police officers and adjudicators behind Shen Yupeng had been praised before, but it was another matter to be praised by the super teenage hero who had risen to fame during the Northern Offense and managed to shine brilliantly in the tournament between the Alliance of the 5 Universities and Dragon City University. The squad smiled and nodded at him. Meng Zhao returned their smiles and acted in a very friendly manner. Lucia watched him in dumbfounded silence. She felt as if she had been struck by lightning and staggered a few steps back. She nearly fell to the side. Big Sissia, are you okay? While talking to Shen Yupeng, Meng Zhao was still paying attention to Lucia's condition. He quickly helped her regain her footing and whispered, you should put on your sunglasses and earrings. It's too noisy here, and the smell isn't too pleasant. It might affect your constitution as a spirit sensor. I'm not suffering from sensory overload. I'm reacting this way because I'm angry at you. Lucia gritted her teeth, but she could not yell in front of Shen Yupeng. She could only grab Meng Zhao's arm and drag him to the back of the crowd and growl at him. Since when were you in cahoots with Shen Yupeng? Since I was on the phone with you and you told me to avoid Shen Yupeng, Meng Zhao told her honestly. He slowly walked forward to not lose Shen Yupeng, who had started moving, from his sight. Lucia could not believe it. Why? Meng Zhao hesitated for a moment. Do you really want the truth? I'm afraid that the moment I tell you, we won't be able to remain friends. Lucia was seething. Do you think that we can still be friends after this? That's true. Meng Zhao nodded and spoke to her honestly. Because my instincts tell me that you're ambitious, self-righteous, and will do anything to achieve your goals. To take revenge for Big Brother Lin, you're eager to climb up the ranks of the Abnormal Beast Research Department within the shortest time possible, and for that you need to beautifully solve a few major cases. From the moment you bribed people to do what you wanted, I knew that you don't have a skilled squad in the Abnormal Beast Research Department. If you really summoned elite reinforcements, your achievements would be split with others, and this is something you couldn't tolerate. So, I was highly suspicious that you were lying to me and had no reinforcements. You were taking the risk on your own and deceiving me, an innocent, kind, and somewhat dumb university student, to come and play the lone hero in Golden Tooth Lair with you. I don't mind being deceived, but Golden Tooth Lair is really dangerous, and if the suspect got forced into a corner, we might have hundreds of innocent citizens injured. This is something I can't accept. So, I could only ask for help from Shen Yupeng. After all, he's an elite from the adjudicator court and is in charge of this case. Besides, if we had two squads acting together, the chances of us catching the criminal would be higher. That's the general gist of things. But, if I wronged you and you actually have reinforcements from the Abnormal Beast Research Department, you should ask those elites to come out now. I'll apologize to you sincerely, and you can punish me however you want. Chapter 300, Golden Tooth. Meng Zhao's gaze was clear as he stared into Lucia's eyes. Lucia had to squash her anger. Naturally, she could not summon even a single elite fighter. So, you're the one who deceived me first, right? Meng Zhao said cordially. When I asked you on the phone as to whether you can get reinforcements, you told me that you will get a squad of elites from the Abnormal Beast Research Department to ensure that everything proceeds safely. But... Lucia took a moment to take hold of her anger before she said, we could capture Small Insect on our own. Why did you let someone else snatch the credit? We had actually captured him. But at what price? Meng Zhao retorted. If Shen Yupeng hadn't brought his secret police officers and adjudicators, how many innocent citizens would have been injured by these biochemical pets that Small Insect enraged? Also, you can see that we're surrounded by illegal buildings. They easily catch fires and collapse. How could you ensure that the biochemical pets wouldn't create any tragedies? Perhaps to you, the deaths of dozens or even 100 innocent citizens is a price you can accept as long as you can capture a crucial suspect. It reminds me of how you led the mine exploration team into an unidentified lake with a lion dragonfish in it just to get the first mining rights for the Red Radiance Jade mine. In the end, your entire team was almost wiped out. But no matter what, those mine explorers had signed a contract with you, so they knew full well the dangers of coming with you. But the citizens here live here because they're poor, were born here, or have other reasons. They should not become the price you have to pay. I know that you have a lot of money and connections that allow you to use extraordinary methods to handle things. I believe that even if a tragedy really happened here, you would be able to give compensation fees that are high enough to satisfy the victims' families. You would also be able to handle the forces of power in Golden Tooth Lair. Then, you would be a step ahead of the secret police and beautifully handle a case that is connected to many major parties. In the end, everybody would be satisfied. But the dead can't talk, and they can't express their anger or happiness. I'm sorry, but this just isn't the way I do things. I can't let a tragedy happen right in front of my eyes. If you really created one, I'm afraid there's no way we would be able to work together again in the future. You might even become my eternal enemy. That is why I had to go to Shen Yupeng and make some preparations beforehand. Lucia stared at Meng Zhao for a long time before she sucked in a deep breath. So, Shen Yupeng knew about our findings before we even entered Golden Tooth Lair? Correct. He brought a well-trained squad of secret police officers and adjudicators through another entrance, Meng Zhao said. When we were investigating Jin Yongxiang's social network and lockdown on Small Insect, he conducted a search for information and organized it. He also contacted Blackbone and Golden Tooth to have them work with us. Otherwise, how would it have been possible for us to leave Blackbone Coliseum so easily after the ruckus we caused there? Lucia fell silent. Then, she said, so, right from the beginning, you didn't trust me. Meng Zhao scratched his head. But you never showed me any reason to trust you. Did you actually think that a male university student like me, who is passionate and has no experience in society, would be utterly bewitched after seeing a fair-skinned, busty, long-legged, rich, mysterious woman like you who is older than me by a few years and gives off the charm of a mature woman? Did you think that I would become stupid and worship your high heels without any conditions? Lucia glared at Meng Zhao fiercely and gritted her teeth before she hissed, since you think that I think self-righteous, ambitious, and will do anything to achieve my goals, why did you work with me and even treat me as your friend? The law doesn't say that I can't become friends and work together with a woman who is self-righteous, ambitious, and will do anything to achieve her goals, Meng Zhao said matter-of-factly. Lucia was so angry that she was rendered speechless. She was about to fly off into a rage, but Shen Yupeng suddenly stopped moving ahead of them. They had arrived at an incredibly narrow and dark alley. There were few windows on the sides of the buildings, and they were painted black, which was a seldom-seen color on the outer walls of buildings. It felt like it was an alley stuck between two cliffs. Meng Zhao raised his head and sensed an incredibly domineering presence behind a window at the 7th or 8th floor. He was momentarily dazed. He felt like he was meeting a lion who was so old that its fur had fallen off, but its claws were still sharp and looked brand new. It led its pride, and they stood at the sides of the cliffs while staring coldly at the prey beneath them. "Miss Jin, I've found the person. Thankfully, we didn't cause too much trouble. May we leave now?" Shen Yupeng asked while looking up. Meng Zhao felt his heart freeze. The person who was watching them from above was the leader of the largest gang in Golden Tooth Lair, Golden Tooth. He was a living legend. He had an exciting life full of colorful experiences during the half-a-century Dragon City struggled in the Otherworld. Ever since Dragon City transmigrated to the Otherworld, faced the zombie crisis and the collapse of order, the gangs gained a completely different meaning compared to the time on Earth. While zombies, viruses, monsters, and out-of-control superhumans ran rampant outside, gangs were the only things that protected the safe havens of the lairs. They were the successors of an ancient chivalrous and righteous spirit. The man who was addressed as Mr. Jin by Shen Yupeng stood up during the ruthless, tumultuous era, because he was required to do so. It was said that he was among the first batch of people infected by the zombie virus but who did not mutate nor die. Instead, he was one of the lucky few who had the seal in his genes removed. It was said that once he yanked off a large, golden horn from a golden horned beast that had wandered into Dragon City and ground it until it became a golden saber that looked like a fang. That was the origin of his name, Golden Tooth, and it spread like wildfire. Legends also had it that Golden Tooth Saber had killed more than 10,000 zombies and monsters. He had also defeated all the leaders in more than 100 hornet nest-shaped buildings, which made them submit to him. He could then clear the tunnels connecting the hornet nest-shaped buildings, strengthen them, fuse them together, and build the largest lair in Dragon City, which had lasted until the present day. During the bloodiest and darkest era in Dragon City, hundreds of thousands of people were protected in his lair. With him around, they did not need to worry about their lives. The superhumans whose spirit energy invaded their brains and made them lose control over their spirits and nerves had to keep themselves in check when they arrived at his territory. Otherwise, his golden tooth saber would pierce their skulls, regardless of the fact that it was the toughest bone in the body. At that time, he was not as famous as battle god Lei Zongchao, but he was a good person who protected the people in his territory. He could not be considered a hero, but at the very least, he was a good man. Unfortunately, not all pioneers could seize the pulse of time and change with it. Many other powerful fighters who had a similar background to Mr. Jin appeared. With keen senses, they noticed the fierce trend that would lead to the change of times, and they knew that it would soon crush lairs and gangs. They immediately followed the waves of change and took the initiative to change their gangs into corporations, then used those corporations to eat up other corporations to turn them into mega-corporations, and under the eyes of battle god Lei Zongchao, those mega-corporations formed the Survival Committee. They built the Supernatural Tower to manage all superhumans, so all the scattered forces of power in Dragon City would become focused in one organization. Many people rode the wind and rose to power at that time. They shot up the ranks and became the leaders of megacorporations, famous figures in the Survival Committee, or even mayoral candidates who competed in the elections in a dignified manner. There were also those who were attacked overtly and covertly and could not rise back to their feet. They sank into obscurity or died mysterious deaths. Their power, wealth, and forces of power were scattered into the wind and disappeared without a trace. While all that was happening, Mr. Jin hid in his golden tooth lair and coldly watched the world change. 30 years after the creation of the Survival Committee, he was like a living fossil. No matter how the outside world attacked him, he remained standing tall and did not fall. Dealing with Mr. Jin and his golden tooth was always a major problem for the Survival Committee and the Supernatural Tower. First, he had a long record of serving the city and was an outstanding figure from the same generation as battle god Lei Zongchao. He had countless disciples and was involved in various industries. His influence was such that he could not fall. Or else, with how complicated his spheres of influence were, things would become extremely chaotic. Second, at the start of the zombie crisis and monster war, he had contributed to the city by defending it. Countless citizens had managed to avoid being infected by the viruses and the attacks of the zombies and monsters by hiding in Golden Tooth Lair, which he built. It was not an exaggeration to say that he had saved hundreds of thousands of citizens. But it was also a fact that he held half of Golden Tooth Lair and used the place as his base. He was in control of more than 30% of Dragon City's gray market and refused to accept any plans to modify the lair, so Golden Tooth Lair gradually turned into a malignant tumor sitting on Dragon City's heart. What was even more troublesome was that no one knew just how much fighting power Mr. Jin had. Decades ago, he was an infamous powerful fighter at the peak of Heaven Realm. The pioneers who cultivated spirit energy during the early stages of their transmigration to Dragon City did not have any scientific method to cultivate spirit energy. They relied on their instincts and used simple but crude methods to change their bodies, which led to a lot of internal injuries. They sometimes were so severe that it endangered their brains and central nervous systems, which made it very easy for them to go through spirit energy deviation and loss of cultivation base. But the leader of Golden Tooth had not taken part in any fights for years. No one knew whether he had fallen from the peak of Heaven Realm or had taken a step forward and reached the Yeti Realm. In such a situation, no one dared to gather their courage and try to kill the master of Golden Tooth Lair. Fortunately, he had a sense of propriety and did not want to butt into the affairs of the world outside his lair. He only wanted to manage his territory. Occasionally, he would even work with the Supernatural Tower to hunt down the out-of-control superhumans who had gone overboard and ruined the order between the legal and illegal forces. He also did his best to ensure the safety of the citizens who came to have fun in Golden Tooth Lair. And if someone targeted a guest with ill will, usually, before the police could come, Mr. Jin would take action and find the culprit and execute judgment on him. Then, he would throw the heavily wounded criminal out of Golden Tooth Lair so that the police could do whatever they wanted with him. In other words, with Mr. Jin and his Golden Tooth Saber, there was basic order in Golden Tooth Lair. When it came to this veteran who knew the laws of gray areas so well, before the monsters were completely wiped out, even an adjudicator like Shen Yupeng would not dare to easily provoke him.